21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Where? Well, how do you know he was killed? Now, where is this? Between 3rd and Lexington or 2nd and 3rd? Well, who found him? Oh. Looks like he what?
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
Now, look. The officers will be there right away. Well, keep everybody from there if you can. That's right. Keep them back. The officers will be right there. You just stay around until they come.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. It was 10 minutes after 8 a.m. I signed the blotter after I turned out the platoon and left the station house at the end of my night tour after having been on duty since 4 o'clock the previous afternoon. The morning was dark and chilly, and it appeared that we were in for some snow. I walked to the corner and up Lexington a half a block to the barber shop.
Come in. Come in. You're next, Captain. No waiting this morning.
How are you, Joe?
Oh, no complaints. I take your coat.
Oh, thanks.
And the hat.
Yep.
In the chair, Captain. You go to the fight last night, Captain?
No, and I was working.
Boy, some fight. It was some fight.
Yeah?
I don't know how the guy stood on his feet as long as he did. I don't know. Well, what'll it be this morning? The work?
No, just a haircut, Joe.
Just a haircut, yeah. So how's the police business?
Quiet.
Knock on wood, huh?
Knock on wood.
I guess that is the only business in the world when you're in it, you like it to be quiet. Oh, you want a little more off on the top this time, Captain? Or about the same?
Oh, about the same.
About the same. You come into work or going?
Oh, I just signed out.
Oh. I never could get straight how you work. The days, nights, what?
Oh, I've been on the job since 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. I was off at 8, and I'm not due back until 8 tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm. And then what?
Until 6 tomorrow night.
Boy, some hours. Especially that 4 in the afternoon to 8 in the morning deal. Like the fighter last night. How could you stand on your feet?
It's not so bad, Joe. If things quiet down about 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, I get a little sleep on the couch in my office.
It's not like being home in the bed, believe me.
I believe you, Joe.
Oh, they must be police department paydays. 2 customers, 2 policemen. Oh, Captain. How about Sherry? You next.
Coley?
Lieutenant Gorman told me you thought you said you were coming here.
What's doing?
Said tell you we've got a homicide, Captain.
Where?
78th Street near 3rd Avenue. Homicide? What's that, murder? Unidentified male, about 35 years old.
Shot?
They don't know yet, Captain. BPM has a street cut open for a new sewer connection there. Men came to work this morning, found the body at the bottom of the hole. Looks like a ride job. Some people...
Hey, Joe, take this thing off, will you?
How can you go out unfinished?
I'll be back.
It would be a good idea, believe me.
Are you in a car or on foot, Coley?
Take the car, too, Captain.
Oh.
I was instructed if you were here and wanted to take a ride over there to drop my partner on post and drive you.
I want to go, yes.
I helped you with a coat, Captain.
Thanks, Joe. What time did the call come in, Coley?
Oh, about 14 minutes after 8, Captain. Don't forget to come back, Captain.
I'll be here.
Okay, because walking around like that, you're no recommendation for my work.
I drove to the scene in sector car number 2 with Patrolman Coley. It had started to snow, and the flakes were coming down thick and wet as we pulled into the block. On the job were sector car number 1, the sergeant's car, and the detective squad car. There were 2 trucks from the office of the borough president, Manhattan, parked near the street cut. And a dozen laborers who came to continue work on the sewer connection to a building under construction were standing around trying to keep warm. Sergeant Waters had pressed them into service to aid in keeping civilians back on the sidewalk and, incidentally, to keep the laborers out of the way. Coley pulled the car up as close as he could manage. All right, park it down the block, Coley. Yes, sir. No sense in tying this up any worse. Excuse me there, will you? Police officer coming through here. Sergeant Waters?
Hello, Captain.
What's it look like?
Well, there he is, down the hole. All right, mister. I told you to stay behind a barricade. Now stay behind there.
Who found him?
The laborers came to work on his sewer connection at 8. One of them spotted the body and the foreman rang in. Now, look, mister, I'm not going to tell you again.
Well, the detectives got on the job fast enough, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
I'll go talk to Lieutenant King.
Look, you're no better than anybody else. Stay behind that barricade.
Hello, Matt.
Hello, Captain.
What do we got, Matt?
Looks like homicide, all right, Captain.
Who is he?
No idea yet. We're waiting for the medical examiner and the photographer. Should be here any minute.
Is that how we found him?
Yes, sir. Right down there at the bottom of the trench.
This is a pretty busy street. Surprising somebody didn't notice him before 8 o'clock. Where was the man on post?
Oh, I thought that too at first, Captain, but that slip's only 2 feet wide and about 4 feet deep. From the side, somebody'd have to get almost to the edge of the trench to see the body. Nobody passed close to this edge because of that dirt piled on both sides. No one could see into the hole from that end because of the wooden barricade there along the sidewalk. That motor compressor blocks the view at the other end.
No idea how long the body's been in there.
No, sir. The crew quit working at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Any time between dark last night and dawn this morning.
I got the names and addresses of all the BPM crew, Lieutenant.
Good.
Oh, hello, Captain.
Vitaly?
The foreman wants to know how long it'll be before they can get on the job here.
You better tell him it'll be an hour at least. We're waiting for the medical examiner, the homicide squad, and the photographer.
Yes, sir. I'll tell them.
What makes you so sure it's homicide, Matt? He could have been drunk, fallen in there.
You haven't had a close look at him, Captain. He got it working over. He couldn't have gotten banged up that way falling into the ditch. He was thrown in there. Probably dragged out of the car and dumped.
Any sign of a gunshot wound?
He might have been shot. We can't tell from the position the body's in. We'll know more about that when we can move him.
There wasn't any sign of anything in these piles of dirt, was there? If the body was dumped, whoever did it had to walk across these piles of dirt.
There might have been, Captain, but there isn't now. When the first officer got on the scene, those 12 laborers were all over the place. Well, looks like this might turn into a pretty heavy snowstorm.
Yeah, it does.
All I need, a homicide case, and go home and shovel the snow.
Captain Kennelly.
Yes, Sergeant?
I just rang in. Lieutenant Gorman told me there's a report of a safe burglary.
In this precinct?
Yes, sir. The Fernhill Radio and Appliance Company, 734 East 82nd Street. They opened up the store this morning and found that burglars had been in during the night. They tried to get the safe downstairs, apparently. They found at the bottom of the steps unopened.
Did the desk officer ring the squad?
Yes, sir. Gave it to Novak. Novak notified the safe and loft squad and then went himself. He and Whitey Howard.
All right, thanks, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Well, you don't have to worry about shoveling any snow, Matt. You won't get home until it thaws.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city. Moving to Friday night. After this evening's program, listen for these police cases at their new night and time, beginning 1 week from this Friday. Don't forget, Captain Kennelly and his hard-working enforcers of the law will bring you their thrilling assignments again beginning Friday, December 4th, on most of these same CBS radio stations. Now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Frank Kennelly.
Within another few minutes, detectives from the Manhattan East Homicide Squad and a deputy medical examiner had arrived at the scene. While the Homicide Squad photographer made the required pictures, Lieutenant King, as the ranking officer of the Detective Division present, dictated to the Homicide Squad stenographer a detailed description of the position and appearance of the body and of the surrounding conditions. No identification of any kind was found in the pockets of the victim. The medical examiner reported to Lieutenant King that preliminary observation revealed no gunshot wounds. Death appeared to have been caused by a fractured skull. Finally, Patrolman Adam Austin, the first member of the force at the scene, placed a UF-95 tag on the body, and it was removed to the Bellevue morgue for identification and autopsy. And the investigation began. I then went to the scene of the safe burglary at 734 East 82nd Street. Detectives of both the safe and loft squad and the 21st squad were on the job. The uniformed officers had already resumed patrol. I returned to the barber shop. Joe completed my haircut, and I walked around the corner to the station house where Lieutenant Gorman was desk officer and Sergeant Waters was now on telephone switchboard duty.
Hello, Captain.
Sergeant?
Mrs. Kennelly called.
Oh, for the love of... I forgot the phone. I got tied up.
Well, I explained it, Captain. I told her we had a homicide and a safe burglary.
Oh, thanks, Bill.
She said call her when you get a chance.
Yeah, I will as soon as I sign the block.
Yes, sir.
Hello, man.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. How many dogs? Well, there's no law against people having dogs, lady. I know. Well, but, lady, Later, you'll have to take that up with your landlord. If he promised he wouldn't rent to anybody with dogs, that's between you and him. Well, madam, there's nothing we can do about it. All right. You're welcome.
What was that, Bill?
She's allergic to dogs. Family's moving into a building with two of them.
Oh.
Hello, Captain.
Man, I want to see you.
I'd like to see you too, Captain.
Well, how's it going?
Nothing much yet.
Come on into my office.
Well, for a minute, Captain Fleischer's upstairs talking to those two men from the borough president's office.
Oh, go ahead.
Thanks. The captain of the homicide squad is on his way up with the chief of detectives.
Any identification on him yet?
No, I just spoke to Vitale. They rolled some prints off the man as soon as they got him to the Bellevue morgue. He just brought them into BCI, and they're trying to get a make on him now.
The man wasn't shot or stabbed, was he?
No, sir. The medical examiner says death was apparently caused by a fractured skull. He's got other marks and bruises all over him. One thing's sure, the fall into the ditch couldn't have done it. He was dead before he got anywhere near the ditch. What I wanted to find out is, you were up at the safe burglary, right, Captain?
Yeah, man.
Well, I've been running around in circles around this other deal. Haven't had a chance to speak to Novak and Howard about that.
They were up there, and two men from the safe and lock squad.
I've got the district captain upstairs now, the chief of detectives, and probably the borough chief are on their way. They'll have to start throwing questions at me on the safe job. Haven't even been over there.
Well, they didn't get anything out of there, Matt. It was a bust.
Yes, sir, I know that.
It was this radio and appliance store. They gained entry through a side door, the freight entrance. Jimmy, the night lounge.
Oh.
Apparently, they went straight upstairs to the office on the balcony, tried to rip the safe. Didn't get very far with it. Might have thought they needed more tools or more time. Decided to carry it out. Apparently, it got away from them coming down the stairs.
Yes.
Must have made a lot of noise, and they left in a hurry. They left all their tools on the job.
Probably stolen.
Probably. Come in.
Excuse me a second, Captain.
Yes, Sergeant.
There's a woman out there talking to Lieutenant Gorman.
Yes?
Her husband didn't show up at home last night.
And?
Captain, sounds to me like she's talking about the man that was found in the ditch.
Did you say anything to her?
No, sir.
Ask her to come in here.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Bolney,
Yes?
could you step in here a minute, please?
You don't mind, Captain?
No? Oh, that's all right.
Do they know something?
Come in, Mrs. Bolney.
Yes. Yes, I'm much obliged.
All right, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Just sit down, please.
Do you have Phil here? Arrested, I mean.
No, we don't.
Oh. I thought you did.
How do you spell your name?
Bolney. Bolney.
Your husband's first name is Phil.
Yeah, that's right.
What's your first name?
Louise.
Where do you live, Mrs. Bolney?
At 3422 Lewis Avenue in the Bronx. I was led to believe that you did have Phil here. I thought he was arrested.
Well, what made you think that?
Well, he said he had some business last night. He left right after supper, and he said he'd be home at 1 o'clock, no later. Well, about 11 o'clock, I turned off the radio and went to bed. Slept all night. When I woke up this morning, he wasn't in the bed. I don't know. I couldn't imagine what happened.
Does he ever stay out all night?
Well, late sometimes, but never all night. He always comes home, no matter what time in the morning, always. He don't drink much, so I'm never worried about that. A few beers, maybe.
I still don't understand what made you think he was arrested.
A detective called.
And spoke to you?
No, not to me, to the super of the building. We don't have a telephone.
Did the detective leave his name?
He just told the super if I'd come to the 21st Precinct, they'd know all about Phil.
Did the super say the man told him he was a police officer?
Well, I don't know, but what else could he be? He said, come to the 21st Precinct.
Mrs. Bolney, how old is your husband?
34 in March.
Do you know his height? How tall he is?
Well, not so tall, maybe 4 or 5 inches taller than me.
About 5'9".
About 5'9", yeah. Listen, don't you know anything? I mean, who'd call and say such a thing? And Phil not coming home.
Has your husband ever been arrested?
Well, he's been in a little trouble, yeah.
What kind of trouble?
He was away.
Where?
Sing Sing. But he's been all right. He's had no trouble since he's been back. No trouble at all. He was getting along fine. He's got a job. He's working every day. And the parole officer says he was doing very well.
You said he was in the habit of staying out late at night. He's not supposed to do that if he's on parole.
It's not often.
You know who he was out with last night, Mrs. Bolney?
Some friends. I don't know. On business.
Excuse me.
Where could he be?
I don't know.
21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Waters on TS, Captain. Detective Vitale is ringing in for Lieutenant King. Says it's important.
All right. Matt.
Yes, sir.
For you, the tally.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Lieutenant King?
Oh, hey, Lieutenant. The tally, Lieutenant.
Where are you?
Down at BCI. We got a make on the Prince of the Dead Man.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's a good boy. He did a bit for grand larceny and some time before that as a juvenile.
What's the name?
Balney. Philip Robert Balney. Bolney.
Uh-huh.
The cards down here don't have a recent address on him, but he must have been reporting to the Board of Parole. I can check and see what address they've got.
No, that won't be necessary, Vitelli.
Yes, sir.
You can get a mug shot from BCI and come on in here.
All right, Lieutenant. Yes, sir.
They got a make, Captain.
Did they?
Yeah. Where did your husband work, Mrs. Balney?
On the docks, on the west side, along Sherman.
Have any idea who he might have gone out with last night?
Oh, no, not exactly. He has lots of friends.
Which friend in particular do you think he might have been with last night?
Well, he did say something
What?
about Red, about not having to go someplace with Red. You know, on business.
Red who?
I don't know his last name. He talks about this Red all the time as there's somebody that works with him. You know, Doc Wallopin.
Would you know this Red if you saw him?
No, I never met him. I only heard Phil talk about him. Listen, if you don't have him arrested here, Phil, I mean, where is he? Where could he be? You think maybe he went right to work this morning?
No, Mrs. Balney, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure we know where he is.
Well, this is a fine time to tell me. Why didn't you tell me before? Well, Captain, why didn't you tell me?
We just found out about it.
Well, where is he?
Down at Bellevue, we think.
What's he doing down there? Was he sick? Was he in... He's not dead.
Yes, he is. I'm sorry.
After a few minutes, Lieutenant King took Mrs. Balney upstairs to the 21st Detective Squad. There she was questioned by Assistant District Attorney Lawrence Shapir in the presence of Lieutenant King and the top command of the Detective Division, the Chief of Detectives, the Borough Chief, the Homicide Captain, and the District Captain. She was able to give no information other than the fact that she thought her husband might have been in the company of a friend named Red. Nor could she suggest a reason this Red or anyone else would want to murder him. At 11:30 a.m., Mrs. Balney was driven to the Bellevue morgue to identify the body of her husband. I remained in my office and cleaned up some paperwork that had hung over. A little after 12, the top command of the Detective Division signed the blotter and left the precinct. I walked out of my office and into the lieutenant's locker room where a pot of coffee was on the fire.
Captain?
Oh, come in, man.
Well, I guess there won't be much snow to shovel whether I'm home or not. Stopped.
Yeah. How about a cup of coffee?
Yes, sir, thanks.
Grab a cup.
Smells good.
Sugar's in the drawer.
No, thanks.
Well, how are you doing?
Oh, all right, I guess. She identified the body as her husband. Red is a fellow named John Gilliam. He didn't show up for a job on the docks this morning.
Well, that's a good sign.
For us, yes, sir. Not for him. I've got 6 men out looking for him.
Oh, your bosses seem to think it's in pretty good shape, man. I saw them troop out of here.
Well, they can't sit around and twiddle their thumbs, Captain. Don't have much to go on yet.
What kind of fellow is this Red?
Well, he's been in a couple of jams. Never any convictions, but he's been questioned in connection with some burglary deal.
Oh, incidentally, anything on the safe job?
No, not much, Captain.
Listen, Matt, did you speak to the medical examiner again on this Phil Balney?
Yes, sir, what?
All these fractures and bruises he had, were they all internal injuries? No open cuts?
No, sir.
You know something?
What?
Balney did time for grand larceny. The information you got is that this Red was picked up a couple of times for investigation of burglary.
Yes, sir?
Are you willing to listen to a wild guess?
I'll listen to anything, Captain.
It washes out a homicide case for you.
That's the last thing I need, Captain, a homicide case. I'm listening.
After I finished my conversation with Lieutenant King, at 1:30 I signed the blotter and left the station house. All that day and that night, detectives of the 21st Squad and the Homicide Squad beat the brush for John Gilliam, also known as Red Gilliam. They were waiting at the pier where he usually worked at the afternoon shape-up. He did not appear. They traced out his home address, a furnished room in the West 20s. He hadn't been seen. The place was planted. Detectives spoke to all the acquaintances of Red Gilliam and Philip Balney they could locate. None had any information regarding the whereabouts of the fugitive. The plants at Red's rooming house and at the address of a girlfriend were maintained throughout the night. At 8:20 a.m. the next morning, there was a phone call for Detective Vitale from one of the acquaintances of Red Gilliam he had spoken to the previous afternoon. The caller, another longshoreman, told Vitale that he had seen Red Gilliam at a Greenwich Village bar during the night. Red told the informant he was broke and needed a loan. He had promised a small loan if Red would come to the pier where he worked just before the whistle blew for the afternoon shape-up. Vitale gave this information to Lieutenant King. Along with 5 other detectives, all dressed in work clothes, he was instructed to cover this pier in the event that Red Gilliam showed up.
This looks like a bus, Wade.
Yep.
He'll blow the whistle for the shape-up in a minute. If Red hasn't shown up by now, he won't.
Where's his friend? I don't see him now.
No, I got him. There. Leaning against the fender of that truck, the pickup.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there comes the hiring boss.
When they shape up, let's move in with them.
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah. Think we ought to wait around here until they get off the job this afternoon? Red's liable to come then.
I'll call the lieutenant, whatever he says.
Yeah.
Now, Whitey.
Yeah?
There he is, I think.
Where?
Khaki jacket, no hat, headed for the truck.
Yeah, it's him.
All right, let's grab him. Watch yourself, he might be healed.
Don't worry.
Red?
Yeah?
Wait a minute. We want to talk to you.
Look, fellas, I'm in a rush.
We're police officers, Red.
Oh. Turn around, lean up against that truck. Hey,
Go on.
Yeah.
All right, hold still.
I'm clean. I'm not carrying anything.
That's what we want to make sure of.
Listen, what's the beef? What do you want me for? Don't you know, Red? How should I know what you guys want? You always want to know something.
Yeah, Red. We always want to know something. So come on, let's go.
I had been on duty since 8 a.m. At 1:20, I was upstairs in the detective squad office conferring with Lieutenant King about a renewal application for a pistol license, which must be investigated by detectives and endorsed with a recommendation by the commanding officer of the precinct. The applicant was a retired cop with a good departmental record, now working as a money guard in the precinct. There was a suspicion, however, that his eyes had gone bad on him and that he was no longer qualified for a permit.
It's a hard thing to say, Captain.
Yeah, I know, man.
I hate to do that to the man. He was a good cop when he was in the job. He's had a good employment record with this company. But supposing there's some trouble over that gun, his eyes are bad. We can't help that.
Yeah, I guess we can.
Yes? Come in, Pete.
All right, Red. Inside. Sit down over there, Red.
Yeah? That's good. Sit right there. Shut the door, will you, Pete?
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant. He says he doesn't know a thing, Lieutenant.
This is where you come to learn, eh, Red? What's it all about? That you got to tell me.
We'll start off with introductions. This is Captain Kennelly. I'm Lieutenant King.
So?
We don't want to waste any time, Red. We want some straight answers.
About what?
You were out with Phil Balney the night before last, right?
Who said that?
Were you?
No.
Where were you?
I spent practically the entire evening with a girl till about 3:30, 4 o'clock this morning.
Well, if that's so, it'd clear up a lot of things, Red. What girl is that?
Her name is Isabel Gamer.
Where does she live?
Down on 17th Street, near 9th.
Well, you know that's a lie, Red.
No, it's not.
Detective Vitale spoke to Isabel yesterday. She says she didn't see you since Sunday. Isn't that right, Pete?
That's right, Lieutenant.
So it's right.
Look, Red, we got a lot of things on our mind around here. We don't want to waste any time.
What do you think I'm doing? You think this is accomplishing something for me?
Phil was found dead on the street. Our information is that you were with him that night. Now, what about the truth?
If I told you the truth, you wouldn't believe it.
Wouldn't we?
I guarantee you wouldn't.
Better try us, Red, because you're looking a murder beef right in the face. If the truth is going to help you, you better let us have it.
You wouldn't believe it.
Maybe we already know the truth, Red.
Maybe we just want to hear it from you.
Well, you won't believe it. I guarantee it. But if you want it, all right.
What?
Well, you see, Phil and I were together, yeah. We've been doing a few things together. I had this store spotted over in the East 80s, I don't know. The safe looked like an easy touch. Well, we went in there together and tried to rip the face off. It wouldn't come. So we decided to go down the stairs with it and load it in the car. It was small enough. Well, we started down. Phil was below and I was up above. The thing slipped, or he slipped or something. Anyway, he went rolling down the stairs with it. I thought he was just knocked out.
Yeah?
Well, that's all. I figured get him out fast, so I loaded him in the car. And when I got a few blocks away, I saw he was dead. Well, what was I going to do with him? Well, I passed by this place where they had the street dug up. That looked good enough for me, so I dumped him in there, and that was that.
Was it?
Well, there you see, you wanted the truth. That's it. Where does it get me?
Did you call his wife?
Yeah, the next morning. I figured if you got to know, you got to find out at least. Well, don't look at me like I was an idiot. That's what happened. That's exactly what happened. It's the truth. It's the honest to goodness truth. If I had a stack of Bibles, it wouldn't be any more the truth. I didn't kill him. I didn't lay a finger on him.
We know it, Red. We believe you.
Do you?
Why shouldn't we? The captain had it figured the same afternoon.
The whole thing sounds so screwy, so nuts. To get caught in a set of circumstances.
Red, you're caught in a little bit more than a set of circumstances. You're caught in a safe burglary.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. What'd you say about a gun? Oh, to get a license to carry one.
And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloane in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Louis Van Ruten, Bill Lipton, Harold Stone, Les Damon, and Julie Stevens. Written and directed by Stanley Niss, produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns. What do you mean, robbed lady? Held up? Oh, burglars. Well, when did this happen? Was during the night? Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, I'll send the officers right over there. Yeah, they'll be there right away. You just wait for them. What? Oh, yeah. You're welcome.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their home is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my day tour, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. A light rain had fallen early in the morning, and the temperature had suddenly dropped, making the streets icy and treacherous. At 7:35, after I changed to my uniform, I sat in my office to begin reading and signing the reports and communications that had accumulated since I was last on duty 24 hours earlier. At 2 minutes to 8, Sergeant Burns on TS rang into my office and told me the 8 to 4 platoon was ready to turn out. Lieutenant Gorman, the desk officer, pressed a button that rang a bell in the back room, and the 47 men who would patrol the streets of the 21st for the next 8 hours marched out in a military manner and formed ranks in front of the desk. As I walked out of my office, I crossed the muster room and went behind the desk where the roll call for entry in the blotter was being made by Lieutenant Gorman.
Turner. Here. Underwood.
Here.
Weber.
Yes.
Weeks.
Present.
Wolf.
Yeah.
Ziegler.
Present.
You want to take over, Captain?
Yeah. All right, men. A few things. We have instructions to assist the borough president's office in a survey of certain street conditions. Each of you will take note of any street opening now in progress on your post. You will talk to the foreman in charge of the job and ascertain what public utility or city department has opened the street, for what purpose, and the approximate date and time the repairs will be completed. All this information will be entered in your memorandum books, and at the end of the tour will be transferred to a UF-20A and turned in to the desk officer. The streets and sidewalks are icy and dangerous today. In cases that so require, you will call the attention of householders and storekeepers to their legal obligations to remove ice from the sidewalks. That's all. Sergeant, post the platoon.
Platoon, tense, hut. Right, face. Forward, hut.
I'll be in my office, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, take the call.
Yes, sir. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns.
Would you excuse me, please?
You'll have to take your business over here at the desk, mister.
Well, what kind of a wreck? Automobile?
Well, I'd just like to talk to the captain a minute.
What is it you want?
Was anyone hurt?
Oh, that's all right, Lieutenant. I'll talk to him. I know him.
Well, how bad? You need an ambulance?
Hello, Ralph. What can I do for you?
Captain, how are you?
Oh, I'm fine. When did you get out of the service?
Oh, 2 or 3 months ago.
Yeah?
I'm in business again over at 690 East 70th. I opened a little radio and TV repair shop.
Well, what hospital?
Oh, yes. I think I passed the place. I didn't know it was yours.
The officers over there right away.
What is it you have on your mind?
Well, I got a kid brother, Paul.
Mm-hmm.
He's 16. He'll be 17. I'm a little worried about him.
Yeah, you just wait there.
Oh, well, come on in my office.
The officers will be right there.
He's a good kid, I guess. But he gets himself into some awful jams.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
All right, Ralph, have a seat.
Yeah, thanks.
What kind of jams?
Well, it might be the other kids he runs with in the neighborhood. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Does he live in the precinct?
Oh, yeah. In the same block as the store. My mother. I used to live there, too, before I got married. My folks lived there for years. That's how I come to open the store on the block.
Well, what's this trouble he's had?
They had him down here last night.
Yeah, who?
The detectives, he said. They came around to the candy store. He hangs out with the other kids, and they picked him up. They brought him in here and talked to him a while. And then they let him go home.
What'd they talk to him about?
Stealing. I don't think he'd done anything like that, though. What does he need it for? He doesn't need to steal.
Well, what specifically did they talk to him about?
About some flats in the neighborhood that had been broken into. And a store. Florist over on 2nd Avenue. One of the kids ran over and told my mother he'd been arrested. She got all excited and called me on the telephone at home. By the time I got here, they let him go.
Maybe they decided he had nothing to do with it.
Maybe. But what I would like, Captain, would be for you to talk to him.
All right.
You know what I mean. I can't do it. He don't have much respect for what I say. And we got no father. He always said he wanted to be a cop. He still says it. I figure if you could talk to him, maybe that'll straighten him out. He'll realize what the score is.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought you said that you thought he didn't have anything to do with that stuff.
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't know what to think. My wife, Stella, can't stand him. She thinks he's sneaky. My mother thinks he's an angel. The kid, when you talk to him, butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. I don't know what to think. Would you talk to him, Captain?
Oh, that's a job for our youth patrolman.
Well, the kid needs somebody to make an impression on him, Captain. A real impression. Couldn't you just spend a couple of minutes with him as a personal favor to me?
All right, if you want.
I'll bring him in here this afternoon if that's okay. At school.
No, I don't think it'd be a good idea to talk here. He might be a little uneasy.
Yeah, he might at that after last night.
What time does he get home from school?
About 4, a little after.
Well, could you have him in your shop at 4:30? I'll come by and see him there.
Yeah, sure, that'd be fine. I'll have him there. 4:30 this afternoon.
Yeah, I'll see you there.
Thanks, Captain. Thanks a lot.
That's all right.
Bye.
Bye, Ralph.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns.
Sergeant, ring the detectives for me.
Yes, sir. Squad, Detective Cassidy.
This Captain Kennelly. Is Lieutenant King around?
No, sir. The lieutenant's swinging today.
Oh, yes. Look, somebody was talking to a boy up there last night about some burglaries. Paul Hance. Can you find out for me who was handling those squeals?
Yes, sir. It was me, Captain. What did you want to know?
Well, what about it? Was he right for them?
About breaking into the flats, I don't know for sure, Captain. But that kid was inside the florist shop for sure.
Oh, why'd you turn him out?
He denies the whole thing, and I had nothing to hold him on. Just the information from another kid that Paul showed him $20 and told him it came out of the shop. Paul says the other kid is a liar. He never had $20. Well, he still had 11 in his pocket.
Oh?
I asked him where he got it. He said he wanted playing cards in a club room. The boy just sat here and lied to me for 2 hours. And polite. You never met anyone so polite. He's the politest liar I ever saw.
What are you doing about him, Cassidy?
Well, I'm going to keep my eye on him and talk to him after every break-in.
His brother wants me to talk to him. See if I can straighten him out.
Does he?
Yep. I'm going to see him this afternoon.
Well, I wish you luck, Captain. That boy's a walking corkscrew.
At 4:15, sector car number 3 came by the house and drove me to 690 East 70th Street, an old law tenement building. The first floor had been converted to commercial purposes. The front rooms on one side were occupied by a beauty parlor. Those on the other by Ralph Hant's radio repair shop. I walked up the stoop and into the hall. Through the glass door, I could see a young woman sitting at the counter, thumbing through the pages of a magazine. Hello.
Oh, hello.
You're that captain.
Captain Kennelly, yes.
Ralph's in the back. I'm his wife. Ralph! Let me turn this thing off. Ralph, that captain's here.
All right.
He's back there working on a rush job. The customer wants it back in time for the fight tonight. You're going to talk to the kid, huh? Paul.
That's right.
You're wasting your time. Ralph!
All right.
He'll smile at you and say, yes, sir, no, sir, and he'll go right out and do what he pleases. Boy, look at that casserole. The magazine gives you a recipe and a picture in color and tells you how to make it in every detail. You think it ever turns out like the picture? Never. Ralph!
1 second.
You know, that kid's been lying and stealing since he was able to walk. He's just rotten, through and through. But don't quote me. Ralph's mother will jump down my throat. She thinks he's an angel.
Oh. Excuse me, Captain.
That's all right.
I was soldering a new condenser in the radio. I couldn't let it go. Sorry.
Well, where's Paul?
He'll be here.
Well, a captain's a busy man. Paul should be here waiting for the captain instead of the captain waiting for Paul.
Oh, it's just 4:30.
It's a waste of time and effort with that kid.
How do you know it's a waste of time and effort?
He's no good.
Now, you got no right to say that, Stella. Just because some kid in the neighborhood is mad at Paul and lied to the police about him, you've got no right. The detectives let him go, didn't they?
Just because they couldn't prove it. I don't have to prove it. I know. So do you.
I don't know.
Sure. You're still a little boy. You listen to everything Mama tells you. If Mama told you to go jump in the river, you jump.
All right, Stella.
Mama tells you Paul's an angel, so he's an angel.
All right.
Well, it's true.
I'm sorry, Captain.
That's all right, but instead of arguing over what the truth is, I think we'd all do better for him if we pay a little more attention to the future. The boy needs help. Whether he's guilty or not, he's been suspected, been questioned by detectives. That might have some detrimental effect in itself. The job is to see that he's headed in the right direction and stays headed that way.
That's what I meant, Captain. That's why I wanted you to talk to him. Exactly.
Oh, sure.
Paul?
No, it's not Paul. Me.
Well, where's Paul, Ma?
I didn't tell him to come. He's home.
But the captain made a special trip to talk to him. This is Captain Kennelly, Ma.
Miss Hans?
How do you do? There's nothing to talk about, so I didn't tell him. Why should he talk to the captain if there's nothing to talk about?
Something to talk about, all right.
Stella, I'm ashamed of you. Ashamed. Your own brother-in-law. You know that Paul is a good boy, a very good boy. He goes to school. Every day he goes to school and to church on Sunday. He's a good boy. Why, he would never do anything like that.
Go ahead, convince yourself.
I don't need to convince myself. I know my own sons. I know them better than anybody.
Well, there wouldn't be any harm in speaking to him, Mrs. Hans.
There's been plenty of harm already. To take a nice boy like that to the police station, to ask him all kinds of questions, to make a criminal out of him.
No one can make a criminal out of him, Mrs. Hans. He's got to do that himself.
A good boy like that. You know what it is, don't you? It's the neighborhood. No matter how good a boy he is, if he grows up in this neighborhood, he hasn't got a chance. You don't give him a chance.
I wouldn't say that, Mrs. Hans. Look at Ralph. He grew up in exactly the same place. He seems to have turned out okay.
Very little is written or said about one of the most important members of our armed forces. But he's accustomed to doing his work without fanfare or publicity. That's because he has a very personal relationship with the men around him. He's their chaplain. He hears their problems and gives them advice. He joins a couple in marriage, christens their children, gives them religious counsel. His job doesn't begin with reveille and end at taps. It's a 24-hour job when he's needed by the sick or wounded or imprisoned. No matter what his faith may have been before he joined the chaplain's corps, he's prepared to help men of any faith in their religious activities. To him come the most personal thoughts of the men he serves, for religion is always a personal thing. The problems are many times more complex than he would find in a civilian community, but he finds his reward in seeing those problems solved. The emergency furlough he's been able to arrange for a man with illness in the family. The private talk that helped a new recruit with a touch of homesickness. The words of encouragement and advice to a man in trouble. These are important to the people he serves. They are the things that make the chaplain an important part of life in the armed forces. Now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Frank Kennelly.
After a few more minutes of discussion, Mrs. Hans was finally convinced by her older son, Ralph, that no harm could possibly come from my speaking to Paul, and that the conversation might do a lot of good. We left Ralph and his wife in the shop, and Miss Hans reluctantly led the way out of the store to a building down the block, the house in which she resided. We walked up 3 floors to the flat she occupied with Paul.
Someday, if my sons ever become successful enough, maybe I'll live in a house with an elevator. Someday.
Well, I hope so.
And a nice kitchen with a brand new icebox. He's in the kitchen with his homework. You'll see. He's doing his homework. He don't wait until the last minute late at night to do it. As soon as he comes from school. And that's a good boy, isn't it, if he's prompt with his homework?
Oh, it's a good sign. You'll, let me talk to him alone, Miss Hans. I think that would be best.
Oh, yes, sure. I got some ironing in the bedroom to do.
Fine.
Got my keys someplace. Yeah, here it is. Paul?
Yeah, Ma.
You see? Homework. Come in, Captain.
Thank you.
Did you take an apple, Paul? There's some apples under the sink there.
No, I wasn't hungry, Ma. Hello.
Paul?
Paul, this is Captain Kennelly from the police station.
How do you do?
How are you, Paul?
Your brother was over there and talked to the captain today. You know, about what happened last night.
Uh-huh.
They decided it would be nice if Captain Kennelly came and talked to you.
About what?
Oh, just about you, Paul. In general.
Oh, sure. If you want. There's some coffee on the stove, Ma. Maybe Captain Kennedy would like a cup.
No, thanks. Not now. It's, Kennelly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. A lot of people make mistakes.
Are you sure no coffee, Captain? It was just fresh this afternoon.
No, thank you.
Well, I got to do some ironing in the bedroom.
All right, Ma.
You can talk, huh? Oh, Paul.
Yes, Ma?
If the captain changes his mind about the coffee, you'll pour him a cup, all right?
Sure.
There's milk in the icebox.
Oh, sit down, Paul.
Yes, sir.
What's that you're doing?
Solid geometry.
You good at it?
Yes, sir. Pretty good.
How about the rest of your subjects?
Pretty good.
Are your grades good enough so you can go on to college?
I'd like to. But I don't know. Ralph has got a lot of responsibilities now. I really should go to work after I finish high school and help out a little bit.
Ralph told me you said you wanted to be a cop.
Yes, sir. I thought about it.
It takes a long time to get in the job and a lot up here.
I know.
Also, you've got to have a clean record.
Yes, sir.
That's the first thing. Without that, nothing else does you any good.
What happened last night won't show up against me, will it? They just took me down to the police station and talked to me. I didn't know anything about breaking into any stores or anything like that.
No, that won't count against you. There've got to be convictions.
Oh. Would you like an apple, Captain?
No, thank you, Paul.
I think I'm ready for one myself now.
All right, go ahead.
I tell Ma she ought to keep them in the icebox. She's been keeping them under the sink for years. I guess it's hard to change habits.
It is, yes.
You sure, Captain? No apple?
Positive.
Still no coffee either, huh?
No.
It'll only take a second.
No, I don't care for any, thanks.
Okay. Really good.
As a matter of fact, a conviction wouldn't only hurt you as far as getting on the cops is concerned. It'd make it kind of rough for you all around.
Yes, sir, I know.
Of course, there's case after case of boys getting in trouble and straightening themselves out afterwards.
And a lot of them never get straightened out, huh?
That's right. Never. One jam after another, all their lives.
I really didn't break in any place like that detective said.
Well, that's not why I'm here, Paul. Right now, it doesn't make much difference whether you did or not. We can't help what's happened.
I guess we can't.
But what happens in the future is entirely a different story.
Yes, sir.
You know, a kid breaks in someplace or mugs somebody for the thrill of it or to get a little money out of it, he's a loser. It just doesn't pay. Believe me. I've been in this job a long time. I've seen more kids than I could count, sitting just like you're sitting right now. Nothing's free, Paul. You got to pay for everything. And the hardest way to pay for it is with years out of your life. You can't earn them back. They're gone.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I know what you're thinking right now. This guy's giving me a lecture.
No, sir, I'm not thinking that.
Well, I am. I hate to give lectures, and I hate to receive them. But this is one instance where it's called for.
I didn't break into any place, my word of honor.
I told you that was beside the point.
Yes, sir.
The point is, what's going to happen from now on?
You got my word, Captain.
Your word for what?
But I'm never going to get mixed up in anything like that.
Good.
You don't have to tell me it doesn't pay. I know it.
I'm glad you do, Paul.
It's a sucker deal. I want to make something of myself. I want to get on the cops or something like that. I want to get married like everybody else, like Ralph, and have a family. You can't do that messing around with that other.
Okay, Paul. I think you understand what I was driving at.
Yes, sir, I do. And I really appreciate you coming over to talk to me like this. I know you didn't have to. When my brother asked you could have said nuts. What do I care for the kid? Yeah, you could have said it. But I want to tell you something. If more cops would come around the kids' houses and sit in the kitchen like this and talk, there'd be a lot less trouble you'd have with, juvenile delinquency.
I thoroughly agree with you, Paul. That's why I'm here.
The only thing is, I don't go for getting picked up in a candy store by a detective and taken into the station house like I was last night. Being sat down in a chair and tossed a lot of questions. And then not being believed when I tell the truth.
You weren't mistreated in any way, were you?
No. Unless you want to call being arrested in front of all your friends being mistreated. Maybe it is. Well, I'll tell you the truth. I was getting mad up there last night. What's the use, I thought? Why go through this for nothing? If you're going to get the business like this, it might as well be for something. Okay, if they think you break into flats and stores and they won't believe anything else, go ahead, break into flats and stores. That's what I was thinking.
But you're not thinking that way anymore.
Oh, no, sir. Thanks to you.
Good. But don't blame the detectives. They've got their job to do.
I guess they have. How about that cup of coffee now, Captain?
All right, I think I will, Paul.
Good. You take milk in it?
No, just black.
It's good and hot.
Well, that's the way I like it. Whoa, that's enough.
Sugar, Captain?
Please.
There's none in the bowl. I'll ask my ma.
Oh, that's all right.
Ma?
Yes, Paul.
Where's the sugar?
I'll come in and get it.
Okay.
You didn't have to bother your mother. I like it this way, too.
She doesn't mind, I'm sure.
There's no sugar in the bowl?
No, Ma, it's empty.
Well, there's a 5-pound bag in the closet, Paul.
Over here? In this closet?
That's right. You see it?
Yeah, I see it, Ma, yeah.
He's a good boy, Captain. I've got a good boy.
I think he'll turn out that way, Miss Hance. A good boy. It was 5:15 when I returned to the station house. I signed the blotter and went into my office to read and sign reports and communications that had accumulated during the tour. At 6 o'clock, I changed from my uniform to civilian clothes and walked out into the muster room.
Oh, Captain. Did you get to talk to the Hance kid?
Yes, I spent about a half an hour with him at his house.
What do you think?
I think he might turn out all right.
Do you, Captain?
Yeah. He's an intelligent kid. Told me he wants to do the right thing. Seems to know the direction he's headed in.
Yes, sir, that's the trouble. He knows, but we don't.
I left Cassidy and went over behind the desk and signed the blotter to go off the job. It had started to snow as I walked to the subway. By the time I got off the train near my home in Queens, the streets were already covered. It continued to snow all night, and by morning, 6 inches of it was on the ground. I was due back on the job at 4 p.m. the next afternoon, but because of the weather, I started out a little early. I got into the station house at 3:25 and walked toward the desk to sign the blotter.
Hello, Captain.
Oh, Sergeant, what's doing?
Oh, it was a quiet tour.
Good.
Except for the weather.
I'll sign the blotter.
Yes, sir.
All right.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns.
Hello, is Captain Kennelly there?
Oh, he's busy right now. Who's this calling, please?
This is Ralph Hance.
Ralph who?
Hance. H-A-N-T-S? He knows me. I was there yesterday. He was to my shop. It's very important.
I'll be in my office, Sergeant.
Hold on a second, please. Captain?
Yeah.
Mr. Ralph Hance on the phone for you. He says he knows you.
Oh, yes. I'll take it on the extension here.
Yes, sir. Hold on, Mr. Hance. Captain Kennelly will talk to you. All right, go ahead, Captain.
21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Ralph Hance, Captain. I'm glad I caught you in.
Oh, what's the trouble, Ralph?
Don't you know? I thought maybe you could give me some help.
Well, I just now came in. What's the trouble?
Well, I was out on a service call. My wife says my mother came in the shop all excited. A detective was at the house and went through Paul's things. The detective told her another detective went to the school to get him.
Why?
I don't know. That's why I'm calling. My wife said my mother ran out and went to the police station. I don't know what happened. I thought everything was all right.
So did I.
Can I find out something?
As soon as I do, Ralph. You call me back or come over here.
Did you see my mother there?
No, I told you I just got in. You call me back, Ralph.
Yeah, all right, Captain.
In about a half an hour. Bye. Is Cassidy upstairs, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. I saw him go up about 25 minutes ago. He had a kid with him.
Oh, 16, 17 years old. Good-looking kid, blonde.
Yes, sir. Shall I ring upstairs for Cassidy?
No, I'll go up myself.
Yes, sir.
I'm going upstairs to the detective's, Red.
Yes, sir.
Captain.
Huh?
They took Paul again. They got him up there, up in the detectives.
All right, Miss Hans.
You said it was all right. You said it was a good boy.
I'm going up to find out about it now.
Please, Captain, tell them he's a good boy. He is. He did nothing.
Now, look, Miss Hans, there's nothing you can do here now. You better go on home.
Yes, that's what the detectives told me, but there must be something. There must.
You better go on home. I spoke to Ralph, and he's going to call me back.
Oh, my poor boy.
When he does, I'll tell him everything I can find out. Now, you better go on home.
You tell Ralph. You tell him.
I will, yes.
Hello, Captain.
Hi, Novak. Cassidy,
Hello, Captain.
you got Paul Hanson here, huh?
Yes, sir. He's sitting in the lieutenant's office.
Lieutenant King with him?
No, sir. I'm waiting for him to get back to talk to him.
What's the trouble?
There was a candy store broken into on 2nd Avenue last night. They took about $40 in cash, 2 boxes of cigars, and lifted a postage stamp machine off the counter.
Yeah?
We got some information out of it this afternoon and picked up one boy. He admitted being in on the deal. He said Paul Hanson was with him. We went over to Paul's house this afternoon and found the stamp machine under his bed. I sent down and cut him out of school.
Uh-huh.
In addition to this, he now admits burglarizing the florist and 3 flats in the neighborhood.
I want to talk to him.
Yes, sir. Help yourself, Captain.
Well, Paul, looks like we wasted a lot of time yesterday, huh?
Yes, sir. I guess we did.
You're in it up to here now, Paul. I don't know what the cure is, do you?
Look, I know I've been greasing you along, you and my mother and my brother.
And even me.
But I made a mistake, that's all. I made a mistake, and I'm sorry.
So did I, Paul. I made a mistake, too.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns. Who's shot? Well, where is this? Wait just a minute. Don't talk so fast. That's 3422, is that right? Yeah? In a restaurant. Well, who shot him? Oh? Yeah. Well, who are you? All right, now, just take it easy. Calm down now. Talk slowly. All right.
And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloane in the role of Captain Kennelly. Featured in tonight's cast were Eileen Palmer, Bryna Rayburn, Wendell Holmes, Joe DeSantis, Santos Ortega, and Martin Newman. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced by John Ives. Art Hannes speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. What's the matter with him? How do you know he's dead? From what? Where is this? You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct. All right. You just wait there for the officers. No, right there. I'm sending him now. You just wait there and show them where he is. All right, thank you.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between 5th Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st. 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. tour After I turned out the platoon for the night tour, I read the entries on the arrest record and blotter for an event-by-event picture of what had occurred in the precinct since I was last on duty. A little after 6, sector car number 3 came by the house for me, and I went on patrol of the precinct. When I returned to the station house, Lieutenant Gorman, the desk officer, told me things were quiet. I walked around the corner to a spaghetti house for my meal, which I finished at 8:40.
Oh, hello, Captain.
John, how are you?
I didn't know you were in. If I did, I would have come over to the table. So hello.
Oh, I was sitting in the back.
125 on 4 cents package. Out of 2.
Oh, I'll have a pack of spearmint.
Well, that's 134. You been seeing many ball games, Captain?
No, not this year.
35, 40, 50, and 2. Me neither. You know, I couldn't whip up any enthusiasm this season. I'm a Yankee fan. I'm a Yankee fan from way back. But 8, 10, 12, 14 games out in front, how can you get excited? Just the point where they're the whole league.
Yeah, it's got to be close to be interesting.
But at least the series might be interesting. Who do you pick?
I think the Brooks will take them.
You do? They never have yet.
Well, that's some ball club.
Well, yeah, they look like a ball club in their league, but wait till they get up against some competition.
Well,
wait, I'll walk out with you. I want to get a peek. Ralph, keep your eye on the front, huh? I just want to take a look at the box scores. They clinched the pennant, you know, but there's no harm in checking on the batting averages. Yeah. You going to see any of the series games, Captain?
It's a little bit too rich for my blood.
Yeah, that's $10 a reserve seat routine. That's a little rich for anybody's blood.
Yeah.
Look at that fellow. He's turning the fire alarm.
Hey, you. Hold up there. Wait a minute. You, wait a minute.
I'm not going anyplace.
Where's the fire?
There isn't any fire.
What'd you pull the hook for?
Because I wanted to.
Where's the fire, Captain?
There isn't any fire. I'm a police officer. What's your name?
Brighter, Hal Brighter.
Don't you know it's a criminal offense to turn in a false alarm?
I know it's a criminal offense.
Captain, you want me to run around the station house? You want to get some help?
He doesn't need any help.
No, John, they'll be here. Don't worry about it. Why'd you pull the hook? Come on, look at me. Talk to me. Why'd you pull the hook?
Because I want to go to jail, that's why. I want to go to jail.
You will, mister. You can count on it. The essential factors in fighting a fire are the promptness of discovery and the speed at which firemen arrive on the scene. But speed has its hazards. As many or more firemen are killed and injured in accidents occurring while responding to alarms as in the course of fires themselves. During the last calendar year, there were 13,981 false alarms in the city of New York. And to each of these, no less than 4 pieces of fire department apparatus and 2 police cars responded. In this case, the offender, Hal Brighter, made no excuses, nor would he offer any reason for his act. He was questioned for some minutes on the street by myself, by other police officers on the scene, and by the fire captain in command of the apparatus which responded. After the fire apparatus left, he was taken around the corner to the precinct house, where, as arresting officer, I booked him in. How do you spell that?
B-R-I-D-E-R.
Any middle initial?
E. Hal E. Brighter.
How old are you?
21.
Where do you live?
I live at 734 East 81st Street.
What apartment number?
2B.
Bond is $500. Can be posted with me.
What do you mean, bond?
Bail. If you can get somebody to post $500 bail, you don't have to appear until he comes up in court. Otherwise, we'll have to hold you.
I want to be held. I don't want any bail.
Now, look, son, this isn't doing you any good. You must have had a reason for pulling that hook. Now, tell us about it.
I don't want to talk about it. Just lock me up.
Well, that'll come soon enough. How many other false alarms did you turn in?
None. This is the only one.
What was it? Just an impulse?
No, it wasn't an impulse. I thought about it. I thought about it a long time.
Look, that's my office across there. Go in there and sit down. I'll be in a minute.
Why?
I want to talk to you, that's why.
I've got nothing to say. I just want to be locked up.
Go in there and sit down.
Yes. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk to anybody.
That's an odd one, Captain. Yeah, sure is.
You want to take this pinch yourself, Captain? You'll have to go to court in the morning.
No, that's all right.
Well, what's the matter with that guy, Captain?
Maybe he likes to hear sirens. They give him a boot.
Did you see his eyes? Looks like a user to me.
He did it that, didn't he? I know he's a user. I wanted him to tell me.
What's his idea? What could he get by turning in a false alarm?
Well, what could he get besides a little time on Rikers Island? I'll be in my office, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
All right, Hal. I want you to tell me what your trouble is.
I've got no trouble.
Haven't you? Stand up.
Why?
I said stand up.
Yes, sir.
Take your coat off.
Why?
Is that the only thing you know? Why? Take it off.
Yes, sir.
Put it on that chair there. Roll up your sleeve.
Oh, what are you trying to find out that you don't already know?
Let me see your arm. How long have you been on the habit, Hal? Long enough. All right. Sit down. Why'd you pull the hook on that firebox?
A long story. You wouldn't be interested.
Well, who said I wouldn't?
Well, I'm not interested. Look, you locked me up. I don't feel like talking to anybody. I'm beginning to feel lousy. I feel terrible.
Are you married?
No, I'm not married.
You live on 81st Street there all by yourself?
Yes, all by myself.
You have any family?
What's this got to do with my family?
Where are they?
I don't have any family.
When did you shoot up last?
What difference does it make?
When?
Yesterday morning, not since then.
Who's your connection, Hal?
I've got no connection.
Well, you must have been getting it someplace. Where?
I don't know anything.
If you don't know anything, Hal, we'll teach you a lot around here.
Who are you calling?
21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein.
Sergeant, ring upstairs to the detective squad and see if we can locate Lieutenant King.
Yes.
And ask him to come into my office for a minute, will you?
Yes, sir, Captain.
What do you need him for?
If you're a narcotics user, Hal, it's his job to find out who sold it to you. Why'd you pull that fire alarm?
I don't think you'd understand.
Maybe I would. Why don't you try me?
I told you it was a long story. It's cold in here. You know that? It's awfully cold in here. Now, I'm beginning to feel terrible. Really terrible. I'm sick.
Put your coat on.
Yeah, thanks. That ought to help.
You work, Hal? You got a job?
Yes, I did have. I did have until the day before yesterday.
What happened?
I got fired.
Why?
Why do you think?
How'd you get the habit? You should have known better than that. You look like an intelligent boy.
I'm very intelligent. Top 10 in my class. A big deal.
How'd you get hooked?
Well, it was this girl.
What's her name?
It doesn't have anything to do with it. I thought I could kick the habit anytime. First, it was just once in a while, and maybe 2 or 3 times a week, and then it got to be a regular fix every day. Every day.
Where is this girl?
I don't know where she is. I lost track of her someplace down the line. I don't know what happened to her. I haven't seen her in 5, 6 weeks, a couple of months. Listen, I gotta loosen my tie, Captain. It's getting awfully warm in here. You don't mind if I loosen my tie?
No? Go right ahead.
Thanks. But I was buying 2, 3, 4 caps a day. See, I had a good job, but it was beginning to cost me $40, $50, $60 a week to support the habit. It was too much. It was way too much, and it was getting so I couldn't get halfway through the day.
I imagine you couldn't.
And when they fired me, there I was, with no money, owing everybody, not a chance in the world to get another job, and it kind of brought me to my senses.
Did it?
So I told myself, Hal, you're going to kick the habit. You're going to kick it right now. So I went home. You know what I did?
What?
I went to the drawer and I got the works. You know, the needle and the cotton and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what I did with them? I broke them up and I threw them down the toilet. I said, Hal, that's all, boy. You're through. That's all. So I started to sweat it out. I stayed around the house. I didn't leave. And then I started to dry up. Just dry up. This cold turkey is awful. You know how sick I got. I told myself I was going to sweat it out, and I was sweating, too. I really was. Anyway, I had a bottle of whiskey there. I thought maybe that would help, you know, get me over the hump, so I soaked it down. And I soaked it down. Anyway, I got stinking passed out drunk. I just passed. Listen, is there a window open, Captain? There's an awful draft in here somewhere.
No window open.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's just my imagination. I guess I'm just getting sick again. Anyway, I flopped down in the bed, and it was 11:30 in the morning before I woke up, and I wasn't feeling too sick, so I said, Hal, maybe you're over the hump. Maybe you're there.
Well, didn't you eat anything?
No, I wasn't hungry. I wasn't hungry at all. I just would get into one chair, and I moved to the next one, and I'd take my shoes off, and I put them back on, but I was going to sweat it out. I made up my mind I was going to sweat it out.
But you didn't.
No, I didn't. I shot up about 8:30 last night.
Well, that was last night. What about today?
Well, I didn't give up the idea of kicking the habit. I figured I'd make it because it cost me my last $6 for the 3 caps the night before. See, I didn't have a cent left. So well, anyway, I didn't care how sick I got. I really stuck it out. I really stuck it out till about 8 o'clock. And then I thought I'd better go out and get some air. See, that's what I needed, some air. So I went down the street and I started walking, and it was getting worse all the time. It was just worse and worse. And I walked by where my connection hangs out. I just walked by. See, I didn't even stop.
You didn't have the money.
Well, that's true, but I went right by him anyway. See, I was feeling terrible. It was real bad, and I walked down the street, and I saw this car. And you know, it was in the back seat. There was a fur coat. And all kinds of things kept going through my head. Hal, get the coat, put it in soak, get money for a fix. Well, you know, I walked around the block 3 times past that car, and the last time I stopped, and I was just about to open the door, see, and I stopped, and I said, Hal, what's the matter with you? You know what you're doing? This is what you said wouldn't happen to you. You're not going to be a thief like everybody else on the habit, so I just walked some more, and I thought, Hal, if you're in jail, it's cold turkey, and there's no questions asked.
So you pulled the hook on the fire alarm?
Yeah, that's right. I pulled the hook.
To get in jail?
Yes, sir, to get in jail.
Oh, Hal, that's the only thing you were right about. Upstairs together to wait arrival of detectives from the narcotics squad who would interrogate the boy in an attempt to learn his source of the drugs. At 9:30, a car came by the precinct house and took me down to 86th Street and York Avenue, where one of the candidates for mayor in the forthcoming election was speaking to a rally. The crowd was neither large nor disorderly. After the rally broke up, I resumed patrol of the precinct. At 11:30, I returned to the precinct house. As the sector car drove away, I walked up the worn front stoop into the muster room.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. Hello, Captain.
Sergeant?
All right. 11.
Yeah. Now watch it there, Captain.
Huh?
Ain't sweat. The Mendicant squad just dumped 6 moochers in here.
Were they picked up in this precinct?
Yes, sir. Seems there was a migration from the Bowery. They came up in a lump.
Oh, Captain.
Yes?
There's a young woman waiting for you.
No? Where?
She said she'd be right back. She asked if there was a phone here that she could use, and I told her there's no public phone in the precinct house. She'd have to go to the candy store down the block.
Who is she?
She's the sister of that boy who turned in the false alarm.
Oh. How about him? What happened?
He's back in the cells, Captain. A couple of men from the narcotics squad showed up and talked to him upstairs. Nat King came down with him. He said they're through with him. To lock him up.
And did she talk to her brother?
Yes, sir, when the detectives brought him downstairs. She talked to him for a while in the back room. Then she said she'd like to wait for you.
See if you can get me Lieutenant King on the phone, will you? Is he upstairs?
Yes, Captain, I think so.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. Step right up to bed. What can I do for you?
I want you to send a policeman home with me, will you?
Well, what's the trouble there?
Well, I tell you, my landlady won't let me into my room.
Why not?
Well, she claims I'm 2 weeks behind on my rent. She said I'm locked out till I pay up.
Well, are you 2 weeks behind?
Well, it's not the point, is it? The point is, does she have a right to keep my clothes?
That's not our job to get your clothes back, mister. That's between you and the landlady.
Lieutenant King's on his way downstairs, Captain.
Oh,
Okay,
well,
thanks.
Send her. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, that's all right.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. No. Well, can't you send somebody over there so she'll be at least reasonable? I don't care about the room. I can get 1,000,000 rooms that I want my thing.
That's a civil action, mister. You'll have to get out a summons on her and let the magistrate work it out.
Well, I owe her the rent, all right. That would count against me, wouldn't it?
Oh, there's Lieutenant King, Captain.
Okay, thanks.
Well, the point is, I don't have a clean shirt to wear to work tomorrow.
Matt,
Hello, Captain.
how did you and the narcotics squad make out with that boy?
Well, I came uptown to talk to him. I had him in my office for nearly an hour. Not so good with him.
No?
No, sir, he wasn't carrying. Didn't have a thing on him. While they were talking to him, I sent Novak and Howard over to have a look in his room. They couldn't find the works or any junk over there.
Well, he told me he disposed of the works.
Yes, I know. He wouldn't open up to us about his connection. But from what he told you about where he was walking, right by his connection, he said.
Yeah, that's right.
And from where he saw the car and from where he pulled the fire hook, they've got a pretty good idea on just about the location his connection hangs out. They're checking around to see if they can spot him.
Well, what about the boy, meanwhile?
Well, there's no narcotics case against him, Captain. They thought the best thing to do was go ahead and charge him with a false alarm. Might get 6 months out of that. Couldn't do much better, even if they did have a case.
Okay, Matt, thanks.
We'll go out and get a sandwich. How about you, Captain?
No, much obliged. I've got a whole folder of reports in there.
Oh, that's his sister. Just came back in.
Yeah, they told me she wants to talk to me.
Mrs. Rygate, this is Captain Kennelly.
How do you do, Captain?
How are you?
I'll be back a little later, Captain.
Okay, Matt.
See you then.
They said you wanted to talk to me, ma'am,
That's right. If you have a minute.
in my office.
Yes, sir. All right. I suppose you know it's about Hal.
Yes, I know. Mrs. Rygate,
Yes, that's right. This is Joan Rygate.
do you want to have a seat there?
Yes, thanks.
How did you find out about this?
Well, I have a friend that lives in the same building as Hal, right across the hall, as a matter of fact.
Mm-hmm.
When the detectives came to look in his apartment before, my friend called me on the telephone. They told my friend that Hal was arrested. He was over here,
Where do you live, Mrs. Rygate?
in Hempstead. You know, Long Island.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my husband stayed with the children, and I took the car and drove on in. I don't know what I could do, but I came anyway.
Did you know your brother was a narcotics addict?
No, I didn't. Not until tonight.
Didn't you know something was wrong?
Well, not exactly. We haven't seen him all summer, not since the middle of June. He used to come out to the house every other week or so. He likes the kids. He just adores them. Well, I thought he was busy and didn't have time. You know how it is. How bad is it, Captain? You read about people getting cured. I was just wondering what he can do, what I can do.
Well, if anything can be done, it's up to him.
Yes, I know. We don't have much money. My husband has a small store out there. He's just getting started in business. We don't have too much, but anything I can do to help out, I'll be glad to.
What about your parents? Where do they live?
In Jersey. My father's dead. My mother remarried. She remarried a man with 3 young children. He couldn't go there. That would be impossible. I don't think she'd want him. I don't think she ever wanted him. Either of us. It's funny. She didn't want either of us, and now she's got 3 that aren't even her own. You were saying he could help himself. How can he do that?
Well, the public health law dealing with narcotics states that an admitted narcotic addict can have himself committed and subjected to treatment.
Oh, that would be good, but where would that be? In a hospital?
That's right, in the city hospital.
Oh, the hospital wouldn't be so bad. He's locked up back there now. He's never been in jail before in his life, never. The sergeant out there told me that his bail is $500. For a $500 bail, he can get out. What do you mean? You put up $500 or the city keeps the $500 or what?
Well, he's just put up as surety that he'll appear for his trial.
Oh, I never knew exactly what it meant.
If he appears for the trial, the bond is released. But I don't think he wants to be released on bail. That's why he pulled the fire alarm, to get in jail.
That's what he told me, too. He wanted to get in jail where he'd be away from it, where he couldn't possibly get it. He said he didn't care what happened to him. He didn't care how sick he got.
Well, what did you want with me, Mrs. Riley?
I just wanted to find out what I could do. I just want to know what's best. What's best for Hal.
I think the best thing would be if he'd subject himself to treatment and help the detectives with what they want to know.
Oh, no, he wouldn't do that. I know he wouldn't. He told me that the people who sold him the dope were helping him out. That's all they were doing. They were helping him out when he was in trouble.
Yes, they help everybody out, especially themselves. The rest of the night was quiet in the precinct. At 7:45 a.m., the patrol wagon arrived to take the prisoners arrested during the night to court. Among them were 2 cat burglars and a parole violator who would be taken downtown to 100 Center Street to felony court. The 6 Boweryites arrested on their uptown mooching expedition and Hal Brider were taken to Arrest Park, Midtown Magistrates Court, 153 East 57th Street. At 8 a.m., I turned out the platoon, signed the blotter, and left the precinct. I had breakfast, called Ellen. Told her I had to go to court and would be home late. I window shopped on 5th Avenue, then on 57th Street till 5 minutes to 10 when I walked into the courtroom. There were fewer spectators than people inside the rail, police officers, attorneys, bondsmen. The prisoners were guarded in the barred room off to one side. As the jail docket is always called first, the assistant district attorney told me my case would be through early. The magistrate entered and court was called to order. The first case was on a charge of assault from the 17th Precinct. The complaining witness had lost much of his enthusiasm overnight.
I'll dismiss the charges for lack of evidence.
Case dismissed. You can go.
Order, please. Order, please.
Hallie Brider to the bar. Hallie Brider.
Yes, that's right.
Right over this way.
Is the arresting officer in court?
Captain Kennelly. Is Captain Kennelly in court?
Yes, I'm here.
Hallie Brider, you were charged with violation of Section 1424 of the Penal Law.
Are you represented by counsel, young man?
Sir, I don't need a lawyer. I'm guilty, Your Honor.
I can't take your plea here. All I can do is set bail and bind you over to special sessions.
Your Honor.
Yes, Captain.
This man is a narcotics addict. He admitted it to me. I think the district attorney would be willing to go along with a suspended sentence if he'd allow himself to be committed for treatment.
Is that true, young man?
No, sir, I'm all right. I don't need treatment. I don't want it. Now, look, boy, get some sense, will you? Look, there's only one place to kick it. That's jail. That's where. If you think that's easy... I know it's not easy. You think I'm having an easy time now? I'm sick now. I'm sick already.
I can't commit him, Captain, not unless he makes a voluntary application.
Yes, I know, Your Honor.
Well,
I'm not going to volunteer.
Bail on the charge is set at $500. Remand for special sessions.
This way.
All right.
Step this way through that door. Bernard J. Bexel. Bernard J. Bexel to the bar.
As a result of his failure to make the $500 bond, Hal Brider was taken to the Tombs to wait his trial in Special Sessions Court on charges of turning in a false alarm. Before I left, I stopped in the detention pen to talk to him. He was convinced that the answer was to sweat it out in jail. Cold turkey, as he called it. Symptoms typical of the withdrawal from narcotics had overtaken him. His eyes were watery. His head hurt. He was alternately hot and cold. He was genuinely ill, but he was determined. I left the court building and got a subway for home, not due back on the job until 8 the following morning. When I got to the precinct house the next day, I signed the blotter and turned out the platoon for the day tour. There was a teletype communication addressed to all precinct, division, and borough commanders to report in the lineup room at police headquarters, 240 Center Street, at 10 o'clock that morning. The meeting concerned police assignments in connection with the registration of voters and the subsequent election of city officers. The meeting lasted until 12:15. On the way uptown, just as we were entering the 21st, a signal 32 came over the air. The address, 734 East 81st Street, ambulance responding. I told my operator to make the run. When we pulled into the block, I saw the two sector's car, the sergeant's car, and the ESD car were on the job. All right, let's keep the sidewalk clear, Farrell. Have these people move on. All right, police officer. Coming through there. Police officer. All right, let me through there. Oh, hello, Captain. What have we got, Sergeant?
DOA.
Yeah?
I was just going out to notify the medical examiner.
What is it, natural causes?
No, sir.
Not homicide.
No, sir. You know who he is? He's your friend, the false alarm kid.
Where is it, Sergeant?
Top of the stairs, Captain. I'll walk up with you. Lieutenant King is here.
Oh? Is he?
Yes.
How did it happen?
Lieutenant King says it looks like an overdose. There was a hypodermic needle and 4 or 5 empty capsules around.
How did he get out of jail? I thought he was going to sweat it out there.
And my sister is here. She told me she won his bond.
Oh.
Right in there, Captain. He's in there. She went down to visit him at the tombs yesterday afternoon. She paid a bondsman $25. He got out last night. In there.
Hello, Matt.
Captain.
What's it look like, Matt? An overdose?
Yes, sir. It's pretty obvious. He wanted to make up for a little lost time.
He's lost plenty of time now, hasn't he?
He sure has.
Did you find him, Matt?
No, sir, but I was on my way over here. We got his connection during the night. I called down to the tombs. They told me the boy was released on bail. So I was on my way over to see if he'd help us make a stronger case against the shover.
How was he found?
His sister came to see him. She promised she would at noon. She knocked on the door. There wasn't any answer. She got the super to open up. This is what they found.
He wanted to kick the habit.
Seems like the habit kicked him.
All right, I'll go talk to her. You better notify the ME, Sergeant.
Yes.
Mrs. Reigate?
It didn't have to happen. It didn't have to happen at all.
You wanted to stay in jail. You wanted to sweat it out.
I couldn't stand to see him in jail. Not Hal. I just couldn't stand to see Hal in jail. I got a bondsman and I got him out. He didn't want to come out. He didn't want to leave. But I talked him into it. It's my fault. Oh, my fault. I know it.
But if you got him out, why did you leave him alone last night?
He said he'd be all right. And I have my children and my husband. He said he'd be fine. He told me he was going to kick the habit. He said he'd never touch the stuff again.
He won't. He's kicked the habit. He's kicked it for good.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. You what? Smell gas. Where is this? E71? At what floor? You haven't found where it's coming from. That's right. Get the people out. See if you can locate where it's coming from.
And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloane in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Robert Reddick, Lawson Zerby, Jack Orison, Bill Smith, Raymond Edward Johnson, and Madeline Sherwood. Written and directed by Stanley Niss, produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Gaylord Avery speaking.
Twenty-first Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Yeah, Coley. How many prisoners you got there? Yeah. Yeah. Well, where is it?
Inside the bar there? Yeah? Yeah? You are, by transcription, in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct. All right. I'll send a car around to assist you. Yeah, right away. Okay. And then come on in.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my night tour, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. It was raining hard when I came on the job, and the 62 men of the 4 to 12 platoon wore their black rubber raincoats and cap covers at the turnout. By 6 p.m., however, the rain had stopped, and when I went out for my meal, the skies were clear. At 8, I instructed Sergeant Waters on telephone switchboard duty to have a car come by the station house to take me on patrol. Then, for the next 2.5 hours, with Patrolman William P. Coley as operator, I rode the streets of the precinct. The 490 radio motor patrol cars of the police department of the city of New York are, for obvious reasons, conspicuous-appearing vehicles. They are Ford, Chevrolet, and Plymouth Club coupes. The lower part of the bodies are painted dark green and black, the upper part white. The word police is lettered in several places large enough to be read a block away. At night, a red and white lighted sign, also reading police, shines from the roof of each car. Consequently, a citizen in need of assistance can see a radio motor patrol car coming from some distance away. And as we drove downtown on Lexington Avenue en route back to the station house, that was the case exactly.
I think that fellow wants us, Captain.
All right, pull in. Yes, sir.
Boy, am I glad I saw you.
What's the trouble?
You see that bar there?
Yep.
Well, I was in there having a beer. See, I was just minding my own business, having a beer. And for no reason at all, I looked around. I just turned around. I'm sitting at the bar, And there in the booth is this fellow and this girl. Why, I thought he looked familiar to me, so I took another look.
Yeah?
You know who he is? He's the guy who held me up 3 weeks ago. How do you like that?
As you're aware.
On the job. I'm the station agent for the Independent Subway. He come in, he stuck me up.
You sure it was him?
Same identical fella, I swear it.
Was he still in the bar?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's in there. I wanted to get out as fast as I could before he recognized me. I thought I'd see a cop on the street or something. I didn't know what to do. I thought if I went to a phone someplace, he'd get out and get away, So I just thought it best to wait outside until somebody came along. And if he came out meantime, I was going to follow him, I'm glad to see you. I didn't want to go following him. When he robbed me, he had a gun this long. Suppose I followed him, he still had it on him, huh?
What's your name?
Perfect. Real perfect.
Where is this subway station where you were robbed?
116th Street, 116th Street Station, the 8th Avenue line.
When was it?
3 weeks ago, Thursday night.
You live around here, Roy?
Yeah, over there, 2nd Avenue.
All right. Let's go have a look. Coley?
Yes, sir. Right with you, Captain. Well, I'm telling you, there ain't a station agent who's not going to breathe easier tonight. Know how many of us got stuck up the last couple of weeks already?
Yes, I know.
11 of us.
Hold it here.
When I seen him, I started to shake, Then I kind of got my wits back about me.
He's a redhead, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a redhead. Oh, you know about this guy?
Yeah, we know about him.
What a guy. 11 of us. Bang, bang, bang.
You say he's in a booth across from the bar?
Across from the bar and the back of it, sort of, He's got this girl with him, you see. I recognize him right away. Right there.
All right, Roy, you wait right here. We'll talk to him.
Be careful, will you? If he's still got the gun on him.
Wow. Yeah, just wait right here. Come on, Coley. Yes, sir.
You watch him now.
All right, Coley. You keep your eyes open. I'll talk to him.
Okay, Captain.
There he is. Yeah.
Can I help you, Captain?
Oh, I'll see you in a minute, Joe.
Very funny. Very funny.
Joe, stand up a minute, will you? And what's the idea? Stand up, stand up. All right, take it easy.
What's the matter?
Lean up against there. Why? Go on, lean up against there. Yeah, all right. Shake him, Coley. I'd like to know what the idea is.
So would I.
Okay. All right, sit down. But what's the matter anyway? What's your name? Creedy. Paul Creedy. Keep your hands on the table. I was just going to get my wallet to show you. All right, just keep your hands on the table there. What's the idea?
What's the idea? We didn't do anything. We were just sitting here.
Where do you live, Paul? Why? Because I asked you, where do you live? 762 East 89th Street. I'd like to know what this is all about.
Would I, after all? Got some trouble here, Captain?
No, we'll handle it, Joe.
What's the matter?
Look, you better just get back behind the bar.
Okay, if you say so. I'd like to know what this is all about. We've got some rights in this country, too, you know.
Okay, honey, it's all right. Coley, go outside and get him. Yes, sir, right away. Get who? You working, Paul? Working? Sure, I'm working. Where do you work? At a leather goods factory downtown. What's the name of the company? Ravenscroft. Ravenscroft Leather Goods. Now, listen, now, fun is fun. What's this all about? You ever been arrested, Paul?
Of course he hasn't.
Have you? No, I haven't. What's your name? Her name is Louise Vanella. She's a friend of mine. We go out together. She lives across the street from me. Is there anything else you want to know? All right, Paul, take it easy. Why should I take it easy? You come around here throwing a lot of questions at me. Why should I take it easy? Because you're liable to have a lot more questions thrown at you. Here he is, Captain. That's him. That's the guy. I'm the guy what? You're the guy that stuck me up. You're out of your mind.
It was me all night.
It wasn't tonight. I didn't stick you up. All right. You're lying about it. Okay, cut it out.
He's crazy.
All right, quiet now.
He didn't stick anybody up.
Listen, when was this supposed to have happened? About 3 weeks ago. In the 116th Street station of the 8th Avenue line. He's out of his mind. Yeah, well, we'll see if I am. Listen, let's go get this straightened out. I want it straightened out. That's what we're going to do, Paul. Right now. Patrolman Coley rang in, and an additional car was sent to assist, and we took all three to the station house. At the house, Coley and I took them upstairs to the office of the 21st Detective Squad, where the situation was explained to Detective John Bender, who was catching, and Lieutenant Matt King, commander of the squad. As required, Patrolman Coley, who would be the arresting officer of record, remained with his prisoner. I went downstairs to my office. After talking for a few minutes to the complainant, Roy Perford, Lieutenant King brought the suspect into his office, where he questioned him in the presence of Patrolman Coley and Detective Bender.
Well, you've got to grant this, Paul. The man walked into the bar. He saw you sitting there. He said you're the boy that stuck him up. Must be something to it.
Well, he said it. There's something to that. Maybe he believes it. I don't know, but it wasn't me.
Paul, in the last month, there have been 11 station agents held up in Manhattan alone.
That doesn't make me the guy.
I know it doesn't. But I want you to listen to this.
What?
One of the robberies was in this precinct, the 77th Street station of the Lexington Avenue line, on Friday, June 24th. This is when a squeal made out by the detective investigated the case. At 11:18, a lone man walked up to the change booth and asked directions as to how to get to Times Square. Station agent told him. The man then pulled a nickel-plated revolver from his pocket and robbed the station agent of $53.40.
What's that got to do with me?
The station agent described the man like this. 24 years old, 5 feet 9 inches, 150 to 60 pounds, light complexion, blue eyes, medium build, and red hair. Sure sounds like he was talking about you, doesn't it, Paul?
Well, I'm not the only guy in New York with red hair.
He was one. This fellow Roy Pierford, who saw you in the bar tonight. He gave the detectives up there in the 28th squad almost an identical description. He identified you in person.
Well, that don't mean a thing.
Means a lot to me, Paul. From the description, it appears the same man who was involved in the other 9 cases.
Well, why don't you find him?
Paul, the opinion appears to be pretty widespread that we've got him.
It's not true. I didn't do it.
All right. Maybe we'll find out if you didn't. But I'm telling you, if you did, you might as well let me know about it right now. Because you'll just be wasting a lot of your time and a lot of mine.
I didn't.
Now, you told Captain Kennelly that you were employed by the Ravenscroft Leather Goods Company.
That's right.
What do you do there?
I work on a stamping machine.
Work steady?
Yeah, sure.
How long you been there?
Since around February.
What do you make a week?
Well, that depends on the overtime.
On the average, say.
Oh, around $80, $75.
What time do you get in the morning?
Like 8 o'clock.
What time you through?
4, unless it's overtime.
You live at 762 East 89th Street.
Yeah.
Who do you live there with?
My mother, my brother, and my sister.
Where's your father?
Oh, that's what we'd like to know.
Bender, move that ashtray over so I can use it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That's all right. Are your brother and sister younger or older?
No, she's older. He's younger.
Do they work?
My sister does. She works for the city. My brother's in high school still. He works a little bit, odd jobs.
How old is he?
18.
What color hair does he have? Red, too?
No. He's darker. Brown like yours.
Mm-hmm. Who's this girl you were with tonight?
Louise Vanilla.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, you see her much?
Yeah, I see her a lot. We're thinking about getting married.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
When?
We don't know yet. We've got a few problems we've got to work on.
Yeah, don't we all? How long have you been going with her?
Oh, I don't know. 3 or 4 months.
Ever been in trouble, Paul?
What do you mean, trouble?
Ever been arrested?
No.
Never?
No.
Never had any trouble with the cops? Not even when you were a kid? Kid stuff?
No, never.
Well, let's see now. There were 11 of these robberies. Let's just talk about 2 of them for a minute. The 2 we know most about so far.
I don't know anything about any of them.
I mean us. We here. Well, we know about the one in the 116th Street station of the 8th Avenue line because Mr. Pierford saw you in the bar and identified you.
He's crazy about that.
Yeah, but he identified you. That was on June 16th, Thursday night. Now, we know about the one that was here in this precinct. That was on June 24th, Friday night. You got any idea where you were either of those 2 nights?
Not at the moment. I got to think about it. I just can't remember back when I wasn't doing anything in particular that I know of.
Yeah. Could have been with your girl, couldn't you? Louise?
Oh, yeah, sure, I could have. I might have, but I don't know. How should I know? I can't remember specifically.
All right. Could have been home?
I could have, yeah. I don't know. I don't remember that far back. How do you expect me to remember where I was a month ago almost? I had no reason to remember.
All right, you could have been putting a gun on those station agents.
Well, that I wasn't.
You'd have remembered that.
If I did them, I would have remembered. I didn't do them.
I'll tell you what, Paul. I'll agree with you that there's lots of redheads in New York.
Sure are.
And I'll agree with you that Mr. Pierford, the fellow at the 116th Street station, might have been mistaken.
I know he was.
I'll tell you what I've got in mind. We'll get the victim from the 77th Street subway station, the one in this precinct over here. See what he has to say.
Well, that's not fair. You're not going to sit him down here and say one fellow said I was the guy.
No, nothing like that. If he picks you, he's got to pick you out of a line.
Oh, sure, and I'm the only redhead. How can he miss?
He'll be loaded with redheads.
Well, all right. That's fair enough.
Good. Excuse me.
Yeah.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters.
Lieutenant King, Sergeant. Captain Kennelly around?
Yes, sir, he's in his office. I'll ring in there.
Okay.
21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Lieutenant King, Captain.
Yes, Matt.
If you have a minute, I'd like to talk to you.
Okay, Matt, I'll be right up.
I'll meet you at the head of the stairs, Captain, outside the squad room.
All right.
You sit in there, Paul. Crawley, stay with him.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Bender.
Yes, sir. I'm not going to be here all night, am I?
I hope not, Paul. Look, Bender.
Yes, sir.
There's 2 things I want you to do. I want you to check his name through BCI for any previous record.
Okay.
And I want you to see if you can locate the victim of the robbery in this precinct and get him over here.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
Tell Goldman I said to ride over to the boy's house. I want him to take a look through his things, see if he's got that gun around there or any other evidence.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Get on it.
Yes, sir, right away. Listen, excuse me.
Yes, Mr. Pierford?
How long will I have to wait around here, do you know? I was just supposed to be going down for a paper, and I stopped in for that beer. My wife will have a fit.
Oh, why don't you telephone and let her know you're here?
Well, we don't have any phones.
I could have the desk officer send a policeman around to notify
Oh,
her.
no, don't do that. She wouldn't know what to think. She's got some vivid imagination. Could I just go home and come back? Would that be all right?
The detectives from the 28th Squad are on the way down here to see you. Better stay here.
All right.
Aren't you finished with Paul yet?
No, not yet.
What's taking so long? He didn't do anything. You know he didn't do anything.
That's the trouble. I don't know it.
Well, when will he be finished?
I don't know that either. You can go home if you want.
No. That's all right. I'll stay.
All right, it's up to you. May have a long wait.
I don't care.
Well, thanks for coming up, Captain.
It's all right, man. Well, how does it look?
Well, he continues to deny he's the one.
Yeah.
I'm getting the victim from the robbery in this precinct over here. We'll have a lineup.
Good.
I need some help in the lineup, Captain. We'll get to it about midnight. I need 4 or 5 redheads about the same physical description as his.
Oh, we ought to be able to dig up that many between both platoons.
Yes, I think so. I saw Kane is working at 4 to 12. Ought to be good.
Yeah, he would be. And I think Benjamin is on the job, too.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we ought to have enough. I'll talk it over with the desk officer. What do you think of this boy, man?
What do I think?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, Captain, I've got a personal opinion. After that second victim gets a look at him, I think he's going to walk right out of here. I don't believe that boy was anywhere near those subway stations.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city.
After I spoke to Lieutenant Gorman, the desk officer, I rang upstairs and told Lieutenant King we had 5 patrolmen, all red-haired, who approximated the same general physical description as the suspect. I suggested that the proposed lineup be held as close to midnight as possible in order that those men who were on the job would lose as little time from patrol as practical, and those men off duty would be required to spend a minimum of their own time. He agreed, provided, of course, that the victim could be located and brought to the station house by then. In a criminal case, identification by the victim of the suspect is generally the most important piece of evidence. Consequently, procedure calls for exactitude in conducting a lineup. The process of identification is usually the prime target of attack by the defense attorney, and any irregularity that can be shown makes a deep impression on the jury in favor of the defendant. At 11:25 p.m., Lieutenant King informed me that Detective Bender had located the victim at his home in Washington Heights and was driving him to the station house. The men from the patrol force who were to participate in the lineup were instructed to report to Lieutenant King in their civilian clothes. At midnight, I turned out the platoon, and after the men marched out the front door to take over their posts, I started across the muster room toward my office.
Captain?
Oh, hello, Bender.
Captain, this is Mr. Louis Wolfschmidt, Captain Kennelly. Captain.
How do you do, Mr. Wolfschmidt?
He's the victim in that robbery we had in this precinct.
I never thought you'd catch him. I never thought you would. Well, we don't know that it's him yet, Mr. Wolfschmidt. You're the one who's going to have to tell us that.
Oh, don't you worry about that. I know him. I don't forget. I wonder if we could wait in your office until they're ready for Mr. Wolfschmidt upstairs, Captain.
Sure, Bender. Help yourself. I'll go up and see how they're making out.
Yes, sir. In here, Mr. Wolfschmidt.
How long will it take, you know?
Captain.
Yes, Sergeant.
I was just upstairs. We're about all set.
All right, I'm going up there now. I left those cabaret inspection reports on your desk, Captain. You get a chance to look at them? No, not yet. I'll read them during the night.
Yes, sir.
Anything unusual in them? Just in that one I was telling you about, Captain. I told the manager we had another complaint about the entertainers fraternizing with the patrons. He said he'd watch it. And you make a stop in there tomorrow night, too, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Make sure he is watching it. All right, keep it down, you men. What do you think this is? Where's Lieutenant King?
In his office, Captain.
Well, haven't you gone home yet?
No, I'm waiting for Paul.
Well, you could have a long wait.
That's all right. I don't mind.
Yes. Captain Kennelly.
Come in, Captain.
Bender brought the other victim in, Matt. He's waiting in my office.
Yeah, I know. He rang up here, Captain. I told him to come upstairs and wait with him outside in the hall.
Oh.
All you about set, Paul?
Yes, I'm set. Let's get it over with.
All right.
Paul, I see you found a few redheads.
Yeah.
Paul, are you all right?
Why don't you go home, honey?
I don't want to.
You'll either have to sit down on the bench or go home.
Go sit down, Louise, please. This will all be over soon.
I hope so. I just hope so.
Do you have a light, Captain? Yeah, sure.
Get them lined up over there, will you?
Here you are.
All right, fellas. Let's form a line.
Thanks.
Paul, listen, I was just sitting in a bar minding my own business.
All right, Paul, let's go. Yeah.
Come on. Form a straight line there.
Okay, Paul, this is your party. Pick your spot.
Anywhere?
On the end, in the middle, anywhere you like.
All right. Well, this will do right here.
Spread out there and let them in.
Excuse me, Captain. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead,
You
man.
better take that jacket off, Kane.
Hello, Bender.
Lieutenant, this is Mr. Louis Wolfschmidt, Lieutenant King.
Mr. Wolfschmidt?
Hi, how are you?
Wolfschmidt, do you think you can identify the man that held you up?
Oh, yeah.
You sure of it?
Oh, I remember him. I remember what he looked like. I could do it.
All right, well, let's try. You want to come in?
Yeah. It was like yesterday that night.
When we get in there, I'll tell you how we work it. Go ahead, Mr. Wolfschmidt.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, I want you to walk up and down in front of that line of men there. Now, thank you. Now, take your time. Look them over. Look them over good. You see the one that held you up and robbed you, tap him on the shoulder.
Look them all over?
Look them over good.
Yeah.
I got it. 21st Squad, Detective Bender. Yeah, speak. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes, sir. Listen, send it.
You want me to take another look?
You think you need it?
I'd like to hear that one talk.
Which one?
This one here.
State your name and address.
Paul Creedy.
762 East 89?
That's him. He's the one.
Get out, man.
It's a lie. It's a lousy frame. No frame up. Nobody told me nothing.
Rest of you men are excused. Thank you very much.
The whole thing is a lousy frame. You're the one. I can't help it.
From beginning to end.
Go in my office, Paul. Hey, Captain. Right with you, man. Wait a minute, Mr. Wolfschmidt.
Yeah, sure. Lieutenant?
Go ahead, Ed.
It's a lousy frame up, that's what it is.
Yes, Bender?
Listen, Lieutenant, can I talk to you?
All right, sit down, Paul.
I didn't rob anybody. What do I have to do to prove it?
I don't know, Paul.
Okay, Bender, thanks.
Yes.
Well, Paul, looks like that was it, huh?
That was nothing. It was a frame up. You got to hang it on somebody, so you picked me, that's all.
Did I? Did I pick you to serve 2 years in Elmira Reformatory for grand larceny and felonious assault? True, isn't it? Yeah. It's true. You lied about that. You could lie about this. I didn't stick up anybody. The Bureau of Criminal Identification called back and said the case practically amounted to armed robbery. Why did you lie about doing time? Okay. I guess you got the right dope. Sit down, Paul. I thought I could soft-talk my way out of it, but I guess there's no use.
No. There's no use.
Was it you on all 11 of them?
I don't know, 10, 11, something like that.
Where's the gun, Paul?
I got it.
Where?
In the basement of my house. I never did keep it upstairs. I thought my ma or my brother might find it when I wasn't there. So.
Exactly where in the basement?
Well, I couldn't describe it exactly. I have to show you. Listen, I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't hurt a soul. I wouldn't have shot any of those guys, believe me. You said you worked at this leather goods place. Is that the truth? I did work there, but I got fired. There wasn't any money coming in, and I had to get it someplace, you know. Got to help out at home.
Find a way to help out, isn't it?
Had to help out some way. Why didn't you get another job? I don't know. This was easier, I guess.
Was it? What else did you rob besides those station agents?
Nothing else, I swear. Well, listen, Louise doesn't know a thing about this. She thinks I'm still working down there. She don't even know I did time before. She don't know a thing.
He's waiting outside. Do you want to talk to him? What's the use? What could I say? I don't know. I don't want to talk to him.
Well, that's up to you. I never should have gone into that bar tonight. That was my mistake. My big mistake. No, that wasn't your big mistake. What was? If you don't know, Paul, I can't help you.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Where is this? What's the trouble there? Well, how do you know? From what? Well, where is it? Where on East 81st Street? Who's this calling? What's your name? What? All right. You just wait right there for the officers.
And
right
so
over.
it goes.
Yeah.
Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct transcribed. A factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloane in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were Eileen Palmer, Larry Haynes, Bill Zuckert, John Gibson, and Lawson Zerby. Written and produced by Stanley Niss. Art Hanna speaking.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. It's sinking. Well, what is it, a freighter? Oh, a barge. A collision with what? Yeah? Yeah?
You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
Hello, CB. Sergeant Waters at the 21st. There's a gravel barge sinking in the East River off 61st Street. No, they got the barge captain off all right. You better send a police launch and ESD. Okay? Yeah. All right.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my day tour. At 8:35 a.m., sector car number 5 came by the house to take me to the East River Drive near 61st Street. A gravel barge had sunk in the river on the previous day, and salvage operations to clear the channel had begun that morning. I had anticipated that the work would create a curious attraction and result in a serious traffic problem along the East River Drive. As Patrolman Dillon, the operator of sector car number 5, drove me to inspect this condition, I saw in the block ahead of us a large moving van parked at the curb in front of 181 Sutton Place North, one of a row of large and elegant residences which had in recent years been converted into multiple dwellings of medium-sized, very expensive apartments. Also parked there were 2 departmental vehicles, sector car number 2 and the sergeant's car. I instructed Patrolman Dillon to pull into the curb. And as he did, I could see Sergeant Waters standing on the sidewalk talking to an attractive and well-dressed woman. 4 moving men were several feet away, engaged in conversation near the cab of their van. All right, stay with the car, Dillon.
Yes. Hello, Captain.
Well, I don't see why I can't.
Oh, what's the trouble here, Sergeant?
Mrs. Linwick, this is Captain Kennelly, commanding officer of the 21st Precinct.
How do you do?
Miss Lenwick,
What is it, Sergeant?
I just want my furniture, that's all. That's what I had these men come for, to get my furniture. They're standing around, and I have to pay them while they stand around. It is by the hour, you know.
Well, why can't she get her furniture?
That's exactly what I'd like to know.
Well, Captain, seems like the super won't let her up in the building. He won't let her into the apartment.
Oh, why not?
It's mine. I'm entitled to get into it.
Super says she separated from her husband about 3 weeks ago. He says he's still living in the building. Super said he's got no right to let her go in there without permission from the husband.
Look, I have the key. You see, I have the key. The furniture always belongs to the wife. The things in the house always belong to the wife. That's taken for granted.
Not necessarily.
Well, in this case, they do. Now, something ought to be done because I can't keep these men standing around and paying them an hourly rate.
Where is the super, Sergeant?
He's inside with Vaquero, Captain. The super's been trying to reach the real estate company that manages these buildings.
Well, I don't know who he has to talk to.
And you've got to remember, Mrs. Linwick, that if they let you go in, they could be liable.
I can't imagine what they'd be liable for. I'd just be getting my own things.
Why didn't you take them when you left?
Because I left at 2:30 in the morning. How could I take them then?
You could have come back for them within a reasonable time.
Now, look, one doesn't find an apartment the first day they go looking. I moved into a hotel and sent for my clothes. Now, I have found an apartment, and I want my furniture.
Where is Mr. Linwick?
I haven't any idea.
Super told me he saw him leave the house with a suitcase last night. He was apparently going out of town on business, Captain.
He's always going out of town.
Super's been trying to call Mr. Linwick's office as well as the real estate company. I don't suppose either of them opens until 9 o'clock.
All this to do about something that belongs to me.
Have you talked this over with your husband, Miss Linwick?
I have not.
Well, don't you think you ought to?
I see no reason to.
It'd be a lot simpler if you worked it out together, if you decided what's yours and what's his.
I know what's mine, and I know what's his. Very little is his.
Well, I can't say that the best way to do it is to come around here when he's out of town and go into the apartment. I think the least you could do would be to notify him what you're up to.
There's no reason for that. I spoke to my lawyer, and I am perfectly within my rights. Perfectly within my rights.
Well, that may be your lawyer's opinion, but what about your husband's lawyer?
I don't give two hoots for his lawyer's opinion. Now, look, I have a business of my own to attend to. I'm a fashion designer, and people start to call me at 9:30 in the morning, and they want me. They want to talk to me.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Have you got Mrs. Linwick's new apartment address?
Vaquero's got it, sir.
622 East 52nd Street.
Uh-huh. Have you got her office address?
Yes, sir. Vaquero's got that, too.
Well, it's certainly beyond me what it takes to get my own furniture back. To have that stubborn man say no, not to let me up in the building, and to have the police involved in this thing.
Well, it'll all be settled, Miss Linwick.
Oh, yes, I'm sure it will be. In the meantime, you know how much it's costing me an hour with those 4 men in that truck standing by there? It's costing me plenty.
There's one consolation, ma'am. It's probably causing your husband a lot more.
I don't care what it costs him.
Oh, here's a super, Captain.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Swanagi.
Yeah, I'm right here.
That's not necessary, I tell you. I'm entitled to take my own things out.
You may think you're entitled to, Mrs. Linwick. Your lawyer may think you're entitled to. I may think you're entitled to, but you don't take nothing out of there until I get the word from the office. Now, I'm not getting caught in the middle of any deal like this, believe me.
This is Captain Kennelly.
Oh, yeah.
Joe Swanagi, the super here.
How do you do?
I heard a lot about you, Captain.
These pleasantries aren't getting us any place.
Sometimes pleasantries can get you pretty far, Miss Linwick.
You said it, Captain. She comes around here 8 o'clock in the morning with the moving men and gives me a hard time. What am I supposed to...
Look, these are my
things. Mrs. Linwick, I told you, I don't care whose things these are. That doesn't make a bit of difference to me.
What do you mean?
They can be yours. They can be President Eisenhower's. Nothing goes out of here until I get the okay from the office.
Of all the stupidity, I'd never in my life...
Call it stupid, anything you want. That doesn't make any difference to me. If they tell me to let you in there, you're perfectly welcome. Now, Captain, you can understand how I don't want to get caught in the middle here.
Yes, I can understand.
Hey, you see, Mrs. Linwick, now, if he can understand, why can't you?
My lawyer told me I could go in there any time and take anything out.
Now, look, Mrs. Linwick, look, that's what makes horse races. Your lawyer may have one opinion, somebody else's lawyer may have another opinion. That's what keeps the Supreme Court in business.
Mr. Swanagi, where did you use the phone?
Down in my apartment, down there in the basement.
And you tried both the real estate company and Mr. Linwick's office?
Yes, I tried them both. I don't get any answer any place. It's too early.
Well, I think you might try again.
I'll try if you want me.
I'll go downstairs with you, if you don't mind.
Yes, I wish you would, Captain. I wish you would see to it that he does try. I don't want to keep these men in this truck waiting any longer than I have to.
You don't believe that I tried?
All right, she believes you. Sergeant, you stay here with Miss Linwick.
Yes, sir.
Let's go try the phone again.
Yeah.
And just make sure that he does try, Captain.
Yes, I will.
She thinks her husband slipped me $10 not to let her in. Evil mind, you know. I'll get the gate here.
Yeah?
He does take care of me once in a while, yeah, for small favors, you know. But I swear, Captain, he never mentioned a word about letting her into that apartment to get any furniture. We're downstairs.
She left him 3 weeks ago, is that right?
Yeah, that's what the talk is. She just walked out one night after a hot argument. About 3 weeks ago, I guess. We're in here. It's all right, Ellie. Just me to use the phone again. My wife. She worries when she hears that door open.
How long have they been living here?
Oh, let's see, 5, 6 years, I think. Yeah, about 5 years. No, this has happened before, you know. She gets up, she leaves him about 3 or 4 times a year. You know, I told my Ellie they ought to put a swinging door up there. Well, this 3 weeks is a long time. She never walked out for more than a couple of days at a time before.
Oh, didn't she?
No. Sometimes it was 2 or 3 days, sometimes 3 or 4 days, sometimes a week. But she always comes back.
What does he do?
Mr. Limwick?
Yeah.
Well, he's an engineer, like. You know, he goes around companies in trouble, you know, with something the matter with their plant or the way things are working or they need more space or something. He goes around like he makes what they call these surveys. You know, it's very technical stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I bet he had to go to some school, learn all that, huh?
Where's his office?
Oh, down on Wall Street. Got a place down on Wall Street. Got a firm named Engineers with his name, and there's 3 or 4 others in it. You know, like a bunch of lawyers, only this is a bunch of engineers.
Yeah.
His name's right up there, too. First, I think. Linwick, something, and something.
There's no financial problem, is there?
Well, listen, as far as I know, none. They pay the rent on time, on the button, or he does. And to pay the rent in this place on time, that means no financial problems. You know what they get for 3 rooms here? You wouldn't believe it. Should I call?
Yeah, try his office again first.
All right, sir.
After she moved out, Mr. Linwick didn't ask you to change the lock or anything, did he?
No, sir. He didn't mention anything like that. He didn't say a word. I didn't mention it. As far as I was concerned, she was coming back. She always does. It's ringing. There's nobody down there yet, I don't think.
Let it ring a little more.
Yeah. I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, if I was him, first time she walked out, I'd have had that lock changed. Even my Ellie, who always takes the lady's side in these things, didn't like her. You know, they're not going to answer there. Nobody's there yet.
All right.
You know, if that lady wants to do the right thing, she'd get together with him. She'd get it all worked out. They'd say, this is mine, this is yours. They'd separate all the stuff, you know, and things like that. Not to come around there with a moving truck, 8 o'clock in the morning, want to clean the joint out.
You better try the real estate office.
Yeah. Fine way to do to a guy. Come around, just clean him out.
What time they usually open up, 9?
Yeah, 9, but sometimes somebody's there before. I don't see the logic in it. I don't understand. Hello? Oh, hello. This is Joe Swanagi, the super at 181 Sutton Place North. Is Mr. Solent in this morning yet by any chance? Yep. Oh, good. Could I talk to him? He's there. She's getting him. This is my boss, the guy who manages these buildings.
Oh, I see.
He's got the answer. He's got the answer to everything. He's a... Hello, Mr. Solent. This is Joe Swanagi, the super at 181 Sutton Place North. Yeah, look, Mr. Solent, we got a little problem over here. One of the tenants, 3A, Mr. and Mrs. Limwick. You remember I told you last time you were here that they separated, she walked out? Well, he's out of town, Mr. Solent, and she came up here this morning with a moving van and 4 moving men there. Well, she wants to clean the place out. She wants to take the 4 men and go right in, so I said she can't do that. So she said, I'll call the cops. I said, go ahead, call the cops. And they're here right now. Yeah. Yes, sir, yeah. I was polite. I just didn't want to get in the middle. Or was she who wanted to call the cops? I didn't want the cops around here. Yeah. Yeah. No, sir. He didn't ask me to change no locks or anything like that. No, he gave me no instructions to let her in or keep her out or nothing, so... Yeah. Yeah, well, what I want to know, Mr. Solomon, is what am I supposed to do? Well, I mean, there's 5 cops here, and there's 4 moving men, and her, and this big moving van. What am I supposed to... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I understand, yeah. All right. All right, Mr. Solomon. All right, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. All right, sir. Goodbye.
Well?
He said let her in. He said let her take whatever she wants. This is supposed to be a man's world.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city.
There were many people of your religion before the authorities decided to outlaw it. You all had the same faith, the same creed. You believed in the same things. One of the things you believed in was that man should worship God freely, in the way he desired, in the church of his choice. But that, in particular, was against the law. So your churches were taken away, your books were burned, and your ministers were sent to prison. Well, that's a picture of what could have happened to you in different times throughout history. It is happening today in certain countries, but you are protected against such things. Whatever your religion may be, the Constitution and the Bill of Rights say that you're entitled to follow it, to live according to its principles, to follow its rituals and abide by its precepts. It's an absolute guarantee in 16 clear words. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. For 165 years, those words have endured. They will last as long as time itself. They're only a part of rights which belong to all the people. They're only a part of what we call our way of life. But they're a stirring example of how man has learned one lesson in his short time on earth, that these things cannot exist for a few people. They must exist for all.
Now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Kennelly.
As I left the Sutton Place address, the moving men had started upstairs to the Linwick apartment. Sergeant Waters instructed his men to resume patrol, and I got back into sector car number 5 with Patrolman Dillon. He continued to the East River Drive and 61st Street, where the salvage operations were underway. The sight of deep-sea divers and their gear had, in fact, attracted much attention. Traffic on the drive was slowed to a crawl, and the 2 patrolmen on the job had additional trouble keeping curious pedestrians from crossing the road. After observing conditions for a few minutes, I got back into the car and had Patrolman Dillon drive me to the nearest call box. There, I rang into the station house and spoke to Lieutenant Gorman, the desk officer. I told him of the condition and gave him instructions for him to detail 2 more men to the job. I continued on patrol of the precinct until 11:30, when we drove downtown to the 15th Precinct station house at 160 East 35th Street. There, I attended a meeting of all precinct commanders in the 6th Division, which was called by Inspector McBride in regard to a proposed new recruiting program for civil defense volunteers. The meeting ended a few minutes before 1, and I returned to my command, where in the muster room, Sergeant Tierney was on telephone switchboard duty, and Sergeant Waters was sitting in as desk officer. I walked around the desk to sign the blotter.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Tierney.
Hello, Captain.
Sergeant?
All right, 14.
Where's Lieutenant Gorman?
He had to take his meal late, Captain. The Mendicant squad picked up 9 mooches on 3rd Avenue and dumped them in here.
Oh?
Lieutenant Gorman didn't get finished writing up the arrest until 1:45.
Where are they? Back in the cells?
No, sir. The patrol wagon came, and they were on their way down to court.
Okay. Anything doing around here?
Oh, that fellow over there came in about 5 minutes ago, Captain. He's waiting to see you.
Yeah?
I told him I didn't know when you'd be back.
Well, who is he?
He gave me one of his cards. Yes, sir, here it is. Richard Linwick, Captain. Consulting engineer. The husband of the lady with the moving van, I guess.
Oh, yeah. All right, I'll talk to him. I'll be in my office.
Yes, sir.
21st Precinct, Sergeant.
Mr. Linwick?
Yes. Oh, hello, Captain.
You wanted to see me?
Yes, if you have a minute. I understand you were over at my apartment this morning.
That's right, I was.
Very sorry.
But you understand there wasn't any law violation. There was nothing we could do.
No, well, that's not what I wanted to talk to you about, Captain. I didn't expect you could do anything.
Would you like to come to my office?
Yes, thanks.
Go ahead, Mr. Linwick.
Yes, thank you.
Have a chair.
Thanks.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Linwick?
Well, it's really not very much, Captain. You see, the super of the building finally got in touch with my office right at 9 o'clock this morning.
Yes?
He told my secretary what had happened, and she called me in Boston. I was in Boston on business. She reached me at my hotel, and I took the next plane back. I went right to the apartment from LaGuardia. The truck was already gone.
Yeah, they can work pretty fast if they want to.
Yes, so can Joanne. The only thing that she left was my clothes hanging in a closet. The clothes I had in the drawers, my shirts and things, she just took out and piled in a corner. And everything else was cleaned out. She didn't even leave a bed for me to sleep on.
Well, as I told you, Mr. Linwick, there's nothing there that calls for police action.
Well, I know that, sir.
Excuse me.
Yes, of course.
21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
This is Sergeant Waters, Captain.
Yes?
Captain, there's a two-alarm fire at 761 East 89th Street.
All right, have a car come by for me.
Yes, sir.
Was what she took out yours or hers?
Well, Captain, I paid for it, but I don't care. I mean, she can have it all if she wants it. There were some very nice things there. I had several $1,000s in furnishings, but I don't care. The only thing I'm really angry about is a large Copenhagen bear that she took. I got it as a gift from a friend of mine after she left, and she took that with everything else.
Uh-huh. Well, what do you want?
Well, I'd like to get that Copenhagen piece back. I called her office, but they say she's not in. I understand she gave you the address of her new apartment.
Yeah, she gave it to one of my men.
Does he have it?
Well, I'm sure it's in his memorandum book.
Well, could he give it to me?
Well, I don't see why not. You're her husband, aren't you?
Yes, I'm her husband. We've been married 6 years. You know how many times she's walked out in the 6 years? 9, that I remember. When she did it, I always used to hope that she'd come back. I prayed that she'd come back. And I was very glad to see her. All my friends told me I was crazy. But this time she stayed away too long. I'm glad she's gone. The only thing I want back is that Copenhagen bear. She's not entitled to that.
You're not going to make any trouble if you get her new address.
Oh, no, sir, no. All I want is that one thing that belongs to me. That's the one thing I care about. As far as the rest of the stuff is concerned, she can have it. She can sell it. She can keep it. She can do anything she wants with it. Now, this is the best thing that's ever happened to me. I don't know why I didn't let it happen years ago.
I guess you know what's best for you.
Yes, sir, I think I do. When I got back to the apartment, I told the super to change the locks. After the horse is stolen, that's me. Change the locks after the horse is stolen. He did it right then.
Why didn't you do it before?
Well, I've been trying to figure that out, Captain. I guess I have. I think I wanted her to come back. Unconsciously, at least. My lawyer told me she might do exactly what she did. He advised me to change the lock, but, well, I left it. I was hoping that she'd come back. I thought maybe I needed her. But I don't. I'm sure of it now. I don't want any part of it. I instructed the super that if she does show up and wants to get in the apartment now, not to let her in. I gave him explicit instructions.
Yeah, well, I'll get the officer on the job over there and see if we can find her new address.
Oh, fine. I'd certainly appreciate that, Captain. And I guarantee you I won't cause any trouble. All I want to do is go by there and see how I can get that piece of Copenhagen. It's a beautiful thing. You know, it stands about this high. You interested in Copenhagen?
No.
Uh-huh. Well, I used to have a collection of it, but, well, she didn't like it, so I got rid of it. Had some very nice things. This friend of mine sent it to me from Denmark, you know. He was on a job over there.
Excuse me.
Oh, yes.
21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Waters, Captain.
Yes?
Two-alarm fire just hit out, Captain.
Oh?
Yes, sir. Vaccaro rang in. He said it was an automobile on fire inside a filling station. The first fire officer on the scene turned in a second alarm because it was near all his gasoline and oil. But it's all right. It's out.
All right, Sergeant. Cancel the car. I won't roll.
Just a second, Captain. Yeah? Yeah? Is that so? Captain.
Yes?
That superintendent from 181 Sutton Place North just rang in again, Sergeant Tierney tells me.
Oh, what's the trouble there now?
The sergeant said he asked for Mr. Linwick. I told him he's in your office.
Is he still on the phone?
Yes, sir.
All right, put him through to here.
Yes, sir. Tom, put that call through to the captain's office. Hold on, Captain.
Right.
Hello.
21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Hello. Oh, hello, Captain. I just wanted to talk to Mr. Linwick. He told me he was going there.
Yeah, he's right here.
Well, I can tell you, his wife is here again. So is the moving van. She wants to move all the stuff back in.
Well, is she doing it?
Well, he had me change the locks, and he gave me specific instructions not to let her in the place.
Do you want to talk to him?
No, if you just tell him to get right over here. She's giving me a hard time.
All right, I'll tell him.
Please, and tell him to run, not walk.
All right, I will.
Yeah, thank you.
Ah, that was a message for you, Mr. Linwick.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, it was the super at your building. He says your wife is back at the apartment. So is the moving van. She wants to put everything back in again.
Oh, does she?
He wants you to come right over there and get it settled.
Well, she's not going to. I'm not going to let her.
Well, she's waiting there, Mr. Linwick. Don't you think you ought to go over and get it settled?
Oh, it's settled. It's settled now. But I better go over and talk to her. That's the least I can do, talk to her.
Mr. Linwick left my office in a dejected frame of mind. He said he was going right to his apartment and get the matter settled. I remained in my office, cleaned up some additional paperwork, and talked to a delegation of 2nd Avenue merchants who were complaining about vandals breaking their store windows during the night. I told them we had increased our patrol activities in that area in order to prevent the vandalism, and that Lieutenant Matt King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad, had his men investigating the case. I promised them that I would check with Lieutenant King to determine how far his investigation had progressed and whether any arrests could be expected shortly. At 2:25, a car came by the house for me, and once more I went out on patrol of the precinct. At 3:20, during the course of the patrol, we had occasion to turn into Sutton Place North. There, in front of 181, was parked the same huge moving van that had been on the scene in the morning. Standing on the sidewalk were the 4 movers, and several feet away from them, Mrs. Linwick was talking to the superintendent of the building, Joe Swanagi. I instructed the operator to stop the car. All right, stay here, Dillon.
Yes, sir.
Well, it's about time somebody got here.
Oh, did you expect me, Mrs. Linwick?
She expected her husband?
I most certainly did. I understood that he left the police station 2 hours ago and was coming right over here. Where is he?
Oh, I haven't any idea, Miss Linwick.
Well, he must have told you where he was going.
He said he was coming here.
What did he want at the police station, anyway?
He just wanted to know where he could find you.
Oh, did he?
He told me they said at your office that you were out and wouldn't be in for the rest of the day. He wanted to know if we had the address of your new apartment.
Did you give it to him?
It wasn't necessary. In the meantime, we found out that you were here.
Yes, I've been here. I've been here for 2 hours. 2.5 hours almost, and he won't let me upstairs.
Well, it's a different story now than it was this morning, Mrs. Linwick.
Well, I don't see why
entirely different story. We got instructions from Mr. Linwick not to let you in the apartment, and I changed the lock for him. Now, that situation's a little bit different than the situation was this morning.
I understand you want to move all the furniture and things back.
Well, that's what I wanted to do, but after 2 hours, I'm not so sure.
Now, if you moved them out this morning, why do you want to move them back this afternoon?
Now, there's a question.
Because I thought that I would give him another chance.
Are you sure he wants it?
Doesn't look like to me he wants it. He told me to keep her out, change the lock. That doesn't look to me like he wants it.
I'm still his wife.
Yes, that's true.
And I demand the right to get into my apartment and put our furniture back.
Mrs. Linwick, you were standing right there when I checked with the office again, and they told me in as much as Mr. Linwick gave me instructions not to let you in, and you had moved out already, and the lock had been changed, not to let you in. And what more could I do?
Where could he be?
I haven't any idea.
He knew I was here.
Yes, he did.
Maybe that's why he didn't show up.
Joe, you've been making sly remarks all afternoon. Now, I wish you'd stop it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm still paying those movers by the hour. 4 men in a truck can mount up, you know.
Oh, Cap, here he comes.
Well, it's about time.
Mr. Swanagi, you better go back into your apartment till they need you.
Oh, Captain, I stuck it out this long.
Go ahead.
All right. You say so, Captain.
Look at him. He sees me standing here. He sees me. Keeps me waiting 2 hours, and he comes down the sidewalk as if nothing in the world concerned him. As if there was nothing happening around here at all.
Mm-hmm.
Richard! Richard, here I am. Oh, how do you like that? Richard!
Yes, I see you, Joanne.
Where have you been?
Oh, hello, Captain.
Mr. Linwick?
Where have you been? I brought everything back. I'm willing to give you another chance. And you keep me waiting here for over 2 hours. 2 hours and a half, almost.
Well, I'm sorry about that, Joanne.
Well, come on, give me the keys so we can get the furniture upstairs.
No, I'm not going to do it.
What do you mean, no, you're not going to do it?
Just that, Joanne. I'm not.
Richard, I'm willing to come back to you. Don't you love me, Richard?
I always thought I did, Joanne. Now I only feel sorry for you.
Sorry for me?
That's right. I've been walking for 2 hours. I've been trying to figure out whether I should take you back just because I'm sorry for you, and I decided not to, Joanne.
I see. Don't I have some say in the matter?
You had your say. You walked out. I just can't take you back because I'm sorry for you, Joanne, so that's it.
Captain, tell him he's got to let me in. He's got to. That's the law, isn't it?
Well, I couldn't give you an opinion on the law, Miss Linwick.
Well, he can't turn his wife out on the street. He can't just evict her from his mind.
I don't know whether I can or not, Joanne, but I'm going to try.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Wait a minute, who is this? Where? What's the address? Yeah?
And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloane in the role of Captain Kennelly. Featured in tonight's cast were Joan Allison, Bill Zuckert, Harold Stone, and Les Damon. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Chasing him where? Now, who is it, a police officer? Yeah? Yeah? What building did he run into? What is that, 452 or 492? Oh, was he man-armed?
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right. I'll send the officers right over there. No, you just stand there in front of the building. Show them where to go. Okay? Yeah. Thanks.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my night tour, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. The weather had turned exceedingly cold, and consequently it had been a quiet night in the precinct. Cold weather, like rain, keeps the troublemakers off the streets. After my meal, I had gone out on patrol of the precinct in sector car number 2 with Patrolman William Coley as operator, and I remained away from the station house until nearly 10 p.m., inspecting various conditions in the precinct and responding to several radio calls along with the sector cars and the sergeant. At 9:50, a call came over the air to ring into the station house. I instructed Patrolman Coley to stop at the nearest call box. Lieutenant Gorman, the desk officer, informed me that Lieutenant Matt King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad, wanted to see me as soon as possible on an urgent matter. I told the desk officer to inform Lieutenant King that I was on my way in. I instructed Patrolman Coley to drive to the station house, where, after stopping at the desk to sign the blotter, I walked through the back room, up the stairs to the second floor, and into the office of the 21st Detective Squad.
Hello, Captain.
Hello, where's Lieutenant King?
In his office, Captain. He asked me to ring in there when you got here.
Okay. Who's with him?
Fitzpatrick, Captain, and a suspect. Sergeant, would you ring Lieutenant King's line? Yeah, thank you.
What's doing tonight, Pete?
Oh, nothing too much, Captain. It's been pretty quiet. Battalion, Lieutenant. Captain Kennelly's out here. Okay. Yes, sir. He's coming right out, Captain.
All right.
3 guys were in here within an hour. Every one of them had his overcoat stolen.
That's a sure sign of winter, Pete.
Yes, sir. It's better than the calendar.
Well, I'm glad you come in, Captain. It's all right, Matt. What have you got?
Could you come over here a minute?
Yeah.
Fitz brought a boy in here. The boy's got a pretty wild story.
About what, Matt?
About a cop taking $700 off him.
Yeah? Where?
Up on Lexington Avenue.
Can he identify the cop?
He says he can.
Who's it supposed to be?
He just says he can identify him. He doesn't know who it is.
Who is this boy, man?
His name's Augie Bookham.
Yeah?
He's been pushing narcotics up there as long as we know him. He's done 2 bits on it. Fitz spotted him on the street and went over to talk to him. He lit out. Fitz chased him into a building and collared him on the roof.
Well, how does a cop taking $700 off him figure into it?
Maybe you ought to hear that from Augie.
I'd like to. You think he's giving you a straight story, man?
I don't know, Captain. Batali.
Yes, sir?
Hold up my calls for a while.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Captain.
Oh, Fitz. Captain?
Captain, this is Augie Bookham, Captain Kennelly, commanding officer of the precinct.
Glad to know you, Captain. You told these detectives a cop took $700 off you? Is that right?
I wouldn't have told him if it wasn't.
When was it?
Tonight, about 8:30. Just a little while before he jumped me, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Where?
Right up there, near there.
He said he was standing under the marquee of that old picture house there, Captain.
I was waiting to meet a fella.
The car drove up, and the cop got out to talk to him. The police officer was all alone?
Yeah, all alone. By himself.
And he was in a car?
Yeah, squad car, you know.
Do you know who this police officer is?
Well, I don't know his name. I've seen him around the neighborhood. He's been around a long time.
Was he in uniform?
Yeah, he's in uniform.
What kind of car was it?
Regular police car, I told you that.
What did it say on the side of the car?
What do you mean?
What was written there?
Oh, 2-1 Precinct. I saw that, 2-1 Precinct.
All the men in cars ride with partners. Where was the other police officer?
Listen, don't ask me. There was only the one.
How come he stopped to talk to you? Were you causing a disturbance there?
No, I was just standing there waiting for this friend of mine.
Well, then how come he stopped?
Listen, I'm the kind of a guy when a cop sees me, he stops to talk to me. Ain't that right? Ask Mr. Fitzpatrick here. I got a natural attraction for cops.
All right. The car pulled up and he got out. What happened then?
Well, listen, I told these fellas all about it. Let them tell you. I don't feel like going over and over it.
You'll go over it plenty.
You've come in here, Augie, and made a statement about a police officer being guilty of misconduct. It's the captain's job to find out the identity of that police officer.
Oh.
Now, you answer his questions.
All right. If I got her, I got her.
You got her.
He got out of the car and walked over to you.
Yeah.
What'd he say?
I said, hello, Augie.
He knew your name?
I told you. Everybody knows my name.
But you didn't know his?
No, I didn't know. I didn't care.
All right, then what'd he say?
He said, when'd you get out? You see, I've been doing this bit over Rikers Island.
What for?
Same old thing.
Misdemeanor, Captain. Reduced from a felony on a plea of guilty. Then what?
Well, I told him when I got out, so he said, maybe I'm going back. He said, stick my hands up against the wall there, and I did. He looked me over.
Oh, what'd he find?
He found the $700.
And what else?
Oh, I had 6 quarters of H in my shirt. He found them.
An ounce and a half of heroin.
Yeah, so he said, Augie, this time you get the book. No more Rikers Island. This is a big-time rap for sure. And I said, well, what can I do? So he said, go on, get in the car. I started to go over, get in the car. Then he said, wait a minute. So I waited a minute.
Yeah?
And the cop said to me, he said, look, Augie, you're an idiot. I told him I agreed with him because I can count on myself to get in a jam like this every time. So he says, why do I lay myself open for a felony by carrying more than a quarter ounce? You see, if a guy's collared with more than an ounce, they got some gimmick that he's got it to sell. Prima facie, something like that.
Yeah, we know it, the lawyers.
Well, that's 2 to 15 years. Between a full ounce and a quarter ounce is still a felony, possession. But under a quarter is a misdemeanor. Just another couple months at Rikers Island.
So?
So I agreed with him I was an idiot. But I had to carry all that good because I was just going to make a meet. It was only my wish I had less than a quarter on me, or preferably none at the time. So he says, how would I like that wish to come true? I said, what do you mean? Then he said, supposing we only take a quarter into the station house. I was beginning to get the idea. I said, how could that be arranged? So he wondered, wouldn't I like to trade the 700 for about 7 years?
Yeah?
Well, that didn't seem like too bad a trade to me. So he took 5 of the quarters and threw them in a pile of junk there. Then he took the other quarter and the 7 bills and put them in his pocket. And he said, come on. So we walked over to the car.
Why didn't he bring you in?
Oh, wait, I'm coming to that. We walked over to the car. He opened up the door. He was thinking, I guess, when we walked over there. He had the 7 bills. He didn't need me. So he put his foot up in the car. He said to me with a wink like, he said, Augie, I got to tie my shoe. When I got my back turned, don't you go walking away. Well, the way he said it, I figured that was just what he wanted me to do. Well, Rikers Island is better than 2 to 15, but nothing is better yet than Rikers Island. And so by the time he got through tying his shoe, I was halfway down the block already.
Then what did you do?
Well, I stood in the door down the block there till I saw him get in the car and take off. So I figure I'm out 7 bills, but I'm off cheap. The 5 quarters was still laying there in a pile of junk where he threw it, under the old movie house there. So I walked back to get it. Why shouldn't I? I just picked it up. I'm heading back out, and somebody hollers, Augie. I looked around. It's him, Mr. Fitzpatrick. There I was with 5 quarters on me and not another cent to make a trade. So what was I going to do? I lit out, him after me. Ain't that right?
I took out RCRT, yeah. How far did you chase him, Fitz?
Around the corner, Captain. I saw him duck into this tenement building. Started up the stairs and went all the way to the roof. I'd have been all right, too, except I didn't know the building. There was this big iron railing on the roof, so I couldn't jump the next roof.
Did he still have the evidence on him when you collared him?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's the shame of it. I was so worried about getting away, I forgot all about I was carrying a load.
What did he say to you when you collared him?
He wanted to know why we couldn't leave him alone. I told him if he'd stop pushing H, we'd leave him alone.
Did he mention the $700 then?
No, sir. Not until I was on the way back to the station house with him.
What did he say?
He said he'd take care of me if he had the money, but he didn't have the money just then. And he got high and mighty, so I told him about the other cop.
What time was it that you collared him, Fitz?
About 10 minutes after 9, Captain.
And then it would have been approximately between 8:45 and 9 o'clock that he met the officer under the theater marquee.
Yes, sir, approximately.
Would you say that's right, Augie?
About right, yeah, approximately.
Augie, would you be able to recognize this officer that took the $700 on you?
Any place in the world.
Fitz?
Yes, sir.
Take him outside, Fitz. Get it down on paper.
Again?
Yeah, again.
Yeah, all right. Come on, Augie. Listen, hey, what's all this going to get me?
What do you want it to get you, Augie?
Well, I mean, I'm entitled to some consideration, don't you think?
You were collared with 1.5 ounces of heroin in your possession. You know what that'll get you.
All right, you got a cop that took $700 off me. You want to get that straightened out. You got me with 1.5 ounces of H on me. I want to get that straightened out. I'll help you on that. You help me on this. We can trade out a little bit.
Augie, you've done enough trading for one night.
Take him outside.
Yes. Outside where? Come on, Augie. Come on, listen. I'm talking.
Yeah, looks like a rough one, Captain.
Yeah.
I don't know. He tells a pretty straight story. With these bums, you can't believe a word they say.
Don't kid yourself, Matt. He was pretty convincing. Oh, can I use this?
Yes, sir.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters.
This is Captain Kennelly, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been on TS duty?
Since 8 o'clock, Captain.
Have you taken your meal?
Yes, sir. 7-8.
All right. Tell Lieutenant Gorman to get a man to relieve you on the switchboard.
Yes, sir.
Then bring the radio log and the telephone switchboard record up to Lieutenant King's office.
Right away, Captain?
Yes, right away.
Okay, Captain.
Has he got any idea who it might be, Captain?
We will have, Matt. As soon as we find out who it couldn't have been.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city. Now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Kennelly.
Allegations of misconduct by members of the force are handled according to established procedure. In an organization of more than 20,000 men and women, incidents of this sort are anticipated and appropriate action is provided. In the event of delinquency, a delinquency that is of a minor nature, machinery is provided for disciplinary action following a departmental trial presided over by a deputy commissioner. On a determination of guilty at this trial, the punishment can range from a reprimand to dismissal from the department, depending on the nature of the complaint. If, as in this case, the allegations are of a criminal nature, a full investigation is made and the facts turned over to the district attorney concerned in one of the 5 counties that make up the city of New York. When the charges against a member of the force originate with a civilian, the desk officer of the precinct enters the complaint in the blotter exactly as recited. A transcript is then prepared and forwarded to the inspector commanding the division, who assigns a superior officer above the rank of lieutenant to make an investigation. When the identity of the police officer concerned is unknown, or uncertain, the commanding officer of the precinct must conduct a preliminary investigation to determine the identity. It was in this connection that I instructed Sergeant Waters to bring the telephone switchboard record and radio log to Lieutenant King's office.
Yes, Sergeant Waters. Come in.
Oh, come in, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Sit down here.
Where do you want these, Captain?
On the table, Sergeant.
Okay, Lieutenant.
All right. Let's see your entries in the telephone switchboard record.
For this tour?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You've got 5 sector cars on the street.
Yes, sir.
Who's in them?
Meister and Farrell are number 1. Coley and Mercado are number 2. And Heine and Ziegler are number 3. Kane and Scully are number 4. And Bolney and Barr are number 5.
Who's the operator of the sergeant's car?
Romano, Lieutenant.
Was the sergeant's car on the job between, say, 8:30 and 9:15? Look in the radio line.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They were down at Bellevue on an 8 case. An auto accident on First Avenue. Child injured. They were at Bellevue from 8:40 to 9:05, then back in service.
Well, that puts the sergeant's car out of it, Captain.
Yeah. Sectors 2, 4, and 5 come together pretty close up there.
Sergeant, were any of the men in sector cars 2, 4, or 5 taking a meal around that same time?
Yes, sir. Barr in car number 5 was on his meal period from 8 to 9.
Well, that means that Bolney was on patrol alone in the car during that time.
Yes, sir. Oh, and Mercado was also taking a meal 8 to 9. Coley was number 2.
And I was on patrol with Coley during that time.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
What about number 4, Sergeant?
Well, neither of them had a meal during that time. As a matter of fact, they were on a job. They had a case on 93rd Street. An old lady overcome from a gas case, one of those defective hot water heaters. Well, that kept them pretty well tied up until about 9:15.
Yes, I was over there for a while. I saw them.
Sergeant, you had these 2 jobs, the gas case and the child injured. You didn't instruct any of the other cars to move up into that territory during that time?
No, sir. We were adequately covered up there.
Let's see that telephone record, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. This shows car 5's ringing time is 35. Bolney rang in 5 minutes late, 8:40.
Yes, sir.
What was his explanation?
Told me he was on a job. There was a fight in a candy store, and he had a time breaking it up.
His partner was taking his meal then. Bolney was alone in the car.
Yes, sir, that's right.
Did he make any arrests?
No, sir. He said it was just 3 or 4 kids. He broke it up and sent them on home.
And that's why he rang in 5 minutes late.
That's what he said, Captain.
That call box 14, that's up on Lexington near the closed movie house there, isn't it, Sergeant?
That's right, Lieutenant.
This fight, did you get a call on that job, Sergeant?
No, sir.
Well, it wasn't broadcast. Doesn't show in the radio log.
Oh, Bolney told me he was riding by and someone flagged him down.
What candy store was it, did he say?
Yes, sir. He mentioned it was Mrs. Protea's up there on 98th Street. You know the one, Captain.
Yes, I know it. Okay, get back on the job, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Oh, should I take these with me, Captain?
Yeah, take them along.
Thank you, Captain.
Okay.
Shut the door, will you, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
You figure it might be Bolney, eh, Captain?
Well, from the records, it couldn't have been anyone else. And he was alone in the car at the time. Partner was taking a meal. It all fits.
Yes, sir. It all fits. It all fits too well.
With Lieutenant King, I went downstairs into the muster room and around behind the desk where I signed the blotter. On the street, Lieutenant King directed me to the spot where the detective squad car was parked. We got into it and drove uptown on Park Avenue past block after block of fine apartment houses until we reached the point where the New York Central tracks emerged from the 50-block tunnel to Grand Central Terminal. There, Park Avenue becomes a thoroughfare through the slums. We turned into 98th Street and drove until we came to the small candy store run by Mrs. Angelina Protea, a middle-aged widow who succeeded her husband in the business.
Yeah, she's still open, Captain.
Good.
You want to talk to her? Or should I?
Oh, I'll talk to her.
Okay. What about Bolney? Any previous complaints against him?
No, nothing of any kind.
No, that's good. She's alone in there.
No. Go ahead, man.
Hello. How have you been?
Hello, Miss Protea. This is Lieutenant King.
Miss Protea?
Lieutenant King.
We've met.
Yes?
When you caught the robbers that came in here and took my money and I came to the police station. Last year, remember? Remember when you caught the robbers, the two men?
Oh, yes, I remember.
Not the last time when there was only one robber with a knife. It was the time before when there were two robbers, one with a gun.
The two boys from 113th Street.
That's right. What's the matter? You could never find the one robber with a knife, huh? He got more money from me.
Maybe we'll still get him someday.
Miss Portia.
Yeah, Captain. Oh, a nice soda, gentlemen, huh? A plain chocolate or with ice cream.
No, thank you.
Oh, go on, have a soda.
No, thank you, Miss Portia.
All right.
Miss Portia, was there a fight in here tonight?
A fight?
Yeah, in the store here. Was there any kind of disturbance?
Not a fight exactly. The boys were in here, the boys from the block. An argument.
There wasn't a fight?
All right, it was a fight. But they didn't fight much. They didn't hit hard. The boys fight almost every night.
Did a policeman come in and break it up?
A policeman?
Yeah, was there a policeman in here tonight?
No policeman came in here. Excuse me, the telephone.
You sure?
I'm positive. Hello? Who? Oh, he don't live here. This is the candy store. He lives upstairs next door. What? Yeah, you sure? I'll tell him. What? Well, wait a minute. I've got to write it down. Academy 2. What? Academy 2, 3098. I've got it. Who? Jose. All right. I'll tell him. Very important. I won't forget. Goodbye. Goodbye. Telephone numbers. I've got to take. All I've got to do. Telephone numbers.
No, let me get this straight, Miss Portia. You said that no policeman came into the store tonight.
That's right. No policeman came into the store.
Now, what about the fight?
In here, it was no fight. Didn't get to be a fight until it was out on the sidewalk.
Was there a policeman there?
Yeah, sure. Who do you think stopped the fight? They would have been dead, those boys.
The fight started in here.
In here, it wasn't a fight yet. It was still an argument. It was between Phil and Ricardo, only this little Fernando butted in. Fernando was always turning an argument into a fight. A big fight. I said, boys, not in the store. So they went out on the sidewalk, and they hit and they poked. Well, they were killing each other, with little Fernando right in the middle. I was out there. I tried to stop them. Man from next door tried to stop them. Nobody could stop until the policeman came.
How did he come?
In a car. I saw the car come down the street. I got out in the middle and yelled and screamed. He stopped the car, and he got out. He stopped the fight.
Was he all alone?
You mean any other cops?
Yeah. Well, then?
No, himself. That's all. Just himself.
How long did he stay here?
Oh, a long time. Phil and Ricardo, as soon as he said stop, they stopped. But this little Fernando, he wanted to fight. He wanted to fight Phil. He wanted to fight Ricardo. He wanted to fight with everybody.
Was the officer here 15 minutes, would you say?
More. He had to first get Phil to go home, and then Ricardo. Fernando, he didn't want to go home. Policeman had to stand there with him and talk to him. 15 years old, and he wants to fight like a bull. So little like this, and all he wants to do is to punch and fight and hit.
He was here about 20 minutes, you'd say?
The policeman or Fernando?
The policeman.
At least 20 minutes.
You remember what time this was, Miss Portia?
Oh, tonight. It was tonight.
Yes, but do you happen to remember exactly what time?
Exactly what time? Now, let me see. Oh, the news in the Mirror weren't up yet.
What time did the papers get here?
9:15. 9 o'clock usually, sometimes in between. Oh, when the boys came in, I was listening to the radio to that, Mr. and Mrs. North. You know who I mean, Pam and her husband.
What time is that program on?
It's 8 to 8:30, Captain.
Yeah, 8 to 8:30 is right. And the fight started, and they ran outside, and I ran outside. And I didn't get to hear who killed the lady of the program. Did you hear? Do you know?
No, I didn't hear.
Were you out on the sidewalk until the policeman left?
Then he left. Everybody left. I came inside the store, and Arthur Godfrey was on already. You know, with the contestants, I missed the first contestant. Beginning of the first contestant. I heard the last of him.
Oh, that must have been about 25 minutes to 9.
About.
You know this policeman that was here?
Not here. On the sidewalk, outside.
Yeah. Do you know him?
To say hello, not his name.
Okay, Matt.
Sure, Captain. I don't think we need anything else.
Thanks a lot, Miss Portia. You were a lot of help.
Are you sure no soda?
Positive, thanks. Bye.
You keep your eye on that little Fernando, huh?
We will, Miss Portia.
Well, you better.
So long.
Bye, Miss Portia.
Goodbye.
Well, Captain, it just about puts everybody in the clear.
Yeah, sure does. You got a match?
Yes, sure.
You know what I think, Matt?
Here you go.
Thanks. I think Augie was telling one great big lie from beginning to end.
Well, there's no doubt about that, Captain. I'd just like to know why.
What do you say we go and find out? We walked to the car, got in, and drove back to the station house. I stopped at the desk to sign the blotter, and Lieutenant King went on upstairs to the 21st Detective Squad, where Detective Fitzpatrick had Augie Bookham in custody. At the desk, Lieutenant Gorman told me that things were quiet in the precinct, and I walked through the back room, up the stairs, and into the Detective Squad office. Did Lieutenant King go into his office, Steve?
Yes, sir. He and Fitzpatrick, and that suspect.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Captain Kennelly.
Come in, Captain.
Hello, Fitz.
Captain, Augie's got a one-track mind. He still says the cop took $700 off him. Isn't that what you say, Augie?
What's the truth? The honest-to-goodness truth. Now, look, Augie. You came in here with a wild story. We wasted an awful lot of time looking into it. There are 5 cars in this precinct. At the time you said you talked to that cop, every one of them was on a job or otherwise occupied. It's all a matter of record, black and white. Now, how about telling us the truth? You guys just want to protect this cop, that's all. I don't want to protect anyone, Augie. But I'm telling you that I'm not going to stand for a bum like you coming in here and giving us some line of bull about something that never happened, that he dreamed up. I wasted a lot of time on this, Augie. I want the truth right now. How about it? Okay, you want the truth. I'll give you the truth. That's what we want. Nobody took any 700 off. They didn't, huh? No. All right, tell me how you happened to dream it up. I was supposed I had 700. I was holding it for some guy, but I dropped it in a crap game. The tough guy's a real brute. I didn't know what I was going to tell him.
So you figured the best thing to tell him was a cop took it off you.
Well, that'd be reasonable for him to believe, wouldn't it? I don't know, would it? Yeah, he'd believe that. See, he got collared yesterday. He's down the tombs now. I was supposed to take the 700 to a bondsman to make his bail. He's laying down there in the tombs getting madder and madder. What do you think he's going to do to me when I show up in the same jail? He's going to get the 700 out of my jaw, one tooth at a time. I got to have a reasonable story for him. Yeah, sure. And almost ruin an officer's life. Well, I'm sorry about that.
Augie, you've got a heart of gold.
That's my big trouble, you know. But not your only trouble. You're telling me I'm up to here with troubles. I'm sorry. What more can I say? Nothing, Augie. I think you said just about enough for one night. "21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters." Well, what do you mean he's missing? Missing from where? Yeah. Yeah. Well, how old is he? 12 years or 12 months? Well, is that the residence there? What apartment number? What? All right, take it easy. Talk into the phone. All right. I'll send the officers right over there. And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloane in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were John Shea, Bill Quinn, John Sylvester, and Abby Lewis. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. Yes? Where? 3120? In the bar and grill. Who's shot? What's his name? Where's the man with the gun? You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct. I'll send the officers. What? Talk into the phone. It's on its way. The ambulance is already on its way. Just wait there for the officers. 21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their persons, their homes, and their property is my job. My job and the job of the 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. tour. It was a hot, muggy night. After I turned out the platoon for the late tour, I went on patrol of the precinct with Patrolman Johnny Farrell as operator and myself as recorder. At 2:55, we were driving south on Lexington Avenue in the 70s. There were few cars on the street and fewer pedestrians. All right, cut across east on 72nd, Johnny. We'll take a turn up first. Yes, sir.
KDA 38.
What was the matter with your boy, Johnny?
I don't know, Captain. Analogy, the doctor said.
75.
A rash like that could be caused by anything. Something he ate or one of his toys or a weed or something. Hard to tell.
Yeah, I know.
And to keep him from scratching. How are you going to keep a kid 5 years old from scratching in his sleep unless you try
Well, if there's somebody running.
Huh? Where?
This side, down on the next block.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take a look.
The man.
Pull up ahead of him. Police officer, what's your hurry?
Now?
Hold up. I was running to the police station.
Okay, Captain.
Yeah? Well, tell me, mister.
Hold up, guys. They shot my boss.
Where?
Bar and Grill. He's dead. I think he's dead.
And where were you running?
The police station.
What was the matter with the phone?
I don't know. I was so excited, I guess.
What's your name?
Charlie Burgess. I'm the bartender.
Okay, get in the car. Open the door, Al.
Yes, sir. He looked dead to me.
All right, get in, Charlie. You go around, Johnny.
Yes, sir.
Where is this?
The Bar and Grill, 2 blocks up.
Oh, what's the street address?
3120.
3120, Johnny.
Yes, sir. The 2 guys were there for an hour almost. Poor Dutch.
All right, 620.
Go ahead, 620.
We picked up a man who reports a robbery and shooting at the Bar and Grill, 3120 Lexington.
3120.
That's right. We've got the witness. We're on our way.
Okay.
You were running to the police station?
Yeah, that's right.
Police station's in the other direction.
2116, car 631 and 632. The address 3120 Lexington.
All right, come on, Charlie, let's go. Come on.
I didn't know where the police station was. How should I know?
Inside, Charlie.
He's over there behind the bar. How come the music? Hold up, guys. Put a couple of quarters in the jukebox. I don't know. There. Is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead.
Here's the gun, Captain. Over here.
All right, let it lay, Farrell. And pull the plug on that jukebox.
That's it. Cash register's clean now.
Why'd they shoot him, Charlie?
I don't know. Happened so fast, I don't know.
Where were you standing?
Right here, right by the beer tap.
You were the bartender?
Yeah, that's right. Substitute. The regulars on vacation.
Why didn't they shoot you?
I ducked. I ducked down behind the bar.
If you were the bartender, what did you do? Change into your street clothes after the shooting?
No. Dutch said I could go home early. Business was slow. I could go home, so I chased.
Well, if you changed, what were you doing behind the bar?
It was my last night. I came back here so Dutch could give me my money.
No other customers around when it happened?
No, just the 2 heisters. Hey, what is this, anyhow?
That's what we want to know from you, Charlie. What it is. 2 sector cars, the sergeant's car, detectives from the 21st Squad, and an ambulance arrived on the scene almost immediately. As required in homicide cases, Lieutenant Matt King, commanding the 21st Squad, was called from his home. Also notified were the Manhattan East Homicide Squad, the Medical Examiner's Office, the New York County District Attorney's Office, the Police Laboratory for latent fingerprint experts, and a police photographer, and such superior officers of the department as were concerned. Premises were completely examined for latent fingerprints and other physical evidence. The apparent murder gun, carefully handled, was tagged for evidence by the laboratory men for ballistics and fingerprint examination. The body of the victim was taken to Bellevue Morgue for autopsy. At 10 minutes to 4 a.m., Lieutenant King brought Charles Burgess to the station house for a detailed account. There in the 21st Squad, he was questioned by Lieutenant King in his office in the presence of Assistant District Attorney Lewis Curley, 2 detectives, and myself.
Now, you said the 2 bandits were average height.
Yes, sir.
Tell me what you mean, Charlie, by average height.
Average height? They weren't too big, they weren't too small.
Would you say they were as tall as I am?
A little taller, maybe.
About as tall as Captain Kennelly?
About, yeah. Yeah, I guess.
Both of them? And they were about the same height?
Well, one was a little taller than the other. It was only a little.
Which one? The one that fired the shot?
Yeah, the one that fired the shot, he was a little taller.
You told Captain Kennelly on the scene that the other one was a little taller. Isn't that right, Captain?
That's what he said.
Well, one of them was a little taller. What are you trying to do to me anyway?
You're getting a little confused, Charlie.
Well, this whole thing is enough to confuse anybody.
Here, Charlie. Have a cigarette.
Yeah, I could use one, thanks.
21st Squad, it shouldn't be confusing if you're giving us the facts.
That's all I'm giving you is the facts. Thanks.
That's all right.
I'm telling you what happened. What else do you want from me?
Okay, thanks. Nothing else, Charlie.
Well, that was the ME's office with the preliminary report, Lieutenant.
Yeah.
2 bullet wounds, one through the right shoulder, the other entered the left arm, went through the chest, and pierced the heart. That was the baby.
Stand up a minute, Charlie.
Me?
Yeah, you. Stand up. Whitey.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Come over here a minute.
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant.
Now, Charlie, supposing Detective Howard was the hold-up man with a gun. That's good, Whitey, right there. Supposing, Charlie, you were Dutch.
Yeah, Dutch.
About where was Dutch standing from the hold-up man when the shots were fired?
Was about here, I'd say.
Uh-huh. Where were you standing, Charlie?
About right over there. But the bar ran along this way.
Captain, would you be Charlie?
Yeah, sure. Right about here?
Yeah, right about there. I could show you better if I was myself.
I want you to be Dutch.
Yeah, Dutch.
All right, now the hold-up man fired the first shot. Bang. It hit Dutch in the right shoulder.
Yeah?
The second shot. Bang. Through the left arm and into the chest. Dutch fell down.
Yeah, that's right. He fell down.
Charlie, are you sure that's about where the hold-up man was standing?
Yeah, that's where he was standing about.
Are you positive, Charlie?
Sure, I'm positive.
Okay. Now sit down.
Listen, can't I go home? We've been at this an awful long time.
I'll tell you something, Charlie. Dutch will be dead a long time, too.
The questioning continued for some minutes more. Charlie Burgess stated he would be able to recognize either or both of the 2 killers if he saw them again. Finally, coffee and sandwiches were sent for. Charlie sat on a bench in the corner munching at his food. 2 uniformed officers arrived with a pair of narcotic addicts they caught in the act of breaking into and stealing goods from parked cars on Madison Avenue. It was a good collar. There'd been 10 to 20 squeals a night in the precinct concerning such thieves. As detectives started to talk to them, Charlie watched with fascination from the bench. It was a question, who was more in trouble? I went back downstairs to the muster room and checked with the desk officer and the man on the boxes. Other than the homicide, it had been a quiet tour. I went into my office to read and sign reports which had accumulated during the tour. It was getting light out, and with the dawn came the first breeze in 48 hours. It might be a cooler day. Shortly before 7 o'clock, Lieutenant King came downstairs and crossed the muster room to my office.
Captain.
Come in, Matt.
You got a minute?
Yeah, sure. How are you doing?
I don't know. I think Charlie's telling us a pack of lies.
You think he killed the man?
He sure could have, Captain, but we'll need a lot. We'll need to know if it was his gun, where he got it, and so forth. We'll need a straight story on what went on there.
Yeah. Oh, could you use a cup of coffee, man?
Yeah, Captain. There's some hot.
Oh, I think so. Hey, what about the 3 customers he keeps talking about?
If Charlie didn't kill Dutch, somebody had to. Somebody right out of his head.
Sergeant.
Excuse me, Captain.
Go ahead, take the phone.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. 37. All right, listen, you're ringing in 3 minutes late. I don't care what the clock in the jewelry store says. According to this clock, you're 3 minutes late. All right.
Yes, sir, Captain.
Is there any hot coffee?
Yes, sir. It's on the fire.
Oh, thanks.
There's sugars in the drawer there.
Good, thanks. What do you think happened, Matt?
I think Charlie tried to dip the till, and Dutch caught him at it. There was an argument. Charlie had a gun, and bang.
Well, the cash register was empty. Money had to go someplace. Charlie didn't have it on him. Wasn't any place in the store.
I know, but he ran a block and a half before you nailed him. Could have been dropped in a trash can, or hallway, or even a mailbox.
Sugar, man?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, help yourself.
Thanks. I've got 2 men out checking every trash can and doorway between the bar and grill and where you stopped him, Captain.
Good.
But he could have had a friend who carried it away.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Problem right now is what we're going to do with Charlie. We haven't got enough to book him in on homicide. The assistant DA thinks we ought to take him down to court and have him held as a material witness.
Sounds like a good idea. Oh, how's the coffee, Matt? Hot enough?
Yeah, that's fine. We told Charlie what we're going to do. He called his brother, and I think they'll have a lawyer down there. The DA says if they put up a fight, he'll need your testimony at the hearing because you collared him on the street.
Uh-huh.
I told him you were due to go off at 8.
Well, that's all right. I'll go down.
He said he'd get it set down for as soon after 10 as possible.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Well, thanks, Captain. That'll help us a lot. Coffee sure tastes fine.
Yeah.
That was a good collar your men made, Ahern and Ross. Ought to clear most of those squeals we had breaking into cars.
Better still, Matt. It ought to stop them.
Yes, sir. You've got a big point.
At 8 a.m., I turned out the platoon for the day tour. A few minutes later, with the 2 detectives and Charlie Burgess, I rode to Police Headquarters Annex, 400 Broom Street. We parked the car and took the elevator to the 5th floor Bureau of Criminal Identifications. It was approximately 8:30 a.m. Charlie was taken back to the combination MO and general appearance file. Here, there are thousands of photographs of men with criminal records classified according to the type of crimes they had committed. Stick-up men, burglars, forgers, auto thieves, pickpockets, and so forth. Within each classification, the photographs are broken down according to general physical description. That is, according to height, weight, hair color, complexion, and build. Charlie was seated on a stool in front of the file. Fox and Howard stood on either side of him. I leaned on another file behind them and watched.
Well, take your coat off, Charlie. You got about 6,000 pictures to look at. It's hot.
No, that's all right.
Oh, suit yourself. Relax, Charlie. Count on making a career out of it.
I'm relaxed.
Now, this is what's known as a visible record file. There's 12 slides to a cabinet, 71 pockets on each slide. In each pocket, there's 2 pictures, full face and profile of the same man. I'll pull out a slide, start dropping the pockets in front of you. Say no, and I'll drop the next one. You all set?
I'm set. I guess.
Now, relax, Charlie. You'll be here a long time.
All right, here goes. No, that's not him.
Just say no or save your voice.
No. That's the guy. That's him.
This one?
That's him, I tell you. That's the one that shot Dutch. That's him.
Are you sure?
I'm telling you.
Okay, study it a little longer, make sure.
I don't have to study. That's him.
Study it anyway. Whitey, come here.
Now, just sit there, Charlie.
You believe him?
You?
I asked you first.
Captain?
You said it like it mattered.
It's like hitting the sweepstakes.
50,000 mugs to look at, and he makes the 3rd picture.
Well, either Charlie lives right, or he's the best liar I ever met.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city.
Charlie Burgess was put to work looking through the mugs for the number 2 man. Meanwhile, Detective Fox had an identification man pull the complete jacket on the suspect he identified, Al Hance, also known as Alfred Harrods, a man with a record of 2 arrests and 1 conviction, armed robbery. This information was telephoned to Lieutenant King. So was the report that the murder gun bore no readable fingerprints. By 9:45 a.m., Charlie had failed to identify a picture of the number 2 man. He was taken to the car, and we drove farther downtown to the criminal courts building at 100 Center Street. There, in felony court, he was met by his brother and an attorney. After considerable argument before the magistrate, Charles Burgess was ordered held as a material witness in $15,000 bail, which could not be posted immediately. The two detectives signed a receipt for Charlie and drove him back uptown to the 21st. I went with him.
In there, Charlie, in the lieutenant's office.
Come in.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Oh, Captain. Thanks a lot. Oh, that's all right.
Shut the door, will you, Fox?
Yes.
Sit down, Charlie.
Look.
Sit down.
Captain, you were in on this thing before any of us, except Charlie, that is. Do you think you can get him to talk sense?
I'll try.
Look, I don't feel like talking to anybody. I'm bushed.
Well, what do you think we are?
I'm really bushed. Can't I get some sleep?
Maybe.
Maybe. What kind of an answer is maybe?
It's as good as the answers you've been giving us, Charlie.
You know I wouldn't do nothing like kill him, Dutch. I liked him. I loved him. Like a brother, I loved him.
Charlie, there's more murders over love than hate.
I'm telling you.
Everything stacks up against you, Charlie. You say there were 3 other fellows left the bar right before the holdup. We can't find a trace of them.
They were in there. They were in there.
You could have used the phone to call the cops. Instead, you ran to the police station. Only you ran the wrong way.
I'm from Brooklyn. I only worked there 3 days. I got mixed up. That's natural.
Is standing behind the bar in your street clothes natural?
No.
Why did it happen when there were no customers in the joint, Charlie?
I don't know. What do you want from me?
Facts, Charlie. Just facts.
I'm giving you facts. That's all I've been giving you.
Isn't it a fact that you waited until all the customers were gone and you pulled a gun on Dutch?
No, it's not.
Isn't it a fact that you shot him in cold blood with the intention of saying 2 hold-up men walked in?
No.
And you were running away and ran right into my arms?
No, it's not so. It's not so. It's not.
Well, Charlie, I hope it isn't so. For your sake. Because whoever did do it is going to wind up in the electric chair. That was as far as we could get with Charlie. I left him with Lieutenant King and went downstairs to the muster room. I signed the blotter and left the precinct, not due back on the job until 8 the next morning. In the meantime, Lieutenant King had detailed 2 men to trace Al Hance, the former convict whose picture was identified by Charlie Burgess. From different sources, they learned 2 facts. One, that Hance owned an automobile, a 1949 Plymouth Coupe painted 2-tone green, that Al Hance now lived someplace in the neighborhood of St. Mary's Park, the Bronx. That night and early the next morning, detectives cruised the streets within 10 blocks of each side of this park looking for such a car. At 4 o'clock in the morning, one was spotted parked near the Mott Haven yards of the New Haven Railroad. The registration was checked with the Motor Vehicle Bureau. The car was registered in the name of Al Hance. 2 men of the 21st Squad were assigned to a stakeout. By 8 a.m., he had not shown up. 2 detectives were sent in relief. They watched until 6 p.m. Still no luck. At that time, Detectives Fox and Howard were sent in relief. They watched the car for 7 hours.
That's him, Whitey. There he goes.
Let's get him. Wait a minute, Al. Grab him. Police officers, hold still, Al.
Hey, what's the idea?
Oh, still. He's clean.
Listen, what's the idea? What do you want?
We want to talk to you, Al.
All right, let's talk. What's the beef?
What have you been doing for the past week?
I've been working. Working for a trucking company.
Where?
Here in the Bronx.
Days or nights?
Well, a little of both.
And what else have you been doing?
Well, I've been dating a girl.
Every night?
Yeah, almost every night. When I'm not working. You got the wrong party, boys.
We'll see about that. Come on.
Listen, why don't you save yourself a lot of trouble? Why don't you talk to her? She can account for my time.
We'll talk to her. What were you doing there all the time?
Well, we were drinking, etc.
What's this girl's name?
Her name's Wanda. Wanda Rutley. That's the honest to goodness truth.
Where does she live?
She lives on East 152nd.
Where on East 152nd?
I don't know the number. I can show you the house.
Okay, Al, you show us the house. Come on, there's our car.
The detectives took Al Hance to their car. They drove to East 152nd Street, where Hance pointed out the house in which he said the girl, Wanda Rutley, lived. They drove him downtown to the 21st for questioning by Lieutenant King concerning his activities of Tuesday night. He denied all knowledge of the holdup and murder. At 4 a.m., Lieutenant King instructed Detectives Fox and Howard to go back uptown to the girl's room.
All right, I'm coming. All right, I said. Waking a girl up in the middle of the night. Yeah, what do you want?
The police officers want to open up.
I don't care who you are. Girls gotta have some self-respect.
You're a sound sleeper.
I gotta take sleeping pills. Doctor's orders. Hey, don't any cops work the day shift? What you always doing coming around in the middle of the night and disturbing somebody's self-respect like this? Look at me. Lucky I wasn't too groggy to put on a kimono.
Wanda, you know Al Hance?
Yeah, sure, I know Al Hance. You know I know Al Hance.
When'd you see him last?
What day is this, anyway?
This is Friday morning, 4 o'clock. Have you seen him this week?
Yeah, I saw him a couple nights ago.
Tuesday? Wednesday? When?
Day before yesterday. No, wait a minute. What was that, Tuesday? Day before yesterday?
That's right.
He was here, yeah. Excuse me, I gotta sit down.
Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. You're very generous.
What time to get here Tuesday night?
Oh, I don't know. About 9, 10 o'clock, something like that.
What time to leave?
It was late, very late.
About midnight?
No, much later. What do you do, anyway?
1 o'clock?
No, much later. Close to 4, after 4, something like that.
Close to 4, huh?
I don't know exactly where. It was rather sometime.
What was he doing here all the time?
Well, we were... Glad to say? I'll say anyway. We were drinking and we were playing canasta.
Canasta.
Canasta. We were playing canasta.
All right, Wanda. Go in and get dressed.
Why?
Some people want to talk to you downtown.
In the middle of the night. Always in the middle of the night.
It doesn't look good, Whitey. Well, that depends whose side you're on. Looks great for Al. For Charlie, it looks terrible.
I was on the job at 7:45 in the morning. After I turned out the platoon, I looked over the blotter and arrest records for a picture of what had occurred in the precinct during the night. Lieutenant King walked in the front door. With him were Detective Fox and Charlie Burgess. He told me that after a night of questioning, the girl had verified Al Hance's story in every particular. Now he was about to bring Charlie face-to-face with Hance. With Lieutenant King, I followed Detective Fox and Charlie Burgess through the back room, upstairs, and into the detective squad.
All right, Charlie, let's go inside. Captain?
Yep.
When's it going to be over? That's what I want to know. Soon, Charlie. Okay. Uptown, downtown, I'm getting sick of it. Oh, is it? Lieutenant. Oh, that's Lieutenant. Come in. Go ahead, Charlie. I try to help him. That's him, Captain. That's the guy. I'm the guy that what? You're the guy that shot Dutch. You're out of your mind. It's him, I'm telling you. It's him. Hey, who is this jerk? He's crazy. It's him. It's him. Get your hands off me, will you? It's him. Tell him to get his hands off me.
Golly.
It's him.
Down.
Yeah. All right. Listen, what kind of a frame is this? He's the guy.
All right, both of you, quiet. Fox, bring her in here. We'll wrap it up.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't take my word for it, huh? But you'll take Wanda's.
Who's Wanda? You'll see, Charlie.
Everything I'll see. Tell me something.
Come on in.
Inside, Wanda.
All right. Don't have to rush me.
Sit down, Wanda.
Hello, Wanda.
Al Hance, why don't you stay out of trouble? So I wouldn't have to lose my self-respect and be waked up by policemen at such an hour to make alibis for you.
Sit down.
All right. Could say please.
Wanda, you're involved in a very serious matter here.
Oh, I'm always involved in a very serious matter, but Al was at my house. He was there from around 9 o'clock until after 3 in the morning, and nothing you can say will change that.
Okay, Charlie.
Wanda, did you know this was a murder case?
Murder case? Is it? Murder? Well,
Now, was Al at your place between those times on Tuesday night?
I told you he was, didn't I?
We want the truth, Wanda.
I'm telling you the truth.
You ever been in jail?
Sure, I've been in jail. You know I've been in jail.
How long? Overnight?
I was in 2 nights once.
Were you ever in 2 years, or 3 years, or 5 years? You know what it's like, Wanda?
I'm not scared. I'm not scared of anything.
If you testify for Al and we prove it's a lie, we can send you away.
For what?
For perjury. Or worse, as accessory to murder. And we will, too.
You can't do that. Can you?
If you lie on the witness stand, we will.
Oh, fun is fun.
Shut up.
But I can't.
Shut up, I said. Get away from her. After all I give you. I'll kill you. Watch him. Break that wall. I'll get him.
That'll hold.
I didn't mean any harm. Honestly, I didn't. He just said that he was in a little trouble, and if I was asked any questions to cover up for him.
All right, Wanda, sit
I
down.
didn't mean any harm. I didn't know it was a murder, bee.
Sit down.
Yeah.
Is he okay?
He'll come around in a minute. Thanks, Captain.
For what? You see?
Yeah, we see, Charlie. We're sorry if we gave you a hard time.
It's all right, Lieutenant. You guys were just doing your job. I know that. I'll admit it. It looked bad for me. Awful bad.
Charlie, no matter how bad it looked for you, it's going to look a lot worse for him.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. How'd you know it was Burglar's man? And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring. Or the brass ring can catch anyone.
Incidents portrayed on tonight's 21st Precinct occurred last year. Names were changed to protect the interests of persons involved. 21st Precinct is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloane in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Elspeth Herrick, Wendell Holmes, Chuck Webster, Bill Quinn, Phil Sterling, and Lawson Zerby. Written and directed by Stanley Niss, produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking.
First Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Who shot? Well, where? All right, just take it easy. Talk slower so I can understand you. Now, where is this? Where? Yeah.
You are, by transcription, in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, don't worry about that part of it. We'll take care of it. Yeah, we'll send the ambulance right away. That's right. Right away.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Cronin, Vincent P. Cronin. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing night duty, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. It was dark, foggy night, and between dusk and midnight, when I returned to the station house from patrol to turn out the platoon for the 12-way tour, we were plagued with automobile accidents. When I walked into the muster room behind the desk to sign the blotter, the 52 men who would patrol the streets of the precinct on post and in sector cars for the next 8 hours were being assembled for inspection in the back room. On a signal from the desk officer, the platoon was brought to attention and marched into the muster room in a military manner. There, as they faced the desk, the official roll was called for entry in the blotter, the event-by-event record of occurrences in the precinct.
Yes.
Colby.
Yes?
Weber.
Here.
Benjamin.
Yep.
McKenna. Esposito.
All right, man. It's extremely foggy tonight. During the 4 to 12, we had 8 motor vehicle accidents. 2 of them involved pedestrians who were both seriously injured. Now, those of you assigned to sector cars, be on the alert for vehicle speeding and without proper lights. Also, I want to warn you about the operation of your own cars. Visibility is extremely limited. Pedestrians are almost impossible to see until you're right on top of them, or use utmost caution. The clerical man tells me that a number of you are delinquent in paying your house tax. Any man who isn't paid up by the 4 to 12 on Wednesday will get a forthwith. That's all. Sergeant, post the platoon.
Platoon, attention. Right, face. Forward, march.
I'll be in my office, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Who?
Twenty-first Precinct, Captain Cronin.
Sergeant Waters on TS, Captain. We got a report of a policeman shot at 104th Street and Park Avenue.
I'll be right out.
Yes, sir.
That's all I got, CB. Yeah. 104th and Park.
Okay. What do you got, Sergeant?
681,
He's putting it out on the air now, Captain.
No.
Car 681 at 93rd and York. At 104th Street and Park Avenue at signal 32. Report of a police officer shot. Ambulance is responding. Cave 10-4.
Who's on post over there?
Ballard, Captain. He was there for the 4 to 12, and his relief hasn't had a chance to get over yet. I better notify the detectives.
Go ahead.
This is Sergeant Waters on TS. We've got a report of a police officer shot at 104th Street and Park Avenue. I don't know. That's all we've got. Okay.
How'd you get it, Sergeant?
A civilian used a call box on a corner there. He told me there was a policeman shot. He was excited. Hung up. I couldn't get any more out of him.
All right, I'll go on over. Go out and hold one of the cars for me.
Yes, sir.
I signed the blotter, went into my office with my cap, and then back through the muster room to the front door of the station house. Patrolmen Egan and Lewis were waiting at the curb to relieve the operator and recorder of sector car number 3, who were due to go off duty. Within a minute, the car came around the corner and stopped in front of the station house. I got in and gave instructions to make the run to 104th Street and Park Avenue. The weather was still foggy and visibility extremely poor. As we neared the scene, I could make out 2 sector cars parked along the curb. The shooting had occurred on the site of a new housing project where old lord tenements were in the process of being wrecked to make room for the new multiple dwelling. You two get on the job?
Watch it, Skipper. Watch those loose stones. Over here, Captain.
Sergeant? Where are you? Sergeant Kenny?
Over here, Captain, with the light.
Okay.
Some of you men take a look at that pile of bricks over there. You, Vaccaro, Barron.
Well, what is it, Sergeant? Who shot?
We don't know yet, Captain. He's unidentified.
Well, he's not from the 21st?
No, sir. He wasn't a cop.
Oh, no.
Nothing over here, Sergeant. Not a thing. Well, look on the other side there.
Well, who is it?
Policeman shot a thief. Ballard.
Oh.
Over there, Captain. He's pretty bad.
All right.
Watch your step on these loose stones. They're treacherous.
Yeah.
Civilian he sent to ring in got it all mixed up.
I see.
Watch it.
Yeah.
Watch it. Real rough walk here.
Yeah, especially on a night like this, you can't see anything.
Okay, Captain.
We never did get over this far, Sergeant.
All right, well, look the other way, then.
What are you looking for, Sergeant?
The gun the boy had.
Oh, wasn't it right with him?
No, sir. Watch it here.
Yeah, did they have a gun?
Well, Ballard said there were 3 shots fired at him. All right, let the captain in there. Let him in there, huh? Put your light on him there.
Uh-huh.
See? Pretty bad, Captain.
Did he say anything?
No, sir. He was unconscious when I got here. Vaccaro, Barron. Yes, sir. When you go to the car, ring in again for the ambulance.
Pretty young, Sergeant.
Yes, he's about 17, I'd say. Maybe 16.
How many shots did he fire at Ballard?
3, Captain, according to Ballard.
Any identification on him?
Yes, he had a wallet in his pocket. Says he's Harry Malenky, 733 East 107.
How many times was he hit?
Just once, it looks like. That's all I can see.
Get Ballard over here?
Yes, sir. Ballard, you two stick with him until the ambulance comes in. Ballard!
Yes, Sergeant.
Come on over here.
Where?
Over here. The captain wants to see you.
Yes, sir.
Who was next on the scene after Ballard, Sergeant?
Well, I was, Captain. My operator and I, Underwood.
And what'd you find?
Well, we stopped the car on the street out there, saw a flashlight back in here. And I called, Ballard answered, and I came on back. He was over there trying to do something for the boy.
Did he tell you what happened?
Yes, sir. He said he jumped him trying to break into a parked car. Chased him back in there. There was some shots fired at him, and he fired back.
Uh-huh.
Sergeant, is that you?
Yeah, right here.
Hello, Captain.
Ballard?
Any sign of the gun?
No, sir.
You better go help him look for it, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Right away.
And, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Check on that ambulance again.
Yes, sir. Is anyone taking a look over here?
Well, what happened, Ballard?
Well, I was walking my post, Captain. It was just about 12 o'clock, almost exactly. I turned the corner on the park.
Yes?
There was this car parked on the street about 35 or 40 feet from the corner. I saw this fellow standing right at the door there. Looked to me like he was trying to pry open the vent window.
35 or 40 feet?
Yes, sir.
How could you see that far ahead in this fog?
Well, the car was parked right under a street lamp. It was that one there, Captain. I could see what he was doing.
All right, and?
I saw him, but he didn't see me, so I figured I'd get up on him and catch a thief in the act, so I started to him.
Yes?
Well, he spotted me when I got within 15 or 20 feet of him, and he took off.
Yeah.
I hollered at him to hold up, but he kept on going. He cut right into here, into the rubble.
Yeah.
I came after him. Well, I didn't see exactly which way he went at first, and then I spotted him again. He was hiding over and around here someplace. So I called to him to stand up. And he stood up all right. Stood up, and he fired 2 shots at me.
I thought it was 3 shots.
Well, it was 3, Captain. See, I had my gun out, and I fired at the flashes. The fog was so thick that that's all I could see. I started to come in on him, and then I saw him up on the top of that pile of bricks over there.
Yes?
And he took another shot at me from there, see, the third one.
Oh.
So I fired 2 shots back at him, and then I heard him scream. So I examined him. He looked pretty bad. I looked around for the gun. I looked on his person and on top of the pile of bricks. Wasn't anywhere around. So I left him. I ran back out the street, and I stopped the first civilian I saw. I told him to go to the call box and ring in. Hey, that must be the ambulance.
Yeah, must be. Ballard, when you spotted him working on the car window, didn't you see how young he was?
Well, it was pretty hard to see anything, Captain.
You saw enough to convince you he was trying to break into the car, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't see how young he was.
No, sir.
You chased him off the sidewalk and into here, over this rubble.
Yes, sir, that's
He
right.
turned, fired 2 shots at you.
Yes, sir.
And it wasn't until after he fired the first 2 shots that you returned the fire.
No, sir.
When he got to the top of that pile of bricks, he fired a shot again.
Yes, sir.
And you fired 2 more shots.
That's right, Captain.
There's no possibility you could be mistaken about him firing the shots.
No, sir.
It's not possible that what you thought were shots were in fact an automobile on Park Avenue backfiring.
No, sir. I saw the flashes.
All right. Let's go over.
Yes, sir. He was shooting at me all right, Captain.
Come on, Underwood, Carol, Barron. Let's have a little help getting him on the stretcher. Huh? Get his legs.
He was shooting at me, Captain. There's no question about that.
All right, now watch the front. Watch it there. Left, that's it. Is it clear up ahead there? Yeah. All right, go ahead. Now, watch the loose stone. Take it easy with him now. Take it. Okay, go ahead.
I sure hope that kid makes it, Captain.
You better hope for something else, too, Ballard. You better hope we find that gun.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's greatest city. How slick can a sleuth be? Well, frankly, it would be difficult to find a detective with more savoir-faire than that mystery-solving mastermind, Johnny Dollar, who moves along from clue to clue with an impressive amount of ease. Right now, yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is looking into a baffling little matter of, shall we say, mischief? Listen for every thrilling episode in his current case and make yours truly, Johnny Dollar, a Monday through Friday night habit over most of these same stations. And now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Cronin.
The badly wounded suspect was driven straight downtown to Bellevue Hospital. Meanwhile, detectives of the 21st Squad under the command of Lieutenant Matt King arrived on the scene to take over the investigation. They and the uniformed officers continued to search the area for the gun which Patrolman Francis Ballard said had been fired at him. An emergency truck was sent for, and giant floodlights were set up. The search of the rubble was still in progress when Detective William Novak was sent by Lieutenant King to the address found in the wounded suspect's pocket, 733 East 107th Street. Detective Novak walked to the stoop of the old rundown tenement building and found the name Malenki on the mailbox. He tried the hall door. It was open. He walked up 3 flights of stairs and approached the door in front of the building.
I'm a detective.
Who?
Police officer.
Oh.
Does Harry Malenky live here?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm his mother.
Can I come in?
What is it? What's the matter? Did he do something? What did he do?
Let's sit down, Mrs. Malenky. We'll talk about it.
What did he do?
He was stealing from cars.
Oh, no. No, not Harry. No, it couldn't be.
Suppose we sit down and talk about it.
Not my Harry.
And he got hurt, too.
Hurt?
Yes. Shot. I'm sorry.
He couldn't.
He's in Bellevue.
Not my Harry. My Harry's asleep in there. I heard him come in.
Did you?
I was in bed. Not asleep, just in bed. I heard him come in, go to his room. I'll show you. Not my Harry.
Yeah, I'd like to see.
He's asleep. I'll show you. Harry. Harry.
What is it, Ma?
George. Where's Harry?
How should I know?
Harry isn't here?
What's this all about? Who are you?
It's my son, my other son, George. Harry's hurt? Shot? Where?
In Bellevue.
Oh, no. No.
All right, Mrs. Malenky. Why don't you sit down? Huh?
My poor Harry. My poor Harry.
Sit down.
Is he all right? Tell me. Don't lie to me.
What happened to him?
He's dead, isn't he?
No, he's not dead. He's hurt pretty bad, but he's not dead.
Oh, no.
Will you tell me what's going on here? You answer a few questions first. You live here? I used to. Hey, Ma, cut it out, huh? He'll be all right.
I know. He won't. He won't.
You don't live here now? Where do you live? In Jersey. I live over there with my aunt. I work there. Hey, Ma, cut it out.
My poor Harry. My poor... Bellevue. Can I go? Can I go to him?
Yes, you can go there. You work in Jersey and live there. What are you doing here? I come here and stay once in a while. When I'm in New York late. Huh, Ma? Don't I?
Don't you what, George?
Don't I stay here when I'm in New York?
Yeah, you stay. It must have been George come in. I thought it was Harry. That's what I thought. How bad? Very bad?
Pretty bad.
Oh, my Harry. My poor Harry.
Hey, listen. What happened, huh? He was shot.
Oh.
Yeah, I know that, but how? A police officer caught him breaking into a car. He ran and fired a couple of shots at the officer.
Not my Harry. No, Harry wouldn't do that, would he, George?
How should I know, Ma? How should I know what he'd do?
He wouldn't. Not Harry.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Malenky, but it looks like he did.
Well, the mother and her other son got dressed to go to Bellevue Hospital, where Harry Malenky was in a critical condition. The search for the weapon continued at the scene of the shooting. While the fog had lifted somewhat, the gun could not be found. And at 2:15 a.m., more than 2 hours after the original call, the search was abandoned for the night. The patrolman was assigned to a fixed post to guard over the scene until detectives could resume their search in the daylight. I returned to the station house with Patrolman Ballard. It was 2:30 a.m. when we walked into the mustering room.
24th Precinct.
Ballard? Yes, sir? You talk to the desk officer, give him all the information on this?
Yes, sir. 21st Precinct.
As soon as you finish with that, report to me in my office.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Captain.
Yes?
Can I call down to the hospital and find out how the boy is doing?
You go talk to the desk officer. I'll let you know how he's getting on.
Yes, Captain. Hello, Skipper.
Sergeant, did you hear from Bellevue on that boy?
Yes, sir.
What about him?
Not so good, Captain. That was right through the back and into the stomach. They got him on the operating table now.
What about his family?
The mother's been notified. Novak was up there. You know, he told me he had a time making the mother believe it was her boy.
Yeah?
She insisted he was home in bed. Turned out it was another son she heard come in. Lives in Jersey and stays there once in a while.
Mm-hmm. All right, Sergeant, keep me informed.
Can I see you a minute, Captain?
Oh, hello, Matt. Sure.
Lieutenant King?
As soon as I sign the blotter, Matt, I'll be right with you.
Yes, sir.
That was a rough deal tonight, huh, Lieutenant?
Yeah.
I heard from the hospital he's not so good.
I know. I've got a detective down there.
Oh, yeah?
You want to go into my office, man?
Yes, sir. That'd be all right. Rough deal, Captain.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Warren.
Go ahead, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah? Who told you that?
Sit down, man.
Thanks. I don't know Ballard very well, Captain. What kind of a 42 has he got?
Well, he's a St. John's graduate. Been in the precinct since he got out of the academy. It's more than a year now. His brother's in the job, so was his father. Father retired about 4 years ago. No complaints on his 42. Made one good call. About 2 months ago, he got suspicious of a car that he pulled to a stop on a signal light uptown. Turned out it was stolen.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir, I remember.
He's a quiet boy, not a particularly good mixer around the house.
Any reason to think he'd be trigger-happy?
No, not to date.
Well, I hate to say this, Captain. Do you know what I think?
I've got an idea, Matt.
There's no sign of a gun around there anyplace. We don't need daylight. We went through that pile of junk with a fine-tooth comb. I don't think that Malenky boy ever did have a gun. I think Ballard jumped the boy, took out after him, pulled his own gun, let fire. He hit him and thought better of what he'd done and told the story about getting fired at himself by 3 shots.
I'm afraid that's the way it looks, man.
And the worst of it is, Captain, we can't find any evidence that the boy was trying to break open that car. There's not a mark on it. I examined that window personally. Not a scratch.
Yeah.
Now, I checked the boy out through BCI. There's nothing on him. No one's ever been arrested in the city of New York under the name of Harry Malenky.
That doesn't necessarily mean he's not a thief.
No, sir, but it certainly doesn't mean that he is. The closest BCI shows under the name of Malenky is the arrest of a boy named George Malenky. He couldn't be the same. This other one is over 20. He's done a bit in Elmira. He's on parole now, living and working in Jersey.
Oh? Is that so?
The records show nothing else.
Yes?
Ballard, Captain.
Come in, Ballard. Close the door there, Ballard.
Yes, sir. Hello, Lieutenant King.
Ballard.
Well, I gave Lieutenant Snyder the information on the arrest, Captain.
All right. Ballard?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant King and I have been talking about this.
Yes, sir.
If you haven't told us the truth about what happened, I suggest you change your story right now. It'll be a lot easier all around.
I have told you the truth, Captain.
You said 3 shots were fired at you. Where's the gun?
I don't know. It must be there someplace.
We looked for 2 hours, Ballard.
It must be there.
Ballard, a policeman, carries a revolver for his own protection, protection of the public, and for use in apprehension of fugitives. This boy was not a dangerous fugitive.
He fired 3 shots at me. I was entitled to defend myself.
The boy's 17 years old. He had no previous record. You say you jumped him trying to break into a car. There's no evidence that the car was tampered with. We can't find the gun. Now, how about giving us a straight story on what happened there?
I told you exactly what happened, Captain.
I don't think you did.
I did, sir.
Just a second. 21st Precinct, Captain Crone.
Sergeant Waters on TS.
Yes, Sergeant.
We just heard from Bellevue. That boy died on the operating table.
Oh.
The mother was down there. She insists on coming up here and seeing you. She's on the way. Shall I send her up to the detectives?
No. I'll be here, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
The boy died.
Oh, it's too bad. I'm sorry, Captain.
You should be, Ballard. The mother's on her way up here now. What am I going to tell her?
I don't know, Captain.
Neither do I. Lieutenant King and I spoke to Patrolman Ballard further in regard to the events leading to the death of 17-year-old Harry Malenky. He stuck to his story without a variation. After a few minutes, Lieutenant King left my office to return to the detective squad upstairs. I instructed Patrolman Ballard to take a chair across from my desk and wait. As I tackled some of the paperwork that had accumulated on my desk, he sat looking straight forward out the open door leading to the muster room. It was a long wait. 25 minutes to 4 in the morning, Patrolman Ballard saw the front door of the station house open and Mrs. Malenky walk in.
Captain.
Yes?
I think the mother just came in.
If it's her, we'll know about it.
Yes.
21st Precinct, Captain Cronin.
Sergeant Waters, Captain. Mrs. Malenky is out here.
Ask her to come in, Sergeant.
Yes, sir, right. Just a second, Captain. What? Well, who is he? Oh. She has her elder son with her, Captain. She wants to bring him in, too.
All right, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, Ballard.
Yes, sir.
He still fired 3 shots at you?
Yes, sir.
Come in.
Go on, Ma. You don't have to be afraid of him.
I'm not afraid.
No, Mrs. Malenky.
Yes.
How do you do? This is Patrolman Ballard. I'm Captain Cronin.
Mrs. Malenky?
I came here so you could tell me what to do. My boy is down there. Down there, dead. What am I going to do? I don't know. Cop shot him. Is that what a cop is for, to go around shooting boys? Is it? What am I going to do? I don't have any money to bury him, even. Poor Harry. Poor boy. I don't know. You tell me. A young boy like that.
Don't worry, Ma. You'll get this taken care of. There's laws about something like this. What about those laws?
We're making a thorough investigation, Mrs. Malenky. I understand you're Mrs. Malenky's oldest son.
That's my George. He's the only one left now. First my husband, now Harry. It's only my Georgie.
Oh, George?
Hi.
You live at home, George?
No. He lives in Jersey over with an aunt. But maybe you'll come home now. Won't you, George? Will you come home now?
I'll think about it, Ma. I told you I'll think about it. Is this a cop that shot Harry?
Yes, I'm the one.
Well, what's going to happen to him? Nothing, I'll bet.
How could you do it to my boy? How? Tell me how.
Don't talk to him, Ma. You won't get any satisfaction.
Please, George.
Cold blood, just like that.
Yeah, I guess you ought to know about cold blood, huh, George?
After I get a lesson from you,
George,
maybe.
you ran away, left your brother dying tonight.
What are you talking
about? You were with him, weren't you?
Me?
I know you were with him.
I
Two of you were
was not.
together.
Listen.
You thought you got rid of the gun, but we found it.
You did not. I threw it.
No, we didn't find it, George. Not yet. But we will.
George, you were with Harry?
Oh, Ma.
You were with him?
Yeah, Ma, I was with him.
See what's on him, Ballard?
All right, hold still, George.
George, why didn't you tell me? You come home and you didn't tell me. You didn't say a word. Harry was dying. You didn't say a word.
Now, he's clean, Captain.
Okay. What happened, George?
Not a word.
It wasn't my fault.
I don't care whose fault it was. Tell me what happened.
Oh, it was me and Harry together. We had a few beers, and I said, come on, I'll show you how to make some money.
My Harry, my poor boy.
So I took him over there. I stood him on the lot there off the sidewalk where they were taking down the buildings. I had a gun. I told him to hold it. I said, watch me, and I went to open the car. Then this cop comes along, and I run into where Harry was.
Oh, no, my boy.
We lit out across the place together. The cop hollered. Harry turned and shot.
I only saw one, Captain, just one.
Cop shot back and hit Harry. He dropped, and I tried to see if he was all right. I picked up the gun and ran to the top of that big pile of bricks. Cop saw me up there and hollered again. I took a shot at him. He took a shot back. It missed me, but I hollered anyway, so he wouldn't shoot anymore.
What am I going to do? I don't know.
Then I ran out into the street. I don't know what to do. I went to Ma's house. I was going to tell her before I went back to Jersey, but I couldn't. I just couldn't, so I went to bed.
You should have told me. You should have.
Ma, please, I'm telling you now.
Georgie, what am I going to do? What?
I don't know, Ma. I got my own trouble.
Thanks, Captain. Thanks for getting me off the hook.
How did you know? Tell me how you knew. If he didn't, he saw only one, that's all. I'm entitled to know.
Sure, George. I'll tell you. I had a little information, and I took a great big guess.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. What kind of a ring? A diamond? Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Well, how do you know she's a thief? Yeah, I see.
21st Precinct, transcribed. A factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York.
First Precinct, Sergeant Waters. He caught a thief or he saw a thief? Yeah? Yeah? Well, where is it? Where are they holding him? Oh, it's a woman. Where has he got it? Yeah?
You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
Yes, sir. I'll send the officers right over there. That's right. Yeah. You stand out on the sidewalk and show them where to go. All right. Okay.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my day tour, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. After I had turned out the platoon and attended to other matters in the station house that required my attention, sector car number 3 came by the house to take me to 84th Street and 5th Avenue, where a large crowd was expected at the reopening ceremonies of a remodeled wing of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Although the museum itself is in the 22nd or Central Park Precinct, 3 patrolmen from the 21st had been detailed to handle the traffic on 5th Avenue. On arrival, I determined that the congestion was not nearly as heavy as anticipated, and I returned to the car with the intention of inspecting other conditions in the precinct. During the course of the patrol, we had occasion to drive downtown on 2nd Avenue in the 70s. There, I spotted the sergeant's car double parked at the corner a block ahead. As we approached, I saw a group of pedestrians peering into the window of a small neighborhood drugstore. I instructed the operator of my car to stop. I got out and crossed the sidewalk to the store. Coming through there, please. Coming through.
Hello, Captain.
Oh, Carol, what do we got?
I don't know. The sergeant posted me here, sir.
Sergeant?
Hello, Captain.
Oh, what do we got?
I'm trying to find out, Captain. We just got here ourselves.
It's the first time anything like that ever happened to me.
This is Mr. Crowe, the druggist, sir. Captain Kennelly.
Captain, how do you do?
Mr. Rose?
I didn't mean any harm. I really didn't.
Oh, we were riding by, Captain. I saw the disturbance on the sidewalk, and we got out to have a look.
The nerve of her. She went right into the showcase. She took a hypodermic syringe and a needle. Right into the showcase.
I didn't mean any
You
harm.
didn't mean any harm. You stole my merchandise, didn't you? She comes in here. The telephone rings. I go in back. She thinks I can't see her, but I can. Right in the counter, like she knew just exactly where I keep the hypodermic. She knew what she was after.
Is that true, man?
I guess so.
Yes, she ran out of the door. Then I hung up the phone and I followed her out into the street and I grabbed her. She tried to get away, but lucky the sergeant was right there. Running on the spot. She had the needle and the syringe in her hand, didn't she, Sergeant?
Yeah, that's right. She had them.
I didn't mean any harm.
What's your name, miss?
Kitty.
Kitty what?
Kitty.
Where do you live?
Well, where?
No place.
Well, now, you must live someplace.
I don't live any place.
Is it that you don't live any place, or is it that you don't want to tell us where you live or what your name is?
I'm not telling you.
We'll find out.
If you do, that's up to you. I'm not telling you.
Did you ever see her in the store before, Mr. Crowe?
Well, I don't know. Maybe. She looks familiar, but she's not a regular customer.
Well, do you think she lives in the neighborhood?
She couldn't prove it by me, Captain.
Your first name is Kitty, isn't it? Well, I'll call you that anyway.
I don't care. Call me what you want.
Why did you want a hypodermic syringe and needle?
Just wanted it.
Are you a narcotics user?
Yes.
Let me see your arm. Roll up your sweater.
No.
Look, kid, you're in a lot of trouble now. It might as well be a little help. Roll up your sleeve.
Let me see your arm.
All right.
Now, let me see the other one. Why did you tell me you were a user when you're not?
You thought I was? I guess I didn't want to disappoint you.
What did you want the needle and syringe for?
I just wanted it.
You sure must have wanted it. You had to go all the way in back of the counter for it.
It's not for you, is it?
It is for me.
Is it for a friend of yours who's a user?
Yes, it's for a friend of mine.
Who?
It's a friend of mine.
Did she have a purse, Sergeant?
No, sir, I didn't see any.
Did you notice that she was carrying one, Mr. Cruz?
Well, I don't remember.
Why didn't you ask me? I could tell you. I wasn't carrying any purse. I never carried a purse.
Well, then you're not very far from home, are you?
What difference does that make? I could be 1,000 miles away. I still wouldn't carry a purse. I don't like to carry them.
How old are you, Kitty?
Don't care for purses, that's all. I'm entitled not to carry them, don't you think?
How old are you?
19. I've got a pocket in my sweater. That's all I need. I carry the money I want to carry in the pocket. See, I got $1.80. What do I need a purse for? $1.80. You want to count it? If you want to count it, it's all there. It's $1.80.
Put it back. Well, I guess you better take her on in, Sergeant. Let the detectives figure it out.
Yes, sir.
Take me in where?
Into the station house.
I don't want to go.
Well, I don't think you have any choice in the matter. We'll have to take this needle and syringe along for evidence, Mr. Close.
Well, that's all right. It's all right with me. Will I get them back?
The detectives will be around to talk to you. You'll have to appear against them.
In court, you mean?
Yep.
How can I get away from the store in the daytime? It's hard for me to get away.
You'll get that straightened out with the detectives. Come on, miss.
I don't want to go.
Look, honey, don't give us any more trouble now.
I don't want to. I can't.
You better go along, Kitty.
I can't go. I can't.
You want me to pick you up and carry you?
No.
Well, then come on.
All right.
I'll see you at the station house, Captain.
Okay.
I don't know, Captain.
Okay, pal.
Day and age. Customer comes in, you don't know whether they're a thief or a millionaire. Pretty young girl like that. I don't know.
Well, you can take one thing for granted, Mr. Crows. There are a lot more thieves than millionaires. After I left the drugstore, I had my operator drive to Public School 79, where I conferred with the principal in regard to a delinquency problem he was experiencing among a group of older boys. I suggested a course that could be taken in connection with the situation and told him I would send the precinct youth patrolman and a detective of the Juvenile Aid Bureau around to talk to him and aid in correcting the condition. When I came out of the school and got into the car, I instructed the operator to return to the station house. It was 10:40 a.m. when we arrived. I crossed the sidewalk, walked up the stone steps, and into the muster room where Lieutenant Snyder was desk officer and Sergeant Waters was now on telephone switchboard duty.
Hello, Captain.
Sergeant?
You got a call from the borough commander's office.
No?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, take your call.
I left a message on your desk.
All right, I'll sign the blotter. Hello, Lieutenant. What's good?
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we can't stop them from building the building, lady. Yeah. Well, they need rivets to hold the girders together. They can't help the noise. It's the machine they use. Yeah, I understand. But it'll only be a couple of more weeks and they're through, lady. Well, and after the steel workers come the bricklayers. They work quietly. Yes, ma'am. You're welcome.
What happened to the girl, Sergeant?
What girl?
The one you arrested in the drugstore.
Oh, yes, sir. She's upstairs in the detective.
Did she say who she is?
Not that I know of, Captain. I've been talking with her.
Mm-hmm. Have they booked her in yet?
No, sir. What do you think she wanted with the hypodermic outfit? She's not a user.
Didn't she have any identification on her at all?
No, sir. A policewoman came up from the 19th Precinct and searched her. Found nothing.
Strange.
Pretty little girl, too.
Yeah?
Oh, Captain.
No, man.
Oh, Lieutenant King.
Sergeant. You on your way in or out, Captain? I just got in from patrol. Oh, good. Got time to talk for a minute? Yeah, sure, man. What's on your mind? Well, let's go in my office.
All right. Lieutenant Snyder.
Go ahead, man. Thanks.
Wanted to talk to you.
Have a seat. I just want to wash some ink off my hand. That pen we've got out there is like a sieve. Hey, you find anything out about that girl with the hypodermic syringe and needle?
What'd you say, Captain?
I said, you find anything out about that girl with the hypodermic syringe and needle? Who is she?
Hasn't said a word yet, Captain.
Nothing?
No, nothing.
She's a strange one.
Sure is.
Well, what are you doing to find out who she is?
Well, we made her fingerprints. We sent them downtown to be checked out. If she's been arrested before, we'll know right away.
Well, what if she hasn't?
Well, they put out a general appearance description on a teletype, checking through the alarms.
Funny kid. Well, what's on your mind, man?
Well, sir.
Oh, have you got just a second? I want to make this call.
Yes?
What?
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters.
Sergeant, would you see if you can get Deputy Chief Caruso at the borough office?
Yes, sir. Do you want to wait on, or shall I ring in there?
No, ring in.
Yes, sir.
Yes, man. Well, I understand you're in the process of making your inspection of the building and equipment. Yeah, that's right. Captain, could you put in an extra special plea for a coat of paint up in the detective squad? I'm trying to get them to paint the whole building, man. I know, but there hasn't been a painter upstairs since before the war. Which war? Civil War, it looks like. Plaster's cracking. Where it isn't cracked, might as well be. Well, I'm trying to get the superintendent of buildings up here in person to take a look around. If he comes, you'll bring him up to the squad, huh? Matt, if he comes, I'm going to take him into every corner of this building. In addition to painting, something's got to be done about the heating system. You fellows burned up from too much heat all winter, and downstairs we froze to death. Oh, excuse me, man. Yes. 21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Ward is on CS, Captain.
Yes.
Chief Caruso is in his office, sir.
Okay.
I left a message to return his call. The patrolman on a job there said he put the message on his desk.
All right. And I want to see if I can get them to give us some new lighting fixtures. Not a good eye's being ruined around here. Well, that's another thing we could use in the squad, some decent lights. Well, if I can get the superintendent of buildings up here, maybe that'll accomplish something, but don't hope for too much, man. Let's settle for the paint job. You see, they've got very little money for maintenance and repairs and about 90 departmental buildings that need it. That spreads it pretty thin. Well, I figure if we holler long enough and loud enough, Captain, we'll do something. 21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Ward is on CS, Captain. Lieutenant King's in there with you with me.
Yes, he's here.
My tally wants to talk to you.
Vitaly wants to talk to you, man. No. Here he is. Right. Lieutenant King. Yavi. Well, who calls from down there? They sure about it? Yeah, when? All right. I'll be right upstairs. Oh, that pretty little thief that took the hypodermic outfit, Captain. Yeah? I think we know who she is. Who? The wife of a boy named Victor Gerard. And who's he? He took up 2 delicatessens downtown on the west side. Oh? He went to stick up the third one. There was a detective planted in the back. The detective fired 2 shots, and Gerard fired 3. Oh, the officer got hit, didn't he? Yes, sir. He's still in St. Vincent's Hospital. Caught one on the side. Yes, it was in the 10th precinct last week. That's right. The detective felt sure that he hit the boy with one of his shots. The squad commander of the 10th rang up here and spoke to Vitaly. He saw the description on teletype and thought it fit the girl. The girl they knew was married to this Gerard. Well, if the boy was hit, maybe she wanted the needle and syringe for him. That's what it looks like. Going upstairs to talk to her again. You want to come along, Captain? Yes, Matt. I think I do. I walked out of my office with Lieutenant King, and we headed through the muster room toward the back room where a motorcycle patrolman from Traffic Precinct F was sitting at the table going through his summons book, preparatory to turning the stubs over to the desk officer. Together, we went up the stairs towards the 2nd floor where the 21st Detective Squad is located. You see? Look at the hall even, Captain. Plaster's cracking out here, too. Yeah. I don't know why it's so hard to get someone up here with a bucket of paint. Not asking for the world. Almost the world, Matt, but not quite. Go ahead. Thank you. Pete.
Yes, sir, Lieutenant.
Where is she? In my office still?
Yes, sir.
Someone coming up here from the 10th precinct?
Yes, sir. There's 2 men on the way.
Do you think it's the girl?
They think so.
They had her husband identified, is that right?
Yes, sir, Captain. According to the information I got, they made him from mugshots. 2 of these delicatessen store operators identified him and the detective he shot. They traced him out to an apartment down in Greenwich Village. He just moved out of there a day or so before, left no forwarding address. None of his friends knew where he went.
Uh-huh.
They knew he married this girl named Kitty.
Well, then Kitty's her right first name, at least.
Yes, sir. They've been watching her parents' apartment. They got a plant there. No one's heard from her.
We heard from her.
Yes, sir.
Well, let's go in and talk to her. Who's in there with her?
Goldman and Cassidy, Lieutenant.
Good. Okay. Hello, Captain.
Hi, Captain.
Goldman. Hello, Cassidy. Close the door, Pete.
Yes, sir.
Well, you ready to tell us who you are, miss?
I told you I can't. I can't. You have to believe me.
Well, we haven't gotten very far, have we?
I can't tell you. I want to, but I can't.
Well, if you won't tell us who you are, supposing we tell you. You're Kitty Gerard. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Oh, look, Kitty. There's no sense wasting any more time. They know who you are, and they know who your husband is. They know your husband is Vic Gerard. They know he stuck up 3 delicatessens, and they know he shot a detective. Now, you're in a lot of trouble, and so is your husband. You want to help yourself, you better help us.
I'm not looking for any help. I don't need any. I don't want any.
But you are Kitty Gerard.
Yes. Yes, I'm Kitty Gerard.
Where's Vic?
Not going to tell you.
Now, look, you're a pretty little girl. You're 19 years old. You've got long blonde hair and a sweet, innocent little face. It might do you a lot of good in some places. But right now, you're in a police station. It doesn't help you here. You take about 10 seconds and think over what you're facing. After you think it over, your mind better be made up to tell us what we want to know. Now, you go ahead and think.
Nothing to think about. I'm not going to tell you. He's my husband, and I love him, and I'm not going to tell you.
Your husband isn't worth loving. He held up 3 delicatessens, and he shot a detective. That's something that's worth loving?
Yes, he's worth loving.
Not in my book, it isn't.
I don't know what your book is.
All right, Kitty. What did you want with the needle?
I wanted it.
You sure must have wanted it to steal it. Runs in the family. It's for Vic, isn't it?
Yes, it's for him.
Is that why he held up the delicatessen? Because of the habit?
He hasn't got the habit. He hates it. He saw it happen to a couple of his friends. Told me time and time again, lay off this stuff. It's no good. He said, don't touch it. I don't touch it. And he doesn't touch it.
Well, then why did you want the needle? He's hurt, isn't he?
Yes, he's hurt.
Is he shot?
Yes, he was shot by the same policeman he shot in the delicatessen, the last one.
Has he had any treatment?
No. I wanted to take him to a hospital. I wanted to get him a doctor, but he said, no, don't do that because he'd get turned in. The hospital would call the cops, so would the doctor.
Have you been taking care of him yourself?
Yes,
Where's he shot?
in the leg. Right above the knee, about 2 inches above the knee.
Which leg?
The right one. I don't know how he made it home. A miracle he ever got there. It was a miracle I was able to stop it bleeding. I don't know how I did it.
That bullet in there, or did it go through?
It's in there.
How long has this been, man? 6 days? Yeah, 6 days, Captain. Is he sick?
Yes, he's sick. Running a fever about 102, 103. His legs all swollen up. I want him to go to a doctor. I said, Vic, get some sense. Get some sense, because I can't take care of this thing. I don't know anything about it. He's sick. I don't know what would happen. It's better to go to a doctor or a hospital than to take a chance. Even if you get arrested, you can't take a chance. He wouldn't let me take it. He sent me down to a couple of drugstores. He said to go to a different one every time and get some bandages and some iodine. And he said, you'll take care of it for me. You'll take care of me. Well, I've been trying. I want to do what he says. But he's really sick.
With 103 fever, he must be. You know what that fever's a sign of, don't you? It's infected. Badly infected.
I know. I read it in the first aid book. He didn't sleep all night hardly last night. Got up this morning. He was so hot you could hardly touch him. He's been taking aspirin by the dozen. He says it gets the fever down. I told him it's not the fever that's so bad, it's the infection. Well, he had an idea this morning. He said there was one thing that would take care of it. He said he ought to take some penicillin. Well, you can't get penicillin without a doctor's prescription, and you need a hypodermic needle to take it. I told him I couldn't give him a hypodermic. He said he'd give it to himself. And he told me to go out and get penicillin and a hypodermic and not to come back until I got him. Well, I tried to buy a hypodermic. He told me to say I was diabetic, you know, that I had to take insulin. Well, I tried it. Druggist all said I needed a doctor's prescription.
Including the druggist where you tried to steal the stuff?
No, other ones. I went to a lot of drugstores. Finally, this one. I saw where he kept them, so I looked around the store, and his phone rang. I tried to get it out of the showcase before he caught me on the street. You know the rest. I never even got a chance to get any penicillin. I didn't even try.
Where is he, Kitty?
No, I'm not going to tell you. He's my husband. I'm not going to go against anything that he says.
Just because he's your husband, that doesn't make him right.
I know it doesn't. But he's my husband.
Kitty, he's got a bad infection in his leg. He's been running 103 fever. You know what's going to happen to him if he doesn't get under a doctor's care, don't you? If he doesn't get into a hospital?
He said the penicillin would take care of it.
Well, how is he going to get the penicillin now?
I guess he won't be able to.
Yes, he's just going to stay there and wait for you to come back. He told you not to come back until you got it. He's probably up there in that bed, sick with fever and in agony from pain. Pretty soon he's going to be beyond the point where any doctor can help him. Now, you say you love your husband.
I do.
Well, if you love him, you'd see that he got into a hospital and under proper care.
He doesn't want to.
It's not going to make any difference what he wants very soon because he's going to be dead.
But it couldn't be that bad.
It's bad enough. Now, if you want him alive, you better tell us where he is.
I wanted him to go to a doctor. I wanted him to go to a hospital, but he said no.
Where is he, Kitty?
In the room. We've got a furnished room.
Where?
He said I should.
Where is your room?
742 East 78.
Is he there alone?
Yes, he's alone.
In bed?
He was when I left him.
Can he get out?
He can't walk.
Does he have a gun?
Yes, he's got a gun.
Where does he keep it?
Right there next to him on the table.
You think he'll use it?
No, he won't use it. I'm sure he won't. He's sick. He's sick in bed. He was shot in the leg.
Yes, I know. There's nothing wrong with his hands. The interrogation of Kitty Gerard continued until the arrival of the two detectives from the 10th Squad. In the course of the questioning, a complete description of the room in which she resided with her husband was obtained. Detectives Goldman and Cassidy were sent to the address with instructions to wait there on a plan. At 12:05, the detail assigned to make the arrest left the station house. Because Gerard was known to be armed and had already shot one detective, the utmost precautions were made to take him, despite his apparent physical disability. 4 patrolmen and Sergeant Waters were detailed to assist the detectives by covering the hallway, the sidewalk, and the rear of the building. It was decided to take Kitty along in the hope that the element of surprise could be employed and the fugitive apprehended without further shooting. At 12:20, Lieutenant King, with Kitty at his side, Sergeant Waters, Detective Vitale, Detective Wilkes of the 10th Squad, and I proceeded up the stairs to the 3rd floor hall room which the couple occupied. Our revolvers were drawn.
One more slide up.
Yes, I know. Hold it. All right, Kitty. Let's make sure you know what you're supposed to do.
I know.
Let's get it straight. What?
When we get to the door, you're going to tell me to use the key and open up.
Yes. After I get these officers placed where I want them.
If Vic says anything, I'm supposed to answer.
That's right.
I'm supposed to act natural. You won't hurt him, will you? Please don't hurt him.
It's up to him. It's up to you. All right, let's go.
You won't get hurt, Captain.
No, not if you help us. All right. Better keep quiet. Okay, upstairs. To get that fixed. Okay. Over there. Yeah. See, Wilkes. There. Okay. Okay. You gonna stay with me, Captain? Yep. All right, Kitty. Here's the key. Kitty?
Yes, Vic, it's me. How do you feel?
Lousy. You get this stuff? Okay, let's go. Out of the way, Kitty. What is... Here we are, Vic. Don't move. Get the gun. I see it. What's going on? You know what's going on, Vic. Kitty.
Yes, Vic. I'm right here.
So you went and got him, huh? Is that what you do to me? You went and got him. All right, let's see you, Vic. Keep away from me. Get those hands down at your side. Get them down there. Here, all right. That's better. Yeah, he's burning up, all right. Well, what'd you expect? I got a bullet in my leg. What'd you expect me to be cool as a cucumber? Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
You better go down and ring in for an ambulance.
Yes, sir, Captain. Right away.
Who's got the gun? Wilkes. Wilkes, bring the gun over here. Yes, sir, Lieutenant. Here you are. Thanks. What did you expect to accomplish with this, Vic? I don't know. Shoot another cop?
What'd you want me to do? The cop was shooting at me.
I know what I wanted you to do.
Kitty.
Yeah.
Sally, what'd you do it for?
Take a look around the place, will you?
What'd you do it for? What'd you turn me in?
I was arrested in the drugstore, Vic. I was arrested taking a needle.
You'd be so stupid as to get caught. I asked you to get a little thing like a hypodermic needle, some penicillin, you get caught. How could you be so dumb?
All right. Take it easy.
How could I take it easy? How could you be so dumb when you answer me that?
Couldn't help it, Vic.
Well, if you do something for me, you mess things up. You just leave it to you, huh?
You want to show us that leg, Vic?
No, I don't want to show you guys anything. Just go away and leave me alone. I'm sick. I'm dying.
They're going to take you to the hospital, Vic. You'll be all right.
Yeah, sure, I'll be all right. In 10 years, I'll be perfect.
I'm sorry. I tried. I really tried.
Yeah. I'll bet you tried.
She tried. I don't know why, but she did.
First Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Who's shooting? A cop is shooting or a cop is shot? Yeah? Yeah? Where is it? 75 or 79? Wait a minute now, not so fast. What about a taxi cab? Yeah? Yeah?
And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, the factual account of the way the police worked in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloane in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Joan Loring, Bob Reddick, Joe DeSantis, Harold Stone, and John Sylvester. Written and directed by Stanley Nist. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. This is George Bryan speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Wait a minute, just a second. Where is it? Where? Yeah? Yeah? What apartment number? Now, what's the trouble there? You what?
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right. You just stay right there. I'll send the officers right over. Yeah. Right away. All right.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. It was Saturday, and I had been off the job since 8 a.m. I arrived home a little after 9 and found Ellen in the kitchen having breakfast. I sat down at the table, had a cup of coffee with her, and at 10 minutes to 10, Ellen left to go shopping, and I went into the bedroom and got undressed. I read the morning papers for a few minutes, finally put them aside, and fell asleep. It must have been several hours later that I heard a bell ringing in the distance. It was the telephone. All right. Hello.
Captain Kennelly?
Yes?
Lieutenant Snyder, Captain.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. What do we got?
That homicide, Captain.
Yeah?
You know the fellow who runs that appliance store down on Lex, the one who gives the radio every year for the kids' Christmas party, Lou Brider?
Yeah? Well, was he killed?
Oh, no, sir. He went home after lunch and found a guy there with his wife. Shot them both.
Oh.
The ambulance hasn't gotten there yet, but Sergeant Waters just rang in from the scene. Said he thinks the man's dead, but the wife appears to be alive.
Well, what about Brider?
Well, we got him. He was sitting down on the couch waiting.
All right. You send a car for me, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
What's the address there?
608 East 67, Captain.
Okay.
I'll send the car right out for you.
Yeah. By the time I shaved, dressed, and had another cup of coffee, the car sent by the desk officer, Lieutenant Snyder, was in front of the house. I went outside, got in, and we drove to Manhattan across the Triborough Bridge, down the Franklin D. Roosevelt Drive along the East River, and finally to the scene of the homicide at 608 East 67th Street, a modern and fairly well-kept apartment house. On the street in front of the building were parked 2 sector cars of the 21st, the sergeant's car, the detective squad car, the morgue wagon, and what I presume to be 2 or 3 other departmental vehicles. I got out of my car and instructed the operator, Patrolman Farrell, to ring into the desk officer for further instructions. Then I crossed the sidewalk, walked past a small crowd of curious citizens who had gathered, and through the door to the building where Patrolman Vaccaro, who had been posted there, saluted me. Inside, I headed directly for the self-service elevator.
All right. Watch it coming off there. Yep. Oh, hello, Captain.
Sergeant?
All right, come on with that litter. Swing it around sharp there.
Now, watch the corner, will you? Yeah, okay. Watch it there.
All finished up there, Sergeant?
Well, he is, Captain. All right, go on. You're okay now. The medical examiner's been here and gone.
What about the wife?
So have you, Captain. She's still alive. Hammer it out there. I'm going upstairs with the captain.
Okay, Captain. Right.
Go ahead, Captain.
Right. How bad is she?
I can't figure how she's still alive, Captain. One on the head and one on the chest. And it wasn't a pop gun. He used a 38 automatic he keeps in the store.
Who's up there now?
Lieutenant King and his detectives and some men from the homicide squad. Just about getting finished up.
Where's Bryder?
He's still upstairs. Lieutenant King is talking to him.
Did he say why he did it?
Yes, sir. Said he was tired of her running around with other men. He wanted to put a stop to it.
And permanently.
Yes, sir. I guess that's what he had in mind. Oh, to the right there, Captain. All right, you men. What are you here for? Get those people out of the hall. Go ahead, Captain. This is where the man's body was, right here. Between the coffee table and the couch. One shot got him, right between the eyes.
Yeah.
The wife was over here. Ryder apparently went after the man first. Wife tried to get away. He caught up with her right here. Looks like she was dodging him around the dining room table. He fired at her from this side of it. She fell down over there against the sideboard.
Any children, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. There's a girl about 17.
Where is she?
We don't know. We think she's out with some friends this afternoon.
What's the dead man's name? Got an identification on him yet?
Yes, sir. According to the cards in his pocket, he was Harold Shipstead, 864 Crowell Avenue in the Bronx, 43 years old.
I see. Where's Lieutenant King?
Where's Lieutenant King?
He's in the kitchen.
All right, come on.
Well, I got a permit for it, Lieutenant. I got a permit to keep it in the store.
Doesn't give you a license to kill people with it.
Hello, Captain.
Man?
Captain? Woods? I know it doesn't. I just wanted you to know I've got a permit to have the gun in the store. We got stuck up once a couple of years ago, and I applied. Hello, Captain.
Mr. Bryder?
I'm sorry I caused you so much trouble. I went out of my head, I guess. You know how you can get. Something bothers you on your mind. I just wasn't going to let her get away with it anymore, that's all. She's been doing this to me for 15 years. I had enough of it. I couldn't take it anymore.
Did you know Harold Shipstead?
Sure, I know. She's been running around with him for 2 or 3 years. I told her if I ever caught them together, she'd know what to expect.
How'd you know he was here?
Don't worry about that. I got friends in this building. One of my friends called me.
Who was that?
Never mind.
Was it a neighbor, somebody on this floor?
Never mind who it was.
You got your gun and came home.
Yeah. I told her what would happen. I warned her plenty of times.
What did you see when you opened the door?
I saw them.
What were they doing?
Sitting there, having a drink. You saw the glasses. Him coming over here in the middle of the day and drinking with her while I'm slaving away in the store trying to make a buck. That's what wound me up more than anything. I hate to be made a sucker out of. That's what they were doing to me. They were playing me for a chump. For years she's been playing me for a chump. Well, I'll tell you something. I just wasn't going to take it anymore. That's all there was to it.
Listen, do you mind if I get a drink of water? I won't try nothing, I promise you.
Go ahead.
Sergeant, you better get some of these men back on patrol.
Okay, Captain.
Right away.
All right, behind.
The glasses are in the cabin.
Go ahead.
Anybody else?
No,
How is she, do you know? My wife?
we haven't heard yet.
You'll keep me informed, won't you? I want to be kept informed.
We'll keep you informed, yeah.
That's good. You sure nobody else? You're perfectly welcome, you know. I've got nothing against you, fellas.
We're just not thirsty.
You detective? Are you sure?
Positive.
Captain will tell you. I'm a great friend of the cops. Every year I give a little radio from the store as a prize for the kids' Christmas party. Isn't that right, Captain? Every year, without fail.
Yes, that's right.
Sit down, Mr. Bryder.
Listen, I think there's some cold beer in the icebox. Would anybody like a can of cold beer?
Sit down.
All right, I was just wondering if somebody did. You know, the whole thing is just catching up with me. I'm beginning to get a little bit shaky. Look at that. I'm nervous all over. I'm never like that. I'm steady as an arrow, usually. I'd like to get out of here. That's what's doing it, hanging around here.
We'll be going to the station house as soon as the detectives get finished up in here. We're waiting for somebody from the district attorney's office to come.
What do you need somebody from the district attorney's office for?
The way we handle things.
Oh.
Excuse me, man.
Yeah, sure, Captain.
You have a daughter, don't you, Mr. Bryder?
Yeah, we do.
What's her name?
Jane.
Mm-hmm. How old is she?
She'll be 17. You know, I forgot all about her. What you going to say? You think she'll blame me? I mean, she ought to understand my position.
Where is she? You know?
I don't know. In school, I guess.
Today is Saturday.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Well, sometimes she goes down to Times Square on Saturday afternoon with some friends. They go to a movie together, you know, a bunch of girls.
Well, what time would you expect her home?
I don't know. And she'd come home before supper, usually. Listen, let's go to the station house now. I don't want to be here when she comes.
You have any relatives we can notify to come take care of her?
Me? No. I got nobody.
Does your wife?
Well, she's got a sister in Syracuse, but I don't see what you have to tell her for.
Well, somebody's got to take care of the girl.
Well, what's the matter with me? I can take care of her.
You'll be kind of busy, Mr. Bryder. Even when the perpetrator is arrested immediately, a homicide investigation is conducted in a detailed and exacting manner as described in the Manual of Procedure. After the victim has been pronounced dead by an ambulance surgeon, the medical examiner of the city of New York is notified. In the meantime, detectives of the precinct squad and the homicide squad of the borough are on the job. A photographer takes pictures of the body and of the scene from every possible angle. The ranking superior officer of the detective division present dictates a complete description of the scene to a homicide squad stenographer. In cases such as the one at hand, where a victim is critically wounded, detectives have an additional arduous task to perform. At 3:20 p.m., Lieutenant Matt King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad, and Detective Ellis P. Woods drove downtown to Bellevue Hospital, went to the emergency section in Building I, and walked down the corridor with the resident surgeon in attendance.
Strangely enough, Lieutenant, it's not a head wound we're so concerned about at the moment.
Oh, no?
No, sir. A penetrating wound of the chest has caused a hemothorax. It's a collection of blood in the pleural cavity. Yeah, I know. That's it, gentlemen, down there. That's where we've got it.
Just a second, Doctor. Before we go in,
Yes.
do you think it's pretty hopeless?
Yes, I'd say so. If she lives to the day, I'd be surprised.
Now, you can appreciate that these dying declarations are rather difficult to handle.
Oh, yes. But as I said, she told me herself she knew she was going to die. She's sure of it.
All right. This detective is going to take everything down in writing.
I hope you'll be able to understand what she says. She has a drain up to her nose, you know.
We'll manage. All right, Woody.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Oh, Mrs. Bryder?
Doctor?
Mrs. Bryder, these two men are detectives. Lieutenant King and Detective Woods.
Hello?
Mrs. Bryder, the doctor tells me you don't believe that you'll recover.
What?
The doctor says that you don't believe you'll get well.
No, I don't think it will. I know I'm going to die.
What do you say, Doctor?
He doesn't have to say anything. I know. He doesn't have to tell me.
Doctor? No, you're right, Mrs. Bryder. I don't think you'll recover.
I know I won't.
Mrs. Bryder, I'd like you to make a statement about what happened at your house this afternoon.
What?
I'd like you to tell us what happened. Would you be willing to do that, truthfully?
Yes. All right, if you want.
All right, Woody. Yes, sir. What is your name?
Ruth Bryder. Mrs. Ruth Bryder.
Where do you live, Mrs. Bryder?
What?
Where do you live?
608 and 67th.
In Manhattan.
Yes, Manhattan.
Do you now believe that you were about to die?
Yes.
Have you any hope of recovery from the effects of the injury you received?
No, I don't.
Are you willing to make a true statement of how and in what manner you came to the injury from which you are now suffering?
I didn't understand that.
Are you willing to make a true statement of how and in what manner you came to the injury from which you are now suffering?
Yes, I am.
Would you tell us, please, in your own words, exactly what happened in your apartment this afternoon?
My husband came home and shot us. Harold and I.
What is Harold's full name?
Harold Shipstead.
Does he live at 864 Crowell Avenue in the Bronx?
Yes.
How long have you known Harold Shipstead?
Harold Shipstead?
Yes.
About 3 years, I guess. I swear to you, and you've got to believe me, there was nothing like he thought between Harold and me. Nothing.
All right, Mrs. Bryder, you have to take it a little bit easier.
Nothing. There was nothing. We were just friends, that's all, good friends.
How did he happen to be at your house today?
He called on the telephone. He said he wanted to see me.
What about?
Got a present for his wife, an anniversary present.
You were friendly with his wife as well as him?
Very friendly. He's my best friend. My best friend in the world.
What did you do when he got there?
We sat in the living room. We were having a beer, talking. You know, just talking.
Were you and Harold Shipstead together when your husband came home?
We were in the living room.
What happened when your husband came home?
He started shooting. Shot at Harold and he shot at me.
Did he say anything?
My husband?
Yes.
No. He was just shooting, that's all.
Had there ever been trouble between you and your husband before?
Trouble? We had trouble all the time. Jealous over nothing. Man couldn't look at me and he'd start a fight.
Has he ever threatened to do anything like this before?
Threatened. He'd go wild. I asked the super to come up and fix a pipe under the sink. He beat me up. Right in front of Jane, he beat me up.
That's your daughter, Jane.
Where is she? Why hasn't Janie been here? Aren't you going to let me see her?
Yes, Mrs. Bryder. As soon as we locate her. All right, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. I think that ought to be all for now. All right.
Don't leave me, please. I don't want to be alone. I don't want to be alone.
I'll send the nurse in, Mrs. Bryder.
Please send someone in. I don't want to be alone.
She'll be right in. Okay, Woody. Yes, sir.
forget.
I won't. Okay.
Got a rough job, Lieutenant.
Part of it isn't pleasant. Shall I get that written up and bring it back down here, Lieutenant? Maybe we can get a signature.
You can try.
Isn't a signature necessary?
Not on a dying declaration, as long as there are witnesses.
Well, it's really important. You've got your man.
Well, the district attorney thinks it's important. He wants to make a case of first-degree murder.
Lieutenant, I think this must be the daughter coming with Sergeant Waters.
No, yeah.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hi.
Woody.
Sergeant?
This is James Ryder.
Where's my mother? I want to see my mother.
This is the doctor who's taking care of her, Janie.
Oh, is she? Is she all right?
I'm not going to lie to you, miss. She's pretty bad.
Oh, my God. Dear God.
Like to go in and see her?
Yes, can I? I mean, is it all right?
It'll be all right.
Just a second.
Yes.
You know how this happened, Janie.
Yes, I know. But it was my father. What are you going to do to him?
I'm not going to do anything to him. That's up to the courts.
I wish it was up to me. I just wish it was up to me.
Lieutenant King returned to the station house to continue the investigation. In the meantime, I had also gone there in the company of the police commissioner and the chief inspector of the department, who had come to the scene of the homicide for a first-hand report on the crime. At the station house, I went upstairs with them to the 21st Detective Squad, where they sat in on the questioning of the confessed killer, Louis Brider, by an assistant district attorney. During the course of the questioning, we received word from Bellevue that Mrs. Brider had died. Died while her daughter was in the room. When the high brass were ready to leave the station house, I came downstairs to the muster room with them. They signed the blotter and left the precinct. After they had gone, I went into my office to glance at some of the reports on my desk before I, too, went home. Yes, come in.
Can I see you a minute, Captain?
Yes, come in, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. I've got that reinvestigation report on that LD-80 you asked me to check out.
Yeah?
Said you wanted it as soon as possible. I can have the clerical man type it up right away if you want to send it down to the license division this afternoon.
No, that's all right, Sergeant. I won't be able to put an endorsement on it until tomorrow anyway.
Yes, sir. Well, it was a pretty sad case over there this afternoon. An homicide.
Yeah.
She died, you know.
Yeah, so I hear.
Well.
Oh, just a second, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. 21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Lieutenant King, Captain.
Yes, Matt.
Captain, Woody just came in with that Brider girl. He rang upstairs from the muster room.
Yeah?
We were just about starting downstairs with her father to book him. Can she wait in your office for a few minutes? I don't think they ought to run into each other just yet.
All right, Matt, sure. Are there any provisions being made to take care of her?
Yes, sir. Some friends of the family are coming here for her. But the assistant DA wants to take her statement first.
All right, Matt. She can sit in here. I'm leaving anyway.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir?
How many more of those LD-80s have you got to investigate, Sergeant?
Just one more, Captain. Besides the one I completed today.
All right. Let's get them in.
Yes, sir. I'll finish up on the other one tomorrow.
Yes, come in.
Lieutenant King said it would be all right to wait in here, Captain.
Yes, that's all right, Woody. Come on in.
Come on, Janie.
All right, I'm coming.
This is Captain Kennelly.
Hello, Jenny. Why don't you sit right down there?
Here?
Yeah.
I'll see you tomorrow, Captain.
Oh, shut the door, will you, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Well, you can sit down, Jenny.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm sorry. Will you tell me something?
Well, I'll try.
Why can't I cry? I want to cry. I can't cry.
You will. Give yourself a chance.
I should. I know it. But I can't. I tried to at the hospital, and I tried to in the car. And I couldn't, could I?
No, you couldn't.
Where is he? Where's my father?
I don't know. I don't know where he is.
Is he here, Captain?
Well, there's no use lying to you, Jenny. He's here. He's upstairs.
I want to see him. I've got to see him.
You'll see him later.
I want to tell him what a mistake he made. I want to tell him how good she was to me and to him and to everybody. It's the only thing that was wrong with her. She was too good. I want to tell him what a mistake he made.
Well, I think he knows that.
I want to see him.
Now, Janie, things are bad enough. Don't make them worse.
It couldn't be any worse. I don't know what I'm going to do. I just don't know.
Look, there's no use in my telling you that everything will work out all right. We both know that everything is pretty bad, but a lot of people are going to try and help you. Take my advice, Janie. Let them.
I want to talk to him. I want to tell him what he's done.
Now, Janie.
What he's done to me and to her and to everybody. I want to tell him I feel like killing him. That's how I feel like killing him.
You don't feel that way.
You know how I feel. You can't tell me how I feel. Nobody knows at all.
Well, right now, I think you feel a little bit better. I'll see you, Woody.
Yes, sir.
You take care of her.
Yes, sir. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters.
That's B-R-I-D-E-R. No middle name. Isn't that right, Mr. Ryder?
CB on the line for you, Lieutenant Snyder.
No middle name.
Just a second, Matt.
Yeah. Hello, Captain. Matt?
Go ahead, Lieutenant.
21st Precinct, Lieutenant Snyder. Captain, as many times as you've been in my store, and as many times as I've been here,
Hold on, CB.
I never thought anything like this would happen to me. Never.
Well, I don't think any of us did.
I shouldn't have done it, I admit. I know I shouldn't have done it. But things pile up inside of you. They pile up so you've got to do something.
I'll be a minute, man.
Okay. Don't move around, Mr. Ryder. Have to stand right there.
I'm sorry.
Janie! Janie, come back here.
I want to see him.
Excuse me.
You were supposed to keep her in there, Wood.
You ran out, Captain. I'm sorry.
Journey. I know what I did to you. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me.
I want to. No, I should. I don't think I can.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you. I don't know why you're so kind to me. I don't deserve it.
Well, Mr. Ryder, a lot of people get what they don't deserve.
First Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Yeah, that's right. A verification of ownership is what we want. Connecticut registration 3T152. And what do you have to do? Tell it to Hartford or someplace? Or what's the delay?
And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring. Or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloane in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were Elspeth Eric, Lola Pizer, Bill Lipton, Santos Ortega, and P.J. Sidney. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Art Hanna speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. You what? Smell gas? Where is this? East 70 what? What floor? You haven't found where it's coming from? That's right. Get the people out. See if you can locate where it's coming from. No, that's all right. We'll take care of it.
You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
You'll have assistance right away. Yes, sir, right away. No, just stay where you are. The officers will be there right away.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. It was Tuesday morning. I'd been on the job since 8 when I turned out the platoon for the day tour. After I read and signed reports, I went on patrol of the precinct with Patrolman Farrell as my operator. As we turned off Park Avenue into 72nd Street, a signal 32 came over the air. 618 East 75th Street. Ambulance and emergency squad responding. Sounded like a gas case. I told Farrell to make the run. When we turned into the block, I could see that sector car number 1 was on the job. So was the sergeant's car. There was no sign of either the ambulance or the ESD car. 618 was a 5-story tenement building. A few passers-by and neighbors were beginning to gather on the sidewalk. There's the spot, Farrell. Pull in. Yes, sir. All right, let's go.
Right with you, Captain. That's either ESC or the ambulance coming now.
Yeah. Keep the sidewalk clear, Farrell. Keep them off the stoop.
That's all right, folks. Will you let it go, yeah? Will you please get off the stoop?
Dig here, Farrell.
Yes, sir. Boy, I can smell that gas out here. It's sick.
Farrell.
Yes, sir.
Keep people away from those doorbells.
Yes, sir. Now, look, I told you to get off the stoop.
Sergeant Collins.
Who is it?
Captain Kennelly.
Second floor, Captain.
All right.
Coley! What do you find out there? I don't think it's good here, Sergeant. Send the people down. I want the building clear. I'm sending them, Sergeant.
Sergeant?
In back, Captain.
All right.
Anybody home in there? Open up. It's the police.
Where is it, Sergeant?
Beats me, Captain. We haven't been able to locate it.
Well, we better locate it fast.
Open up in there.
Send the building up.
Open up in there. There's nobody's home, Captain. We've been hitting every door. I sent a man up to 3rd and another to 5th who was clearing everybody out. It's not on this floor. Coley! Did you locate it? He's on the 4th floor, Captain. Whole hall smells of gas. No telling where it's coming from.
Who put in the call?
Super. He's up with Coley. Tenant smelled gas in the hall.
How about the main feed line?
I sent glass into the basement with the super's wife to turn off the valve.
Good.
Now, come on, folks. Don't stand there and talk about it. Out on the street, please. Get on the sidewalk. Did you open your windows, folks? And have your doors open? All right. Out of the building.
All right, come on.
Yes, sir.
Anybody cover the 3rd floor yet?
Just quickly and away up, Captain. I told those people to clear out, not them.
Let's try that one.
Smells pretty strong here.
Police officers, open up in there. Police officers, open up.
This could be it, Captain.
Open up.
Coley! Come on down here. Bring the super with you.
Well, this is it, I'm sure.
What do you want to do, Captain? Push the door in?
Yeah. All right, let's go. Together. Again. Now.
Is that it, Sergeant? You think so, yeah. Let me see if I can kick it.
Go ahead. Try it again. Yep, this is it, all right. Keep low. Coley, hit that window. I'll get this one. Yes, sir. Sergeant, get the stove.
I got it. They're shut off, Captain.
How's the other window, Coley?
Shut, Captain.
This looks like the culprit, Captain.
Yeah.
Coffee boiled over. Put out the flame. Sure ruined a good coffee pot.
Well, that looks like about it. Coley.
Yes, sir.
Take a look in that room. See if anybody's in there. Yes. Let's try this one, Sergeant.
Only one burner was on, Captain. Looks like an accident. Nobody in here.
Coley, anybody in that room?
Yes, sir, nobody.
Well, the ambulance and the ESD just got here. You can head them off, Sergeant. We don't need them.
Yes, sir, right away.
Say, Coley, where's the super?
I left him out in the hall, Captain.
Well, I want to talk to him.
Yes, sir.
Let's give this room a chance to air out.
Who is it down there, Phil?
Yes, Sergeant.
Mr. Champisi.
Tell me you see him
in the ambulance. We won't need them. Coffee boiled over. Nobody hurt. Yes, sir.
You want to see me?
Yeah, this is Captain Kennelly, Mr. Philip Champisi, Superintendent.
Glad to know you. How are you? Real mess this turned out to be. Real mess. Well, it could have been worse.
I headed off the ambulance in the SG, Captain.
Good. Hey, listen, was it necessary to kick the door in? Look at that. The panel is split. The lock is busted. Ain't worth much of anything now. What do you expect us to do, Mr. Champisi? There might have been somebody overcoming here, or a spark could have blown up the building. Well, that's all well and good, but I'm the one that's got to explain to the landlord. I'm the one that's got to ask him for a new door, new hardware. This could never be fixed, never. Even the frame is shot. Look, what's the name of the tenant here? The tenant? Yeah. Oh, the tenant is a fellow named Harrods, Alfred Harrods. Listen, is any damage inside?
Just to the coffee pot.
Oh, well, that ain't the landlord's. That's his, Harrods. None of these flats furnished. Tenants got to furnish their own furniture and furnishings. Where is he? What do you mean, where is he? Where'd he go? Well, listen, as long as he pays his rent, he can come and go as he pleases. I don't keep track of him. Can we take a look inside? I just want to check for sure there's no damage. I got to call the landlord, give him the whole story.
I guess it's pretty well cleared out by now, huh, Captain?
Yeah, I'd imagine. Landlord's going to hit the ceiling about this door. Still smells pretty bad of gas in here. Oh, it's all right. You don't have any idea where this tenant could be. Well, I told you. Did you call the police? Yeah, that was me. Mrs. Truro on the 4th floor come down, knocked on my door. She said she smelled gas in the hall, you know. Well, I came upstairs and I checked immediately. Sure enough. Well, I couldn't tell where it was coming from, though. I had the same trouble as you, so I called. Mm-hmm. Well, who knows what could happen in a situation like that? You got to call. Don't look like there's any damage to stove, huh? Listen, Mr. Champisi, this whole thing was very lucky. Yeah, very lucky. New door. Now, the place could have been blown sky high. I want you to call the station house when this tenant gets home. I want to send an officer over here to talk to him about going out and leaving a pot of coffee on the fire. Talk to him myself. Well, you call the station house. Yeah, okay, I'll call.
Coley. Yes, sir. Go downstairs and tell Farrell he can let the tenants up now. It's all over.
Yes, sir. He should be given a piece of somebody's mind. Where does he work? Well, I don't know. He's a salesman, I think. He sells things. Yeah? What? Well, I don't know. I never asked him. He paid up 2 months' rent in advance when he moved in, so I wasn't too curious. Now, how long has he lived here? Oh, 3, 4 weeks. You know he had a phone put in? It's the only phone in the building. Besides mine, which the landlord stands good for. If the guy can afford a phone, I don't worry too much. Did you see him this morning? No, I don't budge out of my place. Not unless I have to.
I still smell a little gas in here, Captain.
Well, check that burner again.
Yes, sir.
Looks off to me.
It is.
Well, open up the oven.
Yes, sir. Well, what do you know?
Hey, that's a fine thing to keep in the oven. Papers. What is it, Sergeant?
Policy slip.
Let's see that. No wonder the guy looks like a millionaire.
Just some cash, Captain.
Hey, is all that good?
It's good.
I never saw so much money in a lump. Looks like we've got a policy drop, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Well, listen, I didn't know what the guy did. Don't hold it against me that he lived here. Tenant is a tenant until he proves himself otherwise. Coley.
Yes, sir.
Let's see what else we can find around here, Sergeant.
Yes, sir, Captain.
Give Sergeant Collins a hand.
Yes, sir.
Let's start over here. You never know about some people. Numbers game in my building. You just never know. On discovery that the flat in which there had been a gas leak was occupied by a person in apparent violation of the gambling laws, I instructed Sergeant Collins to notify the desk officer at the 21st, who in turn would notify the office of the division commander, so that plainclothesmen responsible for the enforcement of gambling laws would be sent to the scene to investigate. As this notification was being made, a more thorough search of the premises was conducted by Patrolmen Coley and Farrow under my supervision and in the presence of the civilian witness, Philip Champisi, the superintendent of the building. In a closet were found 2 electric calculating machines and tally sheets, in addition to the policy slips and the cash.
80, 800, 20, 35, 45, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Like a gold mine.
$2,857, Captain.
All right, Coley. Enter the amount in your memorandum book. Hey, now, here's an opportunity. Let's all go to Belmont. We could still make the daily double.
You want to sign my book, Captain?
Yeah.
Here you are, sir.
Hey, what's all the production? Are you afraid this Harrods guy might say you shortchanged him? Well, we just don't want to give him anything to say. Pal.
Yes, sir.
You got all that stuff together?
Yes, sir. We'll need a bushel basket for all these policy slips, Captain. Boy, this guy was running some bank.
Mr. Champese.
Yeah. What happens to all the money?
Oh, it gets turned over to the property clerk until the court determines who's the rightful owner.
Well, listen, could you give me some consideration? You know, if I didn't put in the call, you never would have found it.
When did you say this Mr. Harrods moved in here?
Oh, I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago.
And he told you he was a salesman?
Yeah, that's right.
He didn't tell you anything else?
What do you mean?
He didn't tell you what he sold?
Well, listen, I didn't know anything about him. What can I do?
Now, listen, Captain.
Are the plainclothesmen on the way, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. But one of the tenants told me he saw the girlfriend of the fellow who has this flat standing outside in the crowd.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you about his girlfriend.
Is she still there?
She was when I came up. I told Farrell to keep an eye on her.
Take charge here, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Mr. Champese.
Yeah. Man, what a day. You live to be 100 and never see so much excitement, huh? How about a smoke, Cap?
Give me that.
Oh, I'm sorry. The gas. Excuse me, I forgot, Cap.
Well, you better remember, or you'll never get anywhere near 100. Come on, let's get downstairs. Although the flat in which the gas leak had occurred was obviously a policy drop, there was no conclusive evidence that would lead to a conviction of either Harrods or any of his associates, despite the large amount of cash discovered, the calculating machines, the policy slips, and the tally sheets. Both the policy slips and the tally sheets were from previous days' play, and it's a good idea to have evidence showing the play was made on the day of the arrest. It was my thought to keep the girlfriend of Harrods under surveillance until the plainclothesmen arrived. Then, as they thought best, they could question her, take her to the station house, or attempt to follow her in order to connect him directly with the evidence. On the way downstairs, I told the super of the building that I wanted to stand outside on the stoop and talk to him, apparently in connection with the accident. I warned him not to look in the direction of the girl, nor point to her.
All right, I'll do just like you say. Count on it, Captain.
I hope I can. Farrell.
Yes, sir.
Don't look in her direction, but which girl is it?
See the gray Plymouth coupe parked at the curb there?
Yeah.
She's standing right next to it, Captain. The blonde, about 25 years old, 5'4", has on a beige coat.
Yeah.
That's her, all right. I seen her go up to visit him time and time again.
I asked you not to look over there.
I didn't look. I just glimpsed.
Just talk to me.
What do you want me to talk about? Weather?
That'll do.
Well, looks like it's going to turn into a nice day after all, huh? You know, when I woke up today, looked out the window, I had my doubts. Listen, Captain, what happens to the $2,850? Does he get that back?
I told you he does if he can prove it's lawfully his.
Oh. Well, who is it you're waiting for? Detectives?
Plainclothesmen.
What's the difference? Plainclothesmen, detectives? I always thought they were the same.
No. Plainclothesmen are assigned to enforce gambling and vice laws.
Oh?
Detectives investigate all other serious crimes.
You know, I never knew that.
No, I suppose a lot of people don't.
Oh, you'd be surprised. You'd be very surprised.
Have you seen her here very often, Mr. Champese?
On occasion. On several occasions.
When? Daytime or at night?
Both. But my wife, she knows everything that goes on around here. My wife says she's here all the time. Day, night, afternoon.
She's turning to go, Captain.
Yeah, I see her. Any sign of the plainclothesman?
No, sir.
What are you going to do? This is getting to be a situation.
Stay here, Farrell.
Yes, sir.
You too. Excuse me, please.
Yes, sir.
Pardon me. Miss, wait a minute.
Me?
Yeah. What's your name, miss?
Who are you?
I'm a police officer.
What do you want to know my name for?
I want to know.
Gloria. Gloria Nathan.
Who's your friend in that building?
What building?
618 East 75th?
I don't think I have to tell you that.
It's Al Harrods, isn't it?
No, it isn't.
Well, who is it then?
Nobody.
Well, why were you standing outside there?
Well, I was just curious. I'm entitled to be curious when there's excitement going on.
It's Al Harrods, isn't it? He's your friend.
No.
You came by to see him this morning. When you were walking down the street toward the place, you saw the police there. You were worried. You found out the gas leak was in his place.
Listen, I don't know any Al Harrods. I told you that. I was just standing there because I was curious, that's all.
Look, Gloria, you don't want to get into trouble, do you?
I won't get in trouble.
You will if you keep telling me one lie after another.
What can you do to me? You can't do anything to me.
Would you mind walking back to the building with me?
Of course I'd mind.
Well, let's walk back anyway.
I haven't done anything. I don't see why you're picking on me just because I was curious.
Well, there's a few things we want to get straightened out.
If you want to get something straightened out, that's no business of mine. What's it got to do with me?
Mr. Champese.
Person is entitled to be curious.
You called me, Cap? Yes. Is this young woman a friend of Al Harrod's?
Yeah, he's a friend of his. I seen her go up there.
That's a lie.
Plenty of times.
I never even heard of any Al Harrods.
The plainclothesman, Captain.
This is getting to be ridiculous.
You're telling him?
Hello, Captain.
Thomas, how have you been?
Fine. Understand you struck gold.
That's right.
Look, all this is well and good, but what do you want with me? I've got a right to know.
Sure, you've got a right to know. We're going to take you to the station house. One of the plainclothesmen went upstairs to take charge of the premises, while the other accompanied the young woman, Gloria Navin, and I to the station house. A policewoman was sent for to make a search of the suspect. In the meantime, Patrolman Coley and Sergeant Burns returned to the station house with the money found in the flat. This was turned over to the desk officer and entered in the blotter. In about a half hour, the policewoman arrived and made a search of the clothing and purse of the suspect. Nearly 1,000 policy slips and about $400 in cash was found on her person. While the policewoman sat nearby, Gloria was questioned in my office.
Well, now, look, you know what's going to happen to you, don't you?
No, I don't know. What?
As soon as we get through talking to you, I'm going to take you out there to the desk and book you in. Then you're going to ride down to court and talk to the judge.
They won't keep me. I've got the number of a bondsman. All I have to do is call him.
That only lets you out until the trial. What good's a bondsman going to do you after you're sentenced? You're headed straight for the house of detention. You ever been in there?
No. No, I haven't.
No, I didn't know. That's why I asked you. You know you can get a year out of this, Gloria?
No, he wouldn't be that tough. I'm never that tough in these kind of cases.
That's the captain.
It'd be a suspended sentence or a fine, maybe. You know that.
Well, I don't know. The judge is going to say to me, he's going to say, did you cooperate, officer? And what can I say? All I can do is tell him the truth. All I can say is, Judge, she wasn't a bit of help. Her boyfriend had this policy drop, but there wasn't a bit of conclusive evidence up there. She had all the incriminating evidence in her possession. She wouldn't help us at all. I've seen people stand up there. They think, who are you hurting making a little book or writing a few numbers tickets? They think the most they'll get out of it is a slap on the wrist, and wham, they get hit right between the eyes. You know, it doesn't make any difference what you think or what I think about it. Gambling is a violation of the law. The way things are, pressure's on the judges, too. They let somebody off easy in a gambling case and get criticized. They've been handing out some jolts down there. Isn't that right, Captain?
Yeah, so I hear.
He wouldn't give me a year.
You want to take the chance, it's up to you. All I can tell him is that you want a bit of help.
Supposing I was some help. I wouldn't want to do a year. It's not worth it.
Well, like I said, all I can do is tell him the truth. But it stands to reason you'd get a lot more consideration if I could tell him, for instance, that you helped us knock over a big policy bank.
He'd kill me. He'd just kill me.
Who?
Al. He beats me up for no reason at all. What would he do to me if I gave him a reason?
Well, it wasn't your fault that he was stupid enough to go away and leave the fire burning under the coffee, was
No, but he's not going to look at it that way. You don't know Al. I'd like to help you, but you know how it is.
Well, that's too bad. I'd like to help you, too. Shame we can't do anything for each other. Let's book her in, Captain. No sense wasting any more time.
Come on, Gloria. This way.
He wouldn't be that tough on me, the judge.
I can't tell you what's on the judge's mind. This way. No sense making any predictions. It all depends.
There's nothing to do but take my chances.
Stand right up to the desk, then.
I want to book her in, Sergeant.
What's the name?
Navan. Gloria. How old are you, Gloria?
24.
Address?
321 Lewiston Avenue.
In Manhattan?
In Manhattan, yeah. Listen, the only thing I'm worried about is what he'd do to me. Al, I mean.
He couldn't do anything to you if you never saw him again. But if you're that crazy about him, what's the use of talking?
Who said I'm crazy about him?
Where were you born?
In the Bronx. Listen, I'm not going to do a year for him. That'd be crazy, wouldn't it?
That's what I've been trying to impress on you. Who's going to look out for you if you don't look out for yourself?
Any prior arrests and convictions?
One arrest, no conviction.
All right, what do you want to know? Am I a friend of Al Harrod's? Yes. Do I work for him, too? Yes. What else?
Is there any way he could have known about what happened at his place today?
Only if I called him and told him. That was the only way.
Where was he?
You know, around. Making his collections and meeting his runners. He couldn't have known. There's no way.
Where is he now?
I don't know where he is now, but I know where he'll be at 2 o'clock.
Where?
He'll be at a bar and grill in Yorkville, 736 East 85th. He meets a couple of his collectors there every day. They turn over their play in the collections to him.
In the bar?
No. He parks his car. They all got keys to the trunk. He just sits in there while they drop the play and money in the trunk of his car. When he comes out, it's all ready to drive away. He just sits in there and drinks beer. Is that what you wanted to know? I told you. You going to save me that year?
Like I said, I'll tell him the truth.
Okay. Oh, he'll get out on bond and he'll beat me up. He'll just beat the living daylights out of me.
All right, if you're worried about that, we'll see that you get protection. He won't lay a hand on you.
Listen, please worry about your own job. If Al wants to beat me up, that's between me and him.
We took Gloria back into my office, and she supplied us with all the information she was able to furnish. It was decided that Thomas's partner remain at the flat in the event Al Harrods returned there unexpectedly. At 2:45, I accompanied Thomas to the vicinity of the bar and grill on East 85th Street. Gloria could give us only a hazy description of his car, and we were unable to spot it parked on the street. A little after 3 o'clock, we walked into the bar and grill. Gloria had described Al Harrods as a short and rather heavy-set man. She said he would probably be wearing a plaid sports shirt, a type for which he had a passion. There's a fellow in a plaid shirt back there in the booth.
Al Harrods, did she say?
That's the name he used.
Al Board, Captain. I've been wondering where he was the last couple of months.
You know him, huh?
Real well. Oh, hello, Al.
Oh, hi.
Stand up, Al.
Hey, listen, I'm clean.
Come on, stand up.
All right.
That's the way. I guess you are clean.
You could have taken my word for it.
You know, I was just thinking about you the other day, Al.
Oh, were you?
I sure was. This is Captain Kennelly.
Hello. How are you?
You don't mind if we sit down, do you, Al?
No. Help yourself.
Thanks.
Plenty of room. Captain, did he say? You're a cop, too?
That's right.
What have you been doing with yourself lately, Al? I haven't seen you around.
Well, you know, that last 90 days in Rikers Island cured me. And I said to myself, Al, it don't pay. Hang up. That's no hotel in the mountains over there on Rikers Island, you know. Dump the racket.
How you getting along?
Fine. Just fine.
Live around here?
No, I'm over Jersey now. Oh, what are you doing here? You still working out of this division?
That's right.
You too, Captain?
He's commander of the 21st Precinct.
No kidding.
Captain, this Al is an example of how a good boy can turn out to be an honest citizen. You stick him a couple of times, and he learns the racket doesn't pay. You're living in Jersey, hmm?
Yeah, that's right.
You working?
Oh, yeah. I'm breaking my back every day. Working for my wife's brother over there. He's got a poultry business.
You don't say.
Yeah, up the crack of dawn every day.
Well, what are you doing in the big city?
Oh, just came over to see a fella, a friend of mine. You want something, Captain? I'll get the girl over.
No, thanks.
So I cured you, huh?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm walking that tightrope now. I'm on a square, and I love it.
Well, didn't I tell you? You wouldn't believe me.
Well, I believe you now, Mr. Thomas. I'll never forget you.
Won't you, Al?
No, sir.
You know, I've been a long time in this job, Al. It's not many guys you run into who can make you feel that you accomplished something. You make me feel that way, Al, and I appreciate it.
I appreciate it, too, Mr. Thomas.
Captain, this guy's made my day. You wouldn't kid me, Al.
Well, would I lie to you, Mr. Thomas?
No, Al, I don't believe you would.
No, not me, brother. I learned. That's for the birds. Well, I gotta go.
It's nice to see you, Al.
Yeah.
Just a second, Al. We're going, too.
Oh.
Captain, if I know this guy, I'll bet you he's hustling policy slips across the river in Jersey.
I'm telling you, I'm out of it. Since I finished that bit on Rikers Island, I'm out of it. After you, Captain.
Thanks.
I mean, maybe I play the numbers once in a while.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's not so bad.
But book 'em? Not me, brother. I had my stomach full of that. That's for the birds. Well, here's my car.
Yeah, it sure is for the birds, Al. And you're a vulture with a 20-foot wingspread.
Yeah.
All right. Open up the trunk of your car.
I don't know. What's going on?
Go on, open it up.
Al, we hit your place on 75th Street. We got you $2,800 in cash and a go-kart full of policy slips.
Put the key in.
Well, what are you stringing me along for, 20-foot wing spread? You were stringing yourself along, Al. Oh, you could be, Frank. Well, look. Another gold mine, Captain. It's mental cruelty let me think I conned you out of it.
All right, close it up. Be careful, Thomas. Watch that he doesn't fly away. He's a bird.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. Where's this? 3361. How was he shot? How many hold-up men? Just one. Which way?
And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloane, in the role of Captain Kennelly, featured in tonight's cast were Mandel Kramer, Bill Quinn, Bill Lipton, Joan Loring, Bill Zuckert, John Sylvester, and Jack Orison. Written and directed by Stanley Niss, produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Wait a minute, who is it? Shot your husband? Where? What's the address? Yeah? Yeah? 45 or 49? Well, where's the gun?
You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, you stay right there. I'll send the officers right over. Yeah. Right away.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my night tour, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. The 4 to 12 tour had been exceedingly quiet, due in part to a heavy downpour of rain, which began early in the afternoon and continued until nearly 11. Troublemakers like to get wet no more than anyone else, and a good rain keeps them off the street. By midnight, when I turned out the platoon for the late tour, the sky had turned clear, although the streets of the city were still wet and glistening. After the men had marched out the front door of the station house, I went into my office to dispose of some accumulated paperwork and await the appearance of Patrolman Daniel Ritchie. He had requested to see me when he came off the job at midnight in regard to a leave of absence for the purpose of attending to personal business in Florida in connection with his father's estate. At 12:25 a.m., while I was so engaged, Sergeant Waters, who was supervising patrol, instructed his operator, Patrolman Elton Tyler, to pull their car to a stop at the curb near a call box on First Avenue, close to the northern boundary of the precinct.
Okay. I want to ring in. Yes, sir. Sergeant Waters, box number 11. Let me talk to the lieutenant, will you, Vince?
Yeah. Hold on just a second.
Okay.
21st Precinct, Lieutenant Gorman.
Sergeant Waters, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
I went up there on First Avenue to take a look at that condition.
Yeah?
There's about a foot of water in the street at that spot, Lieutenant. Looks like the catch basin in the sewer is stopped up there.
Excuse me, officer.
Just a second, lady.
What did you say, Sergeant?
A woman just walked up and was speaking to me, Lieutenant.
Oh.
I'll be with you in a minute, lady.
Oh.
All the water from the rain is just hung up there, Lieutenant. I think it'd be a good idea to notify the borough president's office and have them send a crew up to clean out that catch basin.
All right, I'll notify them.
Officer.
In a second, lady. They ought to get up there as soon as they can, Lieutenant. The traffic's slopping around that water.
Okay, I'll notify them right away.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Detectives have a woman thief upstairs. Ring in about 15 minutes. You might have to ride down to the 19th and get a policewoman to search her.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. What is it?
I wanted to tell you I just shot my husband.
Yeah?
I did. I just shot him.
Where is it?
In that house there next to the corner. I live in there.
Where is he?
Upstairs in the flat.
All right. Let's go have a look.
I couldn't help it. I really couldn't.
Just a second. Tyler. Yes, Sergeant. Come on. Yes. What did you shoot him with?
A gun.
I know it must have been a gun.
Yes, Sergeant.
Come on with us. We've got a shooting. Yes. What kind of gun?
A shotgun, I think you call it. You know, gun about this long.
Is he dead?
I don't know. I did it and I ran out of the house right away. I ran out of the house to get some help. We got no phone, you know.
In here?
Yes, that's right. Second floor.
I'll get the door. Yeah.
It's not locked. Didn't take my key.
It's not locked. Why did you shoot him?
I warned him, and he still came after me. I warned him to stay away from me.
All right. Where is the shotgun?
Upstairs. I left it upstairs.
When did this happen?
Just now, just a minute ago. I came out to call someone, call some help.
Must not have been a very loud shotgun. Nobody in the building heard it.
It was loud, all right. It was the loudest thing I ever heard.
Which apartment up there?
In the front.
That one?
Yeah. See, I left the door open when I ran out.
Whose gun is it?
His.
All right, go ahead.
I wish you'd go first.
No, you go in.
All right.
Well, where is he?
In there, in the bedroom.
Where's the gun?
In there, too.
All right. You go sit over there a minute.
Where?
Over there. Sit down on the couch if you want.
All right. I think I ought to sit down and...
Okay, Tyler.
Yes, sir.
Use your foot to push it all the way open.
Okay, Sergeant.
Brother. Stay there. Keep an eye on her.
Yes.
She shot him all right, but good.
Okay. Double barrel shotgun.
We'll leave it lay there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
She was good.
See? See what I mean?
Yeah, I see. Go on down and ring in, Tyler. Tell her what we got.
Yes, sir. Right away, Sergeant.
Close that door.
Yes, sir.
Is he dead?
I think so, yeah.
Well, I couldn't say I didn't warn him. I've warned him over and over again. That'll be in my favor, won't it, that I warned him?
Lady, take my word for it. You'll need a lot more than that in your favor.
On instructions of Sergeant Waters, Patrolman Tyler went downstairs to the street and walked to the police call box. From there, he notified Lieutenant Gorman, the desk officer of the homicide. Lieutenant Gorman, in turn, immediately informed the 21st Detective Squad and the Manhattan Communications Bureau. He then rang into my office and gave me what information he had obtained. I instructed him to have a car come by the station house to take me to the scene. As I walked out into the muster room, Detectives Novak and McInerney, who were on their way, stopped long enough to tell me that Lieutenant Matt King, the commander of the 21st Squad, had been called at his home, as is required in all homicides and all other serious crimes. In the meantime, the Communications Bureau dispatched an ambulance to the scene and notified the Manhattan East Homicide Squad the New York County District Attorney's Office, the Medical Examiner, the Photographic Bureau of BCI, and, because a firearm was used, the Ballistics Bureau. In addition, 6 patrolmen from the 21st were sent to control the crowd of curious people who always gather on the sidewalk and to keep back behind their doors other tenants of the building awakened by the excitement. When I arrived and started up the stairs to the second floor, an ambulance attendant from the Beth David Hospital passed me as he was going down. I continued on up.
Who's down there, Vaquero? Eisman? Yes, Sergeant. Get a 95 tag out of your car and bring it up here.
Hello, Sergeant.
What'd you say, Sergeant?
Captain.
A 95 tag. Get one out of your car and bring it up here. Okay, Sergeant.
What'd the ambulance attendant have to say?
DOA, Captain.
Mm-hmm. Who's here?
Only Novak and Mac and any of the 21st squad so far, Captain. Nobody's got here from the homicide squad yet. Want to take a look around?
Yeah.
Back there. Oh, just a second, Captain. Now, listen, you people. You were told to get inside your places and stay there. Now get back in there. There's nothing to see here. That's just the way the door was standing open when we came up the stairs.
Uh-huh.
That's her, sitting on the couch. You want to talk to her, Captain?
In a minute. Let's see in there first.
Yes, sir. They've got 2 kids, you know.
Where are they?
At a fresh air camp. Girl 10, the boy 7.
Rough.
Yeah. She told me he came home about midnight. Said he was about 2/3 drunk.
Yeah.
She said he started after her, started to beat her. She ran in here, into the bedroom. She closed the door and pushed that chair up against it. She started pounding on it. Told him not to come in. Then she said he started pounding on the door harder. She went to the closet there and got the gun. She warned him if he came in, she was going to shoot him. Found he pushed the chair out from under the doorknob and came in. She fired. Fell right there. That's her story.
Well, her aim was sure good.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's talk to her.
Yes, sir. Hello, Captain.
Tyler.
Mrs. Wheel, this is Captain Kennelly, commanding officer of the precinct.
You, want to tell me how this happened, Mrs. Wheel?
I told him how it happened. The sergeant here and the detectives asked me. I told them how it happened. I don't feel like telling it anymore.
You're going to have to tell it a lot more times, Mrs. Wheel.
What's your first name, Mrs. Wheel?
Eva.
How do you spell the last name?
W-E-A-L-D.
Your husband's name is Joe?
Yes, that's right.
I understand you have 2 children.
Yes, Margaret and Joseph Jr.
How old are they?
She's 10, the boy's 7.
Where are they?
They left Monday for a fresh air camp. They've been going for 2 years now. To the country. It's nice. Does them a lot of good.
What happened tonight?
Well, he was out drinking. He's an electrician. Gets off work 4:30 in the afternoon. He didn't show up for supper and didn't show up all night. Came home about 11:30, 11:45, something like that. All I asked him was where he was all night. I had to push me around. I said, well, Joe, I'm not going to stand being pushed around anymore. So I fought back a little bit. I said, he stopped him and he pushed me around some more, so I ran in there in the bedroom. I closed the door and I put the chair behind it. And he started hitting on the door and I yelled to him. I yelled, Joe, you're not going to touch me. You're not going to put your hands on me. He said he was going to kill me. So I went to the closet and got out the shotgun, and I said to him, I yelled through the door, I yelled, Joe, if you come in here, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to shoot you. So he did. And I did.
How did you learn to shoot?
Oh, I knew. He showed me. He always wanted to take me duck hunting. He always wanted me to go with him, but I never did. He just showed me how to use the gun.
Was that the first time you ever fired it?
Yes, that was the first time. Listen, what can they do to me, do you know? I've got 2 kids to take care of. Can you tell me what they're going to do to me?
We don't decide that, Mrs. Wield. We just find out what happened and report it to the district attorney. He takes it up with the courts. We have nothing to say about what they do with you.
Oh. He would have killed me if I didn't do it. You don't know him. He got wild, really wild all the time. You can ask anybody in the building here. They'll tell you.
Yes, well, we'll find out all about it. What?
His mother. Who's going to tell her? I don't want to do it. I don't want that job.
Where does she live?
A couple blocks from here, that's all, on York Avenue.
What's her name?
Mrs. Wield, too. Isabel Wield. Who's going to tell her? Will somebody from the police department do it?
Yes, somebody from the police department will do it.
That's good. I wouldn't have nerve to face her.
You had the nerve to shoot her son.
I know, but that's different.
Now, back to 21st Precinct and Captain Kennelly.
Within a few minutes, 2 detectives from the Manhattan East Homicide Squad and a photographer arrived. Pictures of the body and the surrounding conditions were made from every possible angle. Lieutenant King, the ranking officer of the detective division on the job, began to dictate to a stenographer from the homicide squad an accurate description of the body, its position in the room, and all other physical details that might later be needed as evidence before the grand jury or in court. A deputy medical examiner appeared, and while he was making his examination of the body, a detective from the ballistics bureau arrived to take custody of the shotgun used in the homicide. The deputy medical examiner made a preliminary report that death was due apparently to a shotgun charge in the chest and ordered the body taken to Bellevue for an autopsy. While awaiting the arrival of the morgue wagon, a detective took fingerprints of the deceased. And finally, Patrolman Elton Tyler, the first officer on the scene, made a search of the body, removed all property except clothing, and placed a UF-95 identification tag around the wrist. The body was then removed to the morgue. Meanwhile, detectives of the 21st Squad and the Homicide Squad began the investigation by questioning Mrs. Wield and some of her neighbors. At 10 minutes past 2 in the morning, when all that could be accomplished at the scene of the homicide was done, Lieutenant King ordered Mrs. Wield taken to the station house. As Patrolman Tyler, the arresting officer, and Detective Novak accompanied her to the 21st Squad office on the second floor, Lieutenant King leaned against the filing cabinet and watched them enter.
Over here, Mrs. Wield.
Where? Oh, over here. Do you want me?
Yes, that's right. Hello, Tyler. Hello, Lieutenant. We met over at your place, Lieutenant.
Yes,
Come into my office, please. Go back. Mac, let's go. Yes, sir. Tyler. Yes, sir. Inside, Mrs. Wield. Just have a seat right there.
Here?
Yeah, that's fine. Shut the door, Tyler. Yes. Mrs. Wield, you know you're in serious trouble.
I don't care. I really don't care.
There are a few things I'd like to get
I
straight.
told you everything I remember.
Mrs. Wield, I'm interested to know how your husband could chase you around the house, threaten to beat you up, threaten to kill you, throw furniture at you, pound on the door. I'd like to know how he could do all these things and be so quiet about it. None of your neighbors on either side of you, or upstairs or downstairs, heard a thing. How do you account for that?
I don't know how to account for it.
All that racket he was making, chasing you around, threatening you, seems probable that someone should have heard it, doesn't it?
Well, when I fired the shotgun, that made a lot of noise. Nobody heard that either.
Oh.
They didn't, did they? You didn't find anybody heard that?
I'd like you to tell me something else.
Yes?
When this officer here came up the stairs, when he came up with Sergeant Waters, the door to the bedroom was closed almost all the way. Isn't that right, Tyler?
Yes, sir, Lieutenant, that's right. Sergeant had me use my foot to open it the rest of the way. He didn't want me to touch the doorknob.
Mrs. Wield, did you close that door when you came out of the bedroom?
I don't know. I don't remember.
No, it was closed.
It was closed. I must have closed it.
Mrs. Wield, there's something else I'd like to get straight.
Please, I'm very tired. It's awfully late. It's the middle of the night.
I'm tired, too, Mrs. Wield. We're all here at this hour on account of you.
All right.
What I was going to ask about is this. It's not very clear exactly when your husband got home. What time was it?
I told you, 11:30, 11:45, and he was drunk, very drunk.
You're sure it wasn't early?
I'm positive.
Well, I'm not so positive, Mrs. Wield. Do you know Mr. Doyle, who lives in your building on the top floor?
What's he got to do with it?
Mr. Doyle said that he was coming down the stairs. He was on his way out for a paper, and he passed your husband going up. Mr. Doyle said that was about 10 o'clock.
I don't care what Mr. Doyle says.
Mr. Doyle says he distinctly remembers the time.
He waited until the end of a radio program before he went out for a paper.
Told you, don't kill him, Mr. Doyle said. Joe didn't get home till 11:30 or 11:45. Besides, what difference does it make? I told you I killed him. There's no argument about that, is there?
No.
Told you I did it, and I told you why I did it.
But I can't understand why nobody heard it. Why nobody heard either the fight or the shot.
But maybe they're all deaf. Listen, what about my kids? What happens to them? Is somebody going to go up to the fresh air camp after them? Or maybe they'd better stay there. That'd probably be best.
Probably. You have anyone that could take care of them?
No, I've got nobody at all.
What about your mother-in-law?
Did somebody tell her?
I've got a detective out trying to locate her.
Wasn't she home?
I don't know. I haven't heard back from the detective.
Well, she should be home. Where else could she go? Look, what time is it? 2:30 almost.
Well, this detective had other things to do. I don't know whether he got to her yet.
Oh.
This same detective was in a bar and grill down the block from where you live. You know the one I mean? Your husband used to spend a little time in there.
I know the one you mean.
This detective talked to the bartender. Now, the bartender told him something that checks out, Mr. Doyle, pretty close from the time that your husband got home. The bartender said he remembers your husband left the place about 9:45 in the pouring rain. Thundering and lightning in the pouring rain. You said he was drunk and nasty, didn't you?
He's always drunk and nasty when he comes out of there.
Yes, the bartender said something like that, but he said it was 9:45.
He might have left there at 10:15, but he didn't get home till 11:30 or 11:45.
But where did he go for 2 hours?
How should I know where he went? He came home and we got in this fight, and I didn't ask him. I didn't care. Please, now, I'm tired. I'm tired of answering questions. I've been answering questions almost all night now. I killed him. I told you I killed him. What else is there to it?
There's a lot to it, Mrs. Wield. Why you killed him is very important.
I killed him because he was coming after me.
Did you love him?
I hated him. I really hated him, but I didn't kill him because I hated him. I killed him because I was afraid he was going to kill me.
Now, Mrs. Wield, let's be honest, huh?
I'm being honest.
The medical examiner said he'd been dead for at least an hour before midnight, probably more.
How can he tell that?
We can tell, all right.
Even if it was so.
You know it's so.
I do not.
You know that he came home about 10 o'clock, that you had your fight then, that you killed him then. You know, it was thundering and lightning out. You know, that's apparently why nobody heard the shot. Now, isn't that true? Wasn't it around 10 o'clock that you fired that shotgun at him?
Can I smoke? Has anybody got a cigarette?
Wasn't it?
Yes.
Have one of these.
Thank you.
That's all right. You like a light?
Yes.
Now, why did you tell us that you killed him about midnight when it was really about 10 o'clock?
I don't know. Sounds kind of silly, I guess. As long as I killed him, why should I try to keep it a secret?
What did you do between 10 o'clock and nearly 12:30 when he came downstairs and told the officers?
I just sat there. I just sat there in the room. I just sat there and thought about the 11 years I've been married to him, and kids and the place we live in, and being drunk all the time. His mother. I just sat there and thought about it.
For 2 hours, you just sat and thought?
No, not all the time. Sometimes I just sat. I didn't think.
Were you worried that you killed him or sorry?
I wasn't sorry. I wasn't even worried, not at all. I just couldn't think of anything that I could say to his mother. I tried to think of something to tell her, but I couldn't think of a thing, so I just sat there.
For over 2 hours. Your husband's body in the next room.
Well, yeah. But the important thing was I couldn't think of anything to tell his mother.
I don't wonder. I don't see what there is you could tell her.
The interrogation of Mrs. Wield continued. In the meantime, I had been out on patrol of the precinct. At 1 a.m., a fire truck responding to an alarm had collided with a taxicab on Lexington Avenue, and 2 firemen were slightly injured. I had been out with the battalion chief of the fire department looking over the scene of the accident and assisted him in gathering the information he needed for his report. It was after 4 a.m. when I returned to the station house, where Lieutenant Gorman was desk officer and Sergeant Waters was on telephone switchboard duty as I walked around to sign the block.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters.
Sergeant?
Hello, Captain.
Fred, what's doing?
Nothing much, Captain.
All right, bring them in.
Oh, did they book that Mrs. Wield on the homicide yet?
No, sir, not yet.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes.
Coley's on his way into the house with a set of keys left in the ignition of a parked car.
Okay.
All right, Red.
Yes, sir, Captain.
All right, Coley. Come on in with the keys.
Sergeant.
Oh, yes, sir, Captain.
Have we got somebody on a fixer tonight over where that upholstery company fire was?
Yes, sir. Underwood is on the job there.
I'd like to talk to you if you don't mind.
We'll have to make inquiries over here, ma'am.
I don't want to make inquiries. I want to talk to him, the captain.
Lady, the desk officer will take care of you. The lieutenant.
I saw a lieutenant upstairs. He didn't give me any satisfaction. I want to talk to a captain. You're a captain, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
I'm Mrs. Wield. Mrs. Isabel Wield. It was my son she shot. She shot him in cold blood.
Well, the case is in the hands of the detectives, Mrs. Wield.
I don't care whose hand it's in. That lieutenant upstairs wouldn't give me any satisfaction. So I want to talk to you.
What is it you want to talk to me about, Mrs. Wield?
They wouldn't let me talk to her. They wouldn't even let me see her.
Well, what's the necessity in seeing her?
21st
She killed my son, didn't she?
There's an investigation in progress, Mrs. Wield.
That lieutenant had her up there in that little office upstairs, and he wouldn't even let me go in and talk to her.
Well, you can see her in court tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning I'll be busy making funeral arrangements and busy getting those children, my grandchildren, out of that fresh air camp. In cold blood. And he wouldn't even let me give her a piece of my mind. I told him, the first time he brought her home to meet me, I told him he was making a big mistake to think about marrying her.
Mrs. Wield.
I could have predicted this. I could have predicted it 10 years ago that something like this would happen. Poor children. And poor me to raise a boy so that you could shoot him down in cold blood.
Look, there's no use talking to me, Mrs.
When
Wield.
that detective knocked on my door and told me who it was, I knew something like this had happened. She was out to do this. You can just write that down in your little book.
Mm-hmm. Did you tell all this to the detectives?
Of course I told it to the detectives. I told them how he wouldn't go home from work. How he'd come to my house and I'd tell him that she was going to do this. He wouldn't believe me. I'd sit him down and I'd give him a drink and I'd tell him what she was like. I had to keep a bottle of whiskey especially in the house for him. In cold blood. And those poor children, the most gorgeous children you ever saw. They look just like their grandfather.
Mrs. Wield, it's 4 o'clock in the morning almost. I'd suggest that you go home and...
There she comes. I want to talk to her.
Now, Mrs. Wield, they're going to book her. You can't talk to her now.
I have my rights.
You don't have a right to talk to her now.
All right.
Just stand in there closer to the railing.
Yes.
That's right.
Beyond me how you can treat anyone like that with decency, like a human being.
His name is Eva Wield, Lieutenant.
W-E-A-L-D?
That's right, yes. I wish you would use your maiden name.
Mrs. Wield, if you don't stop interfering, I'll have to ask you to leave the station house.
3145 First Avenue.
It was my son, my baby, the baby of my family. That's not interfering.
831.
You've been out for a meal yet, Kent?
No, not yet, man.
I'd like you to tell the captain why I couldn't see her upstairs. I'd like you to tell him what you told me. Go on. Tell him what you told me.
It's not necessary for him to tell me, Mrs. Wield. You have no right to interfere and interview a suspect during the course of the investigation.
I'll see what my rights are.
Well, you'll be taken to the 19th Precinct where they have cells for female prisoners.
I don't care. She don't care about anything.
And you'll be taken to felony court in the morning. Meantime, you're entitled to have us make 3 telephone calls.
There's nobody I want to call? There's nobody that would talk to her.
All right, wait in the back room with her, Tyler.
Yes, sir. Right this way, Miss Wield.
Well, how do you like that? She didn't even have the decency to say hello to me. Not even the decency to do that. After she shot down my son in cold blood.
The way she described it, Mrs. Wield, it wasn't exactly cold blood.
No? I'd like to know what it was then.
Well, that's up to the courts to determine.
A lot they know. To kill a woman's son like that. It was the same as if she'd taken that gun and aimed it at me. Just the same.
It's a good thing you weren't there, Mrs. Wield. She might have done just that.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Sitting on a ledge where? A man or a woman? Yeah? Yeah? What floor? What floor? Well, if she threatened to jump? Yeah? Yeah?
And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. The police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloane in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking.
21st Precinct has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. How many hold-up men were there? Where? No, that's not in this precinct. But you give me the information. I'll see that the officers get there. Did they have guns? Yeah? You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct. All right. You just stay right where you are. The officers will be right there. Yeah. Right away.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my day tour. At 12:55, plainclothesmen who are responsible for the enforcement of laws relating to gambling and public morals in the 21st and other precincts of the 6th Division raided a policy drop on Upper Madison Avenue and made 7 arrests. The suspects were brought to the station house, and at 10 minutes to 2, they were being booked by Lieutenant Gorman, the desk officer. I was in my office across the muster room reading and signing reports which would be delivered by the precinct messenger to division. Sergeant Waters, on TS duty, was sitting at the switchboard.
Excuse me, Sergeant.
Oh, hello, Mr. Spizio. What can I do for you?
Is the captain around? Could I talk to him?
He's in his office, yeah, but he's kind of busy. Is there something I can help you with?
Well, I'd like to talk to him, Sergeant.
Well, let me ring you now.
Okay.
We'll see. How are things over your way?
All right, I guess.
Good.
21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Waters on TS, Captain. Mr. Joe Sprizio that has the upholstery shop there on 2nd Avenue's out here. He'd like to see if you've got a few minutes.
All right, ask him to come in, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Sprizio. Right across there.
Thanks. Kind of rushed around here today, huh?
Yeah, we are. The plainclothesmen raided a policy drum.
Oh? Over there?
Yeah, that's right.
That's it, all right. Now the next one up here. All right, Harold, Ogono, 824. Come in.
Oh, come in, Mr. Sprizio.
Thanks.
Well, I'm glad to see you. Won't you sit down?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Well, what can I do for you?
Well, it's sort of a ticklish situation, Captain.
By Parent Magazine.
A perfection air... What's it all about? Well, you know the few little storekeepers over there on my block. All small businesses, the merchants, a couple of garage men, you know. Young. Well, we got this little association. It's nothing much. It's just for the neighborhood. You know, we give our Christmas party, and if some of the families need helping out, that's the thing that if somebody comes and asks us for a charity, we figure it's best to send them to the association rather than each individual merchant take care of themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, it's no big deal or anything like that, Captain. It's just something that we cooked up to take care of any emergency. And to have a little organization.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we don't even have no meetings hardly. It's just 10 or 12 of us small storekeepers over there.
Well, what about it?
Well, you know Al Brider, don't you?
Yeah, he has that luncheonette there in your block.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he's the member. As a matter of fact, he's our treasurer.
And?
Well, Al is a nice guy, Captain. And I don't like to go make him any trouble. He works hard. He runs that luncheonette. He's there day and night. But after all, the dough belonged to the association.
Well, what happened?
I hate to get anybody in trouble, Captain, but if he's going to be the treasurer, he's got to have some responsibility. Now, he's short over $200, and he can't come up with it. Now, I wouldn't come to you, Captain, except that, well, if a guy takes a job as the treasurer of an association, he's got to have some responsibility. I mean, that's what all the other members think.
Well, what did he say when you asked him for it?
Well, he admits he's short. He says he'll try to get it. He said he used the money to keep the luncheonette going. Now, he works hard. He runs that luncheonette. He's there day and night with his wife and everything like that. But, I mean, after all, it wasn't his dough, Captain. That's what I think. That's what all the other members think.
Well, do you want to file a complaint against him, Joe?
We just want our $200, Captain.
Well, the police department isn't a collection agency.
Yeah, I know it isn't. We don't want to file no charges against him, but, well, we can't let him get away with something like that.
Well, there's just two things you can do, Joe. You can see a lawyer and try to collect it from him in a civil suit.
Oh, no.
Or you can make a complaint, and the detectives and the district attorney will look into it from the point of view of a criminal case.
Look, if we get a lawyer, it's going to cost us a fee, Captain. And if he's got nothing, we're out the $211 plus the lawyer's fee. Isn't there any way we could just, maybe sort of throw a scare into him?
Not through the police department.
Well, thanks, Captain.
I'll walk out with you.
I appreciate your help.
If I've been any help.
Only wish I knew what to do.
Go ahead.
Nothing else you can think of, huh, Captain?
No?
It'd be a shame for us to be out that $211.
All right.
We're not big businessmen, you know. It's just a little association. It's not like the United States Chamber of Commerce. Hello, Captain.
Matt?
What have you got over there?
Well, the plainclothesman raided a policy drop up on Madison Avenue.
No?
Lieutenant Matt King, Mr. Joe Sprigio.
Oh, yeah. Hello.
Mr. Sprigio runs the upholstery shop over there on 2nd Avenue.
Oh, yeah.
Lieutenant King is in command of the 21st Detective Squad.
Oh, I'm glad to know you. Well, I won't take up any more of your time, Captain.
I'm sorry I couldn't help you.
That's all right. I guess this is a problem we have to work out ourselves.
I think it is.
Well, so long.
Bye.
Glad to have met you, Lieutenant.
Yeah, same here.
Social Security card.
I hear that fellow does nice work, Captain. He's cheap.
Yeah.
My wife wants some foot covers made. I think I'll send her in there.
Well, I hope he uses more judgment in his business than in picking a treasurer for his organization.
No, what's the trouble?
Well, the treasurer is short $200.
Oh.
And out of all the members, they picked the one guy who's done time for being a thief.
Who's that?
You know, Al Bryder that runs the luncheonette over there.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't know any short time, does he, this Bryder?
No, he got finished up last year, I think.
Lieutenant King.
Yes, Sergeant.
Matt Kennelly bring you down from the squad. He wants to talk to you.
All right.
Take it to my office, Matt.
Thanks, Captain. I'll take it in here, Sergeant.
Help yourself, man.
Yes. 21st Squad, Lieutenant King. Yeah, Mac. Yeah. Uh-huh. When was this? What do they want from us? All right, who's upstairs? Yeah, okay. Take Novak and Howard and ride on down there. Yeah, all right. Well, that's a big one, Captain.
Oh, what?
A payroll on a construction job in the 9th Precinct. 3 boys walked into the office shack and made the paymaster raise up. Got over $26,000. The borough office called and asked me how many men I could spare. I'm sending Novak, McInerney, and Howard down to give them a hand.
Only $6,000. That's a good touch.
Yes, sir. Especially tax-free.
After the 7 suspects arrested in the raid on the policy drop were booked by Lieutenant Gorman, a patrol wagon came to the station house and took them directly to Gamblers Court in the New York County Criminal Court building at 100 Center Street. Shortly afterwards, the alarm came through on the teletype concerning the payroll holdup in the 9th Precinct. It described 2 armed bandits who entered the construction company's shack, held up the paymaster and 2 assistants, and escaped with $26,000 in cash. The description of the 3rd man, thought to be driving the car which waited on the street, was lacking. The payroll, which included more than $1,000 in silver, had been delivered by an armored truck only 30 minutes before the robbery. I signed the blotter to go off the job at 6 p.m. At the subway, I bought the evening papers. The story of the robbery was played in big headlines. There had still been no break in the case by the time I came into work at 3:40 the next afternoon to begin my night tour. Lieutenant Gorman was desk officer, and Sergeant Waters had PS duty.
Hello, Captain.
Sergeant?
You've got a visitor. I told him to wait in your office.
Go ahead and take the call. I'll sign the block.
Yes, sir. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters.
Oh, man, let's do it.
Okay, 22.
Well, who's the visitor, Sergeant?
Oh, it's Joe Spiggio again.
Yeah?
He called the first thing this morning. They told him you weren't due in here until about 3:45. He asked if he can see you then. They told him it'd be okay if he wanted to take his chances that you'd be able to. He's been here since about 3:30. I told him to have a seat in your office.
Okay, I'll be in there.
Yes, sir. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters.
Oh, hello, Mr. Spiggio.
Oh, Captain. Gee, I hate to bother you again, Captain.
Oh, that's all right. What's on your mind?
Well,
Oh, excuse me. Sure. 21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Waters on TS, Captain. The paychecks are here.
All right, send them into the 124 room.
Yes, sir.
Well, what'd you decide to do about Al Brider, Mr. Spiggio?
well, that's what I want to talk to you about. Nothing.
Nothing. You were pretty steamed up at him yesterday.
Yeah, I know, but he came into my store last night. He said he wanted to see me. He said to come into his luncheonette after I closed up. So I went in there. You know what? He gave me the money. $211. $211. Every cent he was short.
Oh, that's so.
You could have knocked me over with a feather. So, I guess we'll just kind of forget about it, huh?
Well, it's up to you.
But we're making him resign as treasurer. That's the least we can do. Here he was all the time complaining to us about how he spent the money in his business and he didn't have a nickel and all that. And he comes up with $211 all of a sudden.
Well, I guess it's a good thing you didn't make a complaint yesterday.
Yeah, I guess it is, Captain. But, Captain, it don't do a guy any good that's got a little business if he gets a reputation like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I thought I ought to come over and just get it straightened out with you.
Well, I'm glad you got your money.
So are we. Even if it almost took a truck to carry it home.
What do you mean?
Well, out of the $211, nearly $60 was in small change.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I said, what are you doing, Al? What's the idea? He said it was just change he took in over the counter. Change he'd been saving up.
Oh.
Telling you it'll take a long time to get $60 in change in that luncheonette. But I don't know. Don't make any difference as long as we got the money. It's a real load off my mind, I'm telling you. I want to thank you again, Captain.
Oh, that's all right.
Just want to make sure you didn't get me wrong ideas about Al. He's a little slow, maybe, but he paid up.
I understand.
Well, I'll see you around, huh?
Yes, I'll see you, Mr. Spiggio.
Sergeant Waters.
Would you ring upstairs to the detectives?
Yes, sir. Squad, Detective Goldman.
This is Captain Kennelly, Goldman. Is Lieutenant King around there?
Yes, sir. He's here. Hold on a second. Lieutenant King, Captain Kennelly on 2. He's coming, Captain.
All right.
21st Squad, Lieutenant King.
Captain Kennelly, Matt.
Yes, sir.
They get a break in that payroll robbery down in the 9th Precinct yet? The one yesterday morning?
They must not have, Captain. They've still got Novak and McInerney down there working on it. Why?
If you've got a minute, Matt, I'll come upstairs and tell you why.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city.
Lieutenant King about Al Brider, the owner of a 2nd Avenue luncheonette who had once been convicted of armed robbery. We agreed that the fact that he had suddenly paid off a rather large debt, a great part of it in small change, was suspicious, but by no means conclusive. There was sufficient reason, however, to check him out. Lieutenant King immediately assigned Detective Goldman to make a quiet inquiry into his recent activities. The Bureau of Criminal Identification was telephoned and requested to send a photograph of Brider made at the time of his previous arrest to Lieutenant King. Inasmuch as I had on occasion stopped into the luncheonette since it was opened by Al Brider, I decided to do it again. So after I turned out the platoon at 4 and completed some paperwork, I went on patrol of the precinct. During the course of that patrol, I instructed my operator, Patrolman Farrell, to drive down 2nd Avenue and stop up the block from Al Brider's luncheonette. I got out of the car and walked back past several small stores until I reached Al's place. Through the window, I could see there wasn't a customer in the store, just Al standing behind the small counter.
Captain?
Oh, Al?
Oh, sit down. Make yourself at home.
Oh, thanks.
It's been a long time since I've seen you around here, Captain.
Yeah, well, I was down the block. I thought I'd drop in and see how you're doing.
Well, what do you have? Want to see a menu?
No, just make it a cup of coffee.
Oh, yeah. Sure. So what's new with the police department?
Oh, what's new around here?
Oh, you know, same old stuff.
How's business been? Any better?
Yeah, can't you notice the improvement? All the customers?
Ah, it's too bad. I thought this was a pretty good spot for a luncheonette. I thought you'd do swell here when you opened up.
Oh, it should be a good spot. Maybe it still will be if I can stick it out long enough.
Things are that rough, huh?
Well, since this joint isn't paying its way. I got this little sideline that helps out, though.
Oh, what's that?
Well, I pack box lunches, take them around, sell them to guys on jobs, you know. Get out early in the morning selling the box lunch.
What kind of guys?
You know, construction jobs, factories, places like that.
Well, sounds like a good idea.
Well, if it wasn't for that deal, I'd really be behind the 8 ball. Every nickel I make off the box lunches, I'd pour into here.
Too bad.
Want some more cream?
No, this will do.
Things are looking up a little bit, Captain.
Yeah, I hope so.
At least I'm busy. At least between the box lunches and the luncheonette, working day and night, I keep out of trouble.
Well, thank goodness for that.
Well, them days are over, Captain. You get older, you get some sense.
I'm glad to hear it.
When I was a kid, I was in one jam after another. A big, bold kid, that was me. Then they hit me between the eyes with that Sing Sing deal. I'm through with that kind of stuff. Don't pay.
Well, that's good to hear. You know, somebody told me a couple of weeks ago you were having a hard time meeting your bills. I said you might have to close the place up.
Who was that?
Oh, I don't remember. Somebody around here.
No, there's nothing to that. I don't think so.
Well, I'm glad. I like to see somebody make a success out of a business.
Well, it's not exactly a success as yet, but it will be. I get a pretty big crowd for lunch. I give them a good sandwich here. You can't beat it any place in the neighborhood. How about a hamburger? I'll show you.
No, thanks. I had a late lunch.
Well, stop around sometime, Captain, when you're hungry.
What do you do with those box lunches? Just sell them to places around here?
Yeah, I sell them all around.
Well, how far do you go?
Well, I don't mess around much on the west side. I've got a few steady customers downtown, got a few uptown. Most of them are around here.
Factories mostly, huh?
Yeah, factories. And like I said, construction jobs. You know, these construction workers are making so much money these days, they're getting too high class to carry their lunch from home on the subway. Keeps me stepping.
I can imagine.
But I've got plans, Captain. I figured on getting some more help in here. Maybe a cook and a waitress, and I can put in a little more time developing the box lunch business. If I can expand that a little bit and keep the luncheonette going, I'll be doing all right.
Well, all that takes money.
I'll manage, Captain.
I talked to Al Brider until I finished my coffee. When I left, I got into the car and I instructed Patrolman Farrell to return to the station house. Lieutenant King and his detectives had already begun the investigation that might link Al Brider to the payroll robbery. I told him about my conversation. I went off the job at 6, and when I returned at 3:30 the following day for my night tour, there was a message that Lieutenant King wanted to see me. I went upstairs to the 21st Squad. I saw Lieutenant King sitting in his office with Detective Goldman. I walked over. Matt?
Come in, Captain.
Goldman came up with a few things.
Will you shut the door? Yeah, sure.
Hello, Captain.
Goldman?
Go ahead, Dan.
Well, there's a couple of interesting things. Most interesting, Al seems to have gotten his hands on a good deal of cash in the last couple of days.
In addition to the $211?
Yes, sir. He owed a pretty big meat bill to a butcher around the corner from him there. Meat for the luncheonette.
He sure got prosperous suddenly.
Oh, when I was in there, he told me that things were pretty rough. But he did say that he had prospects that they'd get better.
The prospects seem to have come about pretty fast, Captain.
Well, Captain, that's not the best of it.
Yeah, tell the captain about the other Goldman.
This is a clincher to me, Captain. That box lunch business he has.
Yeah?
Well, from the description I get, he's been stopping down at that construction job where the robbery was every morning with 6 or 7 orders. Now, he's got one customer in the office there, one of the assistant payroll clerks.
Oh?
He's had plenty of opportunity to look it over and know exactly what goes on in there.
Well, but he doesn't answer the physical description of any of the bandits.
No, but he could have been driving the car.
Yeah, he could have.
Captain, I'd say he did.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Good work, Goldman.
Thanks.
You too, Captain.
Well, what are you going to do about it? You going to pick him up?
We'll have to call down to the commander of the Ninth Squad. It's their case.
Yeah. Oh, do you have any idea who he's been running with, Dan?
Well, that's pretty hard to say, Captain. I haven't had much time to check, but I found out his wife's brother has a record as long as your arm.
Oh, who's that?
A fellow named George Vantella. One of the neighbors where Al lives told me about the brother-in-law. He said Al and his brother-in-law are always together. I called down to BCI, and they checked out the name. Guy's got 5 or 6 arrests and 2 convictions for armed robbery. Goes all the way back to when he was a kid, 17.
Oh, from the way it looks, right up to the day.
Lieutenant King, after seeing that Al Brider was put under surveillance, went downtown to the 9th Squad to inform the detective commander who had jurisdiction over the case of the information that had been obtained. Detectives of the 9th Squad joined those of the 21st in the plant on both the luncheonette and Al Brider's house. Pictures of Al Brider and his brother-in-law, George Vantella, were obtained from the Bureau of Criminal Identification. And later that evening, Detective Goldman and Detective Michael Donahue of the 9th Squad drove out to a small residence in Rego Park, Queens, where one of the payroll clerks, a Mrs. Mickleton, resided.
Someone coming.
Yes? What is it?
Mrs. Mickleton?
Who is it?
We're police officers, Detective Goldman and Detective Donahue.
Oh, all right.
Detectives who?
I'm Detective Goldman of the 21st Squad, and this is Detective Donahue of the 9th Squad.
Come in.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I've been trying to fry some potatoes in there for an hour. First my daughter gets me on the phone, and then the next door woman comes in. I'll never get those potatoes fried.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. It's no reflection on you. Just that I work all day and have to come home and try to fix supper, too. Gets to be a terrible rush.
Well, I hope we don't have to keep you too long, Mrs. Mickleton.
Oh, my potatoes. Come in the kitchen, please. My husband likes them just so. Not too done and not too undone. You know how men are, don't you?
Yes, we know how they are.
You see? Just let me take them off the fire. Now, what can I do for you? Must be something about the robbery. If it wasn't something about the robbery, you wouldn't be here.
Yes, it's something about the robbery.
You caught those men. I bet you caught them.
No, not yet, Mrs. Mickleton.
Oh, that's a shame. Then what is it?
Well, you said you'd recognize them if you saw them again.
Oh, yes, I'd recognize them. 2, that is. I'd recognize the 3rd one also, except he was sitting in the car and I didn't see him. I'd recognize anybody. I've got a very good memory. A very good memory, Detective...
Donahue.
Detective Donahue.
I've got a couple of pictures here, Mrs. Mickleton.
Pictures?
Yes, photographs. Now, would you look through them and see if you can recognize any of these? See if any of them look familiar?
Well, I'll try. That's all I can do is try. That's him. That's the one who held the gun on me. This one.
Ah, fine.
That's him. I can see him standing there before me with the gun pointed right at me, scooping up the money. He just scooped it up. Do you know about the others? Have you got the pictures on them, too?
No, not yet.
Do you know where they are?
No, but we'll find them. And thank you very much, Mrs. Mickleton.
Would you like to stay to dinner? We're having more than fried potatoes. I've got a roast in the oven.
Well, thanks for the invitation, but we've got a lot of work to do.
Oh, yes. You've got to go out and arrest this fella and fingerprint him and question him and all that.
No, not yet. First, we've got to find him.
When these officers returned with the information that one of the victims had identified the brother-in-law of Al Brider as one of the bandits, Lieutenant King and the commander of the 9th Squad prepared to make the arrest. Because it had been my suggestion that led to the correct information, I was asked if I wished to participate in the arrest. I agreed to, And at 10:35 that night, we drove over to the luncheonette on 2nd Avenue. When we walked up to the door, there were two customers sitting at the counter. Al was behind the counter. Lieutenant King and I entered with Detectives Goldman and Donahue right behind us.
Hello, Captain. Have a seat.
Al, this is Lieutenant King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad.
Hiya.
Hello, Al.
I see you've got a few customers.
Yeah, I told you business was picking up.
Can we talk to him?
Yeah, sure. What's on your mind?
How about going in the kitchen?
Yeah, sure, if you want. Well, what's the trouble?
There's nobody out there, is there?
No, there's nobody there. I didn't get that chef I was telling you about. I didn't hire him yet.
Okay, let's go in.
Sure, this way. Come on. If you fellas want anything, just holler. I'll be in the kitchen. In there.
Yeah.
Well, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
You've been passing out a lot of money lately, Al.
What do you mean?
You've been paying up a lot of old debts. You've been straightening up on bills.
Well, I've got to. I wouldn't be able to stay in business.
Where'd you get the money?
I make it. I've got the luncheonette here and the box lunch route. I make it.
Don't make that much. You can pay up all those bills so suddenly.
Well, what bills? I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, Al. Let's not waste any time.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Where'd you get all that money?
Well, to tell you the truth...
That's what we want, the truth.
I went into a crap game the other night.
What crap game?
It was a crap game with the boys. Just the boys.
Is George Van Teller one of those boys?
Well, yeah. Yeah, he's one of them. He was in the game.
Where is he now?
I don't know. I haven't seen him in a couple of days. I think he went down to Philly. That's where I think he went.
Down to Philly so he could get out of town until the heat blows over from that construction payroll job. Isn't that right, Al?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, Al. Want to tell us about it?
I don't know. I don't know what you're driving at.
You fingered the job and drove the car. That's where you got the money, isn't that right?
No, it's not right. You got no right to come up here and accuse me of anything like that.
That's where you got the money, isn't it?
I won it in a crap game. I told you that.
Where's the rest of the money? You must have got 3,000 or 4,000 or maybe 5 out of it.
You guys are talking crazy.
Al, I'm bringing 4 or 5 of my men down here. We're going over this place from top to bottom. Then we're going out and go over your house. We'll find it.
Yeah, I guess you will. Okay, fellas, you got it right.
Where's the rest of the money?
To my house. I'll take you to it. It's a shame. This thing had me in fine shape. I paid off everybody. I was just getting straightened out. Straightened out beautiful.
Well, Al, you come on with us. We'll straighten you out some more.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters." Yes, EB. No, the call was for a car to go to 71st and 1st to meet the officer and bring in a prisoner. He counted a boy carrying a loaded revolver. Yeah, that's right. 681 will be okay.
And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloane in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Gladys Thornton, Harold Stone, Mandel Kramer, Wendell Holmes, Bill Smith, and Don McLaughlin. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking. Or not. The security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my night tour, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. It was my first day back on the job following my annual vacation. After I returned from my meal, Patrolman Fallon, the 124 man, brought into me all the reports and communications pertaining to matters which were still open. I began to read them over, and at 10:30 p.m., while I was still so engaged, 63 men were patrolling the streets of the precinct on foot and in sector cars. Among them was Patrolman Paul Cochran, whose post consisted of 3 blocks of tenements between 1st and 2nd Avenue in the 90s. He had just made his hourly ring into the station house from a call box on 1st Avenue and was headed through the block on another round of his post.
Police. Hey, policeman.
Yeah.
Upstairs is my house. Come on.
What's the trouble, Pop?
But he threw me out. He threw me out of my own house.
Who?
Him, the big one, George.
Where is it, Pop? This building?
Yeah. He threw me out. Right out of my own flat. Locked the door.
Why?
For my daughter.
I got it.
My daughter, Angie.
Go ahead.
Comes around and scares us to death. He's so big. He's drunk all the time. Well, he scares us to death.
How old is your daughter?
A baby, a little baby. She's 15.
All right, hold it here.
Yeah.
Where do you live? What floor?
Second floor front.
On this side?
Yeah. He comes around drunk. He wants her to go out, and she don't want to go. He scares us to death. He's so big.
Anybody else up there?
No, just them. My wife is at work. I don't work. I can't. I'm sick.
Yeah, all right, let's go.
Yeah. He's so big. He's drunk. He scares us to death every time. She don't want anything to do with him, Auntie. But she's scared. We don't know what to do.
I'll take care of him, Pop.
He throws me right out of my house.
Which is it, that one?
Yeah.
What is that, the kitchen there?
The kitchen, yeah.
All right, Pop. You stay here, right behind me.
She's a baby, Auntie.
Yeah, I know. You stay here. This is the police. Open up. Open the door. Come on, get it open.
All right, get over there.
Are you all right?
Angie, my baby.
All right. Go on over with your father. Take her in the other room, Pop.
All right, baby. All right.
You two stay in there.
What's the matter? What's the idea?
What are you coming around bothering these people for?
I'm not bothering anybody.
You come up here drunk?
Who's drunk?
What's that?
That's a bottle of wine I bought.
You mean it was a bottle of wine? How old are you?
24. What's it to you?
And why don't you stay away from 15-year-old girls?
What I do is my business.
Well, you made it mine. All right, come on, get up and walk around this side of the table.
Suppose I don't want to.
I don't want to have to come back there for you, George. Get up.
You come back here for me, and you'll go away bleeding. See?
Close that knife and put it on the table.
A fat chance you got.
Put that knife on the table.
You use the stick, I'll use the knife. We'll have a go.
Put that knife on the table.
Will you stop talking about the table? I'll give you the table. There you are, the table. Give me that. Get away from me. Come here. Let me go. Get up against that. Stop this thing. Get it out. Drop it. Come on, drop it. I'll kill you. Drop it. Let go, will you?
Stick the knife across there. Go on.
Go on. Stick it.
All right. Slide down to the floor and sit now.
Get it out.
Slide down.
All right.
Now stay there. Sit right there. I'll shoot a hole in your head big enough to walk through. Pop.
All right. I'm sorry.
Just sit there. Pop.
I'm sorry I cut you. I'm sorry. You want me?
Come in here, Pop.
What did he do? He stabbed you? I'm sorry. I thought I was sorry.
Sit still, George. You got plenty of trouble. Don't bother yourself anymore.
Oh, you're bleeding, you know that.
I know it, yeah. Pick up that knife and bring it here, Pop.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
You'll be a lot sorrier.
Here's the knife. Oh, you're bleeding bad.
There's a knife, Pop.
Yeah, all right.
Here, give it to me.
Hey, listen. I had a few drinks. I'm a nice guy.
All right, Pop. I'll tell you what I want you to do.
Yeah? Hey, what do you say? I didn't mean it.
Sit still, George. You're lucky I didn't shoot you before. Don't get me any trouble now. You know where that police call box in the corner is, Pop?
Yeah?
But go down there and open it up.
Well, is it all right to do that?
That's all right. Tell them a policeman has been injured and he needs help with a prisoner.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, Pop, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Wait there for the officers to come, then you show them where it is, okay?
Okay. Okay, I'll wait there. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you. I didn't. I had a few drinks. That's bleeding. That's bleeding pretty bad. Hey, let me see if I can fix it.
Just sit there, George. I don't like the way you fix things.
Patrolman Cochran, who received a deep cut on the right side during the course of the struggle, was bleeding profusely as he guarded his prisoner at the point of his gun. When the radio call went out, the nearest RNP car was number 681, manned by Sergeant Waters as recorder and Patrolman Farrell as operator. They made the run and were the first to arrive. They met the complainant and were directed to the flat. They took the steps two at a time.
Captain? Yes, sir. See those people out of the hall. Okay, Sergeant. All right, folks, coming through there. There's nothing to see here. Get inside your off flat. Now, let's go.
Take care of it, Farrell.
Yes, sir.
And what do you got, Cochran?
He gave me a hard time. He started cutting at me.
I'm sorry. I told you I was sorry.
You keep quiet over there. Well, looks like he dug a real hole in here.
Yeah, blood's coming fast.
There's more policemen in here. They're coming.
Okay, Pop, thanks.
Stand over there out of the way, Pop.
Yeah, all right. Watch out who you're calling names.
Get away from him, Pop.
That plane, I warned you.
You keep quiet. Let me take a look at that, Cochran.
Yeah.
Farrell.
Yes, sir?
Come here.
Yes, Sergeant.
I'll tell you what.
Here's some more policemen.
Vaquero, stay out in the hall. Jacoby, take care of that boy. Put the nippers on him and get him in the other room.
All right, come on. I go over here.
Put your gun up, Cochran.
Okay, Sergeant.
Lean back there now. Farrell, give me a hand here.
Yes, sir. No flow of blood, isn't it?
He'll be all right. Now stop worrying about it. Just a nick in the leg. Now, let's see if we can rip the pants out.
Now, wait a minute, Sergeant. They're brand new.
They got a hole in them now, haven't they? What good are they?
That material's pretty tough. Now, here's knife's on the table.
Get it, Farrell.
Yes, sir. Isn't an ambulance coming, Sergeant?
Yeah, an ambulance is coming. I just want to take a look at this.
Here you are, Sergeant.
Okay. Okay. Lean back there, Cochran.
Now, be careful. I couldn't stand to be nicked again. Just hold still.
I'll grab it, Farrell. I want it ripped all the way off. Yep. That's right.
Oh, what a mess, huh?
Hey, Pop, come here.
Yeah. Can I do something?
Listen, Pop. Have you got any, oh, there's what I want. Farrell, get me one of those stockings hanging over the sink there.
Okay, Sergeant.
Hey, those are my Angie's stockings.
Yeah, I know, Pop. Don't worry about it.
That's the Pop.
I had a neighbor's.
Here you go, Sergeant.
Feel around there in the groin, Farrell. See if you can find a pressure point. I want to get some knots in the stocking.
Yeah. Lean back there, Paul. And what are you going to do? I'm going to try to stop him.
Look, Angie just got this stocking. Don't try knots in her, please.
Pop, stand over there like I told you, huh?
But the stockings...
I'll get her a new pair.
You slowed it down a little bit, Farrell.
Yeah. All right, now. Let me get this around the side there.
Okay. Here's the pressure point, Sergeant. Put the big knot here.
Okay. Raise up. I want to get the stocking on the other side of your hand.
Yeah. Loop it.
It's okay.
What do you think? Did you get an artery? Well, the blood's pretty red, isn't it?
Stop worrying about it. Give me his knife stick there.
Yeah.
I'll put it through.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to tighten up now, Cochran. Let me know if it digs in too much.
I don't think I have any feeling there.
You'll know. I'll keep that stocking close to the groin as I twist, Farrell.
Yes, sir.
That's not getting too tight, is it?
No, not too.
Another couple of turns.
Hey, it's stopping. It's stopping bleeding.
Pop, get over there out of the way.
Yeah.
Can you stand right there?
It's okay. There's the skipper, Sergeant.
Yeah. Hello, Cochran?
Captain?
Hi, Captain.
Sergeant?
What happened?
Now, this man stopped me on the street. He said a fellow was up here bothering his 15-year-old daughter. I came up to get it straightened out. He came after me with a knife.
Did you collar him?
Yes, sir.
Jacoby's got him in there. Captain.
Yeah.
Farrell.
Yes, sir?
Hold it tight and count to 100. Then loosen it up and count to 50 before you tighten it again.
Okay.
I want to talk to you, Captain.
Just lean back and relax, Paul.
I think you got that big artery in there, Captain. It's pouring out of there like out of a fountain. Did the call come over ambulance responding? Yes, sir. Well, you better send somebody down to check on it. Yes, sir. Vaquero.
Yes, sir.
Go downstairs and ring in. See where the ambulance is.
Yes, sir.
Looks like he lost a lot of blood. Yes, sir. Too much. Well, let's hope not too much, Sergeant. A lot is enough. Within another few minutes, an ambulance had arrived, and Patrolman Cochran was taken to Mount Sinai Hospital at 5th Avenue and 103rd Street. In the meantime, the 21st Squad had been notified by the desk officer, and before the ambulance departed for the hospital, Detectives DeLuca and Goldman arrived to take charge of the investigation. They questioned the prisoner, George Cotella, on the scene, and then took him to the station house. When I went downstairs and got into my car, I instructed the operator, Patrolman Coley, to drive to the ambulance entrance at Mount Sinai. I got out of the car and walked through to the admitting office where the attendant told me Patrolman Cochran was being treated in emergency room number 3. When I made the turn down the corridor, I saw Sergeant Waters waiting outside the open door to the treatment room.
Hello, Captain.
How is he?
It wasn't so good when he came in, Captain. He was sort of going off, you know. Lost a lot of blood.
Yeah?
Well, as soon as they got him in here, they went to work with the plasma. You see? Mm-hmm. So I guess that part is taken care of all right.
Who's the doctor?
See that little fellow in there with the glasses? The one on this side.
Yeah?
He's a resident in surgery.
Who's the other one?
Well, one of the nurses told me that one of the biggest surgeons on the staff was just finishing up an emergency appendectomy over in a private pavilion. She said, get him if I could.
Mm-hmm.
So I walked over there and asked him, and he said, sure, I'd be glad to. So, there he is. Dr. Lowfield.
Okay, good. Did he tell you anything?
Took one look at Cochran and went to work. Oh, listen, Captain, Cochran's worried about how his wife's going to be notified.
Well, where does he live?
Out in Bayside, the 111th Precinct.
Through the Communications Bureau, the precinct out there, why?
Well, he's worried because she's 5 months pregnant, and she's home alone with their other kid.
Oh.
He says she's sure to think it's something a lot worse than just a cut in the leg. He'd like to call her on the phone himself.
Well, we'll see what the doctor says.
Yes, sir. And boy, George sure had his knife sharpened down to some edge. It was like a razor. Cochran's lucky he only got a nick in the leg instead of one in the head or the neck.
Yeah.
He's done some real damage.
He did enough damage as it is.
Yes, sir. We got him here in time. Oh. Looks like they're through with him. For now, anyway.
Mm-hmm. I want to meet the doctor.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Sergeant.
Oh, Doctor, this is Captain Kennelly, commanding officer of the 21st Precinct. Dr. Lowfield.
Doctor?
How do you do, Captain?
Well, I certainly appreciate your taking care of one of my men.
I was in the hospital. I'm glad to do it.
Doctor, is there any chance he could be wheeled to a telephone and call his wife? If we have to notify her in the ordinary manner, she's liable to think he's a lot worse off than he is.
Well, I'm afraid he can't do any telephoning just yet, Sergeant. We had to give him a shot.
Oh.
Perhaps in a couple of hours.
She'd have to be notified by then. How is he, Doctor?
I'd like to talk to you about him if I can, Captain.
Yes, of course.
Well, let's go over and sit down on the bench. I've had a rough night.
Sure. Oh, Sergeant, I'd like you to do something for me.
Yes, sir?
Go to the admitting office and ring into the house, see what's doing.
Yes, sir. Right away, Captain.
Sit down, Captain. You don't happen to have a cigarette on you? I left mine upstairs.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
There you are.
Thanks.
How about him, Doctor? He's going to be all right, isn't he?
I hope so.
Well, is there any doubt? It's only a cut in the thigh.
Oh, there's no danger of him dying. I didn't mean to imply any such thing. It's not that.
Well, what is it?
Well, you remember where the wound was?
Yes.
About 3 inches below the groin on the inside of his right thigh.
About?
And he was bleeding profusely, although the wound wasn't too deep. Bright red blood.
Yes, and Sergeant Waters applied a tourniquet.
Sergeant Waters probably saved his life. The point of the knife completely severed a superficial branch of the femoral artery.
The main artery of the leg?
Well, the femoral divides into 2 branches just below the groin. It was one of those branches.
I see.
Well, naturally, our main concern at the moment was to stop the flow of blood. And we were able to do this by clamping off the severed end of the vessel. His condition is weak from the loss of blood, but we've started on whole blood in addition to plasma, so that's no concern.
You need any donors? I can call for volunteers. All of our men are tight.
Not at the moment, Captain, but I'm sure the hospital would be glad to have its blood bank replenished. He's a big man, and he was running dry.
We'll take care of it, Doctor.
Now,
I could take him upstairs to surgery and go probing for the other end of the vessel. And if I found it, I could try to make a repair. I don't know where I'd find it, if at all. He's suffering from loss of a great amount of blood. He's in a state of shock. If it were necessary to perform such an operation at the moment to save his life, I'd do it, but his life isn't in danger. The operation, however, in his condition would be at the risk of his life.
Well, is there any risk if you don't operate?
Yes. There's a 50-50 chance he'll lose his leg.
Oh.
The human body is a wonderful thing, Captain. It knows what to do when it gets in trouble. And a good part of the time, by natural processes, it makes us surgeons look very good. In a case such as this, the blood supply to parts of his leg is gone. The tissues aren't being fed. But there are compensating factors. Collateral circulation is set up by other blood vessels in the region. Now, if it develops that there is sufficient collateral circulation, then he'll be all right.
Do you think there will be?
Well, as I said, it's a 50-50 chance. Right now, there are indications both ways. The thing I'm worried about is that the lower part of his leg is cold and has lost its color.
That's not a good sign.
No, Captain, it certainly isn't.
I returned to the station house at 11:25, and I telephoned directly to the 111th Precinct in Bayside, Queens. The commanding officer was not on the job. I spoke to the lieutenant on desk duty. I informed him that he would receive via teletype in a few minutes instructions to notify the wife of Patrolman Cochran of his injuries. I explained to him that Mrs. Cochran was pregnant, and that fact should be taken into consideration when the notification was made. The lieutenant told me that he would send his patrol sergeant on the job as soon as the teletyped instructions were received. After I finished the conversation, I walked out of my office, through the muster room, and up to the second floor where the prisoner, George Critella, was being questioned by detectives of the 21st Squad. Is Lieutenant King in his office?
Yes, sir. He's in there, Captain.
Yes. Captain Kennelly.
Come in, Captain.
Hello, Matt.
Oh, Captain. How is it, Captain?
Not so good, man.
What do you mean, not so good? All it was a little cut in the leg. A little cut in the leg.
George, you just sit there and keep your mouth shut. You're in enough trouble now. Don't make any more for yourself.
I told you I was sorry.
You'll be a lot sorrier.
There's an artery severed, Matt. It's even money, he'll lose the leg.
That's tough.
He's going to lose a leg?
Yes. That's what it looks like, George.
Are you kidding?
Why would I be kidding?
Well, it was just a little cut like that.
It was in the wrong place, though.
I feel terrible about that, you know. I didn't know what I was doing. I had a few drinks. I had no idea what I was doing.
But you did it anyway.
Well, I was drunk. I'm sorry.
That's no excuse.
I didn't mean it.
You must have meant something. You went up there and bothered those people. You tried to make time with a 15-year-old girl.
I like her. Is there a law against that?
She's 15 years old. She doesn't want a thing to do with you. You threw her father out of the house. You were reeling drunk on wine. You pulled a knife on a police officer and stuck him. He may lose his leg. All right, you're sorry. What's it supposed to get you?
I don't know, I guess.
Well, I know, George, and I'm not sorry. Be married, Captain Cochran?
Yep. Married and has one child. Another on the way.
So you've been notified?
And the notification just went out. They live in the 111th.
You should be coming in.
Yeah, I told the desk officer out there that if there's any difficulty about transportation, I'd send a car for her.
Well, I'll send the squad car if you can't spare one from patrol.
All right, Matt, thanks. Maybe I'll take you up on that.
Listen, what do you think is going to happen to me? I've never been in trouble before. Not in bad trouble, I mean. What are they going to do to me?
I hope they throw the key away, George.
They won't, will they? I mean, I've never been in a big jam before.
Yes, but you hit the jackpot the first time you pulled the handle.
After I'd turned out the 12 to 8 platoon at midnight and the men marched out the front door, the switchboard buzzers sounded. It was the desk officer at the 111th.
He informed me that Mrs. Cochran had been notified of the injury to her husband. She had telephoned her sister, who resided in Brooklyn, to come and stay with her 3-year-old son while she went to the hospital. The sister was on the way by taxicab, and Mrs. Cochran could not be expected at Mount Sinai Hospital before another hour. At 12:40 p.m., a car came by the house and drove me to Mount Sinai, where I was directed to the floor on which they had put Patrolman Cochran. Only the dim night lights were on in the corridor. I approached the floor nurse. She told me the doctor was in examining Cochran again. I walked down the hall and waited outside the room. Several minutes later, a young woman hurried down the corridor in my direction.
Excuse me, is this where Patrolman Cochran is?
You're Mrs. Cochran?
Yes.
Well, I'm Captain Kennelly.
Oh, yes. How is he? Hi, Paul.
Well, the doctor's in with him now.
When that sergeant came and knocked on my door and told me he was hurt, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how bad it was. I still don't. They said he was only cut on the leg. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, that's a relief. You don't know what's been going through my head. I was imagining all sorts of things while I was waiting for my sister to come. While I was riding over here. I thought everybody was lying to me. He just got cut in the leg, the side. That's all, isn't it?
Yes, that's all.
Well, you know what a relief that is, Captain. What a genuine relief. I thought they just told me it was something like that so I wouldn't get scared or excited. Is this where he is? Is this the room?
Yes.
Can I go in now?
Well, the doctor's in there with him.
Oh, yes, you told me.
But I'll ask him. Doctor.
Yes?
Mrs. Cochran is here.
All right. I'm all finished. Hello, Captain.
This is Dr. Lowfield, Mrs. Cochran.
How do you do?
Doctor.
Your husband's awake, but he's been on sedation and he's lost a lot of blood. However, I think it would do him good if he saw you for a few minutes.
Oh, it'd do me a lot of good, too.
This way. Captain?
Coming here.
Have you been here long, Captain?
Oh, about 10 minutes.
Hello, Paul.
Honey? Hi.
Well, look where they got you. And for a little cut on the leg. Your 3-year-old son gets a cut leg once a week.
Don't tell him his father can't take it. Oh, Captain.
Paul?
What did they do with my friend? They booked him for felonious assault in 1897.
Oh, I'll have to go to court in the morning. No, not in the morning, Paul. Not for a few mornings.
How long am I going to have to stay here?
Well, we'll talk about that in the daytime.
I'd like to know.
I don't know myself yet.
It's only a small cut.
Are you disappointed? I'm not. I didn't know what happened to you. I thought everybody was lying to me.
Oh, you're just naturally suspicious. Doctor.
I am not naturally
Can I
suspicious.
talk to you?
Yes, sure.
I've got a right to worry. Oh, yes, of course. When that gets started...
Cigarette, Doctor?
No, thanks. I have my own now.
Well, I want to thank you for staying with him.
The first hours are critical in these cases.
You know, the two of them seem quite relieved that it's only a cut in the thigh.
Yes?
It's going to be rough breaking the bad news to them.
Captain, I don't believe there's going to be any bad news.
Oh? You don't?
I just made another examination of his leg. It's warmer, and the color seems to be returning. It seems that those natural processes I told you about are going to work. Apparently, there's going to be sufficient collateral circulation.
That's good to hear. Did you tell Cochran?
No, I didn't. There's no point in telling him the best if he never knew the worst.
You're right. There's no point at all.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters." "Where's this?" "Yeah. Yeah. Well, who is it that's hurt?" "Oh, you don't? Well, where's the man?" "Where?" "Well, which way on York Avenue?" "Yeah. Yeah. Well, did you see him?"
And so it goes.
Someone else tell you that.
Around the clock, through the week.
Okay.
Every day, every year. The police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct transcribed. A factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloane in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were Gene Gillespie, John Sylvester, Louis Van Ruten, Eric Dressler, and John Aston. Written and directed by...
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. What do you mean you were robbed?" "Oh, broken into your apartment. Well, where is it?" 761? What apartment number? Is that B or C?
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
Yes, sir. All right. I'll send an officer right over there. Yes, sir. They'll be there in a few minutes. You just wait. That's right. Yes, sir. You just wait there.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River. The security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st. 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Keogh. Thomas P. Keogh. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing night duty, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. It had been 1 week exactly since I had been transferred to command of the 21st Precinct from Borough Headquarters of the Bronx, where I had been assigned since my promotion from lieutenant to captain in August 1954. On assuming command, succeeding Captain Vincent T. Cronin, who had been transferred to the office of the chief inspector, I spent the first few days getting acquainted with various conditions in the precinct by remaining on patrol as much as possible during my time on duty. This is my first assignment in Manhattan since I was a detective attached to the 34th Squad. As a sergeant, and subsequently lieutenant and captain, I did duty in Brooklyn, Queens, and the Bronx. On this particular night, I had been out on patrol since 6:30, and it was nearly 9:30 when I returned to the station house and walked into the muster room, where Lieutenant Snyder was desk officer and Sergeant Waters had telephone switchboard duty.
Hello, Captain.
Sergeant, what's doing?
Nothing much. Lieutenant King's been wanting to talk to you.
Is he upstairs?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Swing up there and tell him I'm back while I sign the blotter.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Lieutenant.
21st Squad, Detective Novak.
Sergeant Waters on TS. Would you tell Lieutenant King that Captain Keogh is back in the house?
Yes, sure. Lieutenant, Captain Keogh is downstairs. Yes, sir. All right. Yes, the captain wait there. Lieutenant King is coming downstairs.
Yeah, okay.
Is that Lieutenant King?
Yes, sir. He's on his way downstairs. Oh, directives came through just after you left, Captain. Short sleeve shirts and open collars are permissible for all men on day tours.
Okay, have Fallon posted on the board.
I already told him, Captain. Excuse me.
Yes, go ahead.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Lady, I told you before, there's nothing we can do about that. We chase robbers. We're not plumbers. I know about
Captain. Matt, what's doing?
Lady,
Can I talk to you in your office? Yes, sure. I'll be in my office, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. I can't send a policeman
What have you got,
over
Matt?
there for that, lady.
Yes, go ahead.
I know, but why don't you keep trying?
Yes, sit down. Yes. Well, what is it?
Looks like we've got a cop in a jam.
From here?
Yes, sir.
Who?
I don't know yet.
Well, what's it all about?
Well, the commander of the 6th Squad called up here about an hour ago. 2 uniformed men jumped a burglar coming out of an apartment building. They had to chase him into the courtyard, but they finally collared him.
Yeah?
They brought him into the station house. He admitted he was in an apartment there. He dropped a pillowcase during the chase. Had a portable radio, an electric razor, a few other things in it. Came out of the apartment. They took him up to the squad down there and started to talk to him about other deals.
The boy admits to about 25 burglaries.
Well, what's that got to do with us?
Well, the boy, his name is Eakley, Leroy Eakley, told him he burglarized an apartment in this precinct 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Uh-huh.
Got a couple of suits, some jewelry, good stuff. A gun, about $600 in cash. Said he came down the service entrance, walked out into the street. Said as soon as he hit the sidewalk, a cop was there and shoved him against the building. Said he thought he was through. The cop went through the stuff. He admitted he burglarized his apartment. Said the cop went through his pockets and found the cash.
Yeah?
He said the cop put the money in his own pocket, gave him back all the merchandise, hit him on the can with his nightstick, and told him to get out of the precinct. Leroy said he ran to the subway station, got on a train, hasn't been back on the east side since.
Well, what does it sound like to you? Have you got a cigarette, Matt?
Yeah, sure, Captain.
Thanks. Thanks.
You're welcome. Well, I went through our squeals. June 18th, to Mr. Philip Rooston, 761 East 68th Street, a lawyer with offices at 156 Wall. Reported his apartment had been broken into. 3 suits of his, a diamond ring, a wristwatch, and a diamond pin belonging to his wife, 32 caliber S&W revolver, for which he had a permit, and $575 in cash were taken.
Well, that sounds like the same deal this boy was talking about.
Yes, sir, it does. Check the story. Police said he burglarized the house.
He reported this on the 18th?
Yes, sir.
When did the burglary occur? At night of the 17th?
Could have been either the 15th, 16th, or 17th, Captain. It was a weekend. Mr. and Mrs. Rooston left the city Friday afternoon to spend the weekend in the country. They discovered the burglary when they got back Monday morning.
What time of night did all this occur? Did you find that out?
No, sir, not yet. The squad commander down there, Lieutenant McInerney, told me they were still questioning the boy. Wanted to let me know what they were developing.
Uh-huh.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters.
Sergeant, 761 East 68th Street is on what post?
Post number 9, Captain.
Get out the telephone switchboard record and the post list for the 4 to 12 and the 12 to 8 tours for June 15th, 16th, and 17th.
Yes, sir.
Bring them in here. And bring the blotter, too, right away.
Something the matter, Captain?
Yes, something's the matter. Get those records out and bring them in here.
Yes, sir. Right away.
For this and other purposes, the records of the precinct contain a detailed account of the movements of every member of the command. The blotter, for instance, shows for each tour in the handwriting of the desk officer the assignments of patrolmen to posts and motor patrol duty, the time each post is vacated for meal period, all post changes and movements during a tour of duty, and a notation of the nature, time, and location of duty performed by each member of the command. From these records, Lieutenant King and I narrowed the possibilities down to 4 patrolmen who had worked post number 9 on either the night or late tours, June 15th, 16th, and 17th. In order to narrow the list still further, we drove to the 6th precinct at 135 Charles Street in Greenwich Village to interview the burglary suspects. There, with Lieutenant King, I went upstairs to the 6th Detective Squad.
Yes, sir. Can I help you? We're in the job. This is Captain Keogh of the 21st Precinct. I'm Lieutenant King.
Oh, yes, sir. Lieutenant McInerney is in his office.
Thanks.
6th Squad, Detective Ross.
Ed?
Come in, Matt.
Yes, ma'am. This is the detective.
Want to close the door, Matt?
Yeah, sure. Lieutenant McInerney, the squad commander, Captain Keogh.
How are you, Captain?
Well, I don't know.
Yes, sir. I get how you feel. Do you want to sit down?
Thanks.
What about this boy, Ed?
Well, he's a good boy, all right. Done one bit in Sing Sing's burglary. We think he's been into 25 or 30 flats all over town, maybe more. You can't remember them all.
What about the story he tells?
Well, unfortunately, it sounds pretty straight, Captain.
It checks with a squeal we've got.
Oh, does it? Well, that cop had his hands on a good burglar. 9 chances out of 10, he would have gotten a commendation, a promotion to detective. Pay raise for 1 year alone would have amounted to as much as he took off the boy. That cop is an idiot.
Well, a little more than an idiot.
Well, an idiot with everything else, Captain. You got him spotted?
We've got it narrowed down to 4. The complainants were away Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights. Could have happened on any of those nights. Neither the 4 to 12 or 12 to 8 tours. You didn't fix the time any closer, did you?
No, I thought I'd wait until you got down here. Your squeal. You'd want to talk to him about it.
Where is this boy?
It's outside. I'll have him brought in. Ross?
Yes, sir.
Bring that Leroy in here.
Yes, sir.
You got it down to 4, huh?
That's right. We've got one man who was working the 4 to 12 on Saturday and Sunday nights. He was swinging Friday nights. Another man who was working the 12 to 8 was swinging Saturday nights. Those two men, the two who relieved them.
Well, if you could fix it either on the 4 to 12 or the 12 to 8, that'd knock two of them out of the box, man.
Yeah, if we get the right night from the boy, it'd be down to the man.
Well, this Leroy was pretty vague about dates and times. He's been in so many flats, he doesn't know one from the other. Yeah, who is it? Come in.
Go ahead, Leroy.
Where? Over there.
Listen, I was sleeping back there. He woke me up.
From now on, Leroy, your time is not your own. Sit down there.
Yeah.
Okay, Ross. Thank you.
Yes.
Leroy, this is Captain Keogh and Lieutenant King. They're from uptown, the 21st. They want to know something about that officer taking the money off you.
Oh, yeah.
You told Lieutenant McInerney it was $500 or $600.
Yeah, that's right. 500 or 600.
You burglarized an apartment there. You took some suits, a gun, some jewelry, and the cash. When'd you have time to stop and count the money?
Well, you know how human nature is. I found the cash in a drawer there. The first thing I was tempted to do was look at it. I saw a couple hundreds, a couple 50s, 10s, and 20s. I figured 500 to 600. I shoved it in my pocket.
What did you do with the gun you got out of there?
Oh, I don't care for guns. I figure you have a gun on your hip, you're going to shoot it. I never did go in for that kind of heavy stuff. I gave it to a very good friend of mine.
What's his name?
His name is Jack Agno. But he don't have it. He sold it, he told me. A lot of nerve. I gave him the gun and he sold it. To a stranger.
Where is this Jack Agno? Can we locate him?
That's the easiest thing in the world. But he don't have the gun.
Well, where is he, Leroy?
In the Tombs. He got picked up last week on a deal.
Where'd he get picked up?
In Times Square, yeah. I told him a dozen times if he's going to go in a public place like Times Square, he shouldn't wear a sports jacket that's 3 sizes too large for him. You know, a real fine sports jacket. What do you call it? Cashmere. He got it out of some flat and he fell in love with the cloth. The cloth was fine, but in a million years, it couldn't have been his jacket. Some detective stopped him on Broadway and said, "Hey, Bud, where'd you get the coat?" That was that. That's what comes of being too much a clothes horse, you know.
Well, to get back to the night you got the gun and the money up on the 21st.
I don't know. It's the 21st. I couldn't swear it.
Well, it was. Do you remember what night it was?
What night? Well, what? What do you mean?
Well, it had to be either Friday, Saturday, or Sunday.
No, I couldn't remember what night it was. I've been working almost every night, nearly. My memory don't serve me on that.
June 15th, 16th, or 17th. Friday, Saturday, or Sunday night.
It beats the living daylights out of me, Lieutenant.
That Sunday was Father's Day, the 17th.
Oh, was it?
Does that locate the time in your mind?
I ain't seen my old man in years. Oh, my friend, Jack Agno.
It's in the Tombs.
Yeah. Jack was worried what to give his old man. I said he ought to give him a hit in the head.
When was this you talked to Jack about it?
Well, it was the night before. He said Father's Day was tomorrow. He didn't have a thing to take him. Oh, that was after I did this deal, the one with the cop.
Was it?
Yeah, because he mentioned this Father's Day to me while we were out at the trots between races. And that was the night after the night I went into that particular flat. So that must have been Friday night I was in the flat and the cop nailed me.
Friday night, June 15th.
If you say so, okay.
What time of the night was it, Leroy?
Time of the night?
Yes.
Well, that also would be kind of hard to say.
Well, let's start at midnight. Would you say it was before or after midnight?
Or does it make a difference?
Yes, it does.
What'd you do before you went over and broke into that flat?
Well, let's see. I don't know. I can tell you what I did after. I met Jack, and he and I went to my place to drop the suits and the scum I got.
Jack sure figures into your life a lot, doesn't he?
Well, he's my best friend. And then from my place, we went over to meet a girlfriend of his after she got off work. Oh, yeah, it must have been 10:30 or 11 I hit the flat because this girlfriend of Jack's works in the cafeteria down here in the village over 7th Avenue. She gets off at midnight.
You're sure about that?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Well, that pretty well sets the time for you, Captain. Friday, June 15th, during the 4 to 12 tour.
Yeah. Leroy, do you think you'd be able to identify the officer who took the money off you?
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't know about that.
Well, what did he look like?
A cop with a blue suit.
Was he young? Was he tall? What?
Well, look, Cap, I wasn't interested in what he looked like. Young, tall, short, I don't know. All I could see was a cop. I was nailed. When he took the money, slapped me with a stick and said, "Go," I went. I didn't turn around to see what color eyes he had.
Well, we're going to give you a chance to identify him, if you can.
Well, if I can, I will. I opened up and told you about this, didn't I? If I didn't want to help you, I could have clammed. A cop catches me and takes me in. I got no beef against him. But if he turns out to be a bigger thief than me, I got no regrets. No regrets at all. Except maybe that my good friend Jack is laying in the tomb. All alone in the world.
Now, don't you worry about that, Leroy. You'll be down there to keep him company. Lieutenant King, Lieutenant McInerney of the 6th Squad, and I continued to interrogate the burglary suspect, Leroy Eakley.
The officer he referred to was most likely Patrolman Philip Austin, who, the record showed, was assigned to post number 9 during the 4 to 12 tour on Friday, June 15th. It was decided to continue the investigation at the 21st, and arrangements were made to transport the prisoner in the custody of Patrolman Gerber of the 6th Precinct, one of the arresting officers. Before we left, I phoned through CB to Lieutenant Snyder, the desk officer of the 21st, and gave him instructions to detain Patrolman Austin and all the members of his squad, which again was working the 4 to 12 tour, for my arrival. At 12:10, after having been relieved from his post, Patrolman Austin returned to the station house and walked through the front door into the muster room.
Austin.
Yes, Sergeant.
Come here.
What is it, Sergeant?
Just a second. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Lieutenant who? Oh, Lieutenant Gorman isn't due in here until 8 a.m. Yes, sir. Oh, that's all right. What's the trouble? The captain wants to hold your squad.
Yeah?
He's on his way uptown. Wait for him in the back room.
Why?
Just wait.
Well, look, Sergeant, my wife's brother has a birthday party tonight. I told him I'd get over there soon after 12 as I could.
He'll have another birthday next year.
What do you say, Phil?
Farrell.
Yes, Sergeant.
Come here.
What's it all about?
You want to see me, Sergeant? Yeah. Wait in the back room for the captain. He'll be back any minute.
What's the trouble?
There's no trouble. Just wait.
Okay, Sergeant.
Oh, and don't change from your uniforms. Leave them on.
Look, Sergeant, he's liable to be another hour.
Will you stop giving me an argument? Go ahead.
Sure, Sergeant. Come on, Phil.
Yeah.
I don't know. Why do I have to get all the dirty details?
Well, it's not that bad. Hi, fellas. Anybody know what this is all about?
No, it's me.
Big deal. The guy who's in the precinct a week and he's got us jumping. Come on, Phil. Sit down. There's no sense getting worked up. I don't know if the captain wants to see us. Where is he? Look, we're all in the same boat. No, but you got no place to go except home and to bed, Farrell. Every time somebody can think of some extra detail, they think of us. Well, don't get mad until you find out what it is.
Hi, Austin.
Now, you know as much as we do. Grab a seat. They probably got the midnight snack on the table over there now, and the beer is just flowing. Oh, stop aggravating yourself, will you? What do you expect me to do? I'm out walking a post for 8 hours. When the tour is over, my time should be my own. This is something I'm going to take up with the delegate. Watch it, Skipper.
I'm sorry to hold you, men.
Sorry, Captain.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Farrell. Lieutenant King and I would like to have you stay around a few minutes to help us out on something. Is that all right with you?
Yes? How long will it take, Captain?
Not very long, Austin. I have to go into my office. We'll be ready for you in a few minutes. Come on, now. Okay, Captain. So that's Austin. Have you met him before? Yes, but I didn't connect up the face and the name. It's rough having something like this your first week in command. Yeah. Sergeant?
Yes, sir?
You getting the other men in here?
Yes, sir. The rest of them should be on their way.
All right, Sergeant. When they get here, send them into the back room. Then let me know. I'll be in my office.
Sergeant, would you ring upstairs and have Novak come see me in the captain's office?
Yes, sir. What kind of a record has Austin got in the department, Captain? Well, I got to look at his UF-42. It's just fair. Good educational background. 2 years in the Coast Guard. Nothing outstanding in the department. Up on charges once about 3 years ago for leaving his post without permission. Not in this precinct. He lost 5 days' pay. No trouble with him since. They say he isn't the best man we've got, but he's been doing his job. Go ahead, man. Thanks, Gilbert.
Well, what's going to happen?
Don't get in a hurry, Leroy. You've got plenty of time.
I'm not getting in a hurry. I'm just getting hungry, that's all. Is there a delicatessen close? I'd like to send out for a sandwich. Just my luck to get collared right before supper.
You'll get something to eat in a little while.
But there's no time like the present.
Leroy, you told us you burglarized a flat, and on your way out, a police officer collared you.
Yeah, that's right. That's the honest to goodness truth.
Now we want you to identify the police officer.
Well, I told you I didn't know whether I could do that.
You stood there and talked to him, didn't you?
For how long? It was only a couple of seconds like that, that's all.
That's long enough to get a look.
It was in the nighttime. It was dark.
Let me get this straight. Where was this? Right outside the service entrance of that apartment building?
Yeah, that's right. Right outside.
As soon as you came out the door.
Yeah, it was like he was waiting there for me when I came out the door. Listen, could you send out for a sandwich for me?
Soon, Leroy.
I like a corned beef on rye with coleslaw and some pickle. Also coffee.
Yes, as soon as we get through here.
Yes, who is it?
Novak.
Come in.
Want me, Lieutenant?
Yeah, Novak, I want you.
Yes, sir?
I'm entitled to get something to eat before you ship me down the tubes. The bill of fare down there ain't enough to write home about, you know. I saw this girl who goes with my good friend Jack the other day. She was down there to see him. He says the bill of fare hasn't improved any since the last year or so, either. And Jack ain't hard to please when it comes to food. Give him any old slop. He's happy.
All right, get going, Novak. Yes, sir.
Right, I guess we're about set, Captain.
What's that for what?
To give you a look and see if you can identify that police officer.
Well, I told you I didn't know whether I could do that. I couldn't tell him from Adam.
Well, we think we can, Leroy. We think we know who he is. We want to give you a look and see if you agree with us.
There are 23,000 members of the police department of the city of New York. With their families, the force comprises a community larger than all but 94 of the most populous cities in the country. As in any group so large and from such varied backgrounds, occasional deviation of character is expected, and the methods of dealing with it are provided for in the laws of the state, the rules and regulations of the department, and the manual of procedure. These provisions afford the same protection to an accused police officer as to any other suspect. In all criminal cases, identification is usually the most important criterion. In this one, we proceeded to determine whether the burglary suspect, Leroy Eakley, could identify the police officer he accused. In addition to the principal suspect, Patrolman Austin and a dozen other officers were waiting in the back room. When we were ready, we were formed into a line and marched into the muster room.
March, up. Left, face. Right, stretch. Front at ease.
All right, I'll tell you what the story is. All right. We're conducting an investigation. We're holding a man who's made an accusation against a police officer. I want to see right here and now if he can identify that patrolman. Farrell, would you go in the captain's office, ask him to come out here?
Yes, right away, Lieutenant. What's this cop supposed to be accused of, Captain? Among other things, receiving stolen property and failing to take proper police action.
All right, come over here, Leroy.
I'll come in, but I don't know what good it'll do.
There's a number of police officers there, Leroy. Take a good look at every one of them.
Yeah?
And tell us if you see the man who took the money off you.
And Leroy?
Yeah.
You say this police officer spoke to you. If you want to hear the voice of any one of these men, just ask him to talk. If he asks any of you to talk, state your rank, name, and field number. Go ahead, Leroy. Take a look. You see the man, Leroy?
I don't know.
Take another look.
I'd like to hear this fellow say something.
Go ahead. Name, rank, and field number.
Patrolman John Farrell, 24381.
No. You let this one talk?
Go ahead.
Patrolman Philip Austin, 31650.
Would you come again?
Patrolman Philip Austin, 31650.
No, I can't make him. I don't see him.
You want to take another try down the line?
I can't make him. It was too dark there. I told you that.
Austin and Farrell, wait in the back room for a while. Right? Sergeant, dismiss the squad.
Squad, attention. Dismiss.
Come on, Leroy.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Let's go back in my office.
I'll go anyplace. Oh, don't look at me like that. What do you want me to do? Say it was somebody if I wasn't positively sure? What do you take me for?
Did you think it was any of the men there?
Didn't I tell you it was dark?
Go ahead, inside.
Lieutenant.
Yes, Novak.
Sit down over there, Leroy.
What I want to know is when I'm going to get something to eat.
I went over there, Lieutenant.
We'll get you something to eat, Leroy.
Oh, that's good. A guy could starve to death around here. How much trouble would it be to send out to a delicatessen? I got some money I could pay for it. You wouldn't let me starve, would you?
No, we wouldn't let you starve.
Leroy, there's something I'd like to get straight.
Yeah, sure.
You said you couldn't see the cop over there because it was pitch dark. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
It's the service entrance.
Yeah, the side door, the service entrance.
Novak,
Yeah, Lieutenant?
you just came back from that apartment building over there, right?
Yes, sir.
You look at the service entrance where the cop was supposed to have called it, Leroy?
Yes, sir.
Was it dark?
There's a light over the door. Trooper told me it's never out at night. In addition, that door is right under a streetlight.
Would you say it's light enough over there to see a man's face?
Lieutenant, it's light enough to read a newspaper.
What have you got to say about that, Leroy?
Well, listen, maybe the electric was off that
The
night.
electric wasn't off, Leroy. You're just a plain liar. You've been wasting our time all night.
No, I've been giving it
You've
to
been
you
going
straight.
around corners. Well, we're not going to waste any more time. What about it? Did you see that cop or didn't you?
You don't want to waste any more time, huh?
No.
All right, I won't waste any more time. I didn't see a cop because there wasn't any cop.
Then why the story?
Well, it's very involved.
This has been very involved all night.
Yeah, Cap, you got a point. Now, I told the story for two reasons. One is I told it before to my good friend Jack. You see, he was in that flat with me. I didn't tell him about the money when I found it. After we got out, we broke up and met later, just like I told you, at the cafeteria where his girl works. I figured this flat we made might belong to some celebrity, and the papers would have the story and tell exactly how much cash was took. So I made up the little tale about the cop to Jack. He bought it because, being a thief, he believes that's the logical thing for a cop to do.
That's what he would think.
Yeah. So when I got collared tonight, I knew I was going to see Jack in the Tombs again, so I stuck with a story, because he's big. Boy, he's big. In addition to which, if I played it along and told the same story, maybe I'd get a break. You know, the newspapers and the DA, everybody go for that stuff. I thought I'd get a break out of it. But I was honest. I didn't identify any cop. I didn't get anybody in a jam, not me.
No, you didn't identify anybody because you might have picked somebody who wasn't anywhere near that spot.
Oh, that's a point. I grant you that.
I'll be right back, Matt.
But you still got to give me credit.
Captain?
Yes, Sergeant.
Everything all right?
That bum was lying. He pulled the whole story out of the air.
That makes me feel a little better.
Yeah, well, I feel better, too. Much better.
Oh, Austin and Farrell are waiting here. Shall I let them go, Captain?
No, I will. Thanks. You men.
Yes, sir?
You can get changed now and go home.
Right, sir.
Just a second, Austin.
Yes, sir.
Never mind. Good night.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, Captain.
How do you like that?
What?
We have to stay around here on our own time on some deal we've got nothing to do with. We don't even get a word of thanks.
Well, what can you do?
That's the trouble. There's nothing you can do.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Where? East what? East 77th. Do both of them have guns? What is this? Oh, in the liquor store. A cop is what? Oh, wait a minute, not so fast. What about a taxi? And so it goes. Around the clock. Through the week. Every day. Every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring. Or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's greatest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Les Damon in the role of Captain Keogh, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were Bill Quinn, Bill Zuckert, Mandel Kramer, John Sylvester, and Lawson Zerby. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. Art Hanna speaking.
First Precinct, Detective Goldman. What do you mean, robbed? Held up? Where is it? 35 or 39? What is it there? The bar? How many held up?
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right. I'll send the officers right over there. Yeah, right away. They'll be there. Okay. Yeah.
21st Precinct, transcribed. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my day tour, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. It was a cold, windy day in the precinct, and our patrol problems had been increased enormously because of men drawn away from the command for temporary duty elsewhere. Orders had come via teletype at 7 a.m. from the Bureau of Orders to detail 4 men to the Manhattan West Borough Command
because of a parade on Broadway. In addition, the Shah of Iran had been scheduled to visit the exhibit of ancient Persian relics at the Metropolitan Museum of Art at 11 a.m., and consequently, 6 patrolmen and a sergeant were assigned from the 21st to duty on 5th Avenue in the vicinity of the museum. Because we were short of men in the precinct for the day, I went out on patrol in sector car number 2 as soon as I had turned out the platoon and remained out for the balance of the morning. In the meantime, the everyday business of the precinct went on. For instance, Detectives Ralph Scanlon and Chris Vitale, investigating the armed robbery of a bar and grill the previous night, parked their car on 3rd Avenue in the 80s and crossed the street under the L structure toward a small hotel, the entrance to which was wedged between 2 stores. The visit to the hotel was in response to a tip from an informant, sometimes reliable, sometimes not, but worth checking out because a customer had been shot during the course of the robbery.
What do you say? You want to jump in for coffee after we get through here?
Yeah, Pete, sure. This doesn't turn out to be anything.
We'll go down the street then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do they even have a clerk on the job?
Oh, he must be around someplace. What's the matter?
I don't know. Something's the matter with me. When I don't get any sleep, I seem to get tired.
Oh, you should see a doctor. Somebody could walk away with this joint.
No rooms. We're all filled up. We don't want a room, Pop.
Come in.
Oh, you're a detective from the station house.
Yeah, that's right.
I didn't recognize you for a minute. I was in back getting some reading matter. You can go nuts in this job if you don't have something to read, you know. What can I do for you?
Look, Pop.
You know, it's funny. I was just dancing through here. It says for the 15th, with Jupiter in the ascendancy, that a friend in a high civic post may be of valuable assistance to you. Do you go for astrology?
Never touch this stuff. Listen, Pop, we're interested in a guy that...
Hey, excuse me. I got to get the phone.
All right, go ahead.
Hotel. Who? How do you spell it? Double F or double S? No, nobody here like that registered. Okay, yeah.
Let's see your register, Pop.
Yeah, sure. Help yourself here. You know, somebody left a couple of these astrology books around here once, and I got kind of interested in it. I'm Aries.
Yeah?
But when you get right down to it, 2/3 of the stuff they print in there is just plain guesswork.
Then why do you read it?
Well, I'm the kind of guy which doesn't like to miss any bets, especially with Mercury dominant. What are you looking for there now? Maybe I can help you.
What's this guy's name registered here? I can't read the writing.
That's Binfield. Floyd R. Binfield.
What room's he in?
He's in 22. You know something? I thought there was something the matter with him when he checked in. He looks like a Sagittarius. I had him pegged for a Sagittarius.
When did he check in?
Yesterday. Yesterday morning, just about this time.
Is he in his room now?
Yeah, he's in there.
Have you seen him this morning?
Yeah, I've seen him. He came down for coffee, and he went back up. He's in there.
Where is 22?
Up the stairs, straight down the hall, and the first one around the bend. What'd he do, this guy?
We've got a couple of things we want to talk to him about.
Where do we get these characters? Where do they come from?
Don't ask me. Let's have the pass key.
Listen now, do you want me to come up and open the room for you?
We want you to just stay here, right here.
Oh, he's a tough customer, huh?
We don't know. We'll find out after we talk to him.
Yeah. I always like the way you guys say talk.
How about the pass key?
Yeah. Be my guest.
Thanks.
Oh, listen.
Yeah?
What's your birthday?
June 10th.
Oh, you're all right. Gemini. Don't you worry.
Well, that's good to hear.
Well, at least he's here, Ralph.
Yeah.
Oh, listen.
Yeah?
If you need some help now, just holler.
Okay, Pop. All he's got to be is the right guy.
We'll find that out soon enough. That way.
It's 16.
Keep going.
There it is.
Hit it again.
Yeah. Floyd Binfield?
What is it?
Police officers. We want to talk to you.
All right, just a second.
What's the matter?
Wait till you get back in there. Let me alone.
You swing at me.
Go on to bed with him, Ralph.
Oh, still.
Give me that hand. Study up. Slow.
Get the cuffs on him.
Cut it out. Oh, still. Let me go. Hold him, Ralph.
I got him.
Yeah. Will you let me up? Okay.
All right. Sit up.
He said, sit up. Okay.
What are you trying to do? Get yourself killed?
Who are you guys, anyway?
We told you who we are. We're police officers.
Oh. I thought you were somebody else. Yeah, I did. I thought you were somebody else.
Well, we're not.
Look, you don't have to put these things on me.
You need them. You can't control your hands. What did you think we were?
A couple of guys. Yeah, a couple of guys I met in the bar. Yeah, they were trying to hustle me for a couple of bucks. So I let them have it the other night. See, they said, come on downtown to the village. We'll have a couple of drinks.
Yeah.
Well, they had a car outside. As soon as we got into the car, I saw they were going to try to get the dough I had on me, and I let them have it good.
Both of them?
Oh, I could handle both of them. Could almost handle you two, couldn't I?
Almost, yeah.
Yeah, so that's it, police officers. Well, what do you want with me?
So you signed the book downstairs as Floyd R. Binfield. What's your right name?
That's it, Floyd R. Binfield. That's my right name. Hey, look, could you take these things off me? I won't give you no trouble. I promise it.
Let them stay on a while. When you cool down, we'll take them off.
I'm cooled down. I didn't know you were cops. How was I supposed to know that?
Have you ever done any big time, Floyd?
Oh, me?
Yeah. Have you?
Well, yeah. Yeah, well, what's that got to do with now? That's got nothing to do with now.
Where'd you do this time?
Lewisburg. It was a federal deal.
For what?
A car. A friend asked me to drive a car from here to Campton. I didn't know it was hot. He didn't tell me anything about it being hot.
Yeah.
I didn't. Well, I didn't have that bit coming to me. Yeah, well, what's the beef now? What do you want with me?
What have you been doing this week, Floyd?
Well, what do you mean? What have I been doing?
Where have you been?
Well, I've been out of town until yesterday. I just got back in town yesterday.
From where?
From Boston.
What were you doing in Boston?
Oh, I was up there a couple of weeks, hanging around, visiting some friends of mine.
What did you do since you got back in town yesterday?
Not so much, Hey, listen, fellas, have a heart. Will you take these things off? I won't be no trouble, I swear to you.
What did you do last night?
I saw this girlfriend of mine.
What time was that?
You mean that I saw her?
Yeah.
Well, she works in this cafe. She's a waitress. She got off about 9:30, and I picked her up there.
Where'd you go with her?
Oh, we went out and had a few drinks.
And where was that?
Some bar out near where she works there, in Long Island City.
You stay in the bar very long?
Well, yeah, pretty long time.
How long?
Oh, until about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, I guess.
What's this girl's name?
Martha.
Martha what?
Martha what? Well, to tell you the truth, I don't remember her last name. Yeah, she told me what it was, but it kind of went over my head.
I thought you said she was a friend of yours.
Well, I know her. Yeah, I met her yesterday. That's just an expression, a friend of mine.
You remember where the cafe she works is?
Yeah, sure. I've been there a lot of times. Listen, what's the beef? Is there something serious? Because if there is, I got a right to know what it's all about. Don't you agree with me?
This Martha can account for your time last night, huh?
Oh, yeah, sure, every minute.
Well, then relax. You've got nothing to worry about.
Okay, sure. So how about taking these things off, huh?
Well, I'll tell you, Floyd. Maybe you've got nothing to worry about. But we have. You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city. Now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Kennelly.
After making a thorough search of the room, Detectives Vitale and Scanlon returned to the station house with their prisoner. They took him, still in handcuffs, through the muster room where the desk officer, Lieutenant Gorman, and Sergeant Waters were on duty, through the back room and up the stairs to the second floor where the 21st Detective Squad is located.
All right. Back that way.
All you got to do is talk to her.
Okay. Yeah, we know. Go on, inside.
Yeah, sure.
That way.
21st Squad, Detective Goldman.
Okay, hold it here. Hi, Pete. Hi, Goldman. Where'd you lose it, mister? Yeah. Yeah. All right, you know where the station house is? Yeah, that's right. You come in here and make a report of it. Come up to the detectives. Yeah. Okay, you're welcome. On the second floor. Okay. Well, who've you got here, Scanlon? The champ?
He thought he was the champ. He didn't last one round.
Is Lieutenant in, Goldman? Yeah, he's in. Anybody with him? No.
Sit down there a minute, Floyd.
Listen, couldn't you take these things off now? Please sit down. Yeah, lovely.
I want to talk to the boss, Pete. I'll watch him.
Yeah. Hey, how about reaching in my pocket for a cigarette, huh?
Which pocket?
Yeah, this one right here.
Yeah.
It's Charlie, Lieutenant.
Come in.
Oh, Pete. Lieutenant?
You got that boy?
Yes, this Cameron's got him out there.
What does he have to say for himself?
Well, he denies it.
Yeah.
He says he was out with a girl between 9:30 and 2 in the morning. He was sitting in a bar in Long Island City.
That's what he said, huh?
Yes, sir.
What do you think?
Well, he gave Scanlon and me a hard time when we hit the door. The boy wanted to fight.
Huh?
But both of us had put him down on the bed and get the cuffs on him.
He's still full of fight?
Well, he's cooled down some, Lieutenant.
And what do you think? Is he one of the two that heisted that place last night?
That beats me, Lieutenant. He fits, but if his story about being with his girl stands up, I guess he isn't.
Well, let's talk to him, huh?
Yes, sir.
Bring him in.
All right.
Just a second.
Yes, sir.
21st Squad, Lieutenant King.
Coleman, Lieutenant. Captain Kennelly hanging up here on 2.
All right. 21st Squad, Lieutenant King.
Captain Kennelly, Matt.
Yes, sir.
Matt, I got a call from Inspector McBride. He wants an explanation of my endorsement on that gun permit renewal we were talking about. I guess you'll get a call, too.
Just a second, Captain.
Yeah.
Pete, I'll be with you in a minute.
Oh, yes, sir.
Bring that boy in when I call you.
Yes, sir. What do you say, Pete? He's busy on the phone. He'll be with us in a minute.
Look, I got a lot of things to do today, you know.
Christmas shopping, Floyd?
I got plenty to do.
Sure.
How do you spell lavalier?
Never mind how do you spell it. What is it?
No, I know the lady had her stolen.
Lavaliere.
Muchas gracias. Hey, is this going to take long, do you think?
Well, that depends on what you've got to say to the lieutenant.
Now, what can I say to him? I don't even know what I'm supposed to be here for. What am I supposed to be here
How do you
for?
spell Chatelaine? Stolen from the same lady?
Yep.
You ought to quit. Start over again. I'm not sure. You better look it up.
If I'm supposed to have done something, I got a right to know what it is.
Sure you do.
So what is it? Chatelaine, the brooch-like clasp or hook from which a watch is worn suspended.
Didn't get a liberal education in this job.
Okay, Pete.
Yes, sir. Come on, Floyd. Go on, Floyd.
Just want to know what it's all about.
Well, you came to the right place.
Inside. Oh, Cannon.
Lieutenant. Sit down there, Floyd.
Here, sit down.
Floyd, Lieutenant King, Floyd Binfield.
Pleased to meet you. Lieutenant, ask him to take these things off of me. I'll admit I lost my head a little before, but I guarantee I won't give you no trouble. I guarantee it.
Take them off and scan. Oh, they're mine, Lieutenant. I'll get them. Hold out your hands, Floyd.
I appreciate it.
Just hold still.
I do. I really do.
All right, relax, Floyd.
Thanks a lot.
Let's get right down to business, eh, Floyd?
Yeah, that's all right with me.
Good. Now, these detectives came to talk to you this morning, and you tried to fight your way out.
Well, it was a mistake. You see, I thought there was somebody else. A couple of hustlers that tried to put the bite on me.
All right, maybe you did think that. Now, you told them you were with some girl between 9:30 last night and 2 this morning.
Yeah, that's right, Martha. We were in this bar out in Long Island City.
Then you couldn't have been one of the two guys that stuck up a bar and grill on Lexington Avenue about 11 o'clock.
Oh, of course not.
Well, sometimes we get information that's a little bit wrong, Floyd.
Oh, sure. That could happen to anybody. I appreciate that.
This girl's name is Martha, you say?
Yeah, that's right.
What's her last name?
Well, I don't really know that. She told me, but I had a couple of drinks, and it didn't sink in.
Where can we find her?
I told them she works in this cafe right near there where the bar was, where we were drinking after she got off, out in Long Island City there.
You know where the cafe is?
Oh, sure.
Now, look, Floyd.
Yeah.
This was a pretty good tip I got on you.
But to my way of thinking.
The guy I came from isn't wrong once in a year.
Well, this is the time, believe me.
I could put you in the car, and we could drive over to Long Island City. We could look around for this cafe and this Martha. But it could be we'd have a time finding her. Isn't that right?
Oh, we'd find her.
But we might have a time.
Well, as a matter of fact, I don't know that
neighborhood. Too good.
Now, this bar on Lexington Avenue that was stuck up last night, there were 2 bartenders in there and 5 or 6 customers, besides the one that was shot.
Oh. Well, was he shot dead?
Caught him right here. Doctor says he'll be all right.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Well, the 2 bartenders say they could recognize both of the stick-up men any time, any place, anywhere. They described them head to toe to a T. Some of the customers in there said they could recognize both. Some said they could recognize one or the other. One guy said he couldn't remember what either of them looked like.
Well, that's vicious. I guess some people got better memories than others.
I suppose we ride out to Long Island City and we look around for this cafe. Suppose even we locate this Martha you were talking about. Suppose she says she was drinking with you between 9:30 and 2 in the morning.
Yeah?
Why should I believe her any more than I believe you?
Well, it's 2 people's
I
words.
think the best thing to do is get those bartenders and a couple of the customers in here and let them have a look at you.
Gee, if we could only go out and locate Martha.
You're the guy. They're going to make you. Don't worry about that. Why don't you stop wasting the time of everybody concerned and tell us the truth about this thing?
That's what I've been doing.
Now, you know, there's nobody named Martha. Just grabbed that out of thin air. You and another guy put the heist on that bar last night, didn't you?
Well, what's the use of kidding you?
That's right.
You'd get those witnesses down here. They'd make me in a minute.
In less than a minute.
Okay. It was me.
Who was the other guy with him?
Well, if I tell you, what's in it for me?
Who was the other guy with you?
Oh. His name is Ted Bryan, Bill Ted Bryan.
Where does he live?
I don't know exactly.
What do you mean you don't know exactly?
I don't. He's got a place in New York, a room someplace.
You don't know where?
Well, he never told me where. The only thing he told me was sometimes he stays with his aunt.
Where's she live?
Out there in Bayside.
What's his aunt's name?
It beats me. He never told me.
Never told you much, did he?
He don't talk much.
Where are the guns you used last night?
I never had a gun. There was only one gun. Bill had it.
You still got it?
Well, he had it when I left him.
Anything in this room up there, V?
No weapons, Lieutenant. About $185 in cash, and that's all.
Did that money come out of the bar and grill?
Yeah, that's where it come from.
When did you see Bill last?
Right after the deal, we split up the money. He went his way, I went mine.
Did you make plans to meet him again?
Well, he knew where I was staying. He said he'd be in touch with me.
How many other deals were you with him on?
Just this one. This was the only one. In New York, that is.
Where else?
Oh, we worked a little bit in Boston last week. I told you I was in Boston tonight.
Yeah, you told me.
Well, there was a couple of little small deals up there.
Why'd you go to Boston?
Well, to tell you the truth, it was Bill's idea. He knows a girl up there. He wanted to see her. It was his idea to do some work to pay the expenses.
Where did you go after you left Bill last night?
I went and had a couple of drinks. Hey, I'll bet you I know where you got that information on me. There was a couple of guys I was drinking with. Yeah, guess I said too much.
I guess you did.
Yeah, me and my big mouth. My big mouth gets me into trouble every time.
That's an unbeatable combination for getting into trouble. A big mouth and a little brain.
Lieutenant King continued to interrogate the suspect until he had obtained all the information he believed to be in the man's possession. In the meantime, a detective called the Bureau of Criminal Identification at Police Headquarters, 240 Center Street. The name William Tedburn was checked through the files, and within a few minutes, Lieutenant King received the information that a man of that name, and answering the same general physical description, had been arrested 3 times on charges of robbery and grand larceny, and had 1 conviction. The folder, which listed the relatives of William Tedburn, showed that he did in fact have an aunt residing in Bayside, Queens, and on the occasion of one of his arrests, gave her address as his own residence. The New York County District Attorney's Office was notified, and an assistant district attorney came to the 21st Detective Squad to question the suspect already under arrest and to assist the detectives in arranging a lineup at which the victims and witnesses would have the opportunity to make an identification. 2 detectives were sent to check out the other addresses given by the suspect William Tedburn at the time of his previous arrest, and the hotel in which Floyd Binfield resided was planted in the event he showed up there. Lieutenant King instructed Detectives Vitale and Scanlon to drive to Bayside to the residence of Tedburn Vant. At 1:15 p.m., they found the street, parked the car down the block, and walked back toward the 2-story brick house.
Oh, this is a pretty nice neighborhood here.
Yeah.
Must be rough on the aunt.
Probably rougher on the parents.
Okay. See,
See those aluminum stumps, Ash?
Yeah.
That's what I want to get.
What? Are you kidding? They cost an arm and a leg.
Didn't get them financed, FHA.
You still got to pay for them.
You've got to pay for everything. You think he's there?
Well, he could be.
There's someone.
Yes?
Is Bill home?
Well, no, not right now.
Where is he? Do you know?
Well, no, I don't. Are you friends of his?
We're police officers.
Oh,
Do you mind if we come in?
well, all right. Is Billy in trouble again?
Well, we want to see him about something.
What's he done? He promised me he wouldn't get into anything after the last time. He went away for nearly 3 years. That should have been enough for him.
Should have been, yes.
Is it something serious?
Well, we don't know. It could be nothing at all.
Oh, well, that's good.
Was he home last night?
Well, yes, he was home. He came home after I went to bed. And he left early this morning. He didn't even have his breakfast.
Do you mind if we take a look in his room?
Well, I don't know.
We won't disturb anything.
Well, do you think you ought to, really?
Yes, I think so.
Well, it's upstairs.
Thank you.
I don't know why that boy should get in trouble. He's had a good education and all that, and he's got a trade. If he worked at it, he could make good money.
Well, that's the way it goes, I guess.
It's that one right there. Now, you won't disturb anything.
No, ma'am. We'll leave everything the way we find it.
Let's try this.
Well, there's just his clothes in there.
Yes, ma'am, we know.
Ah, look at this.
What?
2 empty shells.
What are they, 38?
Yep.
That's how the gun was described. Wonder if it's around.
I got an idea where it is. It's on his hip.
You really have to go through Billy's things.
I'm sorry, but we'd like to.
You think he'll be home today?
Well, I don't know. He didn't say.
Does he usually come home?
Well, usually, yes, but he didn't say.
Do you mind if we wait around for him?
Well, do you really have to?
We should.
Well, all right. You really should. Well, you know, that sounded like his car out in front.
Can you look out this window and see if it's him? Is it?
Yes, it's Billy.
Is he coming in the house?
Yes, he's getting out of the car.
You stay in here.
In here?
If he calls to you, answer him. Tell him you're upstairs, but stay right here.
All right.
Come on, Pete.
Must I stay right here?
Right there, yes. Pete, get in that bedroom across there.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Are you set?
Yeah, all set.
Easy. Here he comes.
Auntie, where are you?
Up here, Billy.
All right, I'm coming up.
All right, Bill, get him up.
Hey, he's healed.
Drop it, Bill.
Get him.
What do you think?
Let's go.
All right. Watch him.
Get his gun.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's that.
Can I come down now?
I guess I'd better go up and talk to her.
Can I come down?
Well, she'll be better off.
No question about that. But who's going to make her believe it?
First Precinct, Detective Goldman. Who's dead? Who? She was killed? How? Where is this? 88 East what? Yeah. Okay. Who's this calling? Yeah, your name. Doris what? All right. Just stay right where you are. Yeah, don't worry. The officer will be there right away.
And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, transcribed a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloane in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Ethel Everett, Santos Ortega, John Larkin, Bill Smith, Larry Haynes, and Bill Lipton. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. John Schaefer speaking.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters." "No, the skipper's over there at the scene of that burglary." "Yeah, I know you are. Well, what's the trouble?" "Oh, he is, huh?" "Yeah."
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
Okay. He ought to be back here within the next half hour or so. Yeah. Okay, I'll leave a message for him.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st. 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Cronin, Vincent P. Cronin. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing night duty, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. I turned out for platoon for the 12 to 8 tour at midnight and went out on patrol of the precinct. Things were quiet. At 1:35 a.m., Lieutenant Patrick Gorman was on duty as desk officer at the station house, and Sergeant William Waters sat at the telephone switchboard. The stillness was broken occasionally by the hum of the switchboard or a call over KEA, the police radio.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters."
Give me the detectives, will you, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. Hold on.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
What time is Jacoby due to ring in?
40, Lieutenant.
Okay, when he does, ask him what the delay is on that notification for the 92nd.
Yes, sir. This 12th age is getting me down, Lieutenant.
When do you swing?
After this tour, thank goodness.
That's Jacoby. Maybe you better let me talk to him.
Yes, sir. No, it's not him, Lieutenant. Somebody was talking to the detectives. They're finished.
Oh, okay.
What time does skipper say he'll be back to the house?
He didn't say. You want to see what that is on the teletype?
Okay. Not much, Lieutenant. An alarm on a stolen car up in the 52nd.
Okay.
How about a cup of coffee, Lieutenant? There's some hot back there.
No, thanks. I've got a lot of stuff to write up here, and I've got to file all the cards.
If that's Jacoby, do you still want to talk to him?
Yes.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters.
Is this the police?
Yeah, that's right, lady.
There's a burglar in my apartment.
There was or there is right now?
There is right now. I saw him. I came home and opened the door, and there he was.
Lady, wait a minute.
There he was, right in the apartment.
Do you live in the apartment all alone?
Yes, all alone. I got scared and I ran out. I couldn't find any place open, so I used this phone on the street. It says to call police.
Did you get a good look at the man?
No, I didn't wait to get a good look. I was scared.
You're sure it's not someone you know?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm positive.
Is he still in the building?
I think so. I think he's still up in my apartment.
All right. I'll send the officers right over there. What's the address of your apartment?
194 East 69th Street.
Are you talking from the police call box on the corner there?
Yes, that's right.
All right, lady. You just stay there and wait for the officers.
Will they be here soon?
Right away. Now, if you see the man come out of the building, remember which way he went. See if he's got a car.
All right.
The officers will be there right away. What do we got, Sergeant? A lady with burglars, Lieutenant.
CB-18.
Sergeant Waters, 21st Precinct. Sent a car to 194 East 69th. A woman rang in on the call box and said there was a prowler in her apartment. She's waiting on the street at the call box.
194 East 69th.
Yeah.
Okay. Lombardi.
One burglar? How many does she need, Lieutenant?
As soon as Sector Car number 3, Patrolman Paul Vaccaro, operator, and Patrolman William Coley, recorder, received the call, they started on the 3-block run to 194 East 69th. Following instructions in the manual of procedure, they did not sound the siren in order to approach the scene quietly and apprehend the criminal, if any.
I don't see her, Coley. Maybe she's standing around the corner. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, there. There she is. You the one that called the police?
Yes, that was me.
See the one? Yeah. Which building is it?
That one, across the street.
Now, how do you know it was a burglar?
Well, I had this date, and I came home, and I went upstairs, and when I got to my door, it was open. It was standing wide open, and he was in there.
Uh-huh. Didn't he jump when he saw you?
He didn't see me. His back was to me.
Now, did you see anyone come out of the building?
No, not at all.
The street door locked?
Yes.
Give me your key, mister.
Yes. All right.
Which apartment is it?
2A, the second floor, right at the top of the stairs.
Does this key fit the door upstairs, too, in case he closes it?
Yes.
Now, look. You better wait down here in the hall.
All right.
Right here. Okay, Coley? Yeah, let's go. I'll get set. She may be right. I'm set. Door's half open. Yeah. Kick it. Look in there. Anything? Nothing. How about you? Nothing here. Let's try the kitchen. Yeah, okay. The window's open. There's a fire escape. Maybe he went up there. Yeah, maybe. I'm going to take a look. Yeah, go ahead. I'll go all the way up to the roof. Yeah, I'll see what's in the hall here.
Where is he?
He's gone, lady. He might have gone out the back and up the fire escape.
Oh, my.
Now, look, you sure you didn't see anybody come out the front door of the building, huh?
No, the man who talked to me at the police station told me specifically to watch it. I was watching it. Nobody came out at all. I was standing right across the street watching it.
You didn't see anyone?
No one. Oh, my goodness, look what he did in here. Really made a mess, didn't he? I had some rings in the drawer. I hope he didn't find them.
What do you got, Carl?
Oh, burglar, Captain. She saw him in here. When we got upstairs, he was gone. Window in the kitchen to a fire escape was open. Coley went up to the roof.
Well, Coley's up on the roof. Go up there, give him a hand looking around. Okay, Captain, right away. Go up through the hall.
Yes, this is Captain Cronin, the commanding officer of the precinct, Miss Lansford. Miss Audrey Lansford.
How do you do, Miss Lansford?
Oh, isn't this a mess? Isn't this some mess he
Now,
left
look,
me?
did you get a good look at the man? I mean, did you tell anything about what he was wearing?
Well, he had on a pair of dark trousers. I don't know whether they were black or gray or what, but they were dark. And a white shirt. I think it was white anyway.
No jacket?
Oh, I really don't know.
Well, you said you saw a white shirt. You wouldn't have been able to see much of the shirt if he had a jacket on, would you?
No, I guess not. I guess he didn't have a jacket on.
Well, could you tell whether he was tall or short or what, you know?
No, I really couldn't tell that.
You couldn't give us any idea of what he looked like?
No.
It really impressed you, the white shirt, though.
Oh, yes. Yes, that impressed me. You know how white stands out.
Do you have any idea what's missing?
Well, he really went through everything in my desk. That's where I keep my rings. You see that?
Yeah.
I had a diamond ring in that box and a gold clasp ring. Oh, my goodness. I had a heart-shaped amethyst set in pearls. It was on a solid gold chain. Oh, that's gone, too.
Did you have any money, any cash?
No, I never keep any cash in the house. I don't think it's a very good idea. I have a checking account.
Is there anything else of value we might have taken? Any clothing or furs?
Oh. My mink stole. He got that. I paid $400 for it in the fall.
All right.
What am I going to do? I don't know what I'm going to do. That was the most beautiful stole you ever saw. The skins were just so perfect. I don't know how I can ever replace it.
Everything under control, Skipper?
There was a burglar in here, Sergeant. White shirt and dark trousers. Must have been out the kitchen window and up the fire escape. Coley and Farrell up on the roof.
You think he might have gotten into any other apartment here?
I don't know, but you two better start hitting bells.
Yes, sir. Okay, Mikado, let's go.
I don't have any insurance. I don't know how I'm going to replace those things. They're worth about $1,000 altogether. I don't know what I'm going to do. Do you think I can get any of it back? Is there any chance of that?
Yes, if we get the man.
Do you think you get it?
I hope so. Vaccaro, let Miss Lansford show you around here, see what else is missing.
Yes, sir. Now, what's that over there?
That's my little dressing room.
Maybe we better take a look in that first. Huh? Listen, I'd like to know who's in charge here.
I'm in charge here. Who are you? What's your name?
Captain, I'll tell him who I am. My name is Reedley. I live across the hall, and I want to tell you... Who am I talking to?
Captain Cronin, commanding officer of the 21st Precinct. What's the trouble, Mr. Reedley?
The trouble is I resent being wakened out of a sound sleep in the middle of the night by a policeman opening my window and back.
Mr. Reedley...
No sooner do I get back in bed when this policeman rings the front doorbell. Now, I'd like to know what's going on.
We're looking for a burglar.
I don't care what you're looking for. I'm looking for a good night's sleep. You've got no right to open my back window and then come ringing my bell at this time of night. Citizen is entitled to a little privacy, isn't he? Or isn't he?
There's no question about that, Mr. Reedley, but we're responsible for your safety. If there's a burglar loose in this building, we want to find him.
Well, you won't find him in my place.
Your window was open from the fire escape. He could have gone in there.
I told you he didn't go in my place.
Well, he sure could have, though.
He didn't. And I want to tell you this, Captain. If your men don't stop annoying me and let me get a little sleep, I am going to write a letter to the police commissioner.
That's your privilege, Mr. Reedley.
Oh, you bet your life it's my privilege. And I'm liable to exercise it. Good night. For the last time, I hope.
Well, he's sure trying to be helpful, isn't he, Captain?
Yeah?
What's he want from us?
I don't know. But maybe he thinks we want something from him. In the next few minutes, it became apparent that the burglar would not be apprehended immediately. I gave instructions for all men who had responded, with the exception of Patrolman Coley and Vaccaro, to resume patrol. With them, I awaited the arrival of detectives who would investigate the burglary. After looking over the apartment thoroughly with Patrolman Vaccaro, Miss Audrey Lansford, the victim, came to the conclusion that nothing else had been taken in addition to the mink stole and the jewelry she had mentioned previously. At about that time, Lieutenant Matt King, in charge of the 21st Detective Squad, arrived with Detectives Novak and Scanlon. With the uniformed officers, they were talking to Miss Lansford.
And when did you get this stole?
Last fall is September or October.
How much did you pay for it?
$400.
You have no insurance on it?
No, none.
No insurance of any kind whatsoever?
Nothing.
No personal property floater, fire insurance? No insurance of any kind?
No.
You own the mink stole. It's all yours.
Yes, of course.
Paid cash for it? No payments due on it, no?
Oh, I didn't pay cash. I gave him a check.
Matt.
I paid for it with a check.
Yes, sir?
I can show you the canceled check if you want me to.
No, that's fine.
How long do you think you're going to be, Matt? I'd like to have a word with you before I get back on the job.
Well, how about now, Captain? They can go on with it.
Okay, sure. Is it all right if we talk in your kitchen here, Miss Lansford?
Oh, yes, of course. Just make yourselves at home there.
Thank you. Go ahead, Matt.
Yes, sir?
Matt, I think you ought to talk to that tenant across the hall, Mr. Reedley.
About what?
Well, he came in here with a chip on his shoulder. He threatened to write letters to the police commissioner. He resented our looking for the burglar in the building and disturbing his sleep.
Do you think he had something to do with it?
I don't know. I've got a feeling about him. I think he did, Matt. Yes.
Do you have anything to base your suspicion on?
Just his attitude.
Did you ask him about it when he was in here?
No.
Well, what do you want me to do? Go knocking on his door again?
I don't want you to do anything, Matt, but I'd sure like to get a look inside his flat, see what he's got in there.
Captain, if you've got nothing more to go on, I can't go into his place unless he invites me. From what you tell me, he's sure not going to invite me. He's had enough to write a letter to the PC about being awakened. He's sure going to send a wire to the mayor if I go in there now. Is that all you've got? Just a feeling about it?
It's a little more than a feeling, Matt. There are a couple of things. First of all, there's no doubt that somebody was in this flat. She saw him. And there's the stuff that's missing.
Yes, sir?
She went downstairs, rang in on the call box. She waited across the street until Vaccaro and Coley got here. She didn't see anybody come out. Nobody could have gotten out any other way.
Then you think whoever it was is still in the building?
That's about the size of it, Matt. This fellow Reedley looks like the most likely prospect to me. You see, his apartment shares the same fire escape platform with this one. If she left her window open, he could have come right across.
Yeah, I guess he could have. But if he came in through the window, what did he open the front door for? She saw the door standing open.
Well, that's the point on the other side. I don't know.
Captain, this would be going way out on a limb to go in there and to look around. You know, I'm not afraid to stick my neck out if I've got a chance of scoring.
I know,
If I go in there and don't find her stuff in his flat, I'm really in a jam.
Yeah.
What do you know about this fellow? Did she tell you anything?
No, I didn't have a chance to talk to her about him before you came. But I'm telling you, Matt, I can't shake the feeling about him.
Well, sir, a feeling about him doesn't make him a burglar.
No.
But let's go ask her what she knows about him, huh?
Okay. Sure.
Well, that's about it. Dark pants and white shirt.
Well, I told you I didn't get much of a look at him. His back was to the door.
Miss Lansford.
Yes.
Are you good friends with any of the other tenants in the building?
Good friends?
Yes.
No.
Well, do you know any of them?
Oh, sure, slightly. Just to say hello, mostly.
Who, for instance?
Let's see, there's a couple upstairs right above me, the Bakers. I've been up there for a drink. I've had them down here once.
Yes.
And a girl on the top floor. Occasionally we ride downtown to work together. She works on 40th Street and I'm on 39th, so we have to be in about the same time.
Anyone else?
No.
Who lives across the hall?
Oh, Mr. Reedley.
How well do you know him?
Oh, just to say hello.
You're not very good friends with him?
Oh, no.
Does he live there alone?
Yes, I think so. All alone.
What does he do? Do you know that?
What do you mean, what does he do?
For a living. What does he work at?
I really don't know. He's a salesman of some kind, I think.
Do you know what he sells?
No, I don't. I don't know him that well. I've never asked him. You know, I meet him in the hall occasionally. He says hello, and I say hello, and that's about it.
You've never been in his apartment?
Of course not.
You've never invited him in here?
No.
He's never been in here.
I've never had him in here.
You haven't any idea where he works?
Well, I don't know whether he works much at all. He seems to be home a lot in the daytime.
Oh, does he?
Yes. As a matter of fact, he did me a favor once because he was home.
What kind of favor is that?
Well, I was expecting some furniture to be delivered. You see that little table over there, the little one with the leather top?
Yes.
Well, I had to be at work, and I knew they were going to deliver it on this Tuesday. So I saw Mr. Reedley in the hall, and he suggested that he was going to be home all day long, and that if I leave the key with him, he'd let him in.
You left the key with Mr. Reedley?
Yes, and it worked out very well. I mean, the furniture was here that night, and Mr. Reedley knocked on my door and gave me back my key, and he said the truck came about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and they put the stuff inside, and that was that. I thought it was very nice of him.
When was this, Miss Lansford?
Oh, about 2 weeks ago, I guess. No, just about 2 weeks ago.
And he had the key to your place all day?
Yes, I gave it to him. But he gave it back to me. Gave it back to me that night. Oh, you don't think he... Well, oh, no, he couldn't have done it.
You don't think he works much? He's around here all day?
Well, he's around here a lot, I'll say that, during the day.
And if he doesn't work much, how's he pay his bills?
I don't know. I don't know anything about him. Except what the Bakers told me.
What did the Bakers tell you?
You see, the Bakers have an apartment upstairs, and he has a very small kitchen without a window in it. And they liked the building, and they told the super that as soon as there was a vacancy with an apartment with a kitchen with a window in it, they would like to get it, if they could. Well, they told me that the super told them that he thinks Mr. Reedley's going to move out soon.
Why?
Well, I don't like to say this, but the super told the Bakers that Mr. Reedley is sort of slow in his rent. As a matter of fact, he's a little bit behind, and they're going to try to get him out. And the super told the Bakers that the landlord told him that they could have the apartment as soon as Mr. Reedley moved.
I see.
Did the man you saw in here look anything like Mr. Reedley?
I told you I couldn't say that. All I can say for sure is that he had on dark trousers and a white shirt.
You're sure he didn't have on a jacket, a suit coat of any kind?
No, it was just a white shirt. You know, the regular business shirt. I just saw him from behind. I'm sure that if it was Mr. Reedley, I would have recognized him, even from behind.
But you only saw him for an instant.
Yes, I got out of there as fast as I could. I didn't want to stay there. That was the best thing to do, to get out, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the best thing to do.
Now, when you gave him this key, what time in the morning did you give it to him?
Well, it was about 8:30 in the morning.
And he had your key until 6 o'clock at night, approximately.
Yes, approximately.
You ever missed anything out of here before, Miss Lansford?
Oh, no. This is the first time.
Nothing's ever been missing between the time you gave him the key and now.
Oh, no, nothing. Oh, if something was missing, I would have noticed it.
Yes.
Man.
Yes, sir? You just sit here a minute, Miss Lansford. You fellas stay with her. Yes, sir. Well, it begins to look better, Captain. He sure had plenty of time to get a duplicate key made.
Yeah, that's not the only thing. She insists the man she saw had on just a pair of slacks and a white shirt. I know the weather's been kind of cool. Anybody who would come from the outside would be wearing a coat or a jacket or something. You wouldn't just be walking around in shirt sleeves.
Yeah, that's something else.
I sure like to have a look around inside his place.
Oh, I think maybe we can have a look around. Paul.
Yes, sir?
Come here.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Tell you what I want you to do. You go in there to the kitchen, open up the window, and sit on the fire escape. We're going to talk to this fellow next door. I want you to make sure that he doesn't throw anything out the window.
Okay.
If he tries to throw anything out the window, grab it. Get going.
Okay, sure.
Bill, you come with us.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Just going to talk to this fellow across the hall.
Yes, sir.
You sit right there, Miss Lansford. We'll be back.
All right.
Well,
Think we ought to talk to the super first, Matt? Maybe get a little bit of line on the guy?
as long as I'm sticking my neck out, I might as well stick it out good. Bill, you stay right with us.
Yes, sir. Now, listen to everything that's said.
He's a heavy sleeper.
Yes, who is it?
Police officers, Mr. Reedley.
What do you want?
I want you to open the door so we can talk to you.
I told you what would happen if you disturbed me again.
I want you to open this door right now.
Listen, you had better learn how to respect the privacy of someone. What is it you want?
I want you to take the chain off the door so we can talk to you.
No, it'll stay just like this. What is it you want?
I'm Lieutenant King, in charge of the 21st Detective Squad. This is Captain Cronin.
Yes, I've met Captain Cronin, I'm sorry to say.
Take the chain off the door so we can come in and talk to you.
Listen, you've got no right to come in here. I know the law. You can't come in here without a search warrant. And if you do, I'm going to sue you, and I'm going to sue the city, and I'm really going to make things tough for you, believe me.
You don't know the law, Mr. Reedley.
Don't tell me what I know.
Under the law, we've got a right to enter a place if we have reasonable belief that there's evidence of a felony within.
That's right, Mr. Reedley. That's the law.
And you're accusing me of robbing her place. Is that the idea?
No. We're not accusing you of that. We know for a fact that this burglar didn't get out of the building. We know he's in here someplace. We know he went out the fire escape and into one of the apartments here. All the windows from the other apartments leading off the fire escape were locked. Yours was the only one that was open. We think he may have come into your place and is hiding in there someplace in a closet.
That's ridiculous.
Look, this is for your own safety, Mr. Reedley. He couldn't have gone anyplace else. We're here to protect you. Now, what we want to do is come in there and take a look around. We have ample reason to believe that this burglar is hiding in your apartment. He might be in a closet. He might be under the bed. Might be any place. Your window is open. That's the only place he could have gone.
I've looked around here. He's not in here.
I say he is. Now, if you get hurt, we don't want that on our conscience. You've got to come in there and take a look around.
No, I'm not going to let you.
I'm telling you, Mr. Reedley, you take the chain off this door, I'm going to kick it in. Do you want me to do that?
All I'm telling you is that you better not.
I want you to close this door. Take the chain off it and open it up. Now, you do that right now. Close the door.
All right. The most ridiculous thing I ever heard of.
Come on, Bill.
Okay, Lieutenant.
They sound ridiculous to you. What's he got in here? The living room, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. But I'm telling you, I'm not only going to write to the police commissioner, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you good and collect.
All right. Let's see if he's in this closet over here.
Well, where is he? Oh, he's not in there. You can see that. What are you looking for?
He might be a very small burglar, Mr. Reedley. Look under the couch there, Bill.
Yeah. I don't know what you expect to find in here, but you're going to be in trouble. You're going to be in real trouble.
Nothing under the couch, Lieutenant.
What's this over here? The bathroom?
Now, wait a minute. I'm warning you now. Captain, I demand that you stop this. I demand that you get out of here. I want you to get out of here right now. I demand that you get out. Get out.
Let's see what's in the bathroom.
There's nothing in the bathroom. I'm not going to let you in there. You better get out of here right now. I am going to call my lawyer. I've had enough of this. Just enough of it.
I want you to step aside, Mr. Reedley. Let him in there.
No, I won't. I demand that you get out of here.
Look, mister, if I have to pull you aside, we're all liable to have trouble.
Well, you're not going in that bathroom.
Step aside. Let me in there.
Well, do you see?
What's in here, Mr. Reedley?
That is a clothes hamper for dirty laundry.
All right, let's take a look at it.
Oh, this has gone far enough. I want you to get out of here immediately.
See that clothes hamper?
No, you stay away from there. I've had my privacy invaded enough. I want you to get out right now.
You better let the lieutenant look in there, Mr. Reedley.
All right. But I've warned you. did you find? You didn't find anything, did you? You've broken into my apartment. You forced your way in. You had no right in the world to do it. And here you are. Well, you're going to pay for this. Now, I want you to get out of here right now, immediately. If you get out right now, I may decide not to do anything about this, but if you stay 1 minute longer, I'm going to sue you and I'm going to sue the city. And I am going to make you pay for this.
Now, look, Mr.
Oh, don't tell me to look. I want you out of here.
Is this what you're looking for, Lieutenant?
Where'd you find that, Bill?
Stuffed into a kitchen cabinet.
All right, Ridley, that's the mink stove. Where's the jewelry? Now, tell me where that jewelry is. We're going to tear this joint apart.
All right, it's in the coffee pot in the kitchen. In the bottom of the coffee pot.
All right, let's have a look.
Oh, wait a minute. Look, I needed money, that's all. You know, I'm in an awful spot. I've never been in trouble before. I mean, I never did anything. She gave me her key one day. I just couldn't resist it. I had a duplicate made. I'm sorry, fellas. I'll give all that stuff back, every bit of it. She can have it all back.
You'll get it back, Mr. Ridley.
What's going to happen to me? What are you going to do with me?
I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to let you write that letter to the police commissioner.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Oh, where is this? Yeah. Yeah. How many people were hurt? How many?
And so it goes.
2 cars involved?
Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring. Or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's greatest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. James Gregory in the role of Captain Cronin, and Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were Frank Moss, Santos Ortega, Bill Quinn, Elaine Rost, and Bill Redfield. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. Art Hanna speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Tierney. Yeah. All right. Get out your book and take down this alarm. 14-year-old boy missing from home. His name is Eddie Campton. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. 5 feet, 4 inches.
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right. Just keep your eyes open for him. Yeah, that's right. Missing from home. Okay, all right.
21st Precinct. Just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my night tour, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. When I came into the station house at 3:35 p.m., I went around the desk to sign the blotter. Lieutenant Gorman, who would be desk officer during the forthcoming tour, was already there and getting a summary of patrol conditions in the precinct from Lieutenant Snyder, who was working the 8 to 4. I walked into my office where I found a message to call the district surgeon of the department. As the call was being put through, I glanced at a few reports and communications which seemed important to the 124 man who left them in a prominent place on my desk. When I spoke to the doctor on the phone, he told me that the neurological tests and x-rays that had been made of me after an accident between an RMP car in which I was riding and another automobile were all negative. There was no sign of a head injury. I thanked the doctor for the good news
and went out into the muster room and around behind the desk for the turnout of the platoon. The 58 men who would patrol the precinct for the next 8 hours had marched out of the back room in a military manner and lined up in front of the desk where the roll call was just ending.
Back. Tanner.
Yep.
Taub.
Here.
Underwood.
Here.
Vaccaro. Valentine. White.
Here.
Wyatt.
Here.
Ziegler.
Yes.
All right, Captain.
Just one thing, men. We've had several complaints about automobiles illegally parked in bus stops and too near fire hydrants. I want you to pay particular attention to this condition. When I'm out on patrol later, if I see an automobile parked in that manner illegally, I also expect to see a summons hanging from it. All right, Sergeant. Post your platoon.
Platoon, 10, shot. Right, face. Forward, march.
Okay, Red.
Just a second, Captain.
Yes, Red.
Lieutenant Snyder told me they're down to 2 pickets over there in that leather goods factory strike.
Oh?
Things are pretty quiet after 6 o'clock. I'd like to pull the men we've got over there on a fixer route. I've got use for them elsewhere.
Okay, Red, if things are quiet.
All right. Now, hold on. Lieutenant Gorman. Yes, Sergeant. I've got a detective of the narcotics squad on here. He just wanted to let you know they bagged 3 pushers in this precinct. They're on their way in with them to be booked. Okay.
Anything else, Red?
All right. Nothing pressing, Captain.
Excuse me, who do I see here?
Oh, yes, ma'am. What is it?
Well, I've been very worried about my son. I don't know where he is.
How old is he?
He's 14.
He's gone from home?
Yes.
When did he leave?
About 10:30 this morning. He didn't come home for lunch. That's what worried me. And he didn't come home all afternoon. You see, I had Jenny fix this beautiful lunch. We were going to have it on the terrace. And I know he loves lobster salad. He wouldn't miss that for the world.
Do you have any idea where he went?
No, I don't. I don't know. He didn't tell me. He just walked out. If I had any idea where he went, I'd go and get him.
Well, why did he walk out?
Oh, you know how boys are. He wanted to do something, and we had an argument. Well, Eddie's a little bit high-strung. He's always been high-strung. He was a hypertonic baby, you know. He just ran out of the apartment. He's been gone since 11 o'clock.
Well, it's 4 o'clock now. He's only been gone 5 hours. He knows his way around New York.
Oh, yes. Of course, we've lived in the same apartment since he was born. He's 695 Park Avenue. He knows the neighborhood. He knows it very well.
Did he have any money in his pocket?
Oh, a couple of dollars. I imagine 3 or 4. Maybe he always carries some money.
Well, then he could have bought lunch, couldn't he?
Yes, he could have, but he likes lobster salad.
I wouldn't worry too much, ma'am. He's 14 years old and he knows his way around. If he doesn't show up by dinner time, you call us then. But I'm sure he'll be home by dinner.
Well, I'm not so sure. Not after what happened with the snake.
Excuse me.
Yes?
What snake?
Well, the snake he brought home from camp.
What happened with the snake?
Well, you see, it got away.
Was it a poisonous snake?
Of course, that's what I was so worried about.
Well, where did it get away?
I don't know. He didn't tell me. He just came into the bedroom when I was having breakfast this morning, and he said, Mother, you told me to get rid of that snake, to give it to the zoo or someplace, and I didn't. I hid him. It got away and escaped.
In your apartment?
Well, no, thank goodness. He took it out of the apartment. When I told him to get rid of it, I saw him go with it. I saw him leave. He had the box with him.
When was this?
Yesterday afternoon.
And do you know where he took it?
No, I haven't any idea.
Well, didn't you ask him?
Well, I was going to, but I was so upset at him lying to me over not getting rid of it as he promised to. I just blew up. I just hit the ceiling, and he ran out.
What's your name, please?
My name?
Yes.
Mrs. Eleanor Campton.
And you live at 695 Park Avenue?
Yes, that's right.
And your boy's name is Edward?
Edwin. We call him Eddie for short.
This was a poisonous snake he brought home from camp?
Yes. He made a little cage for it, and he brought it home from camp. He got home Friday.
And he told you it had escaped, Mrs. Campton?
Yes, that's right.
Look, Mrs. Campton, would you mind going over and waiting in my office a minute? I'll be right in. I'd like to talk to you about him.
You don't think he'll be home by dinner time?
Oh, he probably will, but I'd like to talk to you about him.
All right. Over there?
Yes, right over there. Just go in and have a seat.
I will. Thank you very much.
Ring upstairs to the detective's friend.
Yes, sir.
If that boy had a poisonous snake, we'd better start looking for him. Have somebody come down to my office.
Yes, sir. Get me the detectives on there, Sergeant. Yes, sir, Lieutenant, right away. This is Lieutenant Gorman, the desk officer. Captain Kennelly asked me to...
Oh, sit down, Miss Camden.
Oh, do you think something happened to Eddie?
No, I don't think so. I'm sure he's all right. I'm Captain Kennelly.
Oh, how do you do?
Now, about this snake your boy brought home.
Oh, I'm just deathly afraid of snakes. I'm deathly afraid of them.
You're positive it was a poisonous snake?
Oh, yes, of course.
Excuse me.
Yes.
21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
This is Sergeant Tierney on TS, Captain.
Yes, Sergeant.
Lieutenant Gorman spoke to the detectives, and there'll be someone down to your office right away.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Where did Eddie go to camp?
In Maine.
And he came home Friday?
Yes, Friday. His father and I met him at Grand Central.
Does Mr. Campton know you came over here?
Oh, no. His father's out of town on business. He's in Chicago. Well, I didn't know who to call or what to do, so I came over here. Well, you'd think when you pay $1,000 to have a boy spend the summer at camp, they wouldn't send him home with a snake.
Yeah.
I mean, if he wants to make a pair of moccasins or a belt or something like that to bring home, that's perfectly all right. But to let a boy come home with a snake, a 14-year-old boy, and a poisonous snake.
Well, I'm sure they didn't know it. What kind of a snake is it?
Well, I don't know.
Well, you're sure it's a poisonous one?
Well, snakes are poisonous, aren't they?
No, they're not.
They're not.
Did he ever mention what kind of snake it is?
Yes, no, I think he did.
Did he tell you it was a rattlesnake?
No, it's not a rattlesnake. I'm sure it's not a rattlesnake, no.
Did he say it was a copperhead?
A copperhead?
Is that what he said it was?
No, I don't think so.
A water moccasin?
A water moccasin, no.
He didn't say it was a water moccasin.
Well, I'm not sure what he said it was.
Well, those are the only 3 kinds of poisonous snakes that you'll find in Maine.
Oh.
Now, I don't think that the camp authorities would let him come home with a venomous snake. You're sure it wasn't one of the harmless species?
Well, I told you, Captain, to me, no snakes are harmless.
And do you know where he took it when he left the apartment?
No, I haven't any idea. I really don't.
But he told you it got loose.
Yes, that's what the big fight was about.
And did you call his friends before you came over here?
Well, he only has 2 friends that he'd possibly go to. You see, he doesn't know many boys around New York. He goes away to school, and these 2 boys happen to be in his class at school. I called both of them. He wasn't with either one of them.
Well, had he been?
Well, he'd been over at Roger's yesterday, but he wasn't there today.
Did you speak to Roger or to his mother?
I spoke to both Roger and his mother. He hadn't been there today at all. Roger was home all day. He was in the apartment. Well, that's what his mother told me.
I see. And what about the other boy? Did you speak to him or his mother?
Yes, I spoke to him and his mother.
Now, does Eddie have any place that he might go? Any other friends where he might have taken the snake, where it might have gotten loose?
Captain, if I knew, I would have been there. I really would have.
You don't know whether the snake was a water moccasin, a copperhead, or a rattlesnake?
I was not that curious. I just wanted him to get rid of it.
And do you think his friend Roger would know what kind of snake it is?
He might. He probably would.
Well, before we go any farther, I suggest you call Roger and ask him if he knows what kind of snake it is. Do you know his telephone number? We could look it up.
Oh, there's no need to look it up, Captain. Roger's mother and I are very good friends. I know the number. It's Regent 78098.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Tierney.
Sergeant, would you get Regent 78098?
Yes, sir.
Here you are, Mrs. Campton.
Sure.
Come in. Oh, hello, man. Everyone was tied up, so I came down myself. Good, man. What have we got? Mrs. Campton, this is Lieutenant King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad, Miss Eleanor Campton.
How do you do?
Captain? Did Red tell you what this was all about?
Yes, sir, Captain.
Hello, Mary. It's Eleanor.
She's calling one of his friends to find out if the snake was poisonous.
No.
No, he didn't come home yet. No, not yet. Well, I haven't any idea, Mary. I wish I knew. Darling, you're sure Roger doesn't know more than he's telling? Uh-huh. Yes, I see. Well, I'm at the police station.
Would you
Oh,
ask for the boy,
No.
Mrs. Campton?
Yes, May. Yes, may I talk to Roger, please? I just have to ask him something. Well, the policeman wants me to ask him something. Well, it's nothing, really. It's just a little information. All right, thank you, May. She has to know everything that's going on. She just has to.
Would this boy know whether the snake is poisonous or not?
Well, he should. He's almost as bright as Eddie. And he's a very good friend of Eddie's, too. He's really... Oh, hello, Roger. No, not yet. Not yet, Roger. I'll let you know as soon as he does. I'll tell him to call you. Listen, Roger, darling, did Eddie ever tell you what kind of snake that was? Yes? Yes. Oh, he did? Well, what kind of snake did he tell you it was? I see. All right, Roger, darling. Yes. Thank you very much. Will you tell your mother I'll call her this evening? No, I don't have time to talk to her now. I'll call her as soon as I get home. Yes, dear. Yes, Roger, I will. Goodbye. Well...
What kind of snake was it, Mrs. Campton?
Well, Roger says that Eddie told him it was a copperhead.
Oh?
Now, that's one of the bad kind, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Especially when it's running around loose.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city.
Here's George Frame with a word of advice.
Get on the right track, baby. Get on the right track, baby.
And what track's the right track? The one that leads to the bank, or wherever you're keeping those Series E United States savings bonds you've been getting through the payroll savings plan. Sure is a good feeling to know those bonds are coming in regularly, isn't it? Like old Ben Franklin said, a penny saved is a penny earned. And by putting your pennies and dollars into United States savings bonds, you earn yourself a mighty nice interest rate. So remember what George Frame says.
Get on the right track. Get on the right track. Get on the right track.
Now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Kennelly.
There was very little doubt in the minds of either myself or Lieutenant Matt King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad, that the 14-year-old boy, Eddie Campton, would return to his home before long. My concern at this time was not so much the boy, but the fact that it was he alone who knew where a venomous snake was loose. As anyone under the age of 18 who was reported missing from home for any reason can technically be considered a missing persons case, the investigation was undertaken on that basis. Lieutenant King assigned 2 detectives to start work immediately to locate the boy. Lieutenant Gorman, the desk officer, notified the Missing Persons Bureau. The Communications Bureau was also notified, and a description of the boy was put out on the teletype circuit which reaches every precinct house in the city. In the meantime, as each patrolman on post and those on radio motor patrol in the 25th First made his hourly ring into the station house from call boxes scattered throughout the precinct, he was given a description of the boy by Sergeant Tierney on telephone switchboard duty. The adjacent 19th and 23rd precincts and the 22nd precinct, which covers Central Park, were notified and requested to give similar alarms to patrolmen on post. By 6 p.m., when I went out on patrol, there was no sign of the boy. I toured the entire precinct in sector car number 2 with Patrolman Paul Vaccaro as operator, and at 20 minutes after 7, we were driving north on Madison Avenue in the 70s. 675, 34, 37. Take a turn up to 86, Vaccaro. Yes, sir. Then we'll come back on Lexington. Yes, sir. But stop at the next call box. I want to ring in. Yes, sir, Captain.
That kid stays out on the street after dark. We ought to be able to spot him then, Captain.
Maybe he's not out on the street. Yes, sir.
You want to ring in from there, Captain?
Yeah, that's all right. Carol, hang a summons on that Plymouth for parking illegally in the bus stop zone. Captain Kennelly, box 17. Any sign of the boy, Sergeant?
No, sir, not yet.
All right, let me speak to Lieutenant Gorman.
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Captain Kennelly, please. Hold on, Captain. First Precinct, Lieutenant Gorman.
Captain Kennelly, what's going on, Red?
Nothing much, Captain. It's quiet, too.
Did you talk to the detectives? Any sign of that boy?
Yes, sir, I spoke to him. I spoke to Lieutenant King. I've got no line on him at all. Nothing.
All right. I'll be in the house in about 10 or 15 minutes.
Just a second, Captain. Yes, Sergeant? Yeah? Yeah? Where? We've got him, Captain.
The boy?
Yes, sir.
Where?
Jacoby's right here. You saw the kid sitting on a bench outside the front wall, stepping next to him.
Is he sure of the kid's identity?
Just a second, Captain. Sergeant, is he sure that's the boy? Yes, sir, Captain. Sure. I'll send a car to bring him in.
Oh, that's all right, Brett. I'll go. We're right close to that.
Okay, Captain.
Oh, notify his mother. We've got him. Did you hang a summons on that Plymouth, Vaccaro?
There's one on it already, Captain.
Oh, good. 76 from 5th, Vaccaro. We located the boy.
Oh? That's good to hear.
He was sitting on a bench outside the park wall.
The kid say where the snake was?
Jacoby was just ringing in when I did. We're going over to get him now.
Yes, sir. I don't know what that kid would want with a snake on Park Avenue. Have you got any brothers and sisters, Captain?
No.
Dog would be better than a snake.
Well, we got it around.
But everybody to their own place, I guess. I had a friend who raised hamsters. He could just sit and watch them for hours. I could never see him personally. What good are they? Running around a cave.
There they are. Hello, Jacoby. Captain, good work. Thank you. You're Eddie Camden. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
You had your mother plenty worried.
Did I? Oh, I don't think so. She doesn't worry much. Not about anything.
He was sitting over there, right across the street on the bench outside the park wall reading a comic book.
Oh, it's not one of those gory ones. It's one of the approved ones.
I recognized him from the description of his clothing. Okay, Jacoby, you stay on the job here. We'll take him back. Yes, sir. In the car, son.
Okay. Goodbye, and thanks a lot.
You're welcome, son. Go ahead, Eddie.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Hi. Come on, move all the way over here.
Yes, sir. Boy, this is the first time I ever rode in a police car.
Okay, Vaccaro. Let's go to the station house.
That's it.
Where's the siren? Where's the button that's supposed to make the siren blow?
Right there, right on the floor.
This?
No, don't touch it.
Oh, I won't.
Eddie, where did the snake get loose?
Hey, can you blow the siren anytime you want to?
Where did the snake get loose, Eddie?
I'm sorry. I can't tell you.
You can't or you won't?
I won't. I just won't. I don't mean to be impolite. I was taught to be very polite. I won't tell you. I won't because you'll go there and kill him.
Don't you think we ought to get a copperhead that's running around loose?
There's a lot worse things running around loose. A lot worse things.
When we reached the station house, Eddie had still not told us where the copperhead had gotten loose. Lieutenant King was waiting in the muster room. We took Eddie into my office and sat him down on a chair. For some minutes, we tried to convince him of the urgency involved.
Now, look, boy, if someone gets bitten by that snake, you know whose fault it'll be, don't you?
I was willing to keep it in my apartment, in my room. I wanted to keep him in the cage. My mother wouldn't let me. Oh, he's got plenty of room up there. But do you know how many bedrooms we have in that apartment? We have 5 bedrooms. And there's just my mother and my father and myself and the maid. That's all. And the maid doesn't even sleep there. There's plenty of room. She wouldn't let me keep him.
Well, it's not a question of that anymore, Eddie. You don't want to be responsible for someone getting bitten, maybe someone dying.
They have a very efficient serum today for snake bites. And besides, the copperhead is the least poisonous of all poisonous snakes.
Eddie, let's come off it now, huh? Where is it? Where did it get loose?
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. But you go there and you'll shoot him. And I don't want you to shoot him.
What else do you expect us to do with him? Let that thing roam around till it bites somebody?
The snake never bothers anybody unless they bother him.
Eddie, darling, where'd you go?
Hello, Mother.
Oh, Eddie, you don't know how worried I've been. I've been frantic all day. Don't do that to me, Eddie. Don't ever do that to me again.
I'm sorry.
Well, you should be, darling. You don't know what you put me through today. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, a grown boy like you, after all that we do for you.
And I said I was sorry.
Well, all I can say is that you missed a very good lunch, dear, with lobster salad. You know that. You missed a good dinner, too.
Well, I ate.
Hamburgers, I'll bet.
Oh, that's right, Mother. Hamburgers.
Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do with you, Eddie. I just don't know. When your father hears this story. Oh, I want to thank you, gentlemen. I know how much effort you put into this. I really appreciate it.
Well, we're not through yet, Mrs. Campton.
You're not?
He hasn't told us where that snake got loose.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Eddie, tell them, dear.
I can't. They'll kill it.
Of course they'll kill it. That's what they should do. Eddie, you should never bring those things home. I refuse to let you have another animal in this house. I don't want another pet. I don't want another snake. I don't want a dog. I don't want a turtle. I don't want anything in the house. Nothing. Now, do you understand that?
Yes, I understand it, Mother.
Mrs. Campton, would you mind waiting outside for just a few minutes?
Well,
We want to talk to Eddie. We want him to tell us where that snake is.
Eddie, tell them, dear.
Would you wait outside, please? Just outside the door. It'll be all right.
Well, he's my boy. I'm entitled to be in here.
We'd appreciate it, Mrs. Campton.
Well, I don't know why I can't be in here.
Matt, would you shut the door?
Yes, sir. It's right there is all right, Mrs. Campbell.
All right, Eddie. Like your mother says, you're a big boy now. Where did that snake get loose? Eddie, now we're going to stop playing games. You brought a snake into the city of New York in violation of the law. A venomous snake. It's loose someplace, and it's a danger to the lives of I don't know how many people. I want you to sit down and think about it. I want you to sit there and think about that for a minute. You know what you've done.
You kill him. I don't want you to kill him.
What do you expect us to do? Let some people get killed? Now, where is he?
Look, would you let me capture him and give him to the zoo? Well, I can handle snakes. I know exactly what I'm doing and how to do it. When I caught him, all I need is a fork stick. If you'll get me a fork stick, that'll be fine. I'll catch him just like I caught him up in Maine.
Where does he get loose?
Can I do it? Can I capture him myself and take him over to the zoo?
Just tell us where he got loose.
I'll be glad to tell you if you'll promise me you won't kill him. That's what you're going to do. Kill him, isn't it?
Where is he?
Promise me you won't kill him.
Now, look, boy, I could promise you we won't, but I want you to tell us without my making you a promise, because I can't promise you anything. That copperhead is a menace to human life. Now, I want you to tell me where he is.
All right.
Where is he?
In the basement of my apartment house. He got loose in the basement there.
That was this morning?
Yes, about 10:15. Something like that, anyhow.
My mother told me to take him out of the house yesterday afternoon. And I did. I took him down to the basement. I went downstairs this morning to see him. I opened up the box and he got loose. Well, he just got out. And I couldn't find him. I looked all over. So I went up to tell her. She got very excited, so I left.
Well, you have to understand, Eddie. I don't think she likes snakes.
Oh, I understand. I don't think she likes much of anything.
Matt, let's call the ASPCA. Maybe they've got a forked stick. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Tierney. What do you mean he's missing? Missing from where? Yeah? Yeah. Well, how long ago did he leave? Uh-huh. And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct. A factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloane in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Catherine Bard, Santos Ortega, Bill Quinn, Lawson Zerby, and Charles Taylor. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hannah speaking.
First Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Oh, wait a minute. What's the address? Yeah. All right. Now, what's the trouble there? There's gas leaking? From what apartment? Well, how do you know it's leaking? Yeah. Yeah. I see.
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right. The officers will be right over there. Right away, yeah. You wait outside for them and show them where you think it is. Okay.
First Precinct. Just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my night tour, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. It had been a busy night in the precinct. Before midnight, there was a 3-alarm fire in a tenement house on 76th Street, a mugging in the 77th Street station of the Lexington Avenue subway, a pedestrian struck by an automobile on Park Avenue, and an armed robbery of a bar and grill on 3rd Avenue. With the exception of the mugging, in which case the victim took a cab to the station house, I had rolled on each of these calls. Following the last, the armed robbery, I got into sector car number 2, in which I was on patrol as recorder. I instructed the operator, Patrolman Daniel Mercado, to return to the station house, and he proceeded in that direction under the L structure along 3rd Avenue.
I don't know, Captain. What did he say they were, 17 or 18 years old?
Yep.
17-year-olds picking up bars.
Yep.
You hear about somebody over 20 getting in trouble lately, it's an exception. What's the matter with these kids, anyway?
I wish I knew, Mercado.
Guns and knives and gang fights and muggings. How will they have to get before they learn?
Well, I've got to have somebody to teach them before they can learn. Yes, sir. I guess that's the answer.
Central to 681. Hey.
That's one for the 21st.
681 and 78 East Madison Avenue. Gay. At 792 East 83rd. A gas leak in the building. Emergency squad and ambulance.
Make the run, Mikado. We're almost on top of it. Yes, sir.
10 fall.
Go ahead. You're in the clear. Yes, sir. All right, go on. Make the turn. You're okay. There it is. All right, come on. Yes, sir.
Officer, this house.
Did you call the police?
Yeah, I'm the super, John Parazzoni.
This is the house, Captain? Yeah. What is it? What floor?
I don't know. One of the tenants called me upstairs. He smelled gas in the hall. I was up in the hall, and it's lousy with gas. I couldn't tell where it comes from. You see? Lousy with gas. All over the place.
Mikado.
Yes, sir.
Stay down here. Help the people out. Don't let anyone in.
Yes, sir.
And keep them away from those mailbox bells. Come on, John.
Sure.
Let's find it. All right, folks, take it easy. You'll get out.
We'll get out to bed.
Come on, folks. Don't rush.
Where do you think it was coming from, John?
Well, it smelled to me like the second floor, but I don't know. It smells the same all over now.
How many tenants in the building?
There are 4 floors, 2 families to a floor. That's the Moors. I got them out. I thought at first it was from them. I knocked on the door, but it wasn't.
What about the family in front?
There wasn't no answer there. Captain Kennelly!
Who's that, Sergeant Waters?
Yes, sir.
Well, send somebody to get the people off the first floor. See they open their windows.
Yes, sir.
And then come up here. It's up here someplace.
Yes, sir. Coley, there's no doors down here. Find the people out. Open their windows. There wasn't no answer. Second floor front. See?
Well, I don't think it's from here anyway. I think it's from upstairs.
Wherever it's from, it just smells lousy. I was going to say ring all the doorbells and get the people out.
No, that's no good. A doorbell might cause a spark. Could be an explosion.
Oh, yeah. Never thought of that.
Oh, those people left the door open. Well, it's not there.
No.
What about in front there?
That's the Rosses. It could really cause an explosion, huh? The doorbell, I mean.
Well, they have caused explosions. Doorbells and telephones.
Captain, are you there?
Yeah, here, Sergeant.
They're all on the first floor.
Windows all open. Where is it? Either here or on the 4th floor. Police officers. Anybody in there? Mikado, I thought I posted you down at the mailboxes.
I left Farrell at the mailboxes and told Mikado to come up with me.
Oh, okay. Sergeant, take Mikado and go upstairs.
Yes, sir. Come on, Mikado. Okay,
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Be careful about causing sparks.
Yes, sir. Don't worry.
Police officers, open up.
Could be in there. Is that what you think?
Well, it could be.
Yeah, I'd say so, too. It just smells pretty lousy here.
You got a pass key, John?
No, I don't have pass keys to these apartments. They all got special locks in this building. Captain, it's up there.
Okay, coming. Where?
In the front. What? That's the Heppels.
Did you see them go up?
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't. Didn't see the Heppels at all.
Police officers, open up. You sure that's it, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. Coming out from under the door, Captain. This is it for sure.
He's got no pass keys. Shall we kick it in? Yeah, I guess we'll have to.
And listen, you got to break down the door. I'm responsible for that. The landlord will be around here shooting all kinds of questions.
Never mind the landlord now. Okay, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Hit it right at the lock. One good one ought to do it.
Yes, sir.
Even more than one good one, Captain. All right, try it again.
Now, listen, be careful, will you?
Go ahead. Yes, sir. Once more. It's going. Try again.
Yes, sir.
That's got it. All right. Easy now. Easy. This is it, all right. Where's the kitchen?
That way.
Sergeant, get the windows. Yes, sir. Mikado, turn off the burners.
Yes, yes. This is Heppel. Yes, yes. Burners are all off, Sergeant. She's dead.
The burners are off, Captain. All 4 of them were on. And the oven.
That's Mrs. Heppel, all right.
Mikado, get the emergency squad up here.
Yes, sir. Right away, Captain.
do you think, Captain? How far gone is she?
She looks pretty far gone to me. You better get over and stick your head out that window, John. Get some air. Where's the phone in here?
I don't know. In the living room, I think.
Hey, you don't think it's going to explode, do you?
Find the phone, Captain?
Yeah, here it is. Hold the wire a second. Sergeant.
Yes, Captain.
See if we can get more of a draft through here.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Hello.
Region 44099?
Yes, this is Region 44099. Hold on. Sergeant, see what you can do for her.
Yes.
Hello.
Who is this?
This is a police officer.
Police officer? Well, where's my wife?
Are you Mr. Heppel?
Yeah, that's right. What's the matter?
Well, where are you?
Well, I'm in a sales meeting at the Astor Hotel. Where's my wife?
I think you better come home right away, Mr. Heppel. There's been an accident here.
An accident? What kind of an accident? Listen, is she hurt? Is she all right?
Well, we don't know. We just got here. We found her on the floor. The gas burners were on.
The gas burners? I'll be right there.
Boy, that was lucky. Lucky there was no explosion. Yeah.
You never think it from her. Nice woman. Very nice woman. You'd never think she'd do away with herself. Or try to.
Any response from her, Sergeant?
No, sir.
Have they lived here long, John?
The Heppels, you mean?
Yeah. How long have they lived here?
Oh, they were here before I came to work. I've been here 3 years.
It's clearing out in here now.
Yeah. John, what does he do?
Mr. Heppel?
Yeah, Mr. Heppel.
He's a salesman. He sells something. I don't know what. He does all right, I guess.
I think maybe they might have a catch with her, Captain.
Good. That's with her. Boy, after all that gas.
I'll check on the emergency squad.
Yes, sir.
You come with me, John.
I'm right with you, Captain. Now, look at that door. Landlord ain't gonna like that.
McCullough!
Yes, sir.
Did you check on the emergency squad?
Yes, Captain. There's the right. I'll be up as soon as I get their equipment out of the car.
Okay.
Everything under control, Captain?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, I let the people back in their apartments. It's beginning to rain outside.
All right, let them in. But no smoking.
Yes, sir.
John, did Mrs. Heppel seem despondent to you lately?
What do you mean, despondent?
Well, depressed. In a mood that she might do something like this.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Is the emergency squad on the way up, Captain?
Yeah.
Of course, I couldn't tell when anybody is depressed or despondent. I wouldn't know that. Is she going to be all right, you think?
I don't know.
Why would anybody want to do something like this? That's what I can't figure out. What could be a reason?
I don't know, John. Let's hope we get a chance to ask her that.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city.
Within minutes, 2 patrolmen from the emergency service squad arrived upstairs with apparatus and were at work attempting to revive the gas victim, Mrs. Margaret Heppel. For this and other rescue work, 13 emergency service squads are strategically located throughout the city of New York. A specially designed truck equipped with hundreds of rescue devices is maintained by each of these squads. In addition, 2 radio emergency patrol cars equipped for light rescue duty are assigned to each squad and perform around-the-clock patrol duty within their territory to augment the regular precinct patrol force. Almost as soon as the emergency squad men got to work, an ambulance from Beth David Hospital arrived, and the ambulance attendant hurried upstairs to assist the officers. By that time, the odor of gas had cleared out of the kitchen, and along with Sergeant Waters, I watched as the specialist struggled fiercely to revive the woman. At the end of 15 minutes, there was still no response.
How much pressure have you got on this?
It's all right. It's fine.
What do you say she is, Captain? About 35?
Yeah, about that.
Think they're going to be able to do any good?
Well, I haven't done much good so far, Sergeant.
No, I haven't. Look around on this side, will you?
Okay.
Husband ought to be here by now.
Oh, I don't think he's had time to get uptown.
Guess not, Captain. Oh, here's the detective. Hello, Captain.
Matt?
Lieutenant King. Hi, Fitz. Hello, Sergeant. How are they doing, Captain?
No response yet, man.
Any folks there? Did he leave a note, Sergeant? No, sir. None that we found.
All 4 burners were wide open, Matt. The oven jet was on. The oven door was open. Wasn't any accident.
Keep her legs warm, will you? What's her name, Sergeant? Mrs. Margaret Heppel. Age? We don't know. Oh, looks about 35. Where's Mr. Heppel?
Well, the phone rang almost as we hit the door, man.
The phone?
Yeah. Lucky the roof didn't blow out.
Sure is. Who was it?
The husband.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Is that pressure still good?
He said he was at a sales meeting at the Hotel Astor. He's on his way here now.
Why did he call, did he say?
He wanted to talk to his wife.
Let's take a look around, Captain. Fitz, you and the sergeant stay here. Okay. Hold it now. We'll switch over tanks.
Okay. How's she doing? Any response yet?
No, sir, not yet. Okay, switch them over. Keep it going.
Keep it going now. She took those too, man. I guess she wanted to make a good job of it. No telling how many she used out of the bottle.
What are they, sleeping tablets?
Well, that's what they look like. We haven't touched them.
Fitz, come over here and get these sleeping tablets together.
This window was closed tight, Matt, but not locked.
What's in the other rooms, Captain? Find any notes there?
We didn't see any. You want to take a look?
Yes. All right, keep that pressure there. Who discovered it, Captain?
That's it. One of the tenants smelled gas in the hall, called to the super. Super rang in with it. Mercado and I were heading back to the house from that armed robbery. We were just around the corner when the call came over. We got here first.
Pretty nice furniture. They must not be too badly off.
No, I guess not.
How'd you get inside?
We kicked in the door.
Wasn't the chain on the door?
No, but it was locked.
You did kick it, Captain.
210 pounds kicked it in. Sergeant Waters.
Captain, the husband's on his way up. I seen him get out of a cab.
Okay,
So I
John.
hurried up to tell you. How is she?
No response yet.
Oh, that's too bad.
This is Lieutenant King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad. John Parazzoni, the superintendent of the building.
All right, pleased to meet you, Lieutenant. Where is she?
All right, Mr. Heppel, just take it easy, will you?
Where is she?
The officers are working on her with respirator equipment. There's nothing you can do. I just suggest that you stay out here with us.
If there's something I can do, there must be.
I know how you feel, and I know that you want to help her all that you can.
Well, of course I want to help her.
Then I suggest that you stay out here and let the officers do their work.
How is she? Do you think she has a chance?
Well, they wouldn't be working on her if she didn't.
Mr. Happel, why don't you come downstairs to my apartment? They'll let you know what's going on. Won't you, Captain?
No, I don't want to go down there. I want to stay here.
You can stay here, Mr. Heppel. Right here.
But is she going to be all right? That's what I want to know. Is she going to be all right?
Well, we're doing our best. That's all I can tell you.
You should see what they got in there. You should see the equipment.
Just tell me honestly. Do you think she has a chance? She's got a chance, Mr. Heppel. A good chance.
Oh, Mr. Heppel, this is Lieutenant King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad.
Detective Squad? Yes, that's right. Well, what are the detectives doing here? What do we need detectives for? We roll on every unusual occurrence. In a case like this, we investigate to see that there are no suspicious circumstances. You didn't find any suspicious circumstances around here, did you? No, we didn't.
Well, that depends on what you'd call suspicious.
John, why don't you go down and tell all the tenants that they can go back into their apartments now?
Oh, I told them all already.
Well, go downstairs anyway.
Well, listen.
Go down to your own apartment.
All right. I'll get out of my own apartment.
What does he mean? It depends on what you call suspicious. He didn't mean anything, Mr. Heppel. He must have meant something. He said it. He said it. We didn't. Listen, can I just go in there and have a look at her? I'd like to look at her and see what I can do to help.
There's nothing you can do, Mr. Heppel.
You're positive about that? Because if there is, I want to do it.
I'm positive.
Mr. Heppel, what time did you leave the apartment tonight?
Well, I guess it was about 7:15, 7:30.
Did you have dinner here?
Yeah, sure, I had dinner here.
Did your wife give any indication that she was in a depressed mood?
No, she didn't. She didn't at all.
Was she feeling all right when you left?
Of course she was. She wasn't feeling all right. I wouldn't have gone.
You told the captain that you were at the hotel after the sales meeting, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Meeting was called for 8 o'clock, so it must have been 7:15, 7:30 when I left the house.
What do you sell?
Well, I work for the supermarket. You know, I'm sort of a promotion man for a bakery. I go around the supermarket, see that the bread and the cakes, the cookies are all displayed nice. The root man servicing the supermarket's okay. That's my job, to tend to that.
Did you work today?
Yeah, sure, I work today. I work every day. Listen, couldn't you give me any indication of how she's going to be? I'm worried. I'm awfully worried.
We understand that.
I'd like to be able to go in to see her. I wish you'd let me.
Mr. Heppel, there's nothing you can possibly do that's not being done already. You'll get plenty of chance to see her.
But she may die. She may be dead now.
Well, if you insist on going in, Mr. Heppel, I'll take you. But I think you're better off waiting out here with us.
Well, all right, if that's what you think.
What time did you get home from work, Mr. Heppel?
Oh, it must have been about 5:45. I think it was just about 5:45 because I went in and got washed up and turned on the radio. The 6 o'clock news. I listened to the 6 o'clock news.
Was your wife home when you got here?
Yeah, sure, she was home.
What did she say to you when you got home?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know exactly what she said.
Did you notice whether she was troubled about anything?
No. But I told you if she was troubled about anything, I wouldn't have gone to the sales meeting.
What time did you have dinner?
Well, it was about 6:30, I guess. The news was over. I sat, read the paper for a few minutes, and she called me to come in.
What did you have for dinner?
Meatloaf.
Just meatloaf?
No, that was the main dish. She had a vegetable, some coffee, something else, some dessert, some cake I brought home.
What'd you do after dinner?
I helped her with the dishes.
Do you help her with the dishes every night?
Well, most every night.
Did you have any kind of an argument with her before you left?
What do you mean, argument?
Were you quarreling?
No, we weren't quarreling. Why do you ask that? We weren't quarreling. We had no argument. I just helped her with the dishes, put a fresh tie on, and I left. Go to the sales meeting, like I told you. I don't know what makes you think we were arguing.
I was just trying to find out why she would do this, Mr. Heppel. You don't seem to have any answer.
Oh, I don't. That's the truth. I don't.
Has she ever tried anything like this before?
Margaret?
Yeah.
No, she hasn't. Not that I know of. I'm sure she hasn't. You know, they're taking an awful long time in there. I wish you'd do something. I wish they'd get something done. They're not going to give up hope, are they?
No, they won't give up hope. Not while there's a chance.
Has she been in good health, Mr. Heppel?
For my wife?
Yes.
Well, she's been all right, I guess.
Just all right?
Well, like anybody else, she's had her bad days. Feeling bad, you know.
Has she been under the care of the doctor?
Well, as a matter of fact, she has.
Is she really ill?
She never told me what was the matter. She went to this doctor 3 or 4 times. Whenever I asked her about it, she wouldn't say anything. I didn't think it was much.
She wasn't in a despondent mood when you left the house?
No, she was all right. She was fine.
Are you sure about that?
I'm positive.
You don't have any idea why she'd do something like this?
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. She was worried about something.
What?
Well, she's been worried about her sister. Her only sister. Her sister's been in a sanitarium upstate. You know, she got a bad chest, TB.
You think she might have been despondent over her sister?
Well, I didn't say that. Look, you're asking me to search my mind to see if I can think of something else she'd be despondent over. That's the only thing I can think of, her sister. Now, please, let me go in. I want to see her. I've got to see her.
All right. Okay, Matt?
Sure, Captain. It's okay. Oh, Mr. Heppel.
Yeah?
Why did you telephone home?
What do you mean?
As soon as the police officers got in the apartment, the phone rang with you.
Oh.
Why'd you call her?
Oh, I don't remember now. Oh, I wanted to tell her I'd be home in about a half hour. I wanted to know if she'd like me to bring some ice cream, something like that. Sometimes she asks me to bring ice cream home. That's why I wanted to find out. But can we go in now?
Okay. Has she been taking sleeping tablets, Mr. Heppel?
We had some around here. If she couldn't sleep, she took one. It's nothing like a habit. Just occasionally, you know. If she couldn't sleep, sometimes I took them myself. She's in the kitchen. Thanks.
Oh, Sergeant, this is Mr. Heppel.
Is she going to be all right?
Now, working, Mr. Heppel.
All right, let's try it a little bit more.
I know they're working with her. She's going to be all right. I've got to know that. I've got to know she's going to be all right.
That's it. We're getting some response.
You're getting some response, Captain.
Good.
All right. Get back out of the way, man. Give me some room to work.
Thanks, Captain. Thanks a lot. You can make that mixture a little richer now.
Okay.
That's it. That's good.
What do you think?
She's coming around. Looks like she might be all right. Got some pulse. Good pulse.
Okay. Good work. Well, she's coming around, Mr. Heppel.
Is she?
They say they think she'll be all right.
Are they sure?
Well, they're pretty sure, Mr. Heppel.
Captain?
Excuse me.
Okay, put it on supplemental.
Yeah. What is it?
She's conscious, Captain. All right, cut it. I want to take the mask off. Yeah. Mrs. Heppel? Mrs. Heppel?
I'm dizzy. I'm very dizzy.
You'll be all right.
Very dizzy.
We'll have a shot of caffeine to counteract those sleeping pills as soon as she gets in the hospital, Captain.
I feel very well.
Mr. Heppel.
I feel terrible.
Yeah?
Come here.
Very bad.
How is she? Is she all right?
I'm dizzy.
Oh, Margaret, what happened? What did you do?
Ed? I'm sorry. Sorry, Ed.
Why did you do it?
I feel terrible.
Don't try to move, Mrs. Heppel.
Why did you do it?
I don't know. I was just tired. Very tired.
Oh, Margaret, honey.
All right, Mr. Heppel, you better let them get her to the hospital.
Very
All right, open up that stretcher.
Now, Captain, I'll see you at the station house.
Thanks, Captain. Thanks a lot.
That's all right.
Oh, she was lucky. Very lucky.
Yeah, she was. But that isn't very hard. Not when you don't want to be lucky.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Shooting where? Who's shooting? Well, are there police officers there? Yeah? Yeah? Where are you? Are you upstairs or down on the platform? Well, which way did he go? Oh, he did, huh?
And so it goes.
All right.
Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloane in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Bryna Rayburn, Harold Stone, Bill Lipton, John Shea, Joseph Julian, and Phil Sterling. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters." "No, CB, no word on it yet." "Well, we got men out searching the whole area." "Yeah, we located the cab driver. The detectives are talking to him now." "That's right."
You are, by transcription, in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, CB. I'll let you know as soon as anything happens. Yeah, right away. Okay.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my day tour, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. It was a bright, sunny Saturday, and for the first time of the year, people from all over the city flocked to the zoo, the mall, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and other attractions in Central Park. By 2 p.m., the traffic on Fifth Avenue was jammed. I went over to Fifth Avenue in sector car number 4 for a first-hand look at the condition. A half hour later, I instructed the operator, Patrolman Jacoby, to return to the station house. As we were driving there, in East 78th Street, I saw the sergeant's car double parked at the entrance to a large, modern apartment house. The operator was sitting at the wheel. I instructed Patrolman Jacoby to pull up behind it. All right, wait here.
Hello, Captain.
Oh, what's the trouble, Coley?
I don't know exactly, Captain. We rang in from there on Madison Avenue and 76th Street. Lieutenant Gorman told Sergeant Waters to come on over here and talk to a Dr. Wheel. That's his office there on the ground floor. You see the sign, Captain?
Yeah. What's it all about?
This kid got lost.
Oh, how old a kid?
I don't know exactly, Captain.
All right, I'll go in and see what it's all about.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
I'm Captain Kennelly. Is Sergeant Waters in there with Dr. Wheel?
Yes, he is.
I'd like to go in and see them.
Well, Dr. Wheel said that... All right. Captain Conley.
Kennelly.
Oh, yes. I'll ring him. You don't think anything's happened to her, do you? For nearly 2 hours now. In 2 hours. Doctor, there's another policeman here, Captain Kennelly. All right. Yes, Doctor. Yes, sir. Would you go right into the consultation room, Captain? It's right through that door.
Yeah, thank you.
Mrs. Douglas, would you like a glass of water?
Come in, Captain. Hello, Captain.
Sergeant?
This is Dr. Wheel, Captain Kennelly.
Doctor?
Glad to know you, Captain. His child's missing, Captain. 6-year-old girl. Doctor put her in a cab to go home. Miss Wallace, my nurse, did. I told you that.
And she never got home?
No, sir. We didn't know anything was wrong, but she didn't get there until my wife telephoned.
What time was she put into the cab?
About 1:15.
And where was the cab supposed to take her, Doctor?
290 East 68th Street. That's not a 5-minute ride from here. It's been nearly an hour and a half since she left.
What was your daughter's name, Doctor?
Sarah.
And exactly how old is she?
6. She'll be 7 in August.
In a cab or not, Doctor, that's a little young to let a child travel alone.
Well, I know it is, but I couldn't help it, Captain.
The nurse took the hack's registration number, Captain.
Well, that's something.
You see, my wife and I have been separated a couple of months.
Oh?
Yes, I've been taking Sarah on Saturday afternoons and Sundays. But today I had a patient in the hospital, an emergency. You see, Captain, I usually finish with my office hours at noon, and my wife drops Sarah by here. But today I didn't get back to the office until nearly noon, and there were a couple of patients waiting for me. And it so happened that one of her friends has a birthday party this afternoon, and I promised to have her home by 1:30 so she could get dressed and go. I couldn't take her myself, and, well, I didn't see any harm in putting her in a cab. It's done every day.
Well, Doctor, looks like you picked the wrong day.
Well, my nurse took the license number. You can find the cab, can't you?
Yes, we can find it. But the important thing is to find the child, not the cab. How did your nurse get the cab? Just flag it down on the street?
Well, I imagine so. You'll have to ask Miss Wallace. I was in here busy with a patient. What can we do to find her, Captain? I'm really worried now.
Your daughter is 6 years old. She knows her full name, her address, and telephone number, doesn't she?
Yes, of course she does. She's quite a bright child.
All right. We'll get the detectives over here right away, Doctor.
Good. I sure appreciate your going out of your way like this.
We're not going out of our way. When a child of that age is missing, it's standard procedure to get everybody on the job and keep them there.
Well, that's fine.
Now, Doctor, when you spoke to your wife, did she make any effort around the building there to see if the girl had arrived?
Yes, she went down and talked to the doorman. He hadn't seen her. Neither had the elevator operator.
And does your daughter have any playmates in the building? Maybe she went into another apartment.
Well, it's just one little girl she sees. My wife called there. They're away for the weekend, the whole family.
How did you get this information? Did your wife call you back?
Yes. That's why it took me a little while before I phoned the police. I was waiting for her to call back.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, sure.
Yes?
Did you notify the desk officer yet, Sergeant?
No, sir. I just got here a couple of minutes before you did.
Would you tell her I'll only be a few minutes more, Miss Wallace? Yes, thank you. Oh, if there's any word, you let me know immediately. All right. I have one patient still waiting, Captain. I'd send her home, but she has rather an acute throat condition. I think I ought to see her.
All right, you go ahead. We'll talk to your nurse in the meantime.
Oh, that'll be fine. This won't take me more than a few minutes. And then maybe I ought to go to my wife's apartment. I can look around the neighborhood.
We'll look around the neighborhood, Doctor, but you'll have to stay here and talk to the detectives.
Well, why here? She's not around here.
Well, that's the way we work in these cases. The search is started from the place the child was last seen.
Oh, I see. All right, Miss Wallace. Ask Mr. Douglas to come in, please. This won't take me long.
Mrs.
Well,
Douglas.
that's all right. We have to make a few phone calls anyway, Doctor.
You go right in, Mrs. Douglas.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Douglas, that you have to wait.
Do you think you'll be able to find her soon?
As soon as we can.
I took down the license number of the cab, you know.
Yeah, I know. The doctor gave it to me.
What kind of a cab was it? Do you remember, Miss Wallace?
Well, it was a blue and yellow one.
Was it one of the large ones or one of the new, smaller ones?
It was a large one.
You better ring in, Sergeant. Get the detectives over here.
Yes, sir. Can I use it?
Well, yes, of course.
Thank you.
I told the driver the address. And I also had it written down on a slip of paper for him. I gave him the slip of paper.
Hello, this is Sergeant Waters. Let me talk to Lieutenant Gorman.
He looked all right.
Okay.
He said he'd take good care of her.
Hello, Lieutenant. Sergeant Waters. I'm this girl missing over here. It's a child under the age of 7. The name is Sarah Weald. W-E-A-L-D.
Let's step over here, Miss Wallace.
All right.
Yeah, the father's a doctor.
Sit down.
Yes. You don't suspect the cab driver of anything. I mean, he looked all right to me.
Well, we'll find him and see. How long have the doctor and Mrs. Weald been separated?
I don't know, a couple of months. Nearly 3, I suppose.
Do you know the reason for their difficulties?
No.
Well, now, you must have some idea.
Well, I knew they hadn't been getting along very well.
What was it? Another woman or money or what?
To tell you the truth, I think they just got plain tired of each other. I hate to use the word, but bored. He spent all his time working. When he wasn't here, he was at the hospital. She's a bridge player. She doesn't care for medicine, and he doesn't care for bridge. I guess that's the answer.
How long have they been married, do you know?
About 10 years, I guess, just after he got out of the Army.
And how long have you been working for him, Miss Wallace?
Not quite a year.
I see.
The separation had nothing to do with me, if that's what you're thinking. I married myself and very happily. I just continue to use my maiden name professionally.
Where is the doctor living now?
He has a small apartment in this building, upstairs. I don't know why you're asking me all these questions for, Captain. It would seem to me that you'd do a lot better if you go out and look for Sarah.
Well, sometimes the answers to questions give us a good idea where to look.
Okay, Captain. Lieutenant Gorman has notified the detectives and CB.
All right.
They're putting out a teletype right away, and the detectives will be on the job here in a few minutes.
Good. Would you go outside, Sergeant, and see Jacoby?
Yes, sir.
Tell him to pick up his partner and resume patrol.
Okay, Captain. Right away.
I'm sorry, Captain. I'm just a little upset.
Yes, well, that's all right. I understand.
I know what you can do, where you can start.
We've started already, Miss Wallace. A teletype alarm has gone out to all the 81 precincts in the city. One of them might be holding Sarah and not know who she is. By now, probably a radio broadcast has gone out, too, to all cars on patrol.
Well, that ought to do something.
And all the men on foot patrol between here and the residence will be given her description when they ring in.
What about the cab driver?
Well, we'll find out who he is through the registration number. We'll get him up here.
I don't know why I took the number of the cab. I didn't have any premonition or anything like that. I just felt it would be a good idea because she's so young.
Yes, well, it turned out to be. What time did Sarah get here?
It was about noon. Mrs. Wheeler had been meeting her here every Saturday at noon. And Sarah and the doctor would spend the rest of the day together. Oh, there's Mrs. Wheeler.
All right, you let me do the talking.
Have you found her yet? No, not yet, Mrs. Wheeler.
I'm Captain Kennelly. We're just getting a start, Mrs. Wheeler.
Well, I didn't know what to do around the apartment. I had to come here and find out something.
Well, there's nothing to find out yet. Is there someone at home in case Sarah's brought home?
Yes, the maid's there. I don't understand it. I don't know where he could have taken her.
Well, first of all, we've got to presume the cab driver let her out where he was told to, at your apartment.
Well, I talked to the doorman and the elevator operator, and they didn't see her, neither of them.
Is there any place in the building she might have gone besides this one playmate's apartment?
No places that I know of.
Well, could she have gone into any of the stores in the block or around the corner?
Well, when I came down, I did ask in a couple of them. I went into the drugstore. I take her there for ice cream, and they hadn't seen her. And she's a very sensible little girl. She wouldn't wander off. She shows a lot of responsibility for 6 years old. She wouldn't do anything like that on her own. I'm sure it's the cab driver. You shouldn't have put her in a cab alone. That's the one thing you shouldn't have done.
We've done it before, Mrs.
Well, you shouldn't have done it this time.
Where's the doctor? He's in with a patient.
A patient? How can you take care of a patient now? Why isn't he out looking for Sarah? He should be out combing the streets.
No, Mrs. Wheel, that'll all be taken care of.
The patients come first. Everybody's troubles except his own.
This woman has a very bad cough, Mrs. Wheel. He's trying to help her.
My child is missing. Why doesn't he try to help me? Why doesn't he even try to help himself? That's what I don't understand.
Miss Wallace.
George.
Yes, doctor.
Would you go inside, please?
Have you done anything to find her?
Just a minute, Gloria.
Just a minute?
I want you to take the hemoglobin and the differential on Mrs. Douglas.
Yes, doctor, I will right away.
Now, listen, George.
Have you heard anything, Captain? No, not yet, Doctor.
This is a fine way to carry out your responsibilities. Whoever heard of sending a 6-year-old child home alone in a cab?
All right,
Well,
Gloria.
you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Absolutely ashamed of yourself.
Now, please.
Heaven only knows where your child is. And you do nothing but take care of some patient, a stranger.
All right, Gloria. The police are here. They're going to do everything they can. They'll find her.
She never should have been lost.
That may be so, Mrs. Wheels, but she is. Let's find her.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, the factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city. Precinct will take a brief vacation, and on its return will be heard on a different day and at a different time. Please listen for details at the conclusion of tonight's show. Now, back to 21st Precinct and Captain Frank Kennelly.
There are few occurrences which are handled with more urgency than the report of a missing child. The action to be taken is described in great detail in the Manual of Procedure and Rule 316. With or without suspicion of a crime being involved, the desk officer is obliged to refer the report to the precinct detective squad commander for immediate investigation. Then, as required in no other case, the desk officer must personally and forthwith notify the detective commander, borough headquarters, the immediate superior of the precinct squad commander. Assistance in the form of men, radio motor patrol cars, police launches, emergency service trucks and cars,
and the facilities of any other department of the city are required to be made available forthwith on request of the detective commander in charge. All superior officers of the patrol force concerned must cooperate with the detective commander and render any assistance requested. In the case at hand, Lieutenant Matt King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad, arrived at the doctor's office within 5 minutes after he was notified. Under his direction, a complete search of the area was organized with both uniformed officers and detectives participating. At 20 minutes to 4, he was in the waiting room talking to the mother as I listened. The doctor was out in a cruiser with detectives scouring the district.
Mrs. Wheeler, I want you to think a minute and see if there's any other place in the neighborhood Sarah might have gone.
No, there's no place else. No place I haven't thought of.
Did she ever roam around on the streets alone?
No, I told you I didn't permit that.
Well, was there any place else besides that one spot in the park that you took her to play?
No, just there and school, that's all.
And the only relative you have in town is this one brother.
Yes, that's right.
Does the doctor have any family?
Yes, he does. But as I told you, they all live over in Jersey. Well, she wouldn't know how to get there. She wouldn't even know their addresses.
How about some of her schoolmates? Does she ever visit them?
Yes, she does on occasion. Well, now, this was a school friend whose birthday party she was supposed to attend this afternoon, but actually she wouldn't know how to get there by herself. She's only 6. Did you check that place again? She just may have gone there. I don't know how she would have gotten there.
I had a detective stop by there. They promised to call us if Sarah did show up.
Well, Mrs. Miller would call. She's very dependable.
Lieutenant King.
Yes, Sergeant.
That was a desk officer.
Yeah.
They located the hacky in the 18th.
Oh, does he know where Sarah is?
No, apparently not, Mrs. Wheel.
Oh.
An RMP car on the 18th got the alarm over the air and saw the cab making a turn into Broadway. This cab was empty. They rang in and were instructed to bring him to this address.
And that's all they said? Nothing else?
Well, we'll talk to the driver himself in a few minutes, Mrs. Wheel.
Well, they certainly could have found out more from him.
We'll find out all he knows.
Well, I certainly hope you do. Oh, there's my husband. George, did you find her, George?
No, we didn't.
Well, did you look?
Gloria, these detectives drove me through every street within here and 10 blocks of the apartment. We didn't see any sign of her.
Well, did you look?
What do you mean, did I look? Of course I looked.
George, if this is some trick to get her away from me, if it is, I'm going to kill you. I swear I'm going to kill you.
No,
You're not going to do it, George. You're not going to do it to me.
Now, please. She's lost, Gloria. I want to find her. I want to find her as much as you
I'll
do.
believe that when you prove it to me.
Now, look, we're not going to get any place if you two are fighting with each other.
Now, he's right, Gloria. Now, please.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Sergeant. Yes, sir.
When I see it.
Go outside and wait for that hack driver. Bring him right in here when he comes.
Yeah, Lieutenant. Right away.
Everybody's standing around here. Nobody seems to be doing anything. Why doesn't somebody do something and look for us?
You want to know what's being done, Mrs. Wheel?
I'd just like to see some results.
Your husband was riding around that neighborhood with a couple of detectives. We brought in men from other precincts and from the Emergency Service Division. We have detectives from other squads and from the borough headquarters. We're going into every building over there. We're searching the halls and the basements and the roofs. We're looking every place. We'll know more as soon as we talk to that cab driver.
He's going to lie to you, don't you know that?
Now, Mrs. Wheel.
He's going to lie to you.
Gloria, why don't you come inside and lie down on the couch?
I want to be right here. I want to know what's going on.
Well, as soon as we know anything, you will.
Now, come on inside. I'll give you something to relax.
Oh, no, you won't.
Gloria, please.
Yes, I think it's a good idea, Mrs. Wheel. Why don't you go in and lie down? I promise I'll let you know as soon as we do hear something.
You really promise?
Yes, I do.
Well, I ought to try and relax a little bit.
Yes, you should.
But you're not going to give me anything.
All right, I won't try to give you anything.
Well, don't blame her too much, man. It isn't easy.
Nothing.
Captain,
Yes, Miss Wallace?
I understand they've located the cab driver.
Yes, we have.
That's good.
You're positive you can recognize him?
Well, I'm not positive, but I think I can. Hasn't it been an awfully long time? I mean, somebody would have found her by now. A policeman or just an ordinary person. They'd have seen her and known something was the matter, that she was lost.
All right. All right, then.
Oh, that's him. That's the cab driver.
Okay. Step right over here. Yeah, sure. This is the cab driver, Albert Sprigio. Captain Kennelly. Hi. How do you do? Lieutenant King. Lieutenant. No. And this is Miss Wallace. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you were the lady that gave me the address where to go with the kid.
Yes.
Where did you take the child from here?
Oh, where she said to take it. 290 East 68th Street, right?
That's right.
Well, that's where I took it. Yeah. I got my call card. I brought it in. See?
See on there? From here to 290 East 68. It's written down. 1:50 p.m., 65 cents on the clock.
Let's go over there and sit down, Mr. Spriggan.
Al. Everybody calls me Al. Why, I'm telling you, when that squad car came around after me and cut me into the curb...
Sit down.
Yeah. I didn't know what was the matter. I knew I didn't run no lights or anything like that. Right on Broadway there. And you know something? Those guys play it cagey. They won't tell me what it's all about for a minute. I got to squeeze it out of them.
You say you took the little girl right to the address?
Right to the address. Right to the door. Somebody gives me a responsibility with a 6-year-old, I take it serious.
How did you know she was sick?
Oh, she told me. Sarah, she said her name was, too. We got into a regular conversation.
When you left here, how did you go?
What do you mean, how did I go? My route?
Yeah.
Well, listen, do you mind if I smoke a cigar?
No, go ahead.
How about you?
No, thanks.
Captain?
No.
Okay.
Here you go.
Oh, much obliged.
Which way did you go?
Well, I went straight over here to Park. And I went down to Park to 68 and over to 68 to the building there.
Was there a doorman on the job when you got there?
Nobody.
You didn't see a doorman?
Nobody.
What did you do?
Oh, I threw up the flag and I got out of the car and let the little girl out.
Where'd you go?
Straight inside the building. Lady here said watch her, so I watched her until she opened the door and went inside the building.
You remember what that building looks like?
Yeah, sure. It's a new kind of. It's that red brick and there's a blue canopy out front.
Then what did you do?
I got back in the car and right away I got another job. Then another. I've been busy all afternoon, midtown mostly. A lot of shoppers on Fifth Avenue.
You married, Al?
Oh, yeah.
You got any children?
3. 2 boys and a girl. My girl's about the same age as this kid. I was telling her I got a girl, too. Josie's my kid.
You ever been arrested?
Me? No, not even a traffic summons. I've been pushing a hack since I got home from the wars. 10 years nearly, and I haven't gotten tagged once. But a record, huh? Why, when my heart was down to here when those cops curved me, I could see my mark falling. Listen, no kidding. How serious is have you got any ideas what happened to the kid?
No, we thought you could help us.
You know me. If I could, I would.
Al, you were talking to her about your daughter?
That's right.
Uh-huh. What was the conversation?
Well, I asked this kid what grade she was in. She said first. And I said I got a girl in first grade, too. We got to talking about what my kid liked and what she liked. And out of a clear blue sky, she asked me, was I separated? Separated from what, I said. From the Army, yeah, but from my wife, no.
That all she said?
No kid talk, you know. She wants to know if her mother and father are separated, why can't she be separated, too? I said it ain't in the cards. Kids don't get separated from their mother and father. I said, listen, you don't think she was serious, that she wanted to get separated? They're crying out loud, those kids today.
What else did she say?
Nothing. Come to think of it, nothing. I got a red light and I pulled up. I turned around to look at her and she was sitting way back there on the seat. Thinking like, you know. She didn't say another word, that kid, till I pulled up in front of the building there. How do you like that?
Captain, let's go in and talk to the parents.
Yeah.
You want me?
No, you sit right here a minute, Al.
Listen, you don't think I'll be around here long, do you? I got to make $1, 5 months to feed.
We'll get you out as quick as we can, Al.
I'd appreciate that.
He's all right, Captain.
Yeah. Sergeant Waters.
Yes, sir?
Stay on the job here. I'll be right out.
Yes.
Yes? Mrs. Wheel isn't asleep, is she, Doctor? I'd like to talk to the two of you.
No, she's not asleep. Would you come in? Yes, sure.
Did you hear anything? Is there any news?
There's no news, Mrs. Wheel, but the cab driver's here.
Where?
Gloria, you'd better
No,
rest.
I don't want to rest. Where is he? I want to talk to him.
We've talked to him already, Mrs. Wheel.
Well, what did he say?
He said he picked up Sarah in the cab there. He deposited her at the door over at the apartment house. He walked in the front door.
He's sure it was our building.
Yes, he's sure, and so am I.
Is he telling the truth, Lieutenant?
I take a bet on it.
The doorman didn't see her.
No, he told me himself that he didn't.
The cab driver said the doorman wasn't on the job when he got there.
Well, that's right. Oh, yes, he did say that he went down to the basement for a few minutes to get something for a tenant, but he was only gone a few minutes.
Well, it must have been the right few minutes.
And that's all you know? Nothing else?
Gloria.
Don't Gloria me.
We don't know where she went, but we might know why she went.
Why?
She wanted to get separated, too.
Sarah?
That's what she told the cab driver.
Well, now, where would a 6-year-old get such ideas? That's ridiculous.
Yes, it does sound kind of ridiculous, but I guess we all know where she got the idea.
Oh.
Yes, I guess we do.
Honest.
Come in.
Oh.
Captain,
Yes, what is it, Sergeant?
the desk officer called. They got her down at the 17th Precinct Station House.
Oh, thank God.
Is she all right? Yeah, she's fine. They found her roaming around on 57th Street. A patrolman on post.
57th Street?
That's 13 blocks. What was she doing way down there? How did she get there? I guess she walked.
Yeah, can we go? Can we go there right now?
Yes, we can go.
Oh, come on. George, will you come and see that she's all right?
Yes, I'll come.
She wanted to get separated, too. Why, silly.
Yes, it is, isn't it? But how are you going to convince her of that?
Oh, can they ride down on the squad car? Mathers is still here?
Yeah, I think so.
George,
Yes.
well, is it silly to ask you to come home to dinner tonight?
No.
Just for Sarah's sake.
All right.
Sergeant, would you tell Vitale to drive Dr. and Mrs. Wheel down to the 17th?
Yes, sir. Are you ready, folks?
Yes, we're ready. Oh, goodbye. And thanks.
Thanks a lot, Captain.
It's going all right.
Well, where is it? 17th or whatever it is?
51st.
Oh, big afternoon for us, Captain.
Yeah, but it may turn out to be bigger for them.
First Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Now, where is this? Yeah? Yeah? Well, who is it? His wife? Hitting with what? Oh. All right. I'll send the officers right over there. So who are you? Oh, a tenant there. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I see. On what floor?
And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct transcribed. A factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. This is the last broadcast in the current series of 21st Precinct. The cast and production staff are going to take a brief vacation. Please watch your local newspapers and listen to your CBS radio station for word of our return to the air. Everett Sloane in the role of Captain Kennelly. Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were Lola Pizer, Jan Miner, Les Damon, and Frank Campanella. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. George Bryan speaking.
First Precinct, Sergeant Waters. The shooting where? Yeah? Yeah? Who shot? Who?
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right. Stay right there. I'll send the officers right over. And an ambulance, too. Yeah. Right away. Don't worry.
21st Precinct, transcribed. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was off duty and not due on the job until 8 a.m. Among the 53 men on the job in the precinct was Patrolman Raymond Dowd, age 43, 17 years in the job, and 9 in the 21st Precinct, assigned to post number 6, which consisted of 5 blocks along 2nd Avenue in the 70s. When he reached his post a few minutes after midnight, he relieved Patrolman Louis Barron, who had been on the job since 4 p.m. Then, as regulations require, he began trying the doors to shops, checking street lights and traffic signals. Halfway down the avenue, he noticed a figure standing in the doorway to a butcher shop across the street. He went over. As he approached the opposite curb, he saw the figure was that of a man, a young man. A young man dressed too lightly and shivering with cold. A young man with a suitcase.
What's the trouble?
There's no trouble.
What are you standing out here in the cold for?
I'm waiting for my brother. He's supposed to drive by and pick me up here.
Where do you live?
Downtown, Avenue A.
What are you doing up here?
Oh, I was just visiting somebody. Friend of mine.
What's in that suitcase?
Huh? Oh, a tuxedo.
Yeah?
I borrowed it from my friend for New Year's Eve.
Yeah? What's your name?
Elliot.
Elliot what?
Elliot's my last name. Jack Elliot.
You got any identification, Jack?
Oh, what do you mean? Like a driver's license?
That'll do, yeah.
Oh, sure. I got a driver's license.
Let's see it a minute, huh?
Well, I'm just waiting for my brother.
Let's see the license.
Okay. I think I got it in my wallet. That's where Okay, get back there.
Now, look, boy.
Stand back there. I'll kill you, I swear.
Give me that gun.
Get back.
Give it here.
Get away from me. I told you. I would. Hold up. Hold up. Boy, hold up.
The shots were heard by Patrolman Ernest Pagano, who was patrolling an adjacent post. Within minutes, 2 sector cars, the sergeant's car, a detective squad car from the 21st Squad, and an emergency service car arrived in response to the radio call. Under supervision of the detectives, a search of the neighborhood was begun for the assailant. In the meantime, an ambulance arrived and Patrolman Dowd was taken to Bellevue Hospital. The suitcase left at the scene by the assailant was taken to the station house. As soon as he had a report of the occurrence, Lieutenant Snyder, the desk officer on the job, notified me at my home, and I arrived at the station house at 1:15 a.m. I conferred with Lieutenant King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad, who told me that Patrolman Dowd's condition was serious but not dangerous, that the officer had fired 3 shots at the fleeing assailant and believed that one had hit him. While I went to Bellevue to visit Patrolman Dowd, officers were called to Lenox Hill Hospital emergency ward where an unconscious man suffering from loss of blood due to a gunshot wound in the thigh had been brought in by a taxicab driver. Detectives reported that although the man was in no condition to be questioned, it appeared from his clothing and general physical description that he was the fugitive. At 2:55, I returned to the station house and lay down on the couch in my office with instructions that I be awakened if there were any developments in the case, but in no event later than 7 a.m.
Captain. Captain.
Yep.
It's 7 o'clock, Captain.
Oh, thank you, Sergeant.
Some nice.
Yeah.
You got some hot coffee going.
That's good. As soon as I wash my face.
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Snyder spoke to the doctor down at Bellevue. That's going to be okay. Definitely.
Good.
And that boy in Lenox Hill.
Yeah.
He's regained consciousness.
Does he admit shooting down?
I don't know if the detectives have been able to talk to him, Captain. But his wife's here.
Oh?
Yes, sir. There was an address in his pocket. Detectives went up there, they found her and brought her back.
It's her husband in the hospital?
Yes, sir. They took her over to Lenox Hill. She identified him. He was under anesthetic.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Lieutenant King asked if he can come upstairs when you wake up. He wants authorization to visit him this morning.
All right. Is Lieutenant King up there now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'll go right up.
Oh, there's the tally. He's carrying the squeal.
The tally.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Captain.
Are you going upstairs?
Yes, sir.
Well,
I got to get back on the board.
okay, Sergeant. How does it look, Veed?
Well, for one thing, whoever it was shot down was the burglar.
Yeah?
Yeah, the suitcase full of goods at the scene came out of an apartment on 79th Street. The victim identified it and reported his flat was broken into sometime between 10 last night and when he got home at 3:30 this morning.
What about the boy in the hospital?
Well, he denies shooting Dowd. But we'll know about that for sure in a little while. The ballistic squad has got the slug that came out of his thigh. They're comparing it with the test slug from Dowd's gun. If it matches, that's the boy.
Do you have any doubt about it, Veed?
No, sir.
He didn't have the gun on him, the one that shot down?
Well, we figure he threw it someplace before he hailed a cab. We got men out looking.
Oh.
Oh, that's the wife, I think.
She's young.
Yes, sir, and pretty,
Yes,
too.
I'll let you know later. Yeah.
It's sort of rough, but what can you do? Mrs. Wigan, this is Captain Kennelly.
Oh, how do you do?
Miss Wagon?
Are you the one I'm supposed to talk to about getting into Jack?
Yes, that's right.
Well, can I?
Oh, it's up to me to issue the authorization, but this is a felony case, and I have to talk it over with the lieutenant of detectives.
What does that mean, felony case?
That your husband is suspected of a serious crime. Two serious crimes, as a matter of fact. Burglarizing an apartment and shooting a police officer.
I don't think Jack would do anything like that. Are you sure about it? I mean, he never said anything to me.
Yeah, well, it seems that'd be the last thing he would do. Say something to you.
I guess so. Would you tell me something?
If I can, sure.
I don't know anything about the police or what's supposed to be done. What happens to him now?
Well, he's in a private hospital under a police guard. He'll be taken to Bellevue Hospital prison ward as soon as he can be moved.
Doesn't he get a trial or something?
Yes, he'll be booked on the charges, and he'll have a hearing in felony court.
They're not going to take him to court when he's so sick.
No, it'll wait. Let's go in, Veed.
Thank you very much.
That's all right.
I'm sorry if I was any trouble.
No, you aren't.
Oh, just sit right there.
All right.
Yes? Captain Kennelly.
Come in, Captain.
Morning, Matt.
Captain. Come in, Pete.
Yes.
Sit down, Captain.
Yep. Well, is that the right boy in the hospital, Matt?
Yes, sir, that's him. I just got a call a few minutes ago. The slug in his leg came out of Dowd's gun.
This one's name is Jack Wigan.
That's right. W-I-G-A-N.
Where'd he get the name Elliot he gave to Dowd?
Must have pulled it out of thin air, Captain.
Have you talked to him?
No, sir, I'm going over there right away. Understand he's all right. Isn't that what you said, Vic?
Yes, sir, I spoke to him for a little while. The doctor said you can talk to him as long as you want after 7:30. That's after the nurses get through straightening things up.
And the stuff in that suitcase came out of a burglary.
That's right, Captain. He broke into a flat over there on 79th Street and cleaned the place out. That's probably why he was on such an edge when Dowd walked up to him. He'd just gotten away from there.
Does he have any record?
We haven't printed him yet, Captain, but Veach checked out the name through BCI.
What do they have on him, V?
Well, a man of the same name, John P. Wigan, also known as Jack Wigan. Same address. 5 arrests. One is a juvenile for car theft. 4 others, 1897 and grand larceny. 2 convictions. Probation the first time. Second time he pulled 2.5 to 5 in Elmira, plus 11 months he owed on the probation.
Yeah?
Well, he was up there 19 months altogether. Released last August.
I see. What does his wife say about all this?
She says she didn't know he was ever in a jam.
Yes, sir, she was pretty surprised and upset when we hit the door up there.
What do you say about her seeing him, Matt?
Well, I don't see why not, Captain. I want to talk to him first, then she can see him.
Okay.
Let's have her in here, Pete.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad Dowd's going to be okay, Captain.
Yeah, he's lucky.
Mrs. Wigan?
Very lucky.
You step in here.
I don't know whether I'd call it lucky, Captain, to get a slug in you.
Do you want me in there?
That's right, in here, please.
Want to sit down over here, Mrs. Wigan?
Yes. Thank you very much.
How long have you been married to Jack?
About 3 months.
You were married in September?
Yes. September 23rd.
How old are you?
19.
Did Jack ever tell you he'd been in trouble before?
No.
He never told you he was away for a while, that he's on parole now?
No.
Does he have a job?
Well,
Off and on. He did work on the docks. You know.
More off than on, though, huh?
Yes, I guess so.
Where do you think he got the money to support you?
I don't know. I never asked. He just brought it home.
Didn't you care?
I cared. I just never asked. Can I go over and see him? That's what I'd like to do if I can.
You can see him, yes. If that's what you want.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city. Back to 21st Precinct and Captain Kennelly.
As I was required to interview the suspect in connection with my report on the injury to Patrolman Dowd, I rode to the hospital with Lieutenant King, Detective Vitale, and Anna Wagon in the detective squad car. The girl said nothing on the way, nor after we got out of the car and walked into the hospital. When the elevator stopped at the floor and we got out, she still had said nothing.
It's down that way.
Uh-huh. You better wait right here, Mrs. Wagon.
I want to see him.
You'll get to see him.
Please.
You sit down here and wait till we get through talking to him.
All right. Right here.
It'll be okay.
You won't forget.
No, we'll call you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Still must be kind of rough on her.
Yeah, Captain, it must be.
What kind of place do they live in, Veep?
Nothing fancy, Captain. Furnished room.
Who's on the job as guard here, Veep?
Meister was, Lieutenant, but that was the 12th to 8th tour.
I don't think he's had a chance to be relieved yet.
Oh, in there.
Hello, Meister.
Captain?
How's the patient?
He seems okay, Lieutenant. He ate.
Well, it's a good sign.
How you doing, Jack?
Great.
Yeah, I can imagine. This is Captain Kennelly and Lieutenant King.
What do you say?
Jack, how are you feeling now?
Like $1 million.
You want to tell us how you got that bullet in the leg?
Some guy was drunk and playing with a gun. It went off.
I didn't come over here to listen to that kind of stuff, Jack.
Well, what do you want from me? That's what happened.
You're going to stick with it, huh?
The truth.
Excuse me, Captain, while you're here. Can I be excused on a personal?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Meister.
Yes, sir.
And while you're out there, ring in and find out where your relief is.
Okay, I will, Captain.
And what a deal he's got, huh? You think so? Sitting in a nice soft chair, drawing a salary to see I don't run away. A big hole in my leg, and you need him to see that I don't run away. That's the job of the year. Who does he know? He knew a guy like you, Jack. A thief. A thief stuck him in the chest with a knife. He was in the hospital 6 weeks. He's not over it yet. That's why he gets the soft job with the soft chair. Well, I sure walked into that one, didn't I?
You sure did. Now, let's stop wasting time, Jack.
I got plenty to waste.
You're going to have a lot more.
We'll see about that. Just because some guy got drunk and was playing with a gun.
Now, come off it. We got the slug out of your leg. We're getting it matched up with the cop's gun. If that's not good enough for you, that cop will pick you out of a lineup with one eye closed. Now, you might have all the time in the world to waste, but I don't. How'd you get that bullet in the leg?
All right. You win.
I won before I started, Jack.
I shot the cop, but I warned him. I told him to stay away from me. He can't say I didn't give him a warning.
What's that supposed to get you?
I don't know.
Why'd you shoot him?
It was just one of those things. Listen, will you hand me one of them tissues there?
These?
Yeah. Oh, thanks. I don't know why. It was just one of those things.
You shot him because you had a bag full of stuff you took out of that apartment on 79th Street there, didn't you?
Oh. You got that worked out, too, huh?
We've got everything worked out, Jack.
Okay. I don't guess there's any use holding back anything. I made this apartment, see? I piled the stuff up and got a suitcase out of the guy's closet and put it all in there. Then I walked out and went over to 2nd Avenue. I wanted to get a cab and get out of there fast. So, just my luck, where are the cabs? Not a cab in sight, no place.
Yeah?
So it's cold, and I step back into the doorway there to keep a little bit warm while I'm waiting for a cab to come. And all of a sudden, a cop comes across the street. I didn't do nothing to attract his attention. First thing I know, he wants to talk to me. He asked me what I got in the bag, what my name is, and where I live.
You told him your name is Elliot. Where'd you get that?
Oh, I don't know. It was the first thing come into my mind. I got a friend, Elliot. Then he wants to see some identification. Well, I got no identification with Elliot on it, so I figured here I am. Unless I do something, I'm hooked.
Got a bag full of goods. I got this gun in my pocket. I figure I'm dead for burglary. I'm dead for having the gun on my hip. I owe him a lot of short time. I mean, I can see him throwing away the key. So I decided to do something.
To kill him?
No, I swear. I swear not to kill him. All I wanted to do was get away from there clean, that's all. I mean, you can ask him. Ask the cop, didn't I tell him to stay back from me, but he come at me.
And you shot him?
Oh, he asked for it. If anybody ever asked for it, he did. I could have killed him if I wanted to, but I didn't want to. I just wanted to get out of there. So he sort of bunched up and I lit out. I ran down the block. Well, the first thing you know, he was shooting after me, and one of them shots caught me. But I kept on going. I knew it'd be crawling with law around there in a minute. So I cut over toward 3rd Avenue. Oh, boy, it was killing me. That leg was just killing me, bleeding. Just bleeding like crazy.
What'd you do with the gun?
I don't know. I threw it someplace. Down some cellar steps over there, I think. I threw it and I kept on going. I didn't even want to see it anymore. And I tried some doors and I went in the hallway and just sat there for about a half an hour, I don't know, until I thought it was okay. When I thought it was okay, I got up and I could hardly stand. That's how bad it was. But I got out on the street and went on over to 3rd Avenue, and there was a cab there, and I got in it. He just went a couple of blocks, maybe 3. Started to get dizzy, and that's that. And the next thing I know, here I am. Lenox Hill.
The cab driver brought you in.
A big favor.
He's looking for you. There was 65 cents on the clock, plus a mess in the back of his car.
Fat chance he's got. So what happens to me now?
He'll probably move you down to Bellevue this afternoon.
Oh, this is so delightful.
I'll enjoy it while you can.
Captain, Lieutenant Gorman wants you to ring in when you get a chance.
Okay, Master.
Nothing urgent, he said. Somebody down in the Motor Maintenance Bureau wants to talk to you before noon.
All right. Where's your relief, Master?
On the way, Captain.
You've been hitting a lot of flats in this precinct, haven't you, Jack?
No. I ain't been working around here at all, I swear to you.
Where have you been working the flats?
I ain't been working any place.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do with you, Jack. I've got a fistful of squeals on burglaries the last 3 or 4 weeks. Going to bring them over here this afternoon before you get moved to Bellevue. We're going to go over them one by one. You're going to tell me what flats you were in and what flats you weren't.
I wasn't in any.
And we'll have to take another look around your room. You must have a load of pawn tickets someplace.
Another look? Were you there already?
I was there, yeah.
How'd you find out where I lived?
It was in your pocket.
Oh, yeah. Did you see Anna?
Yeah, I saw.
Did you tell her what happened?
Yeah.
Well, I guess she had to find out sometime, huh? She's all right, that kid. You know that? She's okay.
Yeah, she looks all right. Too good for you.
That's the truth. That's the sad truth. Does she know I'm here? I mean, that I was hurt?
Yes, she knows.
What'd she say?
Nothing much.
Well, she must have said something.
Well, I told her, but she didn't believe it.
That's Anna. That's Anna for you.
But she believes it now. She's outside there waiting.
Oh? Is she?
Yeah.
Well, can I see her?
Why not? Master? It's all right, Captain. Pete and I are going. We'll send her in.
Okay.
You want to ride back to the house?
No, I'll ring in and have a car come by. I have to go on patrol.
Okay. We'll see you this afternoon, Jack.
Yeah.
See you later, Meister.
Yeah. Take it easy. Oh, boy. Hey, listen. Could you give me another piece of that tissue there? I don't know where I got this cold. Must be from breaking into drafty flats. Oh, that's funny. That's very funny.
Dad,
Oh, and a baby.
can I come in?
Yes, come in.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, honey.
Was worried to death.
Oh, I'm all right. It's nothing. It's only in the leg. It won't take any time at all.
Wasn't worried so much about you being hurt, being in trouble. I knew you'd get well.
Well, that's the way things go.
You should have told me, Jack. You should have told me all about yourself. Shouldn't you have, Captain?
Well, I
I don't know whether he should have or not. He just should have stayed out of trouble.
I can't say it wouldn't have made a difference to me, Jack, but it wouldn't have made that much of a difference. We could still have gotten married. That would have been okay with me.
Well, I just didn't want to take the chance, that's all.
Does it hurt? Your leg, I mean?
Yeah, it hurts a little, but it'll be all right, baby. Don't you worry about it.
I won't. Please, can I talk to him alone?
No, you can't, lady.
Why can't you?
It's just not permitted, that's all.
Well, what kind of a rule is that? A guy can't even talk to his own wife alone.
I don't know what kind of rule it is, but it's there.
What is he going to do to you, Jack?
Nothing. They can't do a thing to me. I'll be out of here in a week, baby. Less than a week, maybe.
They said you shot a policeman.
They told you that, huh?
Yes.
Now, how do you like that?
Did you do it?
It couldn't be helped, Anna, baby. It was just one of those things.
And that you were in a lot of trouble before we were married. That you were aware.
Listen, what's the idea of telling her all these things? Man's got a right to keep something to himself.
Has he?
You bet your life he has.
The man has. But I don't guess the wife.
What do you mean?
Can I see him alone just for a few minutes?
Baby, what's on your mind?
I want to see you alone.
Well, don't worry about it. You'll get plenty of time to see me alone. I'll be home in a week.
You know that's not true. You're going away again. You're going away for a long time.
All right. I'm going away. Don't bring up the subject every 2 minutes. I don't like to think about it.
Mrs. Wagon, would you step over here for a minute?
Why?
Would you step over to the bureau for just a minute?
All right.
Hey, who'd you come to see, anyway?
All right, Jack, take it easy.
Yes?
What have you got in that purse?
What do you mean?
You've got something in that purse that you want to give Jack. That's why you want to see him alone, isn't it?
No.
Open the purse and empty it on the dresser.
I don't have to do that.
I think you ought to.
Hey, what's going on over there?
Lay back, will you? Open it up.
I don't think I care to.
I want you to open that bag and empty the contents on the dresser right now.
If I have to. All right.
Is that what you came here to give him?
No.
Why did you bring it?
It wasn't for him.
Listen, let me in on all the secrets.
I'll take that. You put everything else back in the bag.
All right.
Well, he's not the only one in trouble now, Anna.
I know.
Let's go out in the hall for a minute.
Yes. All right.
Hey, where you going now?
We'll be right in, Meister.
Yes.
How did you think he could get out even if you succeeded in passing him this gun?
It wasn't for him.
Obviously it was. You brought it here. Where did you get it?
It was at home. He kept it at home.
You carried it from your home to the station house to here?
Yes. You see, when the detectives came and told me what happened, I didn't know what to do. They were searching all over the place, but they didn't look where it was hidden.
Who hid it? You or Jack?
Jack. He hid it, but I found it. I knew where it was. It was 3 o'clock in the morning when they came. I was asleep, so they asked me to get dressed and come with them. When they stepped out of the room, I went and got the gun and put it in my bag.
To give to Jack?
No, that's not so.
Then why did you want to see him alone?
To tell him I think I'm going to have a baby.
Oh.
The detective told me he shot a policeman and that he was in terrible trouble. And he was going away. I didn't know what I was going to do. I was going to take care of the baby all alone. What people would say. How Jack would worry. So I made up my mind.
You were going to use it on yourself?
Well, I'm ashamed to say it. That's the reason I brought it. Not to give it to Jack. He had so much to worry about. I just wanted to get some of his worries out of the way.
Do you want to go tell him now, before we go?
No. I don't think I'll tell him at all. I don't think it would make any difference to him. Let's just go to
to the police station. Wherever else we have to go.
I wish there was some other place to go. Believe me. And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. The police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, transcribed, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloane in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast, Lawson Zerby, Frank Campanella, Elaine Rost, and Frank Moss. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Who's missing? Is that your wife? Well, how do you spell that? D-E or G-E? Where is it you live? Where?
You are, by transcription, in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, I'll tell you what you do. You better come into the station house and talk to the detectives. That's right. Come right on in here.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on the map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between 5th Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether or not they know it, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st. 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Cronin, Vincent P. Cronin. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing night duty, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. After I turned out the platoon, I read and signed reports and communications that had accumulated since I was last on duty. At 5:50, I walked out of my office into the muster room where Lieutenant Gorman was desk officer and Sergeant Waters was on telephone switchboard duty.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Hello, Captain.
Sergeant?
You'd have to ring in
Captain?
to ask me that.
Red. I'll go on patrol now, Red.
Yes, sir. These rooks ring in every time they want to take a deep breath.
Didn't you, Sergeant?
Yes, sir, I guess I did.
Have a car come by the house for me. I'm going out on patrol.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Step right up here to the desk, mister. I'd like to get a little information.
Yes,
sir. What? Well, it's a long story.
Okay.
I'd just like to know what to do about it.
Do about what?
You see, about 6-8 weeks ago, on the 26th of April to be exact, I come home from work and my wife was in the living room and she had company. Another woman, a girl about 20, 21. I didn't know who she was, so there were introductions all around. My wife said she was Mrs. Lois Natick. Anyway, this Mrs. Natick had a baby with her, a baby boy, about 9 months. His name is Richie, the baby.
So?
Well, so I sit there wondering when supper's going to go on the table and what this Mrs. Natick is doing there. And then Cora, that's my wife, she springs it on me. We're taking in a paying guest, she says, the baby. Well, it hits me right between the eyes, but I'm polite about the whole thing. I take Cora in the kitchen. I ask her, what's this all about? Are you going nuts or something? So she gives me a long song and dance about how another lady she met in the delicatessen told her about Mrs. Natick was looking for some place to board the baby for a couple of months. Cora's dying to have the kid in the house. She won't take no for an answer. So, to make a long story short, we took in a baby.
Well, what do you want us to do about it?
Oh, well, I'm not asking you to do anything about it. All I'm asking for is a little information.
Did Mrs. Natick pay anything?
Well, that's just the point. You see, my wife made an agreement that we'd board this baby for $12.50 a week.
Mm-hmm.
So when she left the kid with us, she gave us $37.50 to cover the first 3 weeks. She said she'd either come by the house or send us the money before the 3 weeks were up.
How much has she sent you since?
Nothing. Not one lousy cent. That's what I'm so burned up about. We got the kid. We haven't heard a word from her, not a single word.
I see.
So what I'd like to know is what am I supposed to do?
What's your name?
Me?
Yeah.
Frood, Harry Frood.
How do you spell that?
F-R-O-U-D-E.
F-R-O-U-D. Where do you live?
502 York Avenue. Listen, are you the captain here?
Yeah, that's right. I'm Captain Cronin.
Oh, I'm glad to know you.
I know you.
Well, is there something that can be done? I mean, where do I go? Who do I see?
Well, there might be something that can be done, Mr. Frood. This child or the mother's not related either to you or your wife.
Related? I never saw either one of them before in my life. I saw the woman just that once in my living room when I come home from work.
Oh, where do you work, Mr. Frood?
Downtown Lafayette Street. I'm an order filler. You know, a stock clerk in one of those electrical supply houses. Donowitz Brothers.
You been there long?
Oh, a couple of years. That's all the Donowitz Brothers been in business. But I've been down there on the street, 18, 20 years, working for one company or another.
This woman, the mother...
Mrs. Natick. Lois Natick, yeah.
She agreed to pay you $12.50 a week to board the child.
That's right, $12.50 a week. I told my wife, Cora, $12.50 a week to take in a kid is nothing today. Nothing. I mean, it'll cost more than just that. Expenses out of the pocketbook. But she's got to have the kid. Got to have him. I couldn't even reason with it.
How long have you been married, Mr. Frood?
16 years.
Any children of your own?
No, we got no children. Not that we didn't want any. I mean, her especially. It was just one of those things the way it worked out. There was no children.
Now, what did Mrs. Natick tell your wife?
What do you mean?
I mean, why did she say she had to board the baby in a foster home?
Oh, well, she said that she had a chance of a pretty good job in one of those airplane factories out in Long Island. She said she wanted to take the job, but that she couldn't do that and take care of the kid, too. So she wanted to take the job so she could save up some money.
Did she give you the address where she lived out in Long Island?
She said she sent it when she got settled.
Did she send?
Yeah, like she sent the $12.50 a week.
Did this Mrs. Natick live with her husband?
Look, I don't even know that she had one. I mean, I asked the people in the building where she was staying there. They never saw any husband around.
Did she leave any forwarding address with the people at the building?
Nothing. She just left.
And she owes you approximately 4 weeks' board?
Approximately, yeah, just about.
All right, Mr. Frood, you and your wife bring the child into the station house if what you told us can be substantiated.
Oh, it could be substantiated, all right.
Then the mother's guilty of abandonment. You make the complaint here, and we'll see the child is taken care of. I'll be in my office, Lieutenant.
Thanks, Captain. Thanks a lot. Oh, listen, Captain.
Huh? Yeah?
I just wanted you to know that I got nothing against this little fella, I mean, he's all right, see? But I just hate being made a chump out of, you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure, I understand.
I mean, it's just a rotten, lousy thing for that mother to do, and I'm not going to be the sucker in this deal.
How does your wife feel about it?
Well, look, it don't make any difference how she feels about it. I'm the guy that's paying the bills, and I got enough to pay with $63.34 a week take-home pay without worrying about somebody else's obligations.
All right, Mr. Frood, you and your wife come into the station house with the child. We'll get it all straightened out.
Okay, I'll go home right now and get him.
You can wait until tomorrow if the baby's asleep. You've had him this long. Another night won't make any difference.
To you, I know it don't make any difference, Captain. To me, it's plenty of difference.
A few minutes after Harry Frood left the station house, Sector Car number 3 came by to take me on patrol of the precinct. I had my operator, Patrolman Mercado, drive to several of the parks and playgrounds in the city to check on reports that youths, in unduly large numbers, had been congregating in the early evening hours and causing disturbances. Before returning to the station house, we made a swing of the south end of the precinct by way of York Avenue.
Oh, what's the trouble, Mr. Frood? Captain, she's gone. My wife. She's gone and she took the kid with her.
Well, when did she leave?
I don't know. I thought it was all settled. We were going to bring the kid in here tomorrow. I went to bed. I got to get up early to go to work. Cora said she'd go in the kitchen and make the sandwiches for my lunch. Yeah, I've been taking my lunch the last couple of years. I mean, it gets so you can't buy a decent lunch anymore for less than $1.
Yeah.
So she makes the sandwiches at night, and she puts them in the icebox, so it isn't such a rush in the morning with the baby and everything.
She left after you fell asleep?
That's right. She just took the baby and left.
Any idea where she went?
No, I don't have any idea at all.
When did you discover she was gone?
Well, gee, I don't know. I'm usually a sound sleeper, very sound. I guess I just felt something was wrong. I woke up and she wasn't in the bed. So I went out in the living room. I went into the kid's room. She wasn't there.
Did she have any relatives she could have gone to?
That's the funny part of it, Captain. Not a soul. A sister in Boston. That's all the relatives she's got.
What about friends?
Oh, well, it was so late. I didn't feel like calling anybody.
Is there anybody in the building she could have gone to?
No.
How about a hotel?
Oh, I don't think so. She didn't take any money.
Huh? Nothing?
Well, I mean, payday's tomorrow. She didn't have only a couple of dollars left. She left a couple of dollars right on the dresser. She took it out of her pocketbook and left it right on the dresser. Captain, I don't think she took a cent with her. Not a cent. That's what worries me.
You're positive she didn't go to some friend?
Can't be positive, but I don't think so.
Well, you ought to check some of your friends in the neighborhood.
Oh, I wouldn't want to do
that, Captain. I've been enough trouble tonight. It's late. They all got to get up early in the morning, everybody. I don't want to wake any of them up.
If she didn't have any money with her, Mr. Frood, that's where you're going to find her, I think. Mr. Frood finally took my suggestion and went home to bed. In the meantime, we notified the detectives, CB, and the Missing Persons Bureau. As patrolmen on post and in sector cars in the 21st rang in, the sergeant on TS gave each of them a description and told them to be on the lookout for the woman and the child. In the meantime, the 1st Deputy Commissioner visited the precinct. As the ranking officer on duty in the 6th Division during the night, he asked me to accompany him on his visits to the other precincts in the division. While I was on this tour with the Deputy Police Commissioner, Sector Car number 3 responded to a radio call to meet the subway station agent in the 68th Street station of the Lexington Avenue local.
There he is, in the booth. Did you call the station house?
Yeah, wait a minute. I'll be right out.
Okay, what's the trouble?
Over here. 2 passengers called it to my attention. They're going through. And I've been watching her.
Thanks.
As far as I know, she's been sitting there a couple of hours. Over there. On the bench. Woman with the baby. She's just been sitting there.
Yeah. Okay, you can go on back if you want. We'll handle it.
Oh, good, thanks. It seems awful funny.
Yeah. I'll see you.
What was the name of the woman? The one with the baby?
Frood?
Yeah, Frood.
It could be her.
Excuse me, ma'am.
He's asleep. He woke up when an express passed a little while ago. I had a hard time getting him to go back.
The station agent says you've been sitting here for a couple hours.
Did he?
That's what he told us. Where are you going?
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to make up my mind.
It was kind of late to be out with a baby, isn't it?
He's all right. I take good care of him. Oh, I hope this train doesn't wake him up. They make an awful lot of noise.
Well, this isn't a nursery. It's a subway station.
Yeah. Guess it isn't their fault.
Are you Mrs. Frood?
What?
Are you Mrs. Frood?
I didn't hear you.
I asked if you were Mrs. Frood.
Yes, I'm Mrs. Frood.
We've been looking for you.
Oh, I guess Harry woke up and saw I was gone.
I guess he did.
Well, I don't want to give Richie up. I can't give him up. I've wanted him so long. So long. You haven't any idea how long.
We'd better go into the station house and talk about it, Mrs. Frood.
Well, do we have to?
Yes, we'd better.
I'm not going to give him up. Look, he even smiles when he sleeps. You've never seen such a happy baby. He's so happy.
Yes, ma'am.
He won't be happy if they take him away from me. Nobody will be happy. Nobody.
Come on, Mrs. Frood.
All right. So funny. Everything's so funny. He's hers and she doesn't want him. I want him and I can't have him. So funny.
The 2 officers took Mrs. Frood and the child upstairs to their car and drove them to the station house. I had just returned from my tour of the division with the 1st Deputy Commissioner. I asked Mrs. Frood to wait in my office. Then I instructed the desk officer to notify Mr. Frood that his wife was at the station house. After a few minutes, I walked toward my office. Through the open door, I could see her holding a sleeping child tightly in her arms. She looked down at him fondly. We notified your husband, Mrs. Frood?
Oh, I didn't want you to do that. You didn't have to bother him.
I see it was done as a matter of course. He told us that you were missing.
Oh, was he coming?
I sent an officer around to tell him you were here.
I think he really likes Richie. I don't understand him. I'll be out or in the kitchen or someplace, and I'll come in and find him playing with the baby, and he jumps away like he was caught stealing something. I don't understand him.
He told me the mother's making a sucker out of him.
Yes, he told me that, too, but Maybe it's not her fault. I don't see how anybody could help caring about Richie. Maybe she's sick or something. Could happen, couldn't it? Couldn't that be why she didn't send the money?
We'll find out. The detectives will start checking into it.
Do they have to take him away from me? Can't I keep him till they find out something?
According to the law, Mrs. Frood, when a parent has agreed to pay for a child in a foster home and goes away without leaving an ascertainable address or continuing to arrange for board, the child is considered abandoned.
I haven't abandoned him. I want him.
Yeah, but he's not yours. It's up to the Department of Welfare to provide shelter for him.
Can't I keep him? Isn't there any way?
There probably is, if you can get your husband to agree to seek adoption.
Harry? Oh, not the way Harry feels. He wouldn't agree to anything.
Well, he likes the boy. You said that yourself, and he told me he did.
Yes, I know, but he's so sore at Mrs. Natick. He's so sore he takes it out on Richie and on me. Oh, excuse me. I thought he was stirring. Look, like a log. He's really a good baby. So happy.
Babies usually are.
How far down you want to go, Captain?
No, take a swing around 57th.
Yes, sir.
Over to Lexington, back up to the house.
Yes, sir. There's car number 1 in the next block.
Yeah.
Must be on a job.
Pull up behind him, Mikado.
Yes, sir.
Let's see what it is.
Doesn't look like much, Captain. Wasn't anything on the air.
Come on.
Yes, sir. That must be it. 502. There's Eisman coming out.
Eisman?
Oh, hello, Captain.
What do we got?
Oh, nothing much, Skipper. When we rang in, the sergeant told us to take a turn by here. A neighbor called in that a couple was scrapping. Family fight. Neighbor thought he was beating her up. Something about a baby.
What's the name of the couple?
Frood, Captain. Mr. and Mrs. Harry Frood.
Oh, what floor are they on?
Second floor front, Captain. But it's all settled. They quieted down.
Yeah, I know them. I want to talk to them.
Oh.
Get back on the job, Eisman.
Yes, sir.
Mikado.
Yes, sir.
You wait down here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, who is it?
Captain Cronin.
Who?
Captain Cronin, the 21st Precinct.
Oh, all right. There's no trouble, Captain. Everything's fixed up. You didn't have to come.
No, I was just passing by.
Oh.
Is this Mrs. Frood?
Yeah, it's Mrs. Frood. Okay, come on in, Captain.
Thank you.
It's the first time, believe me, the first time since we're married that we fought like that. Arguments, sure, but not fights like this. Cora, this is Captain Cronin. He's the captain I spoke to at the police station.
How do you do, Mrs. Frood?
How do you do? I'm sorry. It was my fault. I screamed. It was me. Harry tried to keep me quiet.
Yeah, well, it's all over now.
He said you told him to bring me and the baby to the police station. Is that right?
If the baby's been abandoned, yes.
Well, I'm taking care of him. I'm taking good care of him.
Cora, we've been through that. Now, we've been through that time and time
But
again.
it's the truth.
Hey, Captain, would you like a nice cold can of beer? I got some in the icebox.
No, thanks.
We couldn't keep him? Isn't there any way?
How many times have I got to say it? I'm not going to be the chump in this deal, Cora. Not me.
Shh, you'll wake him up.
He didn't wake up from what went on before. He ain't going to wake up now.
Would you like to see him, Captain?
Cora.
He's such a fine boy.
No, don't wake him up, Mrs.
No, we
Frood.
won't wake him. This way. Now, you stay here, Harry.
Don't worry.
Did you ever see such a butterball? I love him. You don't know how I love him. How many children do you have, Captain?
2.
2. My. Shh. 2 is a nice family. Everybody except me. I always wondered why everybody except me.
Oh, now, don't ask foolish questions.
Harry says we have to bring him to the police station tomorrow. What will you do?
We'll try to find the mother and place charges of abandonment against her.
What about him, Richie?
The New York Family Home. It's a very nice institution.
Oh, no.
He's not your responsibility, Mrs. Frood, if the mother abandoned
Well,
him.
just because the mother abandoned him, is that a reason for me to abandon him?
Cora, we've been through all that now. We've been all through it so much the neighbors had to call the police. Now, please.
Harry, give me some light.
Look, the answer is, has been, and always will be no. No. That dame made a monkey out
I'm
of
not
us.
thinking of her. I'm thinking of him.
He's got nothing to do with it. And she's not going to get away with it. That kid gets turned over tomorrow.
Harry!
Hey, now, folks, come on, let's settle down.
It's settled down, Captain, and it's settled. Tomorrow. Bright and early.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's greatest city. What was the Old West really like? Were the men who won it really all cardboard heroes with strong jaws, loyal horses, and little sense? Were the bad men all mustache twirlers who spent their spare time kicking dogs and little children? If that stereotype picture seems a little ridiculous to you, join Marshal Matt Dillon, upholder of the law in Dodge City, for an authentic and revealing story of the Old West on Gunsmoke every Saturday. It's surefire entertainment. And now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Cronin.
It was settled. The husband made the decision. The wife had apparently resigned herself to it. She sat on the couch and stared down at the floor. I said goodnight to each of them and left. When I returned to the station house and walked up the front steps into the muster room, a wildly gesticulating man was standing in front of the desk trying to make himself understood.
Wait a minute. No comprendo.
Sí.
Hable despacio. Repetal.
What's the trouble, Sergeant? That's what we're trying to find out, Captain. He just walked in.
Dije que ellos...
Hold it.
A long time since I schooled Spanish, Captain.
Yeah. Sergeant, did you call upstairs to the detective? Hernandez on the job tonight?
Yes, he's working, but he's out on patrol.
They're
trying to locate him.
I think he's trying to tell me he was robbed. ¿Cómo se llama usted?
Uveda. Fernando. Josico Uveda. Pues ella y su amigo me robaron. Pues él tenía un cuchillo y me robaron de todo mi dinero.
Just a second, pare.
Sí.
Tenga la bondad de hablar despacio.
¿O despacio? Pues sí, pues.
Muestro sus papers, papales.
Oh, sí, los papeles. Aquí tengo.
Well,
aquí
he's got a lot
está.
more practice than I have.
Mire aquí.
He's going to show you his wallet.
Soy navegador. Mi barco está en Hoboken. Me robaron. ¡Qué canasto! Con un cuchillo me robaron.
Wait a minute, pare.
Sí, para.
I think he's a merchant seaman. I think that's what this card says.
¿Cuál es su nacionalidad?
¿Nacionalidad?
Sí.
Sudamericano, argentino.
It's in the Argentine.
Excuse me. Sí.
¿Cuál es su ship? Buque.
Oh, el buque. Mi barco es la Recalde.
Ask him if he's hurt.
Yes, sir. ¿Está usted herido?
Pues sí, por supuesto, pues sí. Me dieron un golpe en la espalda aquí. Aquí un golpe con un palo. Me robaron de todo mi dinero.
Hold it.
Sí.
Yeah. I located Detective Hernandez. He's on his way in here.
Oiga, quiero mi dinero, ¿eh? No tengo ni un real.
Pare. Espere un momento. Wait a minute. Detective quiere hacerle algunas preguntas.
Oh, preguntas? Sí. Captain, are you busy? Can I see you a minute?
Oh, hold on, Mr. Freud.
It's very important, Captain.
Yeah, all right, Mr. Freud. I'll be in my office, Sergeant. Yes, sir.
All right.
Come on to my office here, Mr. Freud.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead, right in. Thanks. If the person taking care of them is happy doing it.
Yes. I know I'm happy. I've been married all these years, and I've never been so happy. That's what I think may be the matter with Harry is. I think he's jealous. Imagine. Jealous of a little thing like this.
Come in. Come in, Mr. Freud.
Thanks. Should I close the door?
Yes, please.
Hello, Cora.
Harry?
Why'd you have to run off like that, Cora? You scared me half to death.
I'm sorry, Harry.
Sorry? Well, you should be sorry.
You'll wake him.
You see, Captain, you see? That's all I get. You'll wake the baby. Don't play the television. Don't smoke my pipe. It's bad for him. We can't go to the movies. There's nobody to leave him with. Out of the $12.50 a week we didn't get, we have to pay for sitters
Harry.
Yet. My age, I have to have an infant around. At my age, I don't need it.
All I need is a little peace and quiet. Nobody thinks about me anymore.
All right, Harry, I'm going to give him back. The welfare department does something with him. You'll have your peace and quiet. You want to take him now, Captain?
Well, look, it's late now, Cora. Let's go home with him. You got all his things in. We'll make arrangements in the morning.
No, I can't take him home. I want to leave him right here and right now. I can do that, can't I?
I'll have to get a policewoman up here, take him to the New York Foundling Home.
Look, Cora, now, don't be stubborn. I mean, do we have to lose a whole night's sleep? I got to be at work at 8 o'clock. Let's go home. You get the whole thing straightened out tomorrow.
I'm not taking this baby in my house again, not unless I take him there to stay. I'm not. You got your way, didn't you? What else do you want from me? You could at least try to make it a little easy on me. Harry, I'm ashamed of you. You don't know what you put me through. You big ape, you don't realize how much I love you to do this for you, to give the baby up for you.
Cora, honey, cut it out.
I won't cut it out. You haven't got a brain in your head, not one brain.
I guess maybe I haven't. Maybe you're right, Cora. Captain, I guess I'm a louse.
Are you?
Yeah, I know I am. Captain, I want to admit to you right here and now that Mrs. Natick has sent me $12.50 every week to the place where I work, every week.
Oh? That's so.
Harry? You're not kidding.
No, I'm not kidding. The baby is paid up to date. Paid up.
Well, what did you do with the money?
Oh, well, I got to admit it, Cora. I got to admit it. I spent it. I spent every last cent. Playing the ponies. Every last cent I spent. But she's been right on the button with every Monday morning in the mail with the money, with the $12.50 cash. In a plain envelope it came.
And where were they postmarked from?
From all over. She was traveling.
Can we keep him now? Can we?
If the board bill is paid up, the baby hasn't been abandoned.
Why, that's wonderful, Harry. That's just wonderful. You spent that money on the horses?
Yep.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Baby's money on the horses.
How you going to win, Captain? You just can't win.
Well, at least there's one thing in a marriage, Harry. You can't do any worse than come in second. Go on. I'll catch up with her.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Who shot? Who? Well, where? All right, take it easy. Talk slower so I can understand.
And so it goes.
Now, where
Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. The police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, transcribed, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. James Gregory in the role of Captain Cronin, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters, and featured in tonight's cast were Santos Ortega, Ralph Camargo, Bill Quinn, George Petrie, Mandel Kramer, and Elspeth Eric. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. Bill Martin speaking. Here, there, and everywhere, election excitement is sparked, and you're likely to run into the CBS News Campaign Cavalcade, the special 12-man unit set up to follow every important pre-election and election story as it develops, no matter where it develops. Through many news programs throughout the day, the Campaign Cavalcade will keep in touch with you. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns. Shooting? Where? Well, who shot? Then how do you know there's a shooting? Yeah. Yeah? I see. Well, who told you to call the police? You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, wait there for the officers. Yeah, right there where you are. No, you don't have to call for an ambulance. I'll take care of it. You just wait there for the officers. Okay. Yeah.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them if they lived or worked there. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my night tour, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. At 11:15, I returned to the station house from patrol, and after signing the blotter, went directly to my office to read and approve a file folder of reports that had accumulated during the tour. I had also instructed the 124 man to post on the bulletin board the names of 2 patrolmen working the 12 to 8, informing them to see me on their arrival at the station house. Yes, come in.
You want to see me, Captain?
Oh, come in, Hanneman.
Yes, sir.
Close the door.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Captain.
Hanneman, I got a 49 from the chief clerk concerning you today.
Yes, sir.
And after I got the 49, I asked to see the payroll sheet.
Yes, sir.
I just want to know how you do it.
Do what, Captain?
After deductions for federal withholding tax, the pension fund, the uniform loan account, health insurance, and the garnishment the chief clerk's office sent the 49 up about, the city will give you exactly $52.20 for half a month's pay. I'd like to know how you're going to live on that.
I'd like to know, too, Captain.
What's this garnishment about? Who'd you owe?
Nobody, Captain.
Well, you must have owed somebody, or they wouldn't have garnished your wages.
I went co-signer on a note, Captain, for my brother-in-law, my sister's husband.
And he defaulted?
Yes, sir.
Well, why did you let it get to court? The garnishment doesn't look good on your record.
Well, sir, when I got served with the complaint, I called him up, and he said, don't worry about it. He'd take care of it. He'd get it straightened out. So I didn't worry about it.
You ought to see what a man's prospects are before you go on his note.
My sister married him, Captain. I figured that was good enough.
Excuse me?
Yes, sir.
21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly. Yes, put him on, Sergeant.
I told him you were. He said he was coming downstairs.
Oh, all right. Tell him to come right in. A $52.20 paycheck. You'll have to do better than that, Hanneman.
Yes, sir, but don't worry about me, Captain. You see, I'm single and living at home with my folks, so I'm not in too bad shape.
You still have to do better.
I expect to, Captain. This is my last month as a probationer, so I get more money there. Plus the fact I lost 2 days when I went sick in the seat, and my brother-in-law says he'll get the whole thing straightened out by next week.
Well, at least I'm glad you're optimistic.
There's nothing else I can be, Captain. The check couldn't get any lower, only higher.
Well, see that it does. Get rid of that garnishment.
Yes, sir.
All right, get on the job. We've got to talk to the detective commander.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Captain. Hello, Lieutenant King.
Hanneman. Go ahead, Russ.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Oh, come in, Matt. Shut the door, Hanneman.
Yes, sir.
Captain, you know acting Captain Russell Larkin of the Faith and Law Squad?
Oh, yeah, sure, Matt. How are you, Larkin?
Fine, Captain.
Sit down. Pull that chair over, man.
Yes, sir.
Well, what have you got, man?
We think we've got a deal on 84th Street, Captain. Can you give us about 6 men?
Right now?
I hope soon, Captain.
What is it, man?
It's a Safe and Law Squad case, Captain. We just got in on it ourselves. Russ?
Well, we've had these 3 boxmen under surveillance for more than 2 weeks, Captain. 2 of my detectives made this one boy. His name is Eddie Dorkin. As he was walking on the street in the garment district a week ago Tuesday. I see. They recognized him as a safe burglar and took out after him to see where he'd lead them. They kept him under surveillance all that day. Nothing. After he went home that night, I sent 2 more men to relieve them and instructed them to keep up the surveillance.
Captain, this Eddie Dorkin is a pretty good boy. Just finished a bit in Sing Sing. Been up there since 1946.
Mm-hmm.
How many deals would he write in when you got him then, Russ?
Well, we caught him in the act of burglary, and he admitted to 3 more. So this time I figured we had something. I told them to stay with him. They did. All last week. Nothing. Last night he went to a bar down in Greenwich Village, Sullivan Street. He walked into the place and went right to a booth.
There were two boys waiting in there. One of them we made right away. Philip Sprigio. We handled him before. The other one we don't have a complete line on yet. They call him Matt, and that's all we know about him until now. Three of them had a couple of beers apiece and sat and talked for nearly 2 hours.
Well, this Philip Sprigio, was he with Dorking on these deals in 46?
No, Captain. The two boys who were with him then are still up there. But Sprigio was in while Dorkin was, and that's where they probably got together.
Mm-hmm. What's this deal on 84th Street?
This afternoon, about 5 o'clock, they all three met again. This time in a bar on 86th Street. They had a beer and talked. Then they all left together. They walked around the corner and down to 84th. They stood across the street from this 7-story loft building. Must be Sprigio's job. He was talking, the others were listening. Everything seemed to be okay. So they walked toward Lexington Avenue and went down to the subway. On the train, one of the detectives got right up close to them. All they were talking was baseball. Dorkin got off at 14th Street. Sprigio and Mac rode on to Brooklyn. When Dorkin got off, he said, "I'll see you tonight."
Tonight up on 84th Street, you figure?
Yes, sir. Got the building planted now. 4 of my men and 4 of Lieutenant King's. All they got to do is show up.
Well, it's getting kind of late, isn't it? It's almost 11:15.
They'll be there, I think.
All right, what do you need from us, Matt?
We'd like about 8 patrolmen and a sergeant, sir.
Mm-hmm. Are you anticipating a lot of trouble with them?
We want to be ready for it, Captain.
I want those boys, Captain. I want to let them go into the building. Get in wherever they're going and start working on the safe. I want a good case against them. If we grab them at the front door in the hall before they break into the offices, they'll have to squeeze out of it with unlawful entry. I want them in the act of committing burglary. So we need the street well covered, and we need men on the roofs of the adjoining buildings.
All right. You get the men.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. 21st Precinct, Captain Kennelly.
Sergeant Burns, yes. Is Captain Larkin of the state office going to make?
Yes, he is.
One of the detectives is waiting in from the outside.
Oh, all right. Look, see you.
Oh, thanks, Captain. Captain Larkin.
You'll be turning out the
Yes, sir.
soon, huh, Captain?
Yeah, in a few minutes.
Yeah? Where's Sawyer? Yeah. What? Have you ever seen her before? Where are they now? Yeah, all right. We'll be right over. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Well, they got there.
All 3 of them, right?
Yep, all 3 of them plus another. A girl.
A girl?
Yeah, they drove up in Sprigio's car. They parked it down the block. Sprigio, Dorkin, and Mac took the tools and walked down to the building. They left the girl sitting in the car. They went around to the side and started to work on the door to the loading dock. They just got in.
What floor did they go to?
I don't know yet, Captain. Let's go and find out.
Before I left the station house, I told the desk officer, Lieutenant Snyder, to replace Sergeant Burns on telephone switchboard duty. Sergeant Burns was then instructed to select 8 men from among those who were reporting for the 12 to 8 tour. He was told to take these men to a point around the corner, out of sight from the loft building, until he received further instructions. Then, with the 2 detective commanders, I rode to the opposite end of the block, where it had been arranged that we meet Detective Morton Little of the Safe and Loft Squad.
There he is. Go ahead, Captain.
Thanks, Matt.
Let's go.
Aboard. Captain Larkin. This is Lieutenant King, Captain Kennelly, Detective Little.
There it is.
Where's the car they came in, Mort?
Across the street here, about 45, 6 feet down the block.
Oh, yes.
Still a 2-door.
Mm-hmm. I don't see the girl in there.
Oh, she isn't in there, Captain. As soon as they got inside the building, she left the car and went to the bar and grill there. She's been sitting in there at the bar ever since.
Mm-hmm. Alone?
Well, she may think she's alone, sir, but one of the men from the squad here is drinking beer right next to her. Kenny, is that right?
Kenny, James Kenny.
Oh, yeah. How'd you got the block planted, Russ?
There was 4 men in cars in front of the building.
There's 6, Captain. Sawyer and Dick Schreiber drove up a few minutes ago there in front of the building, too.
Oh, good. There's 2 men on foot close to the loading dock. 2 men in the doorway down the street. Are they still there, Mort?
Yes.
You know what floor they went to?
No, sir, not yet. We haven't seen any lights flash on the building. They might still be working on the floor from the hall to the offices there, which they're well fit in.
Can the girl see the front of the building from where she's sitting in the bar?
Yes, sir. I guess that's the idea of her going into the bar. She can see everything.
Well, what do you say we talk to her, Matt? She can tell us what floor they're hitting. All right with me. Captain?
Well, you better leave me out of it, Matt. If I walk in there with the uniform on, it'll tip we're cops right away. You might not want to do that.
Yes, sir, we might not. Mort, you stay here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Matt.
All right, I'll see you.
You've got a good skipper, this precinct, Matt. He knows what the score is.
Well, he came up to the detective division.
Yeah?
He was a squad commander before the war.
Oh. Well, let's see what we can get out of this girl before we tip over the law. We're the law, huh? Okay?
Okay with me. Well, there's the two men planted at the loading platform.
Yeah. Those boys come out, they won't know what hit them.
Don't expect them to come out for a while yet, do you?
Not if they're at the safe. Your man, Kinney, in the bar, he won't tip anything when we walk. Walk in, will he?
He won't even know it.
Good. Well, we got a string of about 11 safe jobs. I hope this clears. Hope so, too. Huh? It's all right with me. Okay. That's her, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe the lady would move over one so we could sit together. Would you, lady?
Would I what?
Would you move over a stool so my friend and I could sit together?
Yeah, okay. Plenty of room down at that end.
Oh, thanks. I'd just like to be near the door. I've got a phobia about these things.
Yeah.
What'll it be, gentlemen? Got any beer on draft?
Just some bottles.
Okay. What kind?
Any kind. Two.
Okay, any kind.
I didn't mean to be a nuisance and put you out, lady.
That's all.
So I told him I don't care if it's triple time. I don't want to work Saturday. 5 days enough for me.
Yes.
Want me overtime during the week?
Oh, just a second. There, wait. Miss.
Miss?
Yes, you're not waiting for anyone, are you?
What's it to you?
Well, I just figured if you've got nothing to do, neither have we.
I got something to do.
No harm in asking.
Yes, sir.
Well, how's this? All right?
That's fine.
60 out.
Well, how about a little conversation until your something to do shows up?
Listen, what do you think I am?
What do you have to be for conversation?
I'm busy, I told you.
I realize that.
If I told you I'm busy, just leave me alone.
Hey. That kind of stuff don't go in here, fellas. What kind of stuff? You don't know the lady, don't talk to her.
You talk to her. We're detectives.
Cops, you mean?
Cops, yeah.
Oh.
What do you want with me?
What floor are Eddie Dawson and them on across the street?
What do you mean?
What floor are they on?
I don't know anybody across the street.
Look, we're not kidding you. Why don't you get us? What floor are they on over there? Listen, let me see that badge again, will you? Here, mister. Real. Go stand over at that end of the bar and be quiet. Yes, sir. I'll be quiet. Where are they? What floor?
I don't know what floor. They talk something about a printing shop. That's all I know.
There are two printing shops. One on the 5th, one on the 7th. Which one?
I don't know, honest.
Whose girl are you, Eddie?
Yeah, Eddie. You want anything to do with me now, will you?
Well, put it this way. Let's say he won't have much time for you.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city.
The young woman friend of the safe burglar, Eddie Dorking, identified herself as June Keesham. She gave her address as 334 Perry Street, Greenwich Village. While acting, Captain Russell Larkin of the Safe and Loft Squad moved her to a booth in the bar and grill for further questioning. Lieutenant Matt King, commander of the 21st Squad, instructed Detective Kinney, who had been in the place, to inform me and the Safe and Loft Detective Mort Biddle that the girl was in custody. The detectives and uniformed officers on the job were to move in closer as planned while all the information available was obtained from the girl.
All right. Sit down there in the booth.
Where? Which side?
Either side. Take a picture. Now, you're not going to waste any of our time, are you, June?
No, I don't want to waste any time.
What are you doing here? Why'd you come along?
Because Eddie asked me.
He asked you to commit burglary and you're just doing it? You must like him a lot.
I didn't know he was doing that.
Now, look, come off it, will you? You know why they're here and you know why you're here. You're not baby.
I'm not committing burglary. Am I?
What are you getting out of it?
I don't know. He didn't promise me anything.
What'd you get last time?
How'd you know I did it before?
I guess. Okay, Russ. Kinney's on his way. They'll get set. Good. Did Eddie tell you to wait in the car or in here?
In here.
Listen, how'd that thing start up?
I put a nickel in it.
Pull out the plug.
Yeah?
Why in here?
He thought if I was sitting in the car, a copy somebody might pass by and start asking questions.
If I was in here having a drink, nobody would ask me questions.
You could see the front of the building across the street in the loading dock, couldn't you?
Yeah, I could see.
You were supposed to watch them, weren't you?
Yeah?
What were you supposed to do if you saw the cops come up?
Nothing.
Now, look. Told you to stop kidding around. Had no time to play. What were you supposed to do?
I was supposed to sit in the car while they were working on the door. Behind the wheel. If I saw a cop car down the street, I was supposed to turn on the headlights and start the motor. If I saw a cop walking down the street.
Yeah? Then what?
After they got inside, I was supposed to get out of the car and come in here and sit at the bar and have a drink.
And watch the building.
And watch the building.
The cops.
For anything that didn't go right. Somebody going inside, for instance, not cops.
What were you supposed to do?
Well, fellows, you got your beer sitting there. Want me to bring it over?
No, just get over there behind the bar, will you?
Hey, whose place of business is this, anyway?
Mr. Keenan, we appreciate the favor.
No. What were you supposed to do, Jim?
What was I supposed to do when?
If you saw the police coming up to the building.
Oh, well,
Guy sure is curious.
Yeah.
if I saw the cops or somebody, I was supposed to go to the phone booth and call the number.
What number?
The number Eddie gave me.
What number is it?
Eldorado 5209.
All set outside. With you in a minute, more. Yes. You were supposed to call that number and what?
I was supposed to call and let it ring 3 times and hang up, to warn him.
That's the phone number up in this place they're making the safe.
Oh, I guess it is, don't you think?
Mort. Yes, sir? They're making one of the printing shops. Either the 5th floor or the 7th floor. The number up there is Eldorado 52098. Check it out and see which floor the phone is on, will you? Yes, sir. Right away.
He's going to be mad. He's going to be awfully mad.
No, I wouldn't be surprised.
He's going to blame me. He always does.
Wouldn't that be just like him?
Have they got guns?
Eddie and Mandy me?
That's what I mean.
Well, I don't know about the others, but Eddie has, I think.
Don't you know?
Yeah, he's got one.
What kind?
A gun, a pistol.
Like this one?
Yeah, something like that. With the thing that spins around where the bullets go in like that. He always wants me to learn how to shoot it, but I'm scared of guns. I don't like them.
Well, what about Mac and the Still? You don't know whether they have guns?
Well, I'm not very well acquainted with them. Eddie is my friend. I wouldn't know if they had guns. They don't go around showing them to me, you know.
Yeah, we know.
But you don't have to worry about Eddie. All he wanted out of there was the money from the safe. He don't want to hurt anybody. He wouldn't shoot anybody. Not Eddie.
No. Take it from me, June. There's only one reason a man carries a gun. That's to use it.
Burglary, defined as breaking and entering with intention to commit a felony, is one of the most difficult crimes to prove. The big-time burglars, the safe-crackers, are so law-wise that a conviction against them is seldom possible unless they're unlucky enough to be caught in the act of committing a crime. They are often caught in the act, but it's seldom due to chance. The Safe Loft and Truck Squad, a group of specialists in the Detective Division of the New York City Police Department, charged with the supervision and investigation of this type of crime, have developed the technique of catching burglars in the act. The girl, June Cheesham, already in custody, was taken to the station house. The telephone number was checked, and it turned out to be that of the concern on the 7th floor. Officers were posted on the roofs of the 2 adjoining buildings, both only 4 stories high. All doors and exits from the loft building were covered. We waited until 12:30, then 1 o'clock, 1:15. At 1:20 a.m., Acting Captain Russell Larkin of the Safe and Loft Squad, Lieutenant Matt King, commander of the 21st Squad, and I held a conference in a doorway across the street from the loft building.
Well, what do you think, Matt?
I don't know. Either they're having an awful time getting that safe ripped, or they spotted the activity on the street. They're not going to come out if they know we're down here waiting for them. Captain?
Well, they could be taking this long with the safe, couldn't they, Russ?
Yes, sir, they could. These boys know their business. They wouldn't tackle anything that would be too tough a project. They want something that can rip it fast and get out.
Well, you think we ought to go get them?
Yes, sir, I think it's about time we did.
Okay.
There's no elevator. Got to walk up. If you turn on the power for the elevator, they'll know we're coming.
If they don't know it already.
If they don't know, there's no sense in telling them, Matt.
Agreed.
Now, we've got to cover the inside fire stairs. The heroes coming up the main stairs are liable to head down the others.
Yeah.
We'll detail 4 men to start up the fire stairs the same time we start up the main stairs. Fire stair doors are locked on the stair side all up and down the building. So are the main stairs.
Well, how do we know we're going to be able to get on the 7th floor from the stairs?
And that's the way they went up. They jimmy the door.
If they know we're down here, they might have left the 7th floor and gone to some other.
Yeah, possible, Captain. We'll examine all the locks and try the doors on the way up.
Okay.
Matt, you lead the detail up the firewall. All right?
Well,
okay. You take one of my men, one of yours, and 2 uniformed officers.
You'll instruct somebody to open up and let us on the floor the first thing.
As soon as we get up.
Okay. I'll take 2 of my men, 2 of yours, Matt, and 2 patrolmen up the main stairs. What about me, Ross? Do I go with you?
Well, sure, Captain, if you want to.
I want to.
That's the building manager just got here, Captain Larkin.
Oh, good. What does he say about the layout? Pretty much as we understand it?
Yes, sir, except the 6th floor. It's unoccupied, all right, but there are a lot of shipping crates on the floor.
Okay. Has he got the keys to the doors all up and down on the main stairs?
Yes, sir, he's got a master key.
Good. Tell him I'll be with him in a minute, huh?
Yes, sir, I'll tell him.
All right. Guess that's it. Except what? Oh, one of us ought to stay in charge down on the street. Who do you suggest, Ross? Well, I know what's on your mind. If there's any fireworks up there, you don't want the ranking officer to get hit. Well, if there's any fireworks, the ranking officer would look awfully silly waiting down on the street, wouldn't he? I'm sorry, Captain. Forget it. I would have tried the same thing if there were an inspector on the job. And it wouldn't have worked either. The men were given their assignments and told of their duties. At 1:28 a.m., we crossed the street and entered the building via the main door. Lieutenant King and his detail went to the rear and started up the fire well. Acting Captain Larkin, Detectives Mort Little and Richard Schreiber of the Safe and Loft Squad, Detectives James Kinney and Daniel Goldman of the 21st Squad, Patrolman Hanneman, Sergeant Burns, and I started up the main stairs toward the 7th floor. En route, we examined the doors and locks on each floor. The 2nd and 3rd floor doors had not been tampered with. Neither had the 4th. Nor the 5th. With guns drawn, we continued up to the 6th. Hold it. Okay. Well, 6th floor. Quiet. Let's take a look at that door. The workhouse. Yeah? That's in the 4th building, Captain. You want to take a look on the floor? Yes, sir.
There's one of them on the stairs. Watch him. Police, stop that. Out of your way. I see him down here. He's down.
Watch out. Stay off the stairs.
I can see to the top. He was the only one.
All right, Mort, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm going.
Burns, Kinney.
Yes, sir.
Go up with him. Take a look around on the floor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Captain. Let's try the door here. All right.
He's through. Let's go out.
It's open. March it. Come on, quick. Hey, Craig, drop behind you. You think they're here? Beats me. Look, Sam, I want to get behind that pillar. You cover me from here, huh? Okay. Here goes.
That's what I'm shoot.
Okay, Russ? Okay. Over in that corner. Over there. To your left. Yeah. Okay. What do you say? You want to walk away from here or not?
We'll walk away.
Russ. Yeah? I can't get a shot at him from here. Cover me. I'm coming over. Okay. Ready? Yeah. Come here. Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. Now what do you say?
This is what we say.
You hit one of them.
That's all right.
Stop calling. He's not going to answer you.
Listen, I don't know. Don't shoot anymore.
All right. Stand up where we can see you.
Yeah, okay. Just don't shoot anymore. I'm standing. See?
Throw that gun out here.
Where?
Over here, over this way.
Here it comes.
All right. Get those hands way up over your head.
Yeah. See?
Step over there in front of that window.
Yes.
That's right. Now lean up against the window. Come on. Both hands against the window.
Hey, they're up there.
the other one.
He's not going to bother us, Captain.
There's his gun.
Forget it. All right. Now just stay like that.
I got something else.
All right. Sit on the floor. Against the wall.
Yes, sir.
Now sit there.
Everything okay here, Captain?
Yeah. Give Captain Larkin a hand with him.
Yes, sir. All right, sit still there.
That's Matt King at the fire door.
I'll better let him in.
Yes, sir. Be a good idea.
Now, look, I'm not going to tell you again.
All right, just a minute.
Everything all right, Captain?
Yeah, I think we've got a couple of dead burglars, Matt.
Oh.
All right, come on down this way.
Well, I sure wound up on the wrong side of the door, didn't I?
Have patience, Matt. You're moving up higher on the captain's list all the time. When you get made, you can be on whichever side of the door you want.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Burns. Beating up a girl? Where? On the street? Between 82nd and...
And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
First Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Yeah? Well, who is it, his wife? Do they live there? Well, can't somebody stop him from beating her up? What's the address there? Yeah. Yeah. You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct. All right. I'll send the officers right over there. Yeah, don't worry about it. They'll be right there.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my night tour, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. After midnight, 33 patrolmen were assigned to regular posts, which they walked on foot. 10 others were assigned as operators and recorders in the precinct's 5 sector cars. These men were under the direct supervision of 3 sergeants. Sergeant Tierney on telephone switchboard duty in the station house, Sergeant Rosen on foot in congested districts, and Sergeant Waters on radio motor patrol in a sergeant's car operated by Patrolman Mercado. The sergeants were directly responsible to Lieutenant Gorman, the desk officer on the job. One of the functions of the sergeant on radio motor patrol is to respond to every call within the confines of the precinct broadcast by the Manhattan Communications Bureau. The reason for this is twofold: to provide adequate supervision at the scene of an occurrence and to ensure the immediate response of sufficient manpower in the event the occurrence is of a more serious nature than the original call to the police indicated. At 8:05 p.m., a radio call was broadcast for sector car number 3, a disturbance in the hallway at 762 East 74th Street, a 4-story old law tenement. As sometimes happens, the sergeant's car was closer to the scene and the first to arrive in the block. Next to the end of the block down there. Yes, sir.
Well, it doesn't look like there's much to it, Sergeant.
Supposed to be inside the hall. Okay. Let's go.
Yes, sir. I don't see anything.
Come on.
Nothing.
Yeah? Did you call the cops, lady?
Yes, it was me.
What's the trouble?
Him, the crazy one, 3rd floor to the rear.
Yeah?
He was beating her and kicking her and pulling her up the stairs.
Who?
His wife, the poor thing.
It's all quiet now.
They must have settled it.
Oh, he probably settled it by killing her. That's how he settled it. He's crazy. He's crazy enough to kill her.
What's their name?
Gerard. Mr. and Mrs. Gerard. He never seen anything like the way he beats up that poor woman.
Did any of the other neighbors hear this?
Well, I don't know whether they did or not. I don't know whether they care even. All I know is that I'm tired of it, sick and tired of it. He comes home crazy and beats her to an inch of her life. Tonight in the hall. Bad enough in their own flat, but tonight he has to do it in the hall.
There's only one flat in the rear on the third floor?
Yes, that's all. Just one apartment. He ought to be locked up for good, that man. Or better, sent back to the insane asylum. That's where he belongs.
Was he there?
Well, I wouldn't say a thing like that if he wasn't. Oh, he's that way, all right. He don't like my cat. I think he poisoned one once. I think he poisoned Cynthia. I swear it was him.
Yeah. Well, it seems to have quieted down now, but we'll go up and talk to him.
Ask him if he didn't poison Cynthia. I bet he denies it. I just bet he does.
What's your name, lady?
Mrs. Esher. Mrs. Helen Esher. Esher. He had no business poisoning Cynthia. No business at all.
All right, Mrs. Escher. You get back inside, and we'll take care of it.
You send him back to that insane asylum now. That's where he belongs. You send him back there.
All right, just close the door. We'll see you in a minute.
I will, but don't you forget. You too, young man.
We won't forget.
All right, if you promise.
Okay.
Oh, it's going to be a great debate who's the psycho in this case, Sergeant.
Yeah. Put your light on the mailbox there.
Yes, sir.
Well, she's got the right name. Gerard. Third floor rear. Let's see what they have to say.
Well, you know something, Sergeant? I don't think that cat was poisoned at all. I think it committed suicide.
Yeah. Maybe you've got a point.
Sergeant!
Who is it?
Coley and Meister, Sergeant.
All right. Doesn't look like there's anything much to it. Stay down there.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
Yes. Oh, what's those roller skates? Well, that's a good way to get your neck broken. Kids leaving skates in a dark hall.
Yeah. Okay.
Those baby carriages are bad enough, but at least you can't miss seeing a baby carriage.
That's it, I guess.
Yes, sir. Well, it's quiet in there.
Yeah.
That Mrs. Usher's probably got an oversized imagination.
Well, there's someone.
Who is it?
Mr. Gerard?
Yes?
We're police officers. We want to talk to you.
About what?
I can't yell in the hall. Open the door.
No, I'm not going to open the door.
Now, listen. There's a complaint you were causing a disturbance in the hall. We want to get it straightened out. Open the door.
You better go away and leave me alone.
Where's your wife? Is she in there?
Just go away, will you please?
Is your wife in there with you?
I'm warning you now. Go away.
Look, Mr. Gerard.
Go away. Get out. I'm telling you.
Man, stay against the wall. Come on up there, Coley. Leave Meister there.
Yes, sir. I want you to go away. Go away. Right now.
Mr. Mercado.
You've got to go away.
Yes, sir.
Go on downstairs and ring in. Tell him we got a psycho with a gun here.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
Send Meister through the basement or around the building to get into the rear courtyard. I want to make sure this guy doesn't go out the window back there. I'll get going.
Okay, Sergeant.
Mr. Gerard.
You better go away. I mean it.
Was that shooting up there?
Sure was.
What do you say about coming out here and talking, Mr. Gerard?
Oh, no. Nothing doing.
What have we got, Sergeant? Stay close to the wall.
Yes,
Hold it there.
I warned you to go away. I warned you.
What's the trouble, Sergeant? I think it's in his head. That's where the trouble is. His neighbor downstairs said he was beating up his wife in the hall. She called in. We knocked on the door, and he's been shooting through it. Now, listen. I think his wife's in there, and I don't want to hurt her.
Yes, sir.
I want you to go up to the roof and come down the fire escape. Don't go near the window. I just want you to sit there and see that he doesn't go out that way.
Okay, Sergeant.
Stay away from their windows until we find out what's with the wife.
I get it.
I'll get going. Just sit tight there.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gerard.
Are you still there? I told you to leave.
Why don't you open the door and talk to me?
Get away from the door. Don't you touch it.
I'm not touching it. Is your wife in there with you?
She's no better than you are. The thought she does is to make me trouble. She makes me trouble from the minute I wake up in the morning.
Yeah. Well, sometimes wives can be like that.
It's not only sometimes. She's like that all the time. All the time. You don't know what I go through. You don't have any idea. She makes me so mad. I just feel like killing her. Just like killing her.
Now, look, Mr. Gerard. It's not going to get you any place talking like that.
What's going on up there? Who is that?
Police officers, lady. Shut your door and stay inside your flat.
What?
Shut your door and stay inside your flat. This is the police.
Oh, all right.
Who is that?
A neighbor.
They're just as bad as anybody. Those neighbors don't give you a minute's peace. Not a minute's peace. And they're always taking her side. I don't like them to take her side. What's between a wife and a husband is their own affair.
Yeah, I think so.
You've got to make them respect you. Because if they don't respect you, you're just like dirt under their feet.
I wouldn't go that far, Mr. Gerard. Sometimes neighbors are good to have.
I'm not talking about neighbors. I'm talking about wives. My wife. You've got to make them respect you.
Well, look. Supposing I come in and we'll talk it over.
No. I don't want to talk it over.
Come on now, open the door.
Get away from there. I don't want to have to kill you.
Open up and we'll talk it over.
I'm warning you.
Come on.
You can't say I didn't warn you.
No, I can't say that.
And it won't do you any good to count the shots I fire either, because I've got a pocket full of bullets and the gun is always loaded. And they're going to run out of bullets. You can put that down in your book.
What's your wife doing, Mr. Gerard?
What?
What's your wife doing?
It's none of your business.
Is she in there?
Of course she's in here. Where'd you think she'd be? Sergeant?
Who is it?
McConnell, Sergeant. I rang in. You want me up there?
Post yourself down there at the front door. Keep the people out of the hall.
Okay, Sergeant. Who are you talking to?
Another police officer.
Oh.
Is your wife close to you there?
She's right here, yes. Right here, in the living room.
I'd like to talk to her.
No, I couldn't let you do that.
Why not?
I couldn't let you do it, that's all. I'm sorry about all this. I don't like to cause anyone trouble.
All you got to do is open the door.
But I guess I've got a good excuse. I was in the state hospital, you know.
Oh? Were you?
That's for people who are sick. A person can have a sick mind just as he can have a sick heart or a sick lung. He's ill, and he can get better. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know it.
That's exactly what the doctor told me, and I'm glad you realize it. Not many people realize that.
I want to talk to your wife, Mr. Gerard.
Why do you want to talk to her?
I just wanted to tell her not to worry. I want to tell her that you won't hurt her anymore.
What?
I want you to promise me you won't hurt her anymore.
I promise you. I give you my word of honor.
All right. Now, how about opening the door?
No, I couldn't do that. And don't you try it either. I warned you before, and I'm warning you again.
I won't try it.
You better not. You want to know what's good for you.
The only thing is I'm worried about your wife.
You don't have to worry about her. I killed her.
A minute ago, you said she was right there.
But she is right here, where I killed her.
You wouldn't do a thing like that, Mr. Gerard.
I did it. I just couldn't stand it another minute. She should have realized that I have feelings, too. After all, she can't treat me like that. Somebody's got to respect you, or you amount to nothing in this world, nothing at all. And they try to make you dirt under their feet. And I'm tired of all that. There comes a day when a man has got to assert himself.
Yeah, Mr. Gerard. And this is sure your day.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city. Now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Kennelly.
Within a few minutes, a radio motor patrol car from the adjoining sector, detectives, and an emergency service car equipped with tools and tear gas responded to the scene. Men were placed on every floor of the building, on the roof, on the fire escape, and in the rear courtyard, all on the instructions of Lieutenant Matt King, commanding officer of the 21st Detective Squad. When the second call went out over the radio, I was in the office of a public dance hall on York Avenue, discussing with the manager complaints of rowdiness we had received concerning some of his patrons. The call was heard by Patrolman Farrell, who was waiting downstairs in the car. He came into the manager's office and gave me the information. I rang into the station house, and after Lieutenant Gorman, the desk officer, gave me whatever information he had, we made the run. There were now 6 department vehicles on the scene, and the sidewalk was crowded with curious civilians. 3 men were on the job, keeping the crowd moving as I walked into the building where Patrolman Mercado was posted at the door.
Hello, Captain.
Mercado? Where's Lieutenant King? Upstairs?
No, sir. He's down here in that flat back there. He's talking to the woman who called in with the original complaint.
Okay. Oh,
Yes, sir.
what about the wife?
Well, the man keeps saying he killed her.
All right. Is that where Lieutenant King is?
Yes, sir.
What's there, Captain?
About 3 or 4 years. I couldn't say exactly.
Matt? Hello, Captain.
The landlord would know how long they've been here. Or the super.
This is Mrs. Helen Escher, Captain Kennelly.
Is that sir?
How do you do?
Miss Escher, you know for a fact that he's been a patient in a mental institution?
Well, his wife told me herself, poor soul.
Where's he work? Do you know that?
I think it's down in Wall Street someplace for an insurance company. He doesn't have much of a job, a little clerk or something like that. He was the one that brought in most of the money. He was always taking time off and being sick and things like that, hanging out at the bar and grill down at the corner there. I knew something like this was going to happen. I could just feel it. No matter what he did to her, the cruelest thing even, she would brush it off and go right on being civil to him. His sickness, she said. Well, you see what loyalty got her, don't you?
Yeah, not much.
I'm telling you, he was beating her within an inch of her life on the stairs. I just couldn't stand by and see her take it like that. I just had to call the police once and for all.
All right, Mrs. Escher. Thank you.
Do you really think he murdered her in cold blood like that?
He says he did.
That man, he should have been put away long ago. Long ago. That's what she gets for trying to be loyal. I told her. She can't say I didn't tell her.
Well, we better see what we can do about him.
You be careful now. Don't let him kill you, too.
We'll try not to. Okay, Captain?
Yeah.
Glad to have met you.
Thank you. All right, you two come with us. You stay down here. Right, sir.
How many shots has he fired, Matt?
4, Captain. Mercado.
Yes, sir.
You come upstairs with us.
Yes, sir.
He fired 4 shots. He told Sergeant Waters he had a pocket full of ammunition.
Did he shoot his wife?
We don't know how he killed her, if he did. Mercado and Sergeant Waters were here within 2 minutes after the call was put out.
Oh, I see.
Hello, Captain.
Gale, Bender, hello.
Next floor, Captain. The couple was in their flat already. Sergeant Waters heard no shot.
I don't want anybody hurt over this, Matt.
I think we can take him without anybody getting hurt.
Good.
That's it. First door up there.
Stay close to the wall, Captain. Hello, Sergeant.
You men hold it there.
Okay, Lieutenant.
You've been talking to him, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Think he wants to come out now?
Giving no sign of it. Mr. Gerard. Mr. Gerard.
What have you got out there? More policemen?
Look, Mr. Gerard.
And you've got policemen on the fire escape, too. You're making a big mistake, you know. You're forcing me to kill someone else. I don't want to kill anyone else. It's going to be your fault. Everything's going to be your fault.
Well, how about unlocking this door and coming out? Then no one else will get hurt.
You know I'm not going to do that.
You have to do it if you want to get your wife to the hospital.
I didn't say I wanted anything like that. My wife is dead. No use taking her to the hospital. You better go away. Leave me alone.
Captain. Yeah. He wasn't kidding. I see all 4 shots came through the door.
Yeah, he meant it all right. Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Come here a second.
Okay, Lieutenant. Keep your eye on the door, Mikado.
Yes, sir.
I'm getting a little impatient with this guy.
Well, that's better than getting shot.
Yes, sir, it sure is.
How much do you think it would take to kick that door in, Sergeant?
Not much, Lieutenant.
One good boot at the lock. Unless he has an extra bolt on it or a chain.
Yeah.
What's he going to do while I'm kicking the door in?
I was thinking about having the ESD men crack that window from the fire escape, dropping a gas shell in there. If he does any shooting, it'd be toward the fire escape. We could have the door open in the meantime.
Sounds all right, Lieutenant. When he starts shooting, how am I supposed to know whether he's shooting toward the door or toward the window?
No. What do you think about the wife? Think she's dead in there?
He keeps saying she is. I believe him.
Let's go up to the roof, take a look at the situation on the fire escape. Okay, Captain?
Yeah, sure.
You better get back on the door, Sergeant. If he talks, I want him to talk to you.
Okay, Lieutenant. All
right, Captain. These guys can be a lot more trouble than a red-hot gunman.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to worry about hurting a gunman, Matt. And you know you have to take a chance. That's the only way.
This fellow's sure full of fight.
Yeah, I guess he is.
You men keeping those people behind the doors?
Yeah, Lieutenant. Tell me, how long was he confined, Matt? Do you know?
Best information we can get, he was up there nearly 4 years.
Why'd they let him out?
That's the first question I'm going to ask. Now watch it. Big step down onto the roof.
Yeah.
Back that way.
The window of the room he's in opens onto the fire escape.
Yes, sir.
Well, maybe we'll be able to work it.
I think so, Captain. Now watch it here.
Yeah, I'll go first. You've got a blank brick wall facing this building. Wild shots won't hurt anyone.
No.
Who's down there?
There's Coley, DeLuca, and 2 emergency servicemen.
Are you staying away from the window?
Yes, sir. This is far enough, Captain.
No.
Coley,
Yes, sir.
come on up here a minute.
Yes, sir.
Have they been able to get a look into the room from the window, Matt?
He's got the shade drawn down to the bottom. The window's locked.
Oh, I see.
Only thing they can see is that there's a light on in there. Nothing else.
Yes, sir. Hello, Captain.
Coley, what's the situation?
No change, Lieutenant.
All right, we're going to try something in a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
We're going to drop a couple of gas shells through the window. In the meantime, the front door will get kicked in.
Okay, Lieutenant, fine. It's getting pretty cold out here.
Here's how we're going to do it. One ESD man down there has a crowbar. The other one's got the tear gas.
Yes, sir.
All right, now we'll use the crowbar to knock out the window and drop a shell in. As soon as it takes effect, we'll hit the front door.
Yes, sir. And I want everybody out here to stay under cover. You'll probably be shooting this way. Don't try to come in the window. Not until you're sure he's under control. I don't want any dead heroes. Yes, sir.
All right. Go on back down there, Coley. Let you know when we're ready.
Right, sir. I'll be here. Okay, Matt. You know the work.
Yeah. I think I ought to stay out here with these men. You handle the situation in the hall. That all right, Captain?
Okay.
Gonna take pretty close timing.
Well, I think all you have to do is know we're set before you break the glass. I'll send a man up to pass the word, okay?
Okay.
All right, Matt, I'll see you.
Captain.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Got to be fast.
It will be.
Okay.
Captain?
I'm coming down, Mercado.
Mike's to ring into the house. Lieutenant Gorman told me to tell you that Inspector McBride is on his way. Oh, and the PC has been notified.
It'll probably be all over by the time they get here. Anything doing in there, Sergeant? I had a couple of words with them, that's all.
Nothing new, Captain.
Well, okay, here's the story. Yes, sir. When they break the window on the fire escape and drop in a tear gas shell, we'll kick in the door. Okay?
Yes, sir. I guess it's got to be okay.
You think right about at the lock ought to do the trick? Huh?
Yes, sir, that ought to do it. Unless, like I said, he's got a slide bolt with a chain on there, too.
All right. You talk to him. See if he's still at the door.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gerard. Mr. Gerard.
What is it?
Don't you think we've been out here long enough now? How about opening the door and talking to it?
I'm talking to you.
But this can go on all night, you know. Marcano.
Yes, sir.
We don't want to be
You
go
go
on
on
up to the roof. Tell Lieutenant King we're set any time he's ready.
Now, what do you say?
Yes, sir.
Now, how about it? We've been at this long enough, and so have you. No, not me. I'm going to stay here forever. Forever. That's a long time. I know it. I know it's an awful long time, but I'm going to stay here. Okay. So can we. That's your business. Get set, Sergeant. Yes, sir. I'm set. I'll wait for the glass. All you have to do is go away and leave me alone. I'm not bothering you. I don't bother anyone. No one at all. Just go away. That's all you have to do. There it goes. Get away from there. Hold it. Get away! I'll tell you! Not yet. What are you doing? What's that? Oh. Hold it, yeah. What are you doing to me? Get that out of here. Get in the house. What are you doing? Okay, I want you. Here it again. All right. There he is. Grab him. I'll tell you all. Come here. Let me go. Get him down. Let me alone. That's it. Let me alone. All right. Get my gun. I got it. Get the cuffs on him. Here. Come on. Give me that. Give me that one. Give me that hand. I've got it. Let me go. All right. That's good. That's good. Come on. Get him up. Come on. Get him off the horse. Let's go. You didn't have to. You didn't have to do it. Okay, this is good. You could have just left me alone. All I wanted was a little peace, that's all. Just a little peace. I guess he's dead all right, Captain. Of course he's dead. That's what I've been telling you. Can't anyone believe me, not even when I'm telling the truth? All right, Mr. Gerard. They don't believe me. And they don't respect me. Nobody. Nobody at all. So what am I going to do? I don't know what I'm going to do. You don't have to worry about what you're going to do, Mr. Gerard. It'll all be done for you. "21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters." Yeah? How'd they break in? Yeah? Yeah. Now, what's missing? Oh, yeah? Well, what's the name of the owner there? Oh, he does, huh? Is CB putting out a call on us? Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me know about that. Okay. I'll notify the detectives and let you know. Yeah. All right. And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. The police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring. Or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloane in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were Ethel Everett, Frank Marth, Bill Quinn, and Eric Dressler. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Yeah, that's right. Those are policemen working over there. What do you want to know for? Well, how does what they're doing concern you? Yeah. Yeah. Well, you just have to bear us up.
You are by transcription in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right. Yeah, we'll be through there right away, as soon as possible. Yes, sir. You're welcome.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. 173,000 people wedged into 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River. The security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st. 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Keogh, Thomas P. Keogh. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing night duty, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. After I turned out the platoon at midnight, I went into my office to read and sign reports and communications that had piled up. Meanwhile, the men were taking over their posts, and one of them, Patrolman Daniel Mercado, walked over the prescribed route from the station house to Madison Avenue. After relieving Patrolman Edward Farrell on his assigned post, he began to try the doors to the shops along the avenue. As he was in the process of this operation, the car in which Sergeant William Waters was riding as recorder and Patrolman Joseph Ahern as operator pulled up to the curb.
Okay. Stay in the car while I talk to him.
Yes, sir.
Mercado,
Yes, Sergeant?
there's a street light out down the next block. Did you report it?
Farrell said it had been out for about 2 hours when I relieved him. He reported it.
Okay.
He said they're on the way to fix it.
All right. If it's still out at the end of the tour, I'll make another report of it.
Yes, sir. And they've been having trouble on this whole circuit up here the last couple of days.
What's that?
What's what?
A knocking.
I don't hear any knocking, Sarge.
Stop now. There it is.
It sounds like somebody hitting a window.
Where's it coming from?
Everything's closed in the block.
What about upstairs in one of the apartments?
Could be, Sergeant.
Hold it.
Oh, I don't think it's from upstairs.
Ahern.
Sounds like it's from way down that way, Sergeant.
Sergeant. Come here.
Yes, sir. There it is, Sergeant.
Yeah, I think it's from way down that way, the next block.
Yes, Sergeant. Hi, Merc. Joe?
Somebody's knocking out some glass, Ahern.
I don't hear.
Well, wait just a second. You will.
There it is. Oh, yeah.
Down the next block.
What do you think, Joe? Got me. Could be coming from across the street.
Hold it. Ahern.
Yes, sir?
We'll walk down. You bring the car.
Okay, sir.
Come on, Mercado.
There it is. Still sounds from down that way.
Come on. Keep your eyes on those apartment windows upstairs.
Yeah, okay.
I'll look in the stores.
Why, it rings out like a bell.
Sure does. There's nothing to stop it at this time of night.
Hey, Sergeant!
Yeah?
Down here. The drugstore.
Okay.
Drugstore's closed.
Ahern, who is it?
Look inside.
What?
Somebody inside the drugstore, he said.
Somebody inside.
Burglars?
No, Sergeant. Not burglars. Woman's locked in there.
All right, lady, take it easy. Take it easy.
Can you get me out?
How did you get in?
I was locked in. I'm using the phone.
Lady, you'll have to come closer to the door and talk a little bit louder. I can't hear what you're saying.
I was in the telephone booth when the store closed.
In the telephone booth?
Yes, that's right.
Wouldn't you know it?
All right.
I was in the telephone booth and all of a sudden the lights went out. I didn't know what happened. I hung up and the place was closed. It was locked tight.
How long ago was this?
What?
How long ago was it?
I don't know. I hadn't any idea. About 10 or 15 minutes ago.
He usually closes between 12 and 12:30, Sergeant. He was closed when I came on post. I think he was.
What did he say?
He was talking to me.
Oh, I've been trying to attract somebody's attention. I've been just standing here knocking on the door with $50.
All right, lady.
I would have called the police, but the dime I used in the phone was the last dime or quarter or nickel I had. All I had was the $50.
Now, look. Don't get panicky. Just take it easy. We'll get you out.
I'm not panicky. I'm just trying to tell you what happened. I know I'll get out.
Good.
I was getting a little worried until somebody heard me, but I know I'll be all right now.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Now, what I want you to do is reach up on the inside of the door. See if you can find a latch to turn.
You mean a knob?
That's right. See if you can find a knob.
The only thing is this. And I tried that before.
That won't do it.
The key's the only thing that'll open that, Sergeant. Listen, if the store has a burglar alarm service, they always have a key at the office.
Well, there'd be a sign that says protected by Holmes or Burns Patrol or whoever it was.
Well, yes, sir, usually.
There's no back
store, is there, Mikado?
No, sir. This is the only way in or out.
Let me put my light up on the transom there.
There's no transom, Joe. No.
You think there's anything you can do?
We'll get you out. Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried.
What building is this in, number 24?
Yes, Sergeant, 24.
All right, Ahern, walk around the corner of the building entrance. Find what apartment the superintendent lives in. See if he's got a key to this door.
Yes, sir.
All right, get going.
I'm on my way, Sergeant.
Mikado.
Yes, sir.
Go to the call box and ring in. Tell the lieutenant what we've got.
Yeah, okay, Sergeant.
He might want to check Holmes' detective anyway and Burns. What's the name of the druggist?
Erding. Paul Erding.
All right, go on.
Yeah, okay, Sergeant.
Oh. Yes, lady?
You're not going away and leave me.
No, we're not going anyplace.
Oh, that's good. I saw them leave.
I sent them to see if they could find somebody with a key.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Now, listen.
Yes?
Didn't the druggist know you were in the telephone booth?
No, I guess he didn't. It's in a funny place way in the back, in an alcove almost.
Was he alone in the store?
I think so.
Didn't he see you come in?
What?
Didn't he see you when you came in the store?
Maybe he did, but I was in the booth so long, I guess he forgot.
What's your name?
Grace Nehart.
How do you spell that?
Grace.
The last name.
Oh, Neihat.
Is that Miss or Mrs.?
Miss.
Where do you live?
Around the corner there at number 22.
Don't you have a phone in your apartment?
Oh, yes.
Why don't you use that instead of coming down here?
Well, the call I was making was of rather a personal nature. I didn't care to have my roommate overhear it.
Oh, I see.
What did you say?
I said I see. I understand.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
How long do you think I have to stay in here?
Until we can find someone with a key.
Do you know someone?
Well, it's in this apartment building. The super might have a key.
You think so?
Maybe. And if the druggist subscribes to the burglar alarm service, they'll have a key for sure.
It doesn't look to me like you subscribe to it. It's such a small store, and besides, there's none of that silvery tape on the windows.
Well, there's all kinds of burglar alarms.
Oh. Supposing he doesn't subscribe.
Then we've got the owner's name and number and phone at the file on the station house. We'll get him down here to open up.
I don't think he's going to like that very much.
He should have looked around the store before he locked up.
What did you say?
He should have looked around the store better.
What's the tumult here? What's the tumult?
All right, keep moving.
Well, I'm sorry. Excuse me, officer. I didn't mean to usurp your prerogative.
You're not usurping anything, mister. You just better go on home and get in bed.
I wonder if we got a damsel in distress. Oh, you!
Go on. You better hit the tie.
Oh, we'll put her in there. You!
Get moving.
Listen, I am not drunk. I'm only offering you my technical know-how for the damsel in distress. If you think I'm drunk again...
Yeah, I think so.
You were perfectly mistaken. All I had was one rock on the scotch with a whisk of peppermint wheel.
Now, look. Get going. Go on home.
All right. The word from the wise is sufficient. You! Good night. Good night. Good night, sweet damsel in distress.
Well, he was a big help.
I was worried. I thought you were going to arrest him.
Him? No, we've got bigger troubles.
I'll say he's got bigger troubles. You know, I'm beginning to get a little bit worried.
What?
I'm beginning to get a little bit worried, I said.
Are you in a hurry to get any place?
No.
Will anyone be concerned about you?
Just my roommate, but I don't care about her or whether she's concerned.
All right, then, relax. Enjoy the fuss that's being made over you.
I can't relax.
You were relaxed before. We'll get you out, don't worry.
I know you'll get me out. I have no doubt about that. I'll try to be calm and collected, but I just feel that I'm going to lose control. I feel so ridiculous in here.
How do you think I feel out here?
What?
Nothing.
I spoke to the desk officer, Sergeant.
Yeah, what did he say?
Well, he rang over to Holmes.
This store isn't a subscriber. They got no key. Burns either. I didn't think they would be. How's she doing? She's still in there.
Is there any news? Did you find the key?
No, not yet. Sergeant, the lieutenant got the owner's name from the business house file. Like I told you, it's Erding. Paul Erding. He lives up in Washington Heights. The lieutenant said if the super didn't have a key to ring in again and he'd get hold of Mr. Erding right away. Okay. Yes?
What's going on? What are you plotting out there?
We're not plotting anything, lady, except how to get you out. Here's a hand, Sergeant. How'd you do, Joe?
I woke up the super, Sergeant.
Yeah?
He's got no key to any of these stores.
Uh-huh.
All he handles is the residential apartments in the building. These stores here are handled direct by the office.
Okay. Mikado, you better ring into the lieutenant again. Tell him we can't locate a key. Yeah, okay. Right away, Sergeant.
Super said he'd come and see if he could give us a hand as soon as he gets dressed, but doesn't know what there is he can do.
There's no other way out of this store, is there?
No, sir, he says there isn't. Just this door here.
Yes, lady.
Did you get a key?
No, not yet.
I thought that policeman went to wake up the super in the building.
He did. The super's got no key to any of the stores.
What are we going to do? How am I going to get out?
We'll get you out.
You keep saying that, but you don't do anything.
Just don't worry.
I am worried. I'm getting worried to death.
We got the home telephone number of the druggist in the files at the station house. The other officer went to the call box. He's going to ask the lieutenant to phone the druggist to come down here.
Do you think he'll come?
He'll come, yeah.
He might not feel very good about it.
He might not feel very good about it, but he'll come.
Well, I hope so.
What's that super's name, Ahern?
Charlie.
You said he'd come out as soon as he got dressed?
Yeah, Sergeant. He doesn't know what he can do, though.
Yes, ma'am?
Where did this druggist live?
In Washington Heights.
How long did it take him to get here?
About a half hour, a little more, maybe.
My goodness.
What?
I said, my goodness.
Oh. You ring in, Mikado? Yes, sir, I rang in. The desk officer called up the druggist home. Is he coming down to open up? No, sir. His wife said he wasn't there. Well, maybe he didn't have time to get home yet. He's not coming home. He doesn't live there. His wife told the lieutenant they were separated about a month ago. Yeah?
If all this concerns me, I wish you'd let me know what's going on.
Just a second, lady. Well, where does the wife say he's living now? And she told the lieutenant she doesn't know. Well, she knows how to get in touch with him when she has to, doesn't she? Well, yes, sir. She knows that. Well, where does she reach him? Right here. Right here at the store.
I remained occupied with my paperwork, which consisted mainly of various reports concerning occurrences in the precinct, to be endorsed by me and forwarded through channels for about 25 minutes. Then I got up and walked out into the muster room, where I saw Lieutenant Matt King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad, come in the front door of the station house. Matt?
Hello, Captain.
I see you're coming in when you should be going out. Why don't you go home?
Well, I thought about it, Captain. I've got the line up in the morning. I just used one of the beds upstairs.
Mm-hmm. Well, how about a cup of coffee?
Yeah, sure.
Fred, is the coffee hot?
Yes, sir. There's some sugar in the drawer.
Okay. What's keeping you around here so late, Matt? Go ahead.
Well, Ludd and Scanlon got hold of a boy who said he knew where to find that Neota kid.
Oh, yeah? Here.
Thanks. That's good, kid.
Yeah. Any sugar?
Yeah, thanks.
Did you collar him?
Well, this boy said Neota was staying over in a flat on West 96th Street. But he heard he had a Luger over there besides the gun he used to shoot up the liquor store.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought we'd better be ready for anything over there. I took Danny Goldman in addition to Ludd and Scanlon. And we picked up another couple of men from the squad over there. We went up there to hit the flat.
Yeah?
Well, we hit the door, and there was only this babe inside. A girl, 18 or 19. She was scared half to death. I asked her whose flat it was. Said a friend of hers, a fellow named Kenny. Kenny Rumor or Numa or something.
Mm-hmm.
I said, are you sure his name isn't Phil Neota? No, she said his name is Kenny. Well, she was telling what she knew, all right. Yeah, coffee sure hits the spot.
Yeah, it helps, I'll say that.
Anyway, she described this Kenny. The way she talked, she was talking about the Neota kid. So we gave the place a good going over, top to bottom. Wasn't anything there. He said he gave her the key and told her to meet him there. He'd be home like 10 o'clock. Well, we sat down to wait. Blood and Scanlon and I. 10 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock. Finally, at 11:45, there's a noise out in the hall. Key in the door. Door open. We jump him.
But it's not the Neota boy.
No. You have scared this Kenny out of his wits. Fairly close to the physical description of Neota, but that's about all. Good, hard-working fellow. So, that's how I spent the evening.
Mm-hmm. Where are Lud and Scanlon?
Oh, them? They went out to find the boy that gave them this hot information.
I don't blame them.
Excuse me, Captain.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Hi, Red.
Right. We got a woman locked in a drugstore on post 14.
How did she get in there?
She was in the phone booth and the druggist closed up.
Mm-hmm.
Super, the building says she's got no key. We got out the druggist's phone number from the business file. His wife says she separated from him for about a month and she doesn't know where he's living.
Have they got a burglar alarm service?
I checked Holmes, Captain. Store isn't a subscriber.
Who's on the job over there?
Sergeant Waters, Captain, and Mikado and Hearn. Sergeant says the woman started off kind of cool and collected when they first got there. She's getting a little panicky now.
Are you making any further effort to locate the druggist?
Yes, sir. He's got a mother lives in the Bronx. According to the wife, the mother's got no phone. She doesn't think he's living with the mother, but the mother might know where he is. I got the 50th Precinct to send a man over there to talk to him.
Any friends of the man or employees of the store?
The wife says he's got a pharmacist working for him, a new one. She doesn't know his name. Came to work after they got separated. She used to help him out in the store herself.
She doesn't happen to have the key around the house, eh?
No, sir. Sergeant Waters wants to know what I thought about sending for the emergency squad to take the door off or cut the glass out or whatever they can do to get her out.
Well, you better hold up on that for a while, Red.
Yes, sir.
I'll take a ride over there and see what it looks like. Have a car come around for me.
Okay. On the way, Captain.
You want to take a look, Matt?
No, Captain, no thanks. I spend too much of my time now seeing people who are locked up.
In a few minutes, sector car number 3 came by the house for me and drove me over to the drugstore on Madison Avenue, where, by this time, a few people had gathered despite the lateness of the hour. As the car pulled to a stop behind the sergeant's car, I could see considerable activity in the doorway. All right. Wait here.
All right, folks. There's nothing to see. You might just as well move on. Captain?
Hello, Ahern. Where's Sergeant Waters? In the doorway there, talking to her. Okay.
Yes, sir. All right, let's just keep moving, huh?
Sergeant?
Hello, Captain.
How you doing?
Well, she's still in there.
Miss Mehart.
Yes?
I sent one of the officers with the super of the building. They went to call somebody from the real estate company. We'll see if they've got a key.
It's getting to be an awfully long time.
We'll know something in a few minutes.
You've been saying that. You've been saying we'll know something in a few minutes. An awful long time has gone by.
We're doing everything we can.
I don't know about that. I don't know if you are. I'm still locked in here.
I'm Captain Keogh. We'll get you out. We'll get you out very soon.
What?
You got to talk closer to the door, Captain. I said we'll get you out very soon.
I hope so. I only hope so.
She's in there too much longer, Captain. She's going to go to pieces.
Well, I don't know whether I'd blame her.
No, so neither would I. I was thinking about getting the emergency truck over here and taking that door off or the glass out or something.
Well, I don't think they could take the door off. They're butted hinges.
If you give me it open.
No, that'd cause a lot of damage. The best thing might be to cut the glass out.
Yes, sir.
Mikado went with the super?
Yes, sir.
Who are they calling?
Well, some executive from the real estate company that manages this building.
Mm-hmm.
The super says he might know where there's a key to the store. If he doesn't, he might know who to call. There she goes again.
Officer?
Yes?
Any news?
They haven't come back yet.
Oh. I'm getting very thirsty.
Thirsty?
Yes. Very thirsty.
Why don't you go behind the soda fountain and get a glass of water?
Do you think it would be all right?
It'll be all right, sure.
If you say so.
Yes, go ahead.
All right, I will.
Well, that'll keep her busy for a minute anyway. Yeah. Hearn. That's it. Call me, Sergeant? The captain did. Oh, yes, sir.
Take a walk down to the call box. Ring into Lieutenant Gorman and see if he's had any luck in locating the druggist.
Yes, sir.
And tell him I'll be here until we get her out.
Okay, Captain, I'll tell him.
Let me know what he says.
Yes, sir.
The 50th was going to send a man around to his mother's place.
Yeah, I know.
All right, Miss Neehart. We're right here.
I got my drink of water.
Well, that's good.
And I found this chair, too. There's no sense standing here when I can be sitting.
Yeah, you'll be a lot more comfortable.
It's not how comfortable I am that makes a difference. It's that I'm getting very nervous.
What?
I'm getting very nervous. I want to get out of here.
All right, we'll get you out.
I want to get out now. Right now. There's no reason why I can't get out right now.
Like I told you, lady, if we can't find somebody with a key, we'll get the emergency squad over here to take off the door.
I'd sure like to know when.
Very soon.
You've been saying that.
Captain. All right.
Just relax and you'll be all right.
Yes, Mikado.
Captain, this is Charlie, the super at number 28.
I'm glad to know you, Captain.
Hello. Some deal we got here.
Yes. Do you have any luck?
No luck at all. I went inside. I called up my boss, which is Mr. Doyle.
Did he have the key?
Well, Mr. Doyle's got charge of apartment rentals only, so he told me call up Mr. Matthews, which is in charge of business rentals. I said, look, Mr. Doyle, Mr. Matthews don't know me from a hole in the ground, so Mr. Doyle called up Mr. Matthews, and Mr. Doyle called me back.
Did Mr. Matthews have the key?
No, sir. They said they've got no keys to any of these stores. Well, at least that's what Mr. Doyle told me, Mr. Matthews told me. I talked to Mr. Doyle, Captain. He said that Mr. Matthews assured him there was no master key to these stores in their office. The only one who had the key is the tenant.
I rang into the house, Captain.
Yes, I heard.
Lieutenant Gorman says the 50th got back to him. They sent a man by the house of the man's mother. She doesn't know where he's living. She hasn't heard from him in over a month.
Captain.
Okay.
Now, look, Miss Neehart, put the chair down. Put it down.
No, I'm going to get out of here.
We've got the emergency squad on the way, Miss Neehart.
You've been saying that.
Now, put that chair down.
What's up, Sergeant? You better get back, Mikado.
Hey, keep the rest of them back.
Yes, sir. Come on.
Now, take it easy. Miss Neehart.
Now, you better get out of the way.
I think he means it, Captain.
Get back. Get back.
Put that chair down. We'll get you out.
Get back.
Come on, Captain.
Miss
Neehart. Captain, come on.
You all right, sir? Yeah, I'm all right. Sorry I pushed you, Captain. But I saw that chair coming down.
Oh, don't worry about it. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Well, I did it.
Yeah, you did it.
I had to. Please help me.
Now, don't step through there yet. There's a lot of jagged glass hanging there. Mikado,
Yes, Captain, right here.
take a nightstick and clean that glass off around there.
Yes, sir. Stand a few feet back in there, Miss
I
Neehart.
want to come out.
You'll be able to step out in a minute.
All right. If it's only going to be a minute.
Excuse me, son. Go ahead, Mikado. It's all yours.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mikado, that's good. Well, Captain, I guess she solved the problem for us.
Yeah. From now on, I don't think she'll mind if her roommate overhears her phone conversations.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Well, who are you, the watchman? Well, what'd they break into? Did you see the thieves? Yeah. Yeah. Well, what's missing? Oh? Yeah. Yeah. Well, what was all that doing in a tool shack? Yeah. Well, was it locked? Yeah. The lock was jimmied off, huh? All right. I'll send the officers right over there. Yeah. Wait right at the gate.
And so it goes. Around the clock, through the weeks, every day, every year. The police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring. Or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, transcribed. A factual account of the way police work in the world's greatest city is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the police department city of New York. Les Gaiman in the role of Captain Keogh, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were John Sylvester, Bill Quinn, Abby Lewis, Santos Ortega, and Lawson Zerbe. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. Art Hanna speaking.
Twenty-first Precinct, Sergeant Rosen. What happened to it? Was it stolen? Yeah. Yeah. Well, where'd you keep it?
You are, by transcription, in the muster room at the 21st Precinct.
How long?
The nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
Well, I'll tell you what you'd better do. You better come on into the station house, make a report of it. No, you'd better come right away. Okay. Yeah.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st. 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Cronin, Vincent P. Cronin. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing day duty, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. After I turned out the platoon and the men marched out the front door to take over their posts, I walked through the back room and out across the iron grating to the smaller building in back of the station house, where the detention cells are located. There I found Patrolman Bailey, the station house attendant, cleaning up. The doors of all 6 cells were standing open. There had been 4 prisoners held over during the night, but at 7:30 a.m., the patrol wagon had come by the station house to take them to court. With Patrolman Bailey walking a step or two behind me, I conducted an inspection of the cells to see that they were clean, supplied with paper drinking cups, towels, and so forth. After I completed this inspection, Sector Car number 3 came by the house for me. I went out on patrol of the precinct. While I was so engaged, Sergeant Rosen had telephone switchboard duty, and Lieutenant Gorman was the desk officer. Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Give me the communications bureau on here.
Yes, sir.
21st Precinct, Lieutenant Gorman. Sick report, CB. Patrolman James Rios, R-I-O-S. No. S like in Sam. 10th Precinct. He went sick at 8:50 a.m. at home, 792 East 93rd Street. Surgeon to call. Okay. Yeah. Sergeant?
Yes, sir?
I want to talk to the Vaccaro when he rings in.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Well, excuse me, Sergeant.
You'll have to talk to the desk officer, mister.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, Lieutenant. Yes?
I'm John Froud. I own the package store at 284 East 75th Street.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Froud. What can I do for you?
Well, Lieutenant, I got a license to keep a gun in the store. I had 3 stick-ups since I've been there. I got this license.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, the gun is gone. Disappeared.
Well, what do you mean, disappeared?
Well, it's gone. I don't know. It disappeared.
Well, how could the gun just disappear? You think it was stolen?
I don't know. It's gone. Nothing else was taken.
Well, where did you keep it?
Well, I got wines on one side and liquor on the other. In the middle is this little counter with the cash register and wrappings in a drawer right under the cash register.
When did you miss it?
Last night. I went to get something else out of the drawer, and I saw the gun wasn't there.
Well, why didn't you report it then?
Well, I thought maybe my wife would know where it was. Maybe she saw it, or my son. I looked all over the store, and when I got home, I asked my wife. She didn't see it.
And what about your son?
Well, he wasn't home yet. I fell asleep, and I didn't see him until this morning. He didn't know anything about it.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Put a call out for the skipper, will you?
Okay.
I don't know what could have happened to it. I got no idea.
How long have you had this gun?
21st Precinct, Sergeant.
Well, let's see.
State one, call it
It's about
21st, will you?
3-4 years.
Just a license to carry or just to possess on the premises?
Possess on the premises.
All right, Mr. Froud. You wait right over there, huh? I'll put a radio call out for Captain Cronin. He'll come in and talk to you about it.
Well, can I get back to the store? My wife is there, and she has to go someplace. Her sister is in the hospital.
No, you'd better wait for the captain, and also for the detectives to come in.
Well, I could come back this afternoon.
He'll want to talk to you now, I'm sure of that.
All right. I guess I better wait.
Yeah, I guess you'd better. Section 1897 of the Penal Law of the State of New York, otherwise known as the Sullivan Law, is perhaps the most stringent and strictly enforced law relating to weapons in the country. A license to carry or possess a firearm that may be concealed on the person is extremely difficult to obtain. Applicants for such license are carefully investigated and personally interviewed by both the precinct commander and the detective squad commander. The loss of a pistol by a licensee is a serious matter, and the manual of procedure requires that an immediate investigation be conducted by the precinct commander. When the radio call was put out for me, I instructed my operator, Patrolman Farrell, to stop at the nearest call box. I rang into the station house, and Lieutenant Gorman informed me of the particulars. I told him to have Mr. Froud wait. When I arrived, Lieutenant Gorman handed me the file copy of the LD-80, the application for a pistol license. And I took the liquor store owner, Mr. Froud, into my office, where I began to question him.
Crazy. I don't know. It's just plain crazy. How can it disappear like that from nowhere?
Well, we know it didn't just walk out by itself, Mr. Froud.
Yeah, that's a cinch, Captain.
You kept the gun in a drawer in the counter under the cash register.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How long you been keeping it there?
Well, since I got it.
Your license was first issued January 23rd, 1953.
That's how long, yeah. Ridiculous, the whole thing.
Guns an S&W 38 Terrier, blued finish.
Yeah, yes.
Did you get the drawer locked?
Well, I locked it when I closed up the store at night, Captain, but, well, when the store was open, I didn't lock it, because what would be the sense of locking the drawer if suddenly I needed the gun? I was stuck up there 3 times, in 10 years. Who knew when it was going to happen again, man?
Mm-hmm. When did you last see the gun?
Yesterday morning when I opened the drawer, when I unlocked it.
You're positive it was there then?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I keep in there also my bank books, deposit slips. I saw it in there when I went to get them out.
And when did you miss it?
Last night, 10 o'clock, when I closed it.
You had no occasion during the day to go to the drawer, see whether the gun was in there?
No, sir, no. No occasion.
How many employees do you have, Mr. Froud?
Employees?
Yeah.
Well, he's not really what you'd call an employee.
Who's that?
Joe.
Joe who?
Joe Aguada. He's the fellow that comes in every morning. He sweeps up, he unpacks some goods for me. And when I got a delivery in the neighborhood, he makes it. He does the same thing for Delicatessen on 3rd Avenue. Cleans up, makes deliveries. We sort of, we share his time, half and half, like.
How long has he been working for you?
Oh, a long time. I don't know, 3, 4 years.
Did you ever miss anything out of the store prior to this?
Nothing, no. Not a thing. I don't think Joe would do anything like this.
Did he know you had a revolver on the premises?
Well, it wasn't any secret, Captain. I didn't go out of my way to tell him, but it wasn't any secret.
Was he in the store yesterday between the time you saw the revolver in the morning and when you missed it at night?
Yep. Yeah, several times. He was in and out all day.
Were you able to observe his actions on each of those occasions?
Well, I didn't see him do anything suspicious, if that's what you mean. No, I don't think he'd steal anything, Captain. I really don't.
You have any other employees?
No, sir, no.
You're open from about 10 a.m., 10 p.m.?
Yeah, about.
Were you there all that time?
No, I live on 75th on the other side of 2nd Avenue. My wife comes for about an hour when I go home to eat lunch, and then she comes again at supper time.
Mm-hmm. You say your son helps you out in the store once in a while, too?
Yeah, once in a while, Captain. He goes to CCNY, and he's in the store maybe, like 1 night or 2 nights a week. So Ella and I can eat supper together, maybe taking a picture, something like that.
What's the boy's name?
John, too. We call him Bud.
Was Bud in the store last night?
He was there, yeah, for a little while. When I came back from supper, he was there with Ella, my wife.
Do you think your son might have taken it?
No. Well, why should he?
Well, you thought he might have last night.
Who said that? I didn't say anything like that.
Mr. Froud, you said the reason you didn't report the gun missing last night was that you went home to talk to your wife and your son, to ask them if they saw it.
Yeah, I know. But
Now, your wife said she didn't, and your son wasn't home when you went to sleep.
Oh, I didn't think he took it. I had to ask him, before I went off half-cocked.
Did you ask him?
I asked him, yeah, if he'd seen the gun in the store, if he put it any place besides the drawer. He said no, he didn't touch it.
And what did your wife say?
She said the same thing. She didn't touch it.
This Joe Aguada?
Aguada.
Where's he live?
East Harlem, 126th Street, I think.
But he'd be around the neighborhood of your store or the delicatessen this morning.
Yeah, he's supposed to be.
Did you see him this morning?
No, not this morning.
Isn't he supposed to come in, clean up the store?
Well, I didn't go to the store this morning yet. My wife went to the store.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Sure.
21st Precinct, Captain Cronin.
Lieutenant King is ringing down for you, Captain.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Captain?
Yes, Matt.
Lieutenant Gorman says you have the man whose gun was stolen in there.
That's right. You want to talk to him?
Yes, sir. I'll be right down.
Okay, Matt. Mr. Froud, I've asked the commanding officer of the 21st Detective Squad to come downstairs.
For me?
Well, you've got a gun. Can't be accounted for. We've got to presume it's been stolen.
But I don't know who would steal it.
And that's partly a matter of who had access to the drawer, isn't it, Mr. Froud?
Well, I guess so. Yeah.
Do you know anything about this Joel besides the fact that he's worked for you in the delicatessen for around 3 years?
No, not much. No.
Is he married?
I think so, yeah.
You know whether he's ever been in trouble with the police?
Not since he's been working for me. At least I don't think so. He's been pretty reliable.
How much you paying?
Well, he gets $22.50 from me and $22.50 from the delicatessen, plus tips on the deliveries he makes.
How old is your son, Mr. Froud?
What? Well, he's 21. He's going to be 22.
City College?
Yeah. Pre-med, he's taking. Bright boy, real bright boy. He was in the Army 2 years. That's why he's a little late in school. But he's going to make a fine doctor. Real fine doctor.
He's going to school on the GI Bill?
Yeah. He just got in under the wire, just by a month, 6 weeks late.
How are his grades at school?
He didn't steal it, Captain. Not, but I don't want you to accuse...
I'm not accusing anyone, Mr.
Froud. I'm telling you.
All right, we'll make sure.
You don't have to make sure. I'm telling you. I just don't want you thinking he did because he did.
Mr. Froud, apparently you're the one who thinks he might have. Seems to be on your mind.
No, he didn't. I'm telling you.
You were suspicious enough to want to talk to him before you came here.
I just wanted to ask him if he'd seen it.
You having any trouble at home with Bud,
No.
Mr. Froud?
No, well, I mean, he's a boy, you know. He's a boy like any other boy. He's got ideas.
21 years old. He's been in the Army. It's not much of a boy anymore. What makes you think he took the gun?
I don't think it.
Now, look, Mr. Froud, if he has got it, you better help us get it back from him before he gets in worse trouble.
What kind of trouble?
The kind of trouble a gun can bring. Do you think he took it?
Yeah, I think so. But I don't know. He says he didn't, but I think so.
And why do you think he took it, if he did?
Who knows why? Who knows why he does anything? Why he wants to quit school, why he wants all kinds of money, why he wants to get married. Who knows why a kid does anything?
Well, maybe we'll find out. Because theft of the revolver was suspected, Lieutenant King assigned one of his detectives to go to City College and get the son out of class. In order to pursue my investigation, I instructed Sergeant Rosen on telephone switchboard duty to have a car come by the house for me. When it arrived, Mr. Froud and I got in. I told the operator, Patrolman Mercado, to drive us to the liquor store on East 75th Street. Okay, Mr. Froud?
Now, something like this.
Oh, wait here, Mercado.
Yes, sir.
We don't know that it was him, Mr. Froud?
Who else? Joe wouldn't do anything like that. I just know he wouldn't.
Well, somebody could have walked in the store.
When? Oh, Captain.
Yeah?
Please, don't say anything to Ella yet. It'll be bad enough when she finds out. When we're positive.
No, Mr. Froud.
12 hours a day I spend in there with four walls. I didn't want anything like that for him. It's my ambition he should have a profession. Come in, Captain.
Yeah, thanks.
Hello, Ella.
John, hello.
Any business?
A little, not much.
This is Captain Cronin. This is my wife, Ella.
Mrs. Froud?
Glad to know you. Well?
Well, what? Nothing. This is the drawer, Captain, right here.
Mm-hmm. This is a very serious matter, Mrs. Froud. If a dangerous weapon like that gets in the wrong hands, it causes a lot of trouble.
I know. Nobody knows better than me. I realize it.
What time were you in the store yesterday?
Why?
Ella, answer the questions. Don't ask them.
Well, I was here when John went to lunch, and I was here when he went home to supper.
At lunch? What time was that?
What time, John?
About 12:15, 12:30.
About 12:15, 12:30.
Anyone come into the store during that time?
One or two customers, maybe.
Were they ever in the front of the store alone, where they could get at the drawer?
No, they stood there on that side of the counter, and I waited on them.
Was anyone else in the store?
Who?
Joe, for instance?
No, Joe didn't come in when I was here during lunch. I guess he was eating, too.
What time did Mr. Frog get back?
What time, John?
A little after 1.
A little after 1.
And then what did you do, Mrs. Frog?
I talked to him for a minute, and then I went. I went to go to the market and then home to fix supper.
See? And what time did you come back to the store again?
When it was time for John to go home for supper.
You see, Captain, she eats and she puts my supper on the stove, and then she walks over to the store, and I go home.
And that was what time?
Last night, about 6:30, huh?
About, yeah.
Did anyone come into the store while you were here alone?
Well, my son Bud, he came in.
Oh, does he usually stop in when you're here alone?
Sometimes. He was at his girlfriend's house. He went there from school in the afternoon.
And what did he do while he was here?
We talked. I asked him, did he eat? And he said no. And I told him to go home and have supper. It was on the stove.
He wouldn't come home because I was there.
If you'd leave him alone and stop nagging him, he'd be all right. But you won't leave him alone.
I want him to get those crazy ideas out of his head. I want him to finish college. I don't want him to get a job and get married. What could he have?
He could have a wife.
Joe. Come here, Joe.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Frog. Miss Frog.
Joe.
Joe, this is Captain Cronin, Police Department. The Policia.
Policia. Oh, glad to know you.
Joe? Mr. Frog keeps a gun in the store. Did you know that?
See, I know.
You know where he keeps it?
See, I know.
Where?
In the drawer. Here. In the drawer.
Joe, do you know why he keeps the gun?
See, for robbers. Is no right, Mr. Frog, for robbers?
Yeah, Joe. Yeah.
When did you handle that gun last, Joe?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, Tente. No, I know touch, not me. I don't want nothing to do with no gun. I don't like it.
You afraid of the gun?
No, not afraid. I just don't like it.
Somebody took it yesterday, Joe.
The gun?
Yeah.
Who took it?
Well, we hoped maybe it was you, Joe.
No,
Now, you know that you were cleaning the drawer and you took it out by mistake.
No, I no touch. No, Tente, not me. No, I don't like it. I don't go near these drawers, senor. Never. Do I, Mrs.?
Not that I've ever seen.
No, Mister, do I, eh?
No, Joe.
No, I don't like guns. I don't go near the drawer. Nunca, never. You want me to take out the curtains this morning, Mr. Frog? You said yesterday...
Captain Cronin is talking to you, Joe.
Excuse me.
That's all right, Joe. I'll talk to you later if I have to. You go on. Get back to work.
See.
Come on and back, Joe.
No, I don't go near the drawer. Never. No.
I'll be right back, Captain, as soon as I show him what to do.
All right, Mr. Stone.
Go ahead, Joe.
I don't like guns.
I don't think he did it, not Joe.
Doesn't look that way.
Maybe somebody came in from the outside while John was in the back and just took it. That could happen, couldn't it?
Maybe. Mrs. Froud, how long has this trouble between your son and your husband been going on?
Trouble? Oh, it's not trouble. It's just a family disagreement.
How long has it been going on?
Oh, since Bud came back from the army, almost. He says he's too old to go to school. He wants to earn a living and get married. And John's got it in his head that Bud should be a doctor, but he don't want to be a doctor. He's tired of living off the GI Bill and going to college and studying when he says it doesn't mean a thing, nothing to him.
Oh, why doesn't he quit?
Oh, he'd never hear the end of it. John's crazy enough on the subject.
Do you think Bud might have taken the gun?
Bud? No, why would he take it?
Well, he doesn't have much money. Maybe to sell it.
No, he wouldn't do that.
Somebody took it.
Not Bud.
Was Bud ever in trouble, Mrs. Frog?
What do you mean, trouble?
I mean, was he ever arrested?
No. He didn't take it, not Bud.
He was never in any kind of trouble?
No.
Well, wasn't Joe. You see what I mean?
Yep. I see.
John, would Bud take the gun? No, huh?
Why? Why should...
I don't know. I just asked.
No. Excuse me.
Sure.
Well, what did he do with it?
Liquor store.
Is Captain Cronin still there?
Yeah, sure, he's here. Captain, for you.
Okay. Thanks, Len.
Oh, that's all right.
Captain Cronin.
Matt King, Captain.
Oh, yes, Matt.
I sent Whitey Howard up to CCNY to get that Bud Froud out of class.
Yeah.
Just rang in and said he got him out all right. He admits taking the gun.
Oh, that's all.
Yes, sir. Whitey's on the way in with him.
Okay, Matt. Thanks. I'll be there in a little while myself.
Yes, sir.
Well, I've got to get back to Station House.
Oh? Do you?
Yeah, and I think you better come with me, Mr. Froud.
Well, Captain, I was just there.
And I can't stay in the store all day. I came here without making the bed sheet. And my sister's in the hospital.
I think you'd better come, Mr. Froud.
All right. Ella, I'll come back as soon as I can.
All right.
Have Joe sweep out in front as soon as he gets through, huh?
Bye, Mr. Froud.
Goodbye.
Captain?
Yeah.
What is it? Did Bud take the gun?
Yes.
Why? Why would he do such a thing?
I don't know.
I tried to do the best for him. Make something out of him. I spent my whole life trying to do that so he could get someplace.
Well, maybe it's a good thing he didn't get too far. We got into the car and were driven to the station house by Patrolman Mikado. Mr. Froud didn't say a word all the way. He just sat there looking straight ahead. Possession of a gun by an unlicensed person is a serious crime in the state of New York. I wondered, as much as the father did, as to why the young man took the gun. There were two obvious reasons. One, to sell it. The other, to use in a robbery. A few minutes later, the car pulled up in front of the station house. Mr. Froud and I got out. I instructed Patrolman Mikado to pick up his partner and resume patrol. As the car pulled away, we crossed the sidewalk, mounted the 3 worn stone steps that led to the muster room, where Lieutenant Gorman was desk officer and Sergeant Rosen still had telephone switchboard duty. You wait here, Mr. Froud. I have to go around and sign a blotter.
All right.
First Precinct, Sergeant Rosen.
Captain? Hello, Sergeant.
All right.
Hello, Captain. What's doing, Lieutenant? Not a thing, Captain. Very quiet. Good. Oh, you see Whitey Howard go upstairs with the young man? Yes, sir. Just a few minutes ago. Okay. I'll be up there with the detective. Yes. Come on, Mr. Froud.
All right.
I'm going to go upstairs.
Is that where they have him?
Yeah, he's up there.
I don't understand what's got into him.
No, right ahead, Mr. Froud.
Just don't understand. We struggled, we worked. What do we do it for him? To take a gun to hold up somebody?
Now, we don't know that that's the reason.
Ah, Chum, what other reason could there be?
No, that's it.
He never should have got that gun. Not if I had 40 stick-ups.
If he'd wanted one, he'd have got one someplace. You can be sure of that.
There he is, a little off.
All right, now, Froud, take your time. Matt?
Come in, Captain.
Go ahead, Mr. Froud.
Hello, Bud.
Huh?
I'm ashamed of you. I'm so ashamed of you, I can hardly look at you. It's bad enough to steal, but to steal from your own father and a gun. What are you trying to do to me? Didn't you eat my heart out enough since you got back from the army? What are you trying to do to me now? Kill me, eh?
I think you've got it all wrong.
I got it terrible. I got it lousy. That's how I got it.
Listen.
Don't touch me. Leave me alone.
I didn't steal the gun.
You didn't?
No.
What did you do with it?
I took it out of the drawer and hid it in a case of wine on the floor by the window.
Why did you do that, Bud?
Because he's been carrying on about my wanting to quit school and wanting to get married. He's been carrying on like mad.
You're not going to quit.
I quit already, Pa, today. And I got married last week.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. I was going to tell you and Ma last night in the store, but I lost my nerve. I didn't know what you'd do or what you'd say, and that's why I hid the gun. I didn't want it around.
You thought that I would do something with the gun? That I'd be that crazy to kill myself?
I just didn't want to take the chance.
Oh, but how could you think that? I know I've been a little... You got married, huh?
Yeah, last week at City Hall. I'm sorry, Pa. We didn't want to keep it a secret, but I wanted to get it done. I wanted it my way for a change. My way.
You're right. You're right to do what you wanted to do. But I'm glad for you. I'm very glad for you. Captain, what can I say? I caused you so much trouble.
We've got plenty of real trouble around here, Mr. Franz. This kind of trouble I like.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Rosen." Oh, no, sir. The captain's not in the house right now. He's out on patrol. You've got who?
And so it goes.
Oh, he is?
Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct transcribed. A factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. James Gregory in the role of Captain Cronin, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Santos Ortega, Jack Orison, Bill Zuckert, Martin Newman, Ralph Camargo, and Ethel Everett. Written and produced by Stanley Ness. Art Hanna speaking.
Where did the girl? 16? Where is this? Yeah. East 75th from the base.
You're in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow by transcription the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right. The officers are on their way over there now. You wait outside for them. Show them where it is. An ambulance, too. An ambulance is coming. All right. They'll be there right away.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River